Chapter 1179. As they walked forward, they saw a big hole. It was 3 meters high and had vermilion-painted pillars. There was a horizontal board with 3 words on it, Hall of Ridicule. Gushin, this. Young Fei saw the hall and asked his junior brother. Gushin was the name of his junior brother, Su Jian, Su Gushin. In fact, the corners of Su Jian's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior martial brother, follow me in and you will know." Young Fei, who had many questions in his mind, had to follow his junior brother. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a large glass cover on the first seat on the left. It covered an iron cupboard, and there was an object in the middle. It was made up of 4 wheels connected by a string, and there was a hook on it. Pulley block. Young Fei recognized the object and looked at the corner. There was a bronze board with the words on it, Pulley block, 3rd year of Kaiyuan, spring, 2nd month, designed by Zhang Wang Erzwang, Sanshui County, Mengzhou, Jiangji Province. Young Fei suddenly understood and said, "Pulley block is from Zhang Wang and Wang family. Why is it in the book?" "Senior brother, please go ahead." Su Jian led his senior brother to the next glass cover. This glass cover was big. There was a horizontal hollow wooden barrel in the middle, a wooden block, and a few wedges. There was also a bronze board next to it that said, Soybean Oil Press, 3rd year of Kaiyuan, 4th month, designed by Zhang Wang Erzwang, Sanshui County, Mengzhou, Jiangji Province. At this moment, Young Fei didn't need his junior brother's introduction. He walked through the glass covers one by one. There was one or several objects in each cover. There was also a bronze board next to it to tell the audience what it was, when it was made, and who made it. The objects inside were as small as a grain of rice and as big as a boulder. Young Fei looked at them one by one. His eyes were full of emotions. When he was looking at them, Su Jian said, "Senior brother, it's not too late to look at them carefully another day. There are thousands of objects in this hall. There is only one hall in the whole mountain. We can't see all of them today. Let's look at the back." "Oh, okay," Young Fei said, but his feet didn't move until he was pulled by someone. He reluctantly followed his junior brother all the way to the end. "Senior brother, please take a look." Su Jian pointed at the 6th last glass cover. Young Fei was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, This, horizontal and vertical axis combination lathe." Su Jian and Weiwei nodded. "Please read the records." Motor-powered double-shaft linkage synchronous feed combination multifunctional lathe, the 18th year of Kaiyuan, summer, April, the Jiu Yuan Logistics Battalion, Yang Fei, Yang Yunting, collected the design theory of Fang Yu, Fan Cheng, Song Axian from the Industrial Research Department of the Tang Dynasty, and integrated the Design Research Institute. Young Fei read out word by word in surprise. When the last word was spoken, tears flowed out of Young Fei's eyes. "Junior brother, I am a sinner, why did you carve my name?" Back then, it was just a design, who would have thought that it would be completed so quickly? Because there are other lathes, when senior brother came back, someone started to make it. As for senior brother's sin, it has nothing to do with the research results. If you designed it, you designed it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not erase your name for such a small thing. In the future, when they make something, they will still engrave senior brother's name. We will encourage them. Su Jian did not look at senior brother's tears, but touched the big glass cover and said softly. Young Fei raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes. He had already understood the meaning of this hole. He nodded seriously. "Certainly, I didn't expect that a craftsman like me could leave a name for later generations. I have no regrets in this life. Senior brother is not only a craftsman, but also a Jurin. Oh, we will go out first, and come back to see when we have leisure time." Su Jian led senior brother out again. When he reached the door, Yang Fei suddenly stopped and looked at a couplet engraved inside the door. He was curious. What does it mean that the couplet is not engraved outside but engraved inside the door? On the right side of the couplet was written, mocking the ancients, laughing at the ancients. As a high scholar, Yang Fei understood the meaning of the couplet. It said that it could mock the ancients, but it could also mock them. How good would it be to make something so small? Thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. People in the future would definitely make something better. He looked at the second couplet and saw that it said, "Glory in this world, glory in this world." The meaning of this sentence was that it was better to make something better today. Even if it was a huge object, it would not be difficult to make. Yes, our future generations would definitely make something better than us. We cannot compare to them. You have to know how small we are now. Yang Fei sighed. Senior brother, wait a minute. Look at your feet. There is no more space left for the couplet. Just engrave it on the ground. Su Jian pointed to the ground and said. Yang Fei listened and took a closer look. Wasn't it true? There were really words connected at the bottom of the couplet. The first line was starting from scratch and being down to earth should be praised, and the second line was forgetting one's ancestry, drifting flowers and waves without saying a word. This. Yang Fei was shocked and said with a trembling voice, the first part of the couplet is, ridicule the ancients, laugh at the ancients, laugh at the ancients. How many small things can start from scratch and be down to earth, exclaim in admiration. The second part of the couplet is, glorify the present age. The present age is vast and vast. How can one forget one's ancestors, floating flowers and waves without words? Isn't the purpose of this hall for future generations to mock us? Of course not. The hall of mockery isn't mocking us. It's mocking those who say that the ancients are not good. It's also telling us that even if we make better things in the future, we shouldn't mock our ancestors for not having them. Our ancestors passed down what they knew to us, and we should make better things and pass them down to our descendants. Those who think that our ancestors left behind little should think about what they can leave behind for our descendants. Who's more ridiculous? That's why it's called the Hall of Ridicule. Su Jian looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the hall and took a deep breath. Yes, we have to do better and not disappoint our ancestors. Our ancestors left us enough things, so we should make more things for our descendants so that they don't have to work so hard and take so many detours. Only then can we be considered to have completed what our ancestors left us. Let's go, take me to other places. The earlier we do things, the earlier we get results. Yang Fei puffed out his chest and urged his junior brother. Outside the door, the spring flowers were shining brightly. The fallen leaves of last year were not visible. For Jiangnan, spring was very warm, but it was not the case in the northwest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet continued to go against the current, and it actually snowed. They didn't want to waste too much time on the road, so the two urged the fleet to go as fast as they could. The scenery on both sides of the river flashed past their eyes as the rolling yellow river flowed past. After more than a month, they finally arrived at a desolate place. There was a river called the White River here. When it entered the Yellow River, it was in the territory of Sichuan. The two of them needed to go to Zhang Fang's home, which was Yizhou. There were many things that their family transported there. At the same time, they needed to reorganize the army at the border with Tufan. Therefore, they chose this branch and changed to the land route when the ship couldn't move forward anymore. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to disembark, looked at the land in front of him where there were no houses at all. He took a deep breath and said, "Are we really going to do this? Last time, when we fought Tufan, we climbed a section of the snow mountain on the way back. Now, we have to go through the grassland and snow mountain again. I hope our team can hold on. What are you afraid of?" The Red Army went through this place during the long march. It's just that we went in the opposite direction, and we missed a large section of the grassland. It's a few hundred kilometers, and we can go through it in half a month. It's simple. When the time comes, let the ship continue to carry the things on the Yellow River and go against the current. After we reach Izhou, we can have a good rest for half a month. Wang Wan waved her arm and said with vigor. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed his saliva and said, simple? Why don't I see it as simple? Do you know how many people died when the Red Army climbed the snow mountain and crossed the grassland? Do you know what equipment and conditions the Red Army had at that time? Wang Wan asked and said, when we go there, we won't be bombed by planes, and we won't lack food. Our clothes are all duck feathers, and we can ask the hot air balloons to help airdrop supplies. Don't worry, we won't let you cook leather belts. That's true. We don't need to carry too heavy things, and we only need to walk a short distance on the grassland, unlike them who had to walk in the grassland with difficulty. When the time comes, you can follow behind me. I have some experience. After all, I have all-terrain all-weather equipment. It's just that we didn't choose the right season. Why did we have to come after May? It's just the rainy season. Zhang Xiaobao only knew that they would have to take a long detour if they didn't take this route, so he said with a grin. Wang Wan smiled and said, when the Red Army crosses the grassland, it's this season. Let's experience it. Fortunately, we don't need to be chased and intercepted at any time. We can tie people up with ropes, and we can pull people up if they fall in. We have time to stand in front of danger and be tools. It's just that Xiao Bei and the others have to suffer. It's okay, we have adults to take care of them. Let's go, get off the boat. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to suffer this kind of hardship. He called out and the team began to get off the boat. The place where they got off was temporarily safe. As for wild wolves, they would probably run away as soon as they saw people. There was a special medicine to disperse snakes and insects. After the team was organized, 1,000 people were already prepared. The other large teams continued to take the boat to the northwest first. When they reached the border, they disembarked and walked. Then, they set up camp and waited. At the same time, they also assembled the aircraft and built a simple airport for testing. Look at me, look at me. Don't let me fall in. No matter how good I am at swimming, I can't swim out. No, I don't need to be carried now. I can still walk. The little guys followed in the middle of the team. They were tied with ropes and walked in deep and shallow water. When they stepped on the mud, they were up to their thighs. Little Xiao Bei was frightened and kept crying, but she didn't want to be carried. The other children were also frowning. The place in front of them was much scarier than Hong Nong. Hong Nong was a flood. If they fell in, they could swim out. Even if their legs were entangled by something, with their swimming ability, they had time to take out a knife from their bag and cut it. However, they couldn't do it in the swamp now. The team knew that the swamp was dangerous, so they moved very slowly. The straight-line distance from the place where they disembarked to Izhou was more than 100 kilometers. The swamp was only 20 kilometers away, and then there was the snow mountain. After 3 days, they passed this grassland, crossed a small snow mountain, and then came the continuous mountains. When they entered the mountains, everyone was relieved. They estimated that they could reach the place after 3 or 4 days of walking and climbing. When they entered the mountains, the people of the protection team felt that the pressure was gone, and the danger could be controlled. Oh my God, it's tormenting me. Xiao Bei, who hadn't taken a bath for a few days, was like a clay figure. Her little face was red from the cold. If it weren't for her watery eyes, people would mistake her for a child who had fled for half a year. Zhang Fong was obviously not relaxed. She looked down the mountain with binoculars and said, "My family lives here. I don't have any impression of it. As she was looking, she suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, there are people at the foot of the mountain. There are so many of them. They are looking at the trees to open a path. The speed of cutting is too fast. It can't be. Where did these people come from? Professional tree cutters." Chapter 1180. The rest of the people in charge of observing had already discovered the situation. They saw that there were figures moving at the foot of the hill and the top of the mountain in front of them, as well as some small hills in the distance. Along with the movements of the figures, rows of trees were brought down. At the same time, they could see the figures of mules, wheelbarrows, and people carrying poles. There was only one word to describe the speed: fast. Without waiting for others to go forward and ask, the people below had already raised a big flag, fluttering in the wind. The word "E" was written on it. Regular Army of Ingzhou. Xiao Bei nodded and said after seeing it. Xiao Yuan also came forward and frowned. Looking at the smoke floating below and in the distance, she said, "I don't remember Ingzhou having a regular army. There are less than 10,000 people in the city, and there are all kinds of strongholds on the mountain. Regular army, unless the current provincial governor has trained the soldiers, but I don't believe that other provincial governors can command the people in the strongholds. Ask brother and sister." Xiao Bei was obviously not satisfied with Xiao Yuan's answer. She turned around and was about to ask when she found her brother and sister in front of her. She smiled and pointed behind her. "Look, someone is pretending to be an imperial army and intends to attack us. I think we should prepare a grenade launcher and launch a smoke bomb within 300 meters to cover our troops." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head and said, "Don't give orders blindly. The wind is messing things up. They are 2 miles away. If they throw a smoke bomb 300 meters away, we can become smoked food. The people below are our own people. Oh, brother is still the best. You can tell at a glance that they are our own people." Xiao Bei nudged Xiao Yuan, implying that her brother was better than her. Xiao Yuan held back and didn't say anything. Wang Wan smiled and said, "The scouts have reported that they knew 4 hours ago. At that time, they were still 20 miles away from here." Xiao Bei was stunned. 20 miles. 4 hours to cut down trees. Flying. Which unit? Let me see. Inspector Zhang, we are from the logistics camp of Ingzhou. A voice suddenly sounded not far from Xiao Bei. Are you trying to scare me? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless ghosts. Wow. Xiao Bei quivered and reacted by turning around and putting on a pose of holding a sword with both hands. The man did not continue talking to Xiao Bei. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang, and his mustache was tightly pursed. Zhang Fang also looked back, her eyes darting left and right. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Xiao Fang, Xiao Zhang, do you know this person?" The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Fang took 2 steps forward and said, "I don't know him, but I know who he is. He must be my brother's father, right?" "Father, why did you come here personally? Is everything fine in the village?" Yeah. Why did you come here personally?" Zhang Gang echoed. He didn't know what else to say except for this sentence. The person who came was Zhang Fang and Zhang Gang's father, Chang Hu. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He just looked at his son and then at his daughter. He nodded as he looked. He didn't cry, nor did he sigh. "So it's Uncle Hu. Ha, do you still recognize Xiao Bei? Look, Xiao Bei has grown up. Look at elder sister Fang and elder brother Gang, isn't it good?" Xiao Bei interrupted at the right time. Even if she couldn't remember who the person opposite her was, she knew very well what to say. When Chang Hu heard the voice, he reacted. He rubbed his face with both hands and revealed what he thought was the kindest smile. He nodded and said, "I remember, Xiao Bei. You're the best child. You're indeed different. After a few years outside, you're much more respectable than the people in the village. Come closer and let me have a good look. The latter part was naturally to praise his children. He said that he wanted Xiao Bei to come closer, but he walked over himself. He touched and pinched his son. When he saw his son's eyes turn red, he slapped his son's head and said, "Boy, not bad. You look like an official." "Father." Zhang Fong and Zhang Gang shouted at the same time. They threw themselves into Chang Hu's arms and rubbed their heads against his body. "You're a joke. You're high-ranking officials. When you go home and look at your younger brothers and sisters, they're all little mud children. They're just like you when you were young. When people see you, they know that you're from a remote place. They can't compare to you." Chang Hu laughed and hugged his children. Xiao Bei immediately said, "Uncle, you're wrong. How is it remote? Compared to the people on the other side of the Straits of Malacca, our Izhou is the center. Besides, what's wrong with living in a remote place? As long as you're not biased, it's fine." Who said that Chang'an is in the middle? If Luoyang is made the capital, Chang'an is also remote, right? Yes, Xiao Bei is still so good. Chang Hu felt comfortable and praised Xiao Bei. He turned around and greeted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Cuckoo, Xiaobao, you two have really grown up. It's a pity that brother Zhang's future is not good." Hearing Chang Hu's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao said, "My father is still in the capital's Ministry of Works. He's really busy there and can't come over. Uncle, you can go over when you're free. I'll go this summer. I know that your father is busy. He spends all day with your emperor, no, our emperor, and never leaves his side. It's so hard to come out." Chang Hu deeply agreed. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed his saliva. He didn't refute that the person who spent all day with Li Longji was someone from the palace and had nothing to do with his father. He nodded and asked, "Uncle, has the provincial governor been re-established in Izhou's logistics camp? It seems that he's better than before. What does it have to do with him? After that guy came 2 years ago, he caused a lot of trouble. Originally, there were nearly 10,000 people in the city, but after a year, there were less than 7,000 people left. No matter how good a family is, they can't stand him eating, drinking, and playing all day. Last year, we couldn't stand it and discussed it. We all agreed that we couldn't ruin the foundation that my brother Zhang left behind, so we stopped paying him tribute in the autumn. He actually had the face to say that we weren't loyal. We talked to him about loyalty, and he agreed not to stay in the city. After he finished paying tribute to the capital before the end of the year, he kept running to Wenshan County." Chang Hu said angrily, as if he had been wronged. Zhang Xiaobao and the others silently mourned for that guy. Why did he run to Izhou to become the provincial governor? Did he offend someone in the imperial court? Zhang Fong raised her head from her father's arms and asked, "Father, what does his eating, drinking, and playing have to do with others?" "It has a lot to do with it. In the past, there was a provincial governor who was very obedient. He stayed in the city every day and didn't do anything. Our strongholds didn't care about him. When the time came, we handed over the things that should be handed over to him. Whether he handed it over to the imperial court or kept it himself, we didn't let your adoptive father down. Later, came. As soon as he arrived, he set up a tent outside the city and started a bonfire. He also said that he would find people to help build a 3-dimensional breeding base. The people in the city went to help. In the end, they dug trenches for an entire afternoon. At night, he started to treat people to wine and barbecue, singing and dancing. After 2 days, he didn't have enough. He sent people up the mountain to invite us to drink together. At that time, we were busy. It was spring, and we wanted more fruit in the fall. In spring, we had to prune the branches, even though they were wild fruits. After thinking about it, we gave him face and each stronghold sent a few people down with a lot of mountain goods. We weren't used to receiving favors for nothing. Who knew that he would send people again the next day? For 3 days, we really didn't have the heart to pay attention to him. In the end, guess what he did? What did he do? Zhang Fang felt that this matter was a bit familiar. When he saw that we didn't want to go down, he brought his family up. He sent over 300 kilograms of salt and wanted to drink with me. Father, did the wine run out in the end? Then, he took out the wine, Zhang Fang asked. Beside them, Xiao Bei added, why does it sound similar to what father told me later? At that time, father seemed to be drinking wine with uncle. He even played a little trick. Chang Hu chuckled and freed up a hand to pinch Xiaobei's face. He said, yes, and wanted to learn from your father. When your father was with us, we really didn't have much wine. That day, your father drank a year's worth of wine. But now, how could we lack wine? He found more than 100 people who could drink. He pulled me and began to talk. He said something about being loyal. How many people in our stronghold could drink? In the end, more than 100 people drank until they vomited. He drank all the wine. Xiao Bei asked. He wanted to drink all the wine in the 60 large wine cellars. Unless he became a Haizi and solved the problem with 12 jars of wine. Each jar was 50 kilograms. Our stronghold could drink to our heart's content while they were finished. My wine cellar had 9 horizontal, 9 vertical, and 9 80 horizontal jars. And then? He said he had good wine. Xiao Bei asked again. He collapsed, and so did many of us. The next day's work was delayed. Don't you think it's infuriating? Xiao Bei nodded. Yes, he wanted to replace the little affection my father left in Wingzhou. Chang Hu pinched Xiaobei's face again. We saw it. After sending them away the next day, he didn't invite them to drink. Even if he invited us, we didn't go. Your father was different from him. Your father really wanted to build Wingzhou. He wanted to get benefits for himself. Who would have thought that he wouldn't give up? He invited people to eat and drink every day in and outside the city. In less than a month, he ran out of money. He couldn't compare with your father, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang really had the ability to treat people, so one had to treat him even if he didn't have the money. A month later, he began to negotiate with all the shops in the city. He either solicited or accepted, or put on credit or borrowed. He even went to the prefecture outside to get money. 3 out of 10 people in Wing Province City left, and those who left were all people who used to have a little bit of money. After saying that, Chang Hu made a helpless expression. The people around him also sighed. Zhang Fang pouted and said with a sullen face, Father, he's too much of a scammer. He's courting death, Xiao Bei added. Father, what about now? Zhang Gang asked. He won't come back now. I said before that the strongholds banded together and didn't hand over anything. We drove him away and told him that as long as he didn't come back to make trouble, we would give him something every year. When he comes back, he won't get anything. Chang Hu sighed. Oh, yes, they said that he's staying in Wenshan County. What's good about that place? Zhang Fang asked again. That place belongs to Maozhou. Wenshan County is rich. At least that guy won't have to worry about food and drink there. I heard that he's asking the local county magistrate for advice on local economics. He wants to learn well and use it in Wingzhou to wash away his shame. Let's not talk about him. The road below is being repaired. Come with me. The logistics camp in Wingzhou is actually made up of people from our various strongholds. When Cuckoo and Xiaobao were established, they were very famous. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left, we took over. We can't lose our reputation. At that time, the people left, but the spirit is still there. Chang Hu said a few more words. He felt that there was no need to continue arguing about that and die. He pointed down. The road had already been paved. Not only were the trees on the road cut down, but they had also paved the road. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Our reputation is still there. Driving 20 kilometers of road in 4 hours is enough to kill our enemies." Chapter 1181. Very good. You don't lower your head in the face of difficulties. You have the spirit of daring. You treat obstacles as stepping stones and move forward step by step, just like ants. Xiao Bei's voice sounded on the newly paved road. In fact, the road was not uneven at all. They walked according to the terrain of the mountain. It was not that they pushed down a mountain in front of them. They just cut down the trees on the road and removed the thorns and bushes. As for the flowers and grass, they just needed to cover them with sand and stones. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also praised them slightly. The cooperation ability of the logistics camp in Izhou was still very strong. It was not a small amount of work to cover 20 miles in 4 hours with manpower and animals. But it was not a big deal. They paved the road quickly because there were more people and animals. Each section was 5 meters wide and 500 meters long. There were 200 people working on each section. On average, each person was responsible for 2.5 meters. It was just a bit tiring to finish the work in 4 hours. Moreover, they were specially trained and were skilled workers. If it was mechanized, there would be more than 20 bulldozers in sections. The trucks transporting sand and stones behind could keep up. They could push 20 miles in half an hour. All the workers added up would not need more than 200 people. After all, the trees did not grow close to each other. Chang Hu did not care about Xiao Bei. Even though Xiao Bei was also an official and many people trembled when they saw him. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came. They were the most important people to deal with. Walking with them on the road, Chang Hu introduced them excitedly. Now there are more than 6,000 people in the logistics camp in Izhou. Usually, when they are free, they gather together to eat and chat. They always have common topics. For example, how to remove a 1 foot thick and 3 feet tall black brick, how to make it easier to build a bridge or to fill a ditch that is 6 steps wide and 2 people deep. Once you think about it, you will find that it is full of tricks. Let's talk about pushing a wall. In the past, people dug at the root and pulled at the top. Later, we found that the wall fell faster when we cut a wedge from the bottom of the other side. It is also more comfortable when we push hard. Daily production can't be stopped either. Zhang Xiaobao nodded as he listened and added. Yes, we haven't. The logistics battalion's main job is to accept outside work, such as building houses, digging cellars, repairing bridges and paving roads, destroying forests and farming fields, building shelves, filling pits and leveling ditches. Let's put it this way, we accept all the work related to logistics, and we don't bargain. We'll do it as long as we're paid, and we promise to do it well. Our only requirement is that we provide enough food. As Chang Hu spoke, he kept pointing at this person and that person. They were all capable people. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was not the training of the logistics camp's professional skills. Instead, he felt sorry for the people around him. With a large number of good laborers who did not bargain, what kind of impact could they have on the labor market? Wang Wan considered the living standards in the stronghold and asked, "Is the income on the mountain still acceptable?" Acceptable, too acceptable. All the strongholds worked together and reported how much they hunted. Then, they contacted the merchants who bought the furs and game. We set the price, so if any stronghold dares to change the price without permission, we'll let them go. Later on, the grafted fruits were the same. For example, oranges, which were the size of a fist, foreign merchants wanted to buy them. You can ask any stronghold, and they'll give you the same price. We won't be bullied and cheated like before. Speaking of which, we have to thank Brother Zhong. Back then, it was Brother Zhong who let us know that the price of the things we sold was lowered. When Chang Hu talked about this, he seemed very happy. His beard was curling up and down. Father, you should say Brother Yongqing. Loyalty is a name, and foster father's courtesy name is Yongqing. Why don't we just say Brother Zhang? Chang Hu's son, Zhang Gang, reminded him. Chang Hu slapped the back of Zhang Gang's head and laughed. That's right, Yongqing. My little brat is still the most knowledgeable. He can't be wrong to be with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. You've become a high-ranking official. If I wasn't your father, I would have to kneel to you. Governor An is a high-ranking official, but I don't see you kneeling to him. Zhang Gang rubbed his head and said after being slapped. What kind of official is he? Xiao Bao, do you think the people in the imperial court are stupid? They sent him to be the governor, and he actually told us that it's called following the rules of Xiao and Chow Chow. Who do you think Chow Chow can follow? Chang Hu complained again when he mentioned Governor and Zhang Xiaobao was stunned, but then he understood. After thinking for a while, he said, Indeed, Chow Chow can't follow Xiao He, so Governor and can only follow my father's footsteps. Father, it's not Chow Chow, it's Chow Can, Zhang Gang reminded him. Chang Hu slapped the back of his son's head and laughed. Yes, Chow Can. My son is still the smart one. Zhang Gang rubbed his head and looked at Brother Xiao Bao with eyes full of admiration. At first, he thought that Brother Xiao Bao didn't understand, but now he understood. Brother Xiao Bao was really smart. He knew that Brother Xiao Bao would be slapped after correcting him. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, then asked again. Uncle, are the people in the mountains eating, drinking, and wearing better clothes than before? We won't be staying for a few days this time. The main reason is to give Duosher time to react. If you have any difficulties, tell us. Xiao Bao and I will try our best to think of a solution. Difficulties? There really are. The children's school has been built in all the villages, and it's much better than before. However, the villages are far from each other, and it's inconvenient for the children to walk. They're afraid of being eaten by animals, so they're all placed in the city. They eat and live there, and when the family thinks about it, they go down the mountain to take a look. But there are more children, and there are fewer people teaching them. Scholars are not willing to come here. The weather is not good, and it's also remote. It's not easy to go outside. I know that the people outside despise us. Even if we have money and manage the ski resort, we can still hunt, fur, and game. The people outside see us differently after all. Take Yizhou, which is located in Chengdu, as an example. An ordinary teacher can only get 700 copper coins a month. Our stronghold offers 2 strings of cash and countless other things, but no one wants to come. Last autumn, I said that I would give away a tiger pelt, and one finally came. After getting the tiger pelt, he disappeared in less than 2 months. How can a scholar say that he's unreasonable? Father, you didn't keep your word. That's right, my son is very capable. Right now, most of the people teaching the children in the city are people sent by your family to take care of things. Whenever they have time, they teach the children. There are also the waiters from the Shuiyun Tavern in the city. They take shifts to rest before coming over to teach the children. Then there are the 6 people you can count with your fingers. 4 of them are old, and don't even have the status of a high scholar. The other 2 are young people who came to visit last summer and didn't go back. Why don't you send them to the capital? We'd rather be farther away. We won't see each other for a year or 2. It's better than being delayed. Brother Zhong, oh, Brother Yongqing, you can take care of them in the capital. Hey, Yongqing, look at how good my son is. As soon as Chang Hu finished speaking, Zhang Gang was slapped again. This time, he really didn't make a sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listened to Chang Hu's words, which were simple and full of hope, and sighed. Xiao Bei, who was also listening, couldn't take it anymore. Who would be so shameless as to run away after cheating a tiger pelt? Once the arrest warrant is sent out, the 9 of us, oh, no, 10 patrol inspectors want to catch him. Does he still have the integrity of a scholar? Does he still have the integrity of a scholar? Learning from the saints and doing dirty things, without killing to appease the anger of the people, without killing to appease my heart. Brother Xiao Gang, am I right? Yes, it's just a tiger pelt. How can it be compared to human skin? Getting a pelt and losing a pelt, how lazy. Zhang Gang was also angry. My son is right, but, forget it, it's my village's fault for not being capable. Sanshui County is considered remote compared to the capital. Many people will go there, and they won't run away even if we don't give them the tiger pelt. Let's go, there's a road up ahead. It was built 2 years ago to send charcoal. There are also bamboo and wooden houses next to it for people to rest. There are many wild animals in the mountains. Chang Hu shook his head and changed the topic. His son continued to rub his head. No, we have to catch him. It's not a matter of a tiger pelt. It's very simple for us to forgive him. He's just a person, and I think it's not easy. But if we let him go so easily, doesn't it mean that others can learn from him? Raise your hands to vote. Xiao Bei refused to give up and raised his hand first. Xiao Yuan, who was being stared at by him, also raised his hand. Needless to say, the other children all raised their hands. If it was in private, there might be children who disagreed. But now, in front of so many people, they had to advance and retreat together. Even if they were wrong, they could make up for it later. Not to mention catching a person, even if Xiao Bei said that he was going to kill someone, the whole family had to support him. Xiao Bei's suggestion was passed with 1 person absent and the other 9 voting in favor. Chang Hu and Wei Wei paused and turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, implying that they should persuade the children. There was no need to keep an eye on 1 person. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were indifferent. Seeing that Chang Hu kept hinting with his eyes, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Uncle, they are the patrol inspectors of the Tang Empire. Logically speaking, Cuckoo and I are not in charge of them. This time, Cuckoo and I are only in charge of their meals and education. We won't affect their administration. First, we need to solve the problem of the lack of teachers. I will write a memorial and ask His Majesty to add a rule for the imperial examinations. All those who want to participate in the imperial examinations or students who want to take the imperial examinations must teach for at least a year in a place. The more remote the place is, the more points will be added. I will first send people to support the school in Izhou. It will be fine if there are others in the future. We are relieved that you sent people." I suddenly thought of something. Just like what you said, aren't you afraid that someone will fake it? He obviously didn't teach the children and used other means to make the school prove that he taught them. Chang Hu was not knowledgeable, but his EQ was not bad. What does it have to do with us? If they fake it, the patrol inspectors will be in charge. If the patrol inspectors make mistakes, the censorate and Supreme Court will be in charge. If they make mistakes, the Tang Empire's patrol inspectors will be in charge. That is, Xiao Bei and the others. If Xiao Bei makes a mistake, it will be my and Cuckoo's turn to say, Xiao Bao explained. Chang Hu realized that he was back to square one and was not in the mood to continue arguing. He nodded vigorously and hoped that the teachers would be in place soon. Xiao Bei solved one problem and said, "There is also the provincial governor with the surname In." Even if Izhou is remote, the provincial governor is still a fourth-rank official. How can we mess around? Even if we don't expect him to develop, he shouldn't be corrupt. A fourth-rank official can participate in the imperial court assembly in the capital. When I meet him, I will ask him what he thinks. Speak of the devil. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, there was a call from the front. I am late. Let me go. I am the provincial governor of Izhou. Chapter 1182. My son, the person shouting in front is surnamed and Chang, who had not seen the person, but he was certain just by hearing the voice. Let him come over. Let's take a look. Zhang Gang was already standing 5 steps away from his father. He ordered the people around him and moved 2 steps forward. He was probably afraid of being beaten again. Not long after, a person quickly walked over. He was wearing a fourth-rank official's robe and an official's hat. There was a silver fish pouch on his waist. He walked with vigor. When the little guys saw the person, they were stunned. He was very different from what they had imagined. They had thought that he would be fat, yellow, and overindulgent. They did not expect that this person had a face full of righteousness and a well-proportioned body. The first impression he gave was that he was shrewd and capable. He did not seem to match what Chang Hu had said earlier. It was very contradictory. What was going on? The person stopped in front of them and glanced at the people in front of him. He solemnly clasped his hands and bowed. This official greets the Bohai provincial governor and the Tang patrol inspector. I have been busy with trivial matters recently and am late to welcome you. I hope you can forgive me. As his voice fell, he smiled warmly at Chang Hu. Brother Chang, are you still in good health? Chang Hu curled his lips and half-heartedly returned the greeting. It's still the same. No one has come to torment our stronghold. We are doing well. You have lost weight. Brother Chang is right. I have disturbed you a few days ago. Please forgive me. Lost weight. Others have said so as well. Losing weight makes one stronger. Accompanying the people in the county in the spring plowing and working all day long, they have succeeded in losing weight. Pigs are slaughtered when they are fat. Officials who are fat also do not benefit. Provincial governor and was still smiling warmly. Chang Hu carefully looked at the other party and nodded. Indeed, no wonder you dare to come. You are not fat, otherwise you will really be slaughtered. My children have returned today and you want to find 100 people to drink in the stronghold. I wouldn't dare. I've been muddle-headed during those days, and I've harmed many people. My heart is filled with guilt, and I don't have the face to bring up the matter of drinking again. I've decided to change and do things honestly in the future. Please believe me this time. The provincial governor surnamed and said solemnly with an apologetic expression. Not only were Xiao Bei and the others confused, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also confused. Chang Hu was even more confused. He looked around at the people in the strongholds in Izhou Mountain and saw that they were all at a loss. They all wondered what had happened to Governor Tang and had he been possessed by a ghost? Scratching the back of his neck, Chang Hu took a step forward and circled around Governorin. After a while, he stood in front of the other party and stared straight into the other party's eyes. He could only see the sincerity and clarity in the other party's eyes. Ah. Governorin, you just said that you are busy with the spring plowing in a county. Which county are you in? Chang Hu really didn't want to believe that the person in front of him was the same governor and who couldn't accomplish anything but spoiled everything. In Wenshan County. This year, the chives in Wenshan County will be harvested 1 month later than in other places. We plan to use a new technology before the second harvest to prevent the chives from sprouting too early. We plan to take advantage of the time difference. At the same time, we will introduce a large number of special dishes to increase the local income. I am helping out in the local area and have a good chat with the deputy county magistrate, Gong Sunmoyu. Governor and still looked serious, which made people feel that he was an upright and kind official who was willing to work for the people wholeheartedly. Chang-hu felt helpless and tried to dissuade him. Don't, Annie. My governor, you'd better stay in Wenshan County. Everything is fine in Izhou. We will definitely give you the full rent and tribute. We are really scared and can't afford to suffer. Please, let us go. One chance, just one chance. Don't occupy too many vegetable fields. I will try this year. If it doesn't work, I will apply for a transfer next year. With a pleading look in his eyes, Annie cupped his hands and bowed again, scaring Chang-hu into retreating. Nearby, Xiao Bei discussed with a few others and asked, "What are you going to plant in the vegetable fields? Speaking of which, I should give you a chance. It is easy to kill one, but difficult to save one. Killing one eliminates evil, but saving one adds good. In between, good is two. Give me a reason." Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Annie was scared and excited. If it were someone else who condemned him, it would be difficult for them to kill him. However, it was easy for a group of children to kill him. The punishment of whipping was not a problem at all, but it was 5 times worse. They could even wipe out the whole family. Although His Majesty gave the officials such a great power to not expect that they would not be killed if they deliberately made mistakes, and to tell them that they should think twice before making a mistake. There was also a group of people who could disregard the national law and take their lives at any time. However, the officials who were arrested felt wronged. Forcing himself to calm down, Annie lowered his head and answered, "I want to plant wild vegetables in the inferior vegetable fields in the province. There are many trees in the mountains. When the weather is cold, they can be burned to drive away the cold. When frost comes, they can be smoked to keep the wild vegetables growing. In the cold winter, the skiers will have a delicious meal. All the money will be used to compensate for my past crimes. Is that okay?" After speaking, Annie did not dare to look at Xiao Bei and the others. He was afraid that they would misunderstand his purpose or not believe what he said. The most important thing now was not to quibble, but to admit his guilt. "Is this technique okay?" Xiao Bei asked after discussing with the others. "Yes." "Then why not plant other vegetables?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Because other vegetables are not good. We have to find a vegetable to plant, so we can only plant chives. The prefectural city of Izhou has the conditions to use greenhouses, but Izhou has been corrupted by me and no longer has the ability to do so. Chives have already been planted in Wenshan County." Annie finished and sighed. "Okay, I agree. Let's try it. Uncle, what do you think?" Xiao Bei agreed and turned to ask Chang-hu for his opinion. Chang-hu did not care what Annie did as long as he did not cause trouble for the stockade. He nodded and agreed. Annie breathed a sigh of relief again. Even if he did not do well, he did not have to worry about being killed. Everyone walked together. Annie fell behind slightly and followed step by step. He did not dare to overtake the front, nor did he dare to run too far away. At the same time, he was worried that he would not be able to answer if asked about the situation in the prefecture. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to ask Annie about the situation in the prefecture. The local people would naturally give them detailed data. They would have to wait for Governor An to report to them. After passing through the temporarily built road, the road ahead was connected to the main road. It was wide enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. The road was flat and could be considered a main road in this place. It could not be compared to Chang'an, nor could it be compared to Sanshui County. Shu Road was difficult to travel on. The current era was better than the era they came from. At that time, the railway was well built, but there were always cars that overturned on the road. The main reason was that the people did not have the money to build it themselves. The merchants could not do such a good thing, and the government was not willing to increase the investment. It was not proportional to the output. Unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, several years ago, they began to coax and cheat the local merchants to support them. They spoke well, but in the end, the merchants lost money. If it had been someone else who cheated them like this, the merchants would have been angry. They held back for the sake of Zhang Xiaobao. Fortunately, they gave compensation later. The new technology was given priority and arranged to go to Japan to make money and torment the Japanese. The two of them could make the investment proportional to the output. Because it was used to fight, and then plunder various resources and slaves, the slaves could contribute enough and give their descendants the identity of a citizen of the Great Tang. It was the same as some things in the development of North America. The group walked all the way. After noon, there were more and more people. They found an open place in the village to set up a pot and cook. The villagers came out one after another to give them things. No matter what, they did not want money. Zhang Xiaobao had to use other things he had brought to exchange. Both sides were happy. They raised their cups and drank. They were happy and harmonious, laughing and talking without end. No one paid attention to an provincial governor and looked on enviously from the side, imagining that he would govern the provincial capital well. When he left, he would take the Wanmin umbrella with the people's handprints. When he came here again someday, the people would be willing to give him all the food in their homes. Only then would his life not be in vain. After the meal, the villagers could not bear to see them off. They followed them for 5 li and still did not return. They persuaded them to stop and then sent them off with tears in their eyes. When they disappeared at the end of the road, they returned. The group continued on and reached the fork in the road leading to the provincial capital of Wing Province. That year, when they came, Xiaobei and the others were in the house. Just as Bigu and the other old men said, they could see whether Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family had new technology. They just had to keep an eye on the little guy's house. Brother, sister, we suddenly thought of something. We don't know if we should say it. Xiaobei suddenly said to his brother and sister when they reached the fork in the road. You shouldn't say it. Zhang Xiaobao answered very straightforwardly. Xiaobei was stunned. He chuckled and said, we want to go to Wenshan County first to see that deputy county magistrate with the surname too. If he is really capable, it would be a pity to be a deputy county magistrate. Anyway, we are going to rest in Wing Province. We can come back from Wenshan County later. You, who is it? Right, provincial governor, please come with us. I am willing to go with you, but in the province. And he meant that he wanted to go back to the provincial capital of Wing Province. He wanted to take this opportunity to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to help him put in a good word with the local people. He had really harmed the local people. If he did not change his image, he was afraid that no one would cooperate with him to grow mountain vegetables. Xiaobei stared at him and said, the government does not need you. Your most important task now is to come with us. Otherwise, humph. Yes, I will go with you. And he did not dare to say anything else. Thus, they separated. Xiaobei and the rest led their guards and servants towards one mountain. And he was secretly thankful that he had helped out in Wenshan County for a period of time, otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. From here to Wen Mountain, it was a distance of several dozen li. The group continued to climb over the mountains. After midnight, they finally arrived at the place at the middle of the moon. Xiaobei and the group of children had long been carried on poles and covered with blankets to sleep. They did not eat dinner. They were woken up when they arrived at the place, intending to eat until the night. The others in the group were also tired. They did not want to disturb others in the county. They stopped at the outskirts and set up their tents. When the big pot of food was ready, a portion of them hurriedly ate and then lay down to sleep. A portion of them were half full and closed their eyes. The other portion only drank hot soup and then continued their duties. When Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were woken up, a large bowl of stew was placed in front of each of them. There were also a few small salted vegetables and 2 cold steamed buns. We're here. It's really uncomfortable to sleep on the road. It looks like it's going to be a sunny day tomorrow. There's too much dew. It's humid. Let's eat. It smells so good. You left us so much lean meat. Thank you. Xiao Bei said happily as he broke off a steamed bun and soaked it in the stew. The other children also worked hard to eat. The steamed bun is cold. And Yi had eaten as well. He was afraid that he did not have the qualifications to eat with Xiao Bei and the others. However, he found that Xiao Bei and the others were eating the same as everyone else, so he reminded them. I know. I don't see us soaking it in the soup. We should make a portion especially for the patrol inspectors. You should be the one to do it. Who isn't tired at this time? Even Uncle Emperor has to eat the big pot of food in front of us. What? Provincial governor is used to eating delicacies. Is it hard to swallow cold steamed buns and stew? Should I have someone cook a few delicious dishes for you? That way, you can evaluate the culinary skills of my chef between the clouds and the water. Xiao Bei asked with a concerned expression. The provincial governor shook his head repeatedly. I don't dare, I don't dare. Lend me 100 guts. It's delicious. I have never eaten such delicious stew in my life. He was frightened. Didn't he hear that Uncle Emperor also wanted to eat? Besides, the stew was really good. Although it looked simple, the taste was definitely not bad. Xiao Bei ate a steamed bun. When he stopped to rest, he asked An Yi, who was waiting there and did not dare to rest. Tell me about that deputy county magistrate Gongsun or something. While we are at it, we can talk about the more powerful county magistrate. Good, good. Speaking of Deputy County Magistrate Gongsun, he is really extraordinary. As a Deputy County Magistrate, he suppressed the County Magistrate and the Registrar. He has a lot of power in Wenshan County. He can decide everything in Wenshan County with just one word. The bailiffs and the people all listen to him. When he is on the road, he must walk at the front. When he is in the hall, he must be in the middle. He has been in office for a year and a half. Under the circumstances of tax reduction and tax exemption, the county's revenue has increased by more than 10 times. The people have benefited even more. There are local nursery rhymes as proof. It says, "How much do you know about Wenshan County? It is difficult for a young man to marry outside. The produce of the land cannot be sent. The salt and cloth cannot be bought. Since Gongsun came here, the blue sky is 3 feet high and the wind is beautiful. Selling to buy to gather money, he is not MOU, but DU." An Yi said with a face full of worship. So crazy. Xiao Bei was surprised. If he is a little more powerful, he will be able to catch up with my brother and sister. Chapter 1183. Xiao Bei, who was full, waited for the child to continue sleeping. He wanted to have enough energy to face Gongsun Moyu and see why he was so capable. An Yi was also exhausted. He shivered from the cold wind outside. He found a tent and laid down, thinking about things. He secretly rejoiced that he had worked hard recently and trained his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. The result would be the same whether he died of exhaustion from following the team or couldn't keep up halfway. The next day, when the sun rose, it was indeed a sunny day. All kinds of birds chirped in the mountains, looking for insects that woke up early and didn't sleep in. The sun shone down from the top of the mountain, reflecting the dewdrops on the leaves into a dazzling scene. A few clouds flew into the distance. The scenery was really good. Xiao Bei helped the children wash up. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. And Yi, who had only slept for half the night, had dark circles under his eyes. When they were waiting for breakfast, he went to the group of inspectors and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled and praised, "Beautiful, really beautiful. The mountains are green, the water is clear, the grass is green, the flowers are red, the clouds are blue, and the birds are singing in the wind. What do you think?" "Nothing." Xiao Yuan took out his binoculars and looked back and forth. He came in a hurry last night and couldn't see clearly in the dark. Now that he saw the scenery, he was worried. "Is it not good?" And Yi put away the smile on his face and asked cautiously. Xiao Yuan put down his binoculars and said, "What we want to see is smoke rising in spirals, bustling, endless traffic, horses neighing, market noises, dogs barking and chickens crowing. For example, Sanshui County. Before entering the county, you can feel the liveliness. No matter where you go, you won't feel cold. You'll always be in a warm and comfortable environment. Of course, there's nothing you can do about the loneliness in your heart." "Oh. How many places dare to compare with Sanshui County? When Shan County is remote and without the help of the Zhang family and Wang family, it's already not bad. If we go further, we'll see the lively scene in the county." And he also frowned, regretting what he just said. It was wrong to have different administrative views. Xiao Yuan nodded and didn't say anything else. After breakfast was served, they hurriedly ate and the group continued on their journey towards Wenshan County. After traveling for more than an hour, they finally saw people. There were several dozen people scattered around the terraced fields on the mountain. When they saw the large group of people, they stopped what they were doing and straightened their backs to watch the excitement. When they saw a flag with the pattern of rice seedlings rise up, they were very happy. They stepped on the furrows and gathered on the road in front of the team. Each and every one of them had an excited expression on their faces. "You're always so enthusiastic. It's so embarrassing. You're holding up my work." Xiao Bei swung his arms and walked to the front with a grin. He said to the locals, "You're welcome. Have you had breakfast? I brought some steamed buns. Try them all." Someone from the team immediately brought the buns over. Actually, they didn't bring them on purpose. They hadn't eaten them in the morning. The leftovers were placed in a box covered with a quilt. They were still warm even now. The locals were not polite either. They surrounded Xiao Bei and the others and happily talked about all kinds of things. They picked up the big meat buns and ate them quickly. They had indeed not eaten breakfast. If they had eaten in the morning, they would be hungry at noon. They would eat at noon. Would they eat at night? Normally, they ate 2 meals a day. While eating, they didn't stay idle. They constantly asked the children if they were tired from the journey. Topics like whether they were cold or not seemed very natural. It didn't seem at all like they were meeting for the first time. And he felt a sour feeling in his heart. He was keenly aware of the reason for this situation. The locals were constantly thinking about the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were always fascinated by them, so even if they were meeting for the first time, they didn't feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Of course, the officials were also thinking about Xiao Bei and the others, but they were thinking about different things. They were more afraid than friendly. In order to get along well with the locals, Xiao Bei, who had clearly eaten his fill, still took a steamed bun and bit into it. Then he asked the locals what they were doing in the fields, whether they were doing well, and what problems they needed his help with. The locals didn't understand how to consider problems from the perspective of the country's general situation. They only thought about the matters before their eyes. Some asked for his help in building 2 bridges over the Wenshui River. Others said that they had heard of something called a water pump and that they should get a few. In the summer, the terraced fields in the mountains were short of water so that they could pump the water up. Others asked for thermometers. This year, their families planned to raise more ducks and adopt the method of artificial incubation. The only matter that directly involved national politics was to have County Magistrate Gong Sun Mo take over as County Magistrate. The original County Magistrate was to be demoted and stay in the way. Xiao Yuan followed at the side, taking out a small notebook and pencil and earnestly taking notes. Occasionally, he would stop to ask where the best place to build the bridge was, or talk about what one should pay attention to when raising ducks. When the locals saw Xiao Yuan writing, they felt even more assured and ate their steamed buns even faster. Among the crowd, Provincial Governor and Yi began to observe a moment of silence for the local county magistrate. Although the appointment and removal of officials here were not like in Sanshui County, where they were supervised by the common people, as long as they didn't do a good job and didn't receive any support from the public budget, they would immediately be removed. But since Xiao Bei and the others had come and heard what the common people said, when the time came for them to be questioned, one bad answer was certain to be removed. After a while, everyone was full. Xiao Bei also finished off the steamed buns in his hands and said to the crowd, "Okay, we've noted everything down. We'll arrange it later. Everyone can continue working. We'll also continue on to the county. See you later." The locals' stomachs were much more comfortable, and their moods were also much better. After greeting each other and watching the procession pass, they returned to the fields and continued working. Xiao Bei's group continued to walk forward. When they saw the house up ahead, a large group of people came out to welcome them. There were blue-clothed yamen runners, and there were also people wearing official robes. Presumably, someone had come back to the county to report. As expected, while they were waiting for the people in front of them to come over, a local came over and explained to Xiao Bei in embarrassment. He said that he had come back to report to Gongsun Mou and didn't plan on letting anyone else know. Who would have thought that Gongsun Mou would tell someone else? It's fine, it's fine. We're not here to visit incognito. The situation in the county is for all to see. Poor is poor, rich is rich. I've never asked for Wenshan County to be the same as Sanshui County. Help introduce the main officials. If you have time later, we'll invite you to accompany us on a tour of the county. You're a local and are familiar with the county. As Xiao Bei spoke, he lowered his head and looked at his clothes. After thinking for a while, he decided not to change into his official robes. The person who came over to speak naturally wouldn't say that he didn't have time and wouldn't accompany them on a tour. He followed the group of children and began to introduce them when the Yamen people came closer. This is the county deputy, Lord Gongsun Mou. The first person to be introduced was the county deputy. The expressions of the two people beside Gongsun Mou clearly darkened. Normally, they were always suppressed. Now that a big shot had come, they, Gongsun Mou, knew to follow behind when they went out of the county to welcome them. They didn't expect that they would introduce him first. As the two of them cursed in their hearts, they glanced to the side and saw that everyone had a very normal expression. Their mood worsened. This official greets the patrol envoy. When we heard that the patrol envoy had arrived, the county magistrate was very happy and quickly gathered us to welcome you. With the support of the county magistrate, the lives of the county people this year were much better. This is Wang Chang, County Magistrate Wang. Seeing that he was introduced first, Gongsun Mou quickly stepped forward and introduced the county magistrate. Hearing Gongsun Mou's words, County Magistrate Wang Chang's mood improved a little. When he saw Xiao Bei looking over, he also stepped forward and bowed with his hands folded. He said, "This official didn't know that the Lord was here and was late to welcome you. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. So you're saying that you've confessed? You've confessed to a capital crime, right? You don't have to die 10,000 deaths. You can choose your own way of dying. Hurry up." Xiao Bei nodded to Wang Chang and said, Wang Chang was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What was going on? They had just met and they wanted to kill him. Lord Zhang, what is this official's crime? Why must I die? Wang Chang swallowed his saliva and asked with a trembling voice. You said that you deserved to die 10,000 deaths for coming late. Are you kidding? Deceiving the emperor. We are patrolling on behalf of the heavens. Xiao Bei was still aggressive. She was angry because Wang Chang was too fat. The surrounding people were all thin and weak or had normal physiques. Only Wang Chang had a big belly and a round face. He looked like a big steamed bun, fair and tender. If there was no problem with being a businessman, how could an official be so fat? How could he be so fat when he was under the pressure of the county magistrate? His heart was too big. Looking at Gongsun Mo again, his eyes were full of spirit, the lines on his face were clear, and his hands were very rough. When he bowed just now, one could see the crack on his upturned thumb. It was understandable that he was not capable, but why didn't he go down there more often? Who wouldn't be angry when they saw a lazy and stupid official? Wang Chang didn't know that it was because of his body that caused trouble. He stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond. He couldn't really die, right? That would be too sullen. If he died because of a polite sentence, it would be recorded in the history books. The scene suddenly became quiet. No one made a sound, and even their breathing was controlled. County Magistrate Wang, tell us about Wenshan County. We will stand here and listen. At the same time, we can discuss with the locals. Xiao Yuan spoke at the right time. He knew very well that Xiao Bei didn't intend to kill anyone. That would be too unreasonable. Wang Chang heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Yuan gratefully. He nodded his head vigorously and said in a trembling voice, My county is Wenshan, under the jurisdiction of Maozhou. My original province is called Wenshan County, and the county is called Wenshan County. The county is called the governor's office. I asked you to talk about Wenshan County. Why are you talking about Maozhou? You want to be the provincial governor. If you want to know about the prefecture, you can ask Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan has already memorized it. We want to know about the current county's population, geography, production, economy, humanities, education, medical care, taxes, and policies. Cold sweat flowed down Wang Chang's forehead. Yes, I know my mistake. There are about 400 households in this county, and the population is estimated to be about 2,500 people. There are mountains, snow on the mountains, and sea. Oh, I remember, Longquan Mountain and Min Mountain are also under the jurisdiction of the county, right? Speaking of this, Wang Chang looked at Gongsun Moyu. Seeing him nod, he continued, production refers to the tribute, right? There is gold, cinnabar, and medicinal herbs. Yes, cinnabar is also a medicinal herb, yes. Gold is also a medicinal herb. The entire prefecture's tribute is medicinal herbs. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but speak. Yes, sir is right. As for the economy, the word economy is so familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. It's not about taxes, right? The economy is quite good. Our county's economy has always been good under the care of the imperial court. What does humanities mean? It's also very good. Education, we have a school. The school is big, and we can also have houses. Medical care, there are 2 doctors sent by DE Medical School. What are their names? Anyway, their medical skills are very good. In terms of taxes, they were exempted by County Magistrate Gongsun and reduced by half. Otherwise, our county magistrate would be very rich now. Gongsun Moyu, do you admit it? Wang Chang was angry when he talked about taxes. Although the county's income was many times more than before, if they didn't exempt taxes and didn't reduce taxes, wouldn't it be even more? Gong Sun Moyu didn't deny it and nodded in agreement. After Wang Chang finished complaining, he thought that Xiao Bei and the rest would teach Gong Sun Moyu a lesson. However, he found that Gong Sun Moyu was indifferent, so he could only continue, policy, policy. We plan to make the people rich and increase the county's income. We don't want the imperial court to worry, and we want others to praise us. What do you think? Chapter 1184. After finishing his report, Wang Chang nervously stared at Xiao Bei, waiting for his punishment. He seemed to have realized that his answer was not very good. Xiao Bei also stared at Wang Chang, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape in shock. After a while, he raised his hand and pointed at Wang Chang. You've worked hard. It's not hard, it's not hard. Everything is for the great Tang. This Wenshan County, under the care of His Majesty, the attention of the officials of the imperial court, and the concern of the provincial governor, combined with the local situation, and with the spirit of not fearing hardship, fatigue, or difficulty, we organized people to go deep into the mountains, forests, fields, and lakes. We had face-to-face contact with the common people and had heart-to-heart exchanges. We were anxious for the common people's needs and thoughts, and we adopted a series of effective measures to strengthen and enrich the common people. After 2 years of hard work and development, we have obtained gratifying results. At the same time, we have also discovered our own shortcomings. Through discussion and learning, we are gradually improving. I believe that it won't be long before a completely new Wenshan County will appear before the eyes of the Great Tang. This county will also stand tall among the Great Tang's strongest counties. Wang Chang's words were much more fluent than when he had first reported, coming out of his mouth. Xiao Bei's eyes were even wider than before, and his breathing became hurried. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His expression returned to normal, and he smiled. Very good. To tell the truth, before we came, we were still worried that our Wenshan County's development would not be good. But seeing you as the county magistrate, we are relieved. I have heard, seen, and truly understood. Under the leadership of County Magistrate Wang, Wenshan County has united together and done many things for the common people. This shows that Wenshan County's Yamen team is a team with fighting strength, a team with courage and wisdom, a team that can be brought out at any time to win a battle. In recent years, our Great Tang's economic situation has been very good. But speaking of which, there are specific counties that should be commended. Wenshan County has done very well in this regard, walking in front of the other counties. Accustomed to exploration, bold development, and careful verification, it has played the role of a leader. And in light of the county's actual situation, it has found a feasible and reliable path of development. This path is positive, it is upward, and it is paved with enthusiasm for the people. After speaking, Xiao Bei nodded at Wang Chang with a smile. County Magistrate Wang was dumbfounded. He knew that he did not speak well at the beginning, so he planned to use conventional words to fool him. He thought that bullying a child would not be a problem. When little Bei was confused, he would have passed the test. Who would have thought that Xiao Bei would actually say the same thing? He seemed to be even better than him. Trouble, big trouble. This feeling was very familiar. It was as if Shengguan Mingming was very angry, but he still smiled at you. Then, what awaited you would definitely be ruthless. Otherwise, he would scold you. The reason why he didn't scold you was because you were done for. Just like being beheaded, your last meal will be prepared for you. If you're about to die, no one will argue with you. Gong Sun Moyu lowered his head and did not say a word. The registrar closed his eyes. The county official looked at the county magistrate with pity. Everyone knew what was going on. But the common people around did not know that after hearing County Magistrate Wang Chang's shameless words, not only did Xiao Bei not teach him a lesson, he even praised him. Everyone was so anxious that their faces turned red. Just as one person was about to stand out and expose Wang Chong mercilessly, Xiao Bei put away his bright smile and looked at Gong Sun Moyu. He said, "Deputy County Magistrate Gong Sun, add a few words." "Yes." Gong Sun Moyu stepped forward and took a deep breath to calm himself down. His eyes looked away and he spoke as if he was reminiscing. This county's Wenshan is under the jurisdiction of Mao Zhou government. Last December, the final inspection showed that the area was 74,522 mu, including forests, fields, and lakes. There were 479 registered residents. There were also 4 single elderly people and 15 orphans who were not registered as registered residents. They were temporarily raised in the county. Yes. We raised the elderly and children that no one wanted, Wang Chong continued. County Magistrate Wang, please wait and listen to Deputy County Magistrate Gong Sun. Xiao Yuan raised his hand to Wang Chong. Gong Sun Moyu didn't show any dissatisfaction and continued, according to the census, there are 3,334 people in this county at the beginning of this month. There are also 95 pregnant women, of which 3 are twins. The birth month is delayed by 3 to 7 months. The rest are within 3 months of pregnancy and we haven't found out yet. At the end of last year, this county's financial income was 6,462 strings of coins and 103 coins. The total income from the rent of crops was 4,200 don and 6 dots. Of which, 720 don of barley, 2,900 don and 2 dots of millet, and 580 don and 4 dots of wheat. Because all miscellaneous taxes were exempted, the income from miscellaneous taxes was 0. Since the end of last year's frost, considering that this county has Longquan Mountain and Min Mountain, as well as lakes, there is not much suitable land for farming. In addition, it takes a long time to destroy forests and farmland, and the cost is too high. Therefore, this county's main agricultural income is not much and we mainly plant herbs. Combined with the natural geographical environment, the 22 villages mainly raised ducks in the early stage of laying eggs in the lakes. Due to the rich local mineral resources, we artificially made century eggs in exchange for income. The pilot villages, Erlong Village, Baihu Village, and Fenglai Village, raised goats and sheep. It is estimated that they will enter the harvest season in July this year. How many ducks? How many sheep and goats? Xiao Hai suddenly interrupted. Hearing this question, Wang Chong snickered. That was a good question. Who asked you to be so arrogant? I didn't even manage to answer those questions, and you dared to ask in such detail. Tell me. Usually, I can't beat you, but now, someone who can teach you a lesson is here. The people who came over were angry. Who asked this question? Why did he have to make things difficult for our good Deputy County Magistrate Gong Sun? It was that County Magistrate Wang Chong who deserved to die. Gong Sun Moyu's face was still calm. He took a deep breath, nodded and replied, by the 6th of April, the number of ducks raised in this county is 11,621. There are 591 male ducks, 109 female ducks, and 1021 ducklings. From the 6th of March to the 6th of April, 120,499 eggs were laid. 1,100 goats, 950 sheep, 50 male goats, 1,050 female goats, 910 female sheep, and 40 rams. In addition, there are 131 female goats with their young, and 44 sheep. In another 1 or 2 months, the children in the school will be able to drink goat milk. How do you know? Xiao Hai asked again. That's because from the 6th of March to the 6th of April, all the duck eggs, except for the spoiled ones, were made into century eggs. I was in charge of selling them. Every duck egg was the hard work of the people, so I didn't dare to be careless. How can I forget the people's hopes? Gong Sun Moyu's reply was full of righteousness and conviction. Good, good Deputy County Magistrate, our good Deputy County Magistrate. A person shouted loudly, and the other people followed suit. Clap 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 clap. Clap 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 clap. Under Xiao Bei's lead, Xiao Bei and the others started clapping. The rhythm was not fast, but each clap was shocking. The people followed suit and clapped for a long time before slowly stopping. Xiao Bei wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously. Gong Sun Moyu, you are good. We can rest assured that we will leave Wenshan County to you. There is no need to answer other questions here. Wait until we enter the yamen. I believe you will not be wrong. Let me ask you another question. We are very curious now. As a deputy county magistrate, you are able to do so much in the county. Which family do you come from? Or which famous place do you come from? We cannot believe that a person as young as you comes from an ordinary family. It is not that we look down on ordinary people, but it is too hard for us to accept. If you really come from an ordinary family, please tell us who your father and mother are. We want to thank them properly. Not only were Xiao Bei and the others curious, but the people were also puzzled. Where did their deputy county magistrate come from? Even the gloomier Wang Chang was waiting for Gong Sun Moyu's answer. He also could not understand. How could a subordinate who had only been here for 2 months be able to suppress him and the registrar to the point that they could not do anything? How was this person's family? Hearing Xiao Bei's question, Gong Sun Moyu's Weiwei was stunned. He sighed softly and reached into his chest. He slowly took it out and lowered his head to solemnly wear it on his left chest. When he raised his head again, his entire temperament had changed. He was no longer as humble and gloomy as before. There was a sharpness in his eyes, and his movements were steady. He had combined the two contradictory states together. There was a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. He said in a low voice but full of energy, I come from an ordinary family, but I am 16th in the entrance exam in the 15th year of Kaiyuan. I graduated from Jianjia Academy. Jianjia Academy's 9th World Lifelong Student, Gong Sun Moyu, greets the main family's young master and young lady. Ah. Jianjia. It's actually Jianjia. No wonder. The moment Gong Sun Moyu's words left his mouth, it caused an uproar among the crowd. The cartoon symbol on his chest with a reed pattern was also stared at by the crowd, and the people standing behind him quickly squeezed forward. Wang Chang only glanced at it and then stopped looking at the reed. He sighed and then muttered, no wonder you can't beat him. You're actually from Jinjia. You've graduated from Jinjia, so why did you come to the remote Wenshan County to bully us? You're originally an official from the capital, and the same rank is worthless in other places. You must have nothing better to do. Right now, no one cared about Wang Chang. Everyone was looking at Gong Sun Moyu, especially the eyes of the commoners. They were filled with happiness. Jianjia, the imperial court actually sent someone who graduated from Jianjia to this county. No wonder he was so powerful. He used 1.5 years to increase his income by around 10 times. He graduated from Jianjia Academy. They couldn't compare. Normal people couldn't compare. Xiao Bei and the others were also stunned. After a while, Xiao Bei reacted. His face darkened. He angrily questioned Gong Sun Moyu, you have the nerve to say you're from Jianjia. Look at yourself. What have you done? Ah. 1.5 years. This is 1.5 years. You've only done this. I feel ashamed for you. It seems that without anyone watching, the academy is getting worse and worse. They dare to let anyone out. You used 1.5 years to build Wenshan County to this state. Who let you graduate? Why did it become so loose? You can graduate just because you're a person. Ah. Gong Sun Moyu's forehead was covered with sweat and his face turned pale. The commoners were even more confused. Wang Chang's face turned redder. How embarrassing. Look, he was still praising him. Now that his identity was revealed, he was scolded. Damn, wasn't it enough to achieve this as a deputy district magistrate in 1.5 years? Just because he was from Jianzhou. Chapter 1185. Hearing Xiaobei's scolding, Gong Sun Moyu pressed his chin against his chest. He stared at his shoes and didn't dare to move at all. Tell me yourself, how much time did you waste? Look at your uncles and brothers and sisters. Look at what they are wearing. When we came here, we couldn't see the smoke with our binoculars. They didn't eat breakfast. Look at the road under your feet. I'm so tired from walking here. As a county deputy, you spent 1.5 years and still couldn't help the people of Zhong County get out of the situation. Are you worthy of their trust? Are you worthy of the people who sent you off by the Luoshui River? How dare you wear the Jinja symbol on your chest? The more Xiaobei spoke, the angrier she got. She pointed at the ground and then pointed at the faces of the people around them. Gong Sun Moyu looked back and forth with Xiaobei's words. He nodded fiercely. I didn't do well. I was too selfish. I let the people down. I deserve to die. Wait a minute, I don't understand. When Gong Sun Moyu admitted his guilt, the old man who had been standing beside them for a while spoke. At the same time, the old man took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch Xiaobei's head. He said, Girl, where are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Ah. Oh, brother and sister went to Yizhou Prefecture. We heard from Yizhou Provincial Governor in Yi that there is a very powerful official in Wenshan County, so we came here. Xiaobei raised her head and said. The old man nodded. Xiao Bao and Huan Huan are indeed busy. I heard that they are here to fight a war. Las, County Deputy County Magistrate Gong Sun is actually doing very well. All of you also said that he is very good. Why are you scolding him when you are here? The days in the county are getting better and better. Xiaobei shook her head and said, Uncle, it's not like that. You don't know. How can I not know? It's not easy for Gong Sun County Deputy. When he first came here, there were always people who made trouble for him. He spent 2 months to suppress the people who took the position but didn't do anything. It took him another year to make the lives of the people in the county better. The old man continued to plead for Gong Sun Moyu. Xiaobei continued to shake his head. Uncle, you really don't know. Jinjia's academy is different from other places. Other academies teach students all kinds of books, and it's not easy to enter. It was very easy for Jianjia to enter the school. Anyone could come, regardless of whether they were from an aristocratic family or from a poor family. However, it was difficult for them to graduate. The knowledge in the books was only the foundation. After graduation, they had to pass the administrative exam. Among them, it involved the local economic construction, as well as the game under different political environments. For example, the situation that Gong Sun Moyu encountered was very normal. It was very easy for a county deputy to suppress the registrar and county magistrate in the academy. A county magistrate like Wang Chang isn't worth mentioning at all. You heard him answer the question just now. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but any random person from Jinjia Academy who can't graduate can deal with him like a child's play. An uproar broke out in the surroundings again. Everyone looked at Wang Chang with different gazes. Wang Chang's face was so red that it was about to bleed. Yes, he didn't beat Gong Sun Moyu, but he shouldn't say it in front of so many people. He was a county magistrate after all. Couldn't he give him some face? It was just a matter of nodding his head to kill someone. Was it necessary to slap his face in front of him? The old man who stood out looked at the sky and pondered for a while. He said, I understand. Jinja Academy is very powerful. Gongsun is already very powerful. Anyway, he's just a county deputy. It's not easy for him to make many decisions. Uncle, let me tell you this. Not to mention that he's just a county deputy, he's just an ordinary official. As long as he's from Jinja, he has to complete his political ideas in various struggles with his superiors, colleagues, and subordinates. To put it simply, when he first arrived, there were a total of 100 people, including him. 99 people did not like him and bullied him. He had to fight against the 99 people while making the local people rich. If he did not have this ability, he could forget about graduating. No matter what methods he used, he had to fulfill his political demands. Otherwise, he would not be able to graduate. There are many people waiting to graduate in the academy. They're all smart people. They're definitely not ordinary people. That's why we're not satisfied. Xiao Bei revealed the background of the academy. Hearing this, the county magistrate Wang Cheng blushed with shame. It was so insidious to talk about seizing and cheating. Gongsun Moyu quickly echoed, yes, yes. My opponents before graduation are other people in the academy. They're also waiting to graduate. Some of them haven't graduated for 10 years. It's very difficult to suppress them and get things done at the same time. Whether they're willing or not, it's very difficult to get their approval. Compared to them, County Magistrate Wang Cheng and Wang Cheng are really like children. Our graduation exam is to find a real county and then send people to discuss with the county officials. We're their staff. They'll do whatever we say. At that time, I chose Qingxian, Hunan Province's Zizhou Province. At that time, I was only at Songchao. At that time, that Songchao was very obedient. He did whatever I said. Now, he has become a county magistrate. You can go to Qingxian now and you will know. Let's put it this way. Until the end, when I finished the basic construction of the county as a granary, I never stopped fighting. Back then, when those people fought with me, they didn't dare to sacrifice the lives of their people, but they used almost all of their methods. Of course, they didn't dare to kidnap the interests of the people. Otherwise, the main family, that is, the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui, would deal with him. Not to mention letting him graduate, they might even kill him directly. Even if he's a relative of the emperor, it's useless. Gongsun Moyu's words deeply agitated County Magistrate Wang again. He squatted on the ground and pulled his hair with both hands. Do you fucking look down on me so much? Didn't I cooperate with you very much? You asked me to stamp, I stamped. You asked me to issue an announcement, I issued an announcement. What else do you want? The local people once again looked at the reed symbol on Gongsun Moyu's left chest. At the same time, they understood how important this symbol was. Jian Jia really lived up to her reputation. She actually had to play like this to graduate. It was scary just hearing about it. The old man who asked the question also looked at Gongsun Moyu from head to toe. Then he nodded and said, "It's not easy, it's not easy. Look at our Gongsun kid." What, girl, even so, Gongsun kid is doing very well. What's so good about it? Why don't you understand? To reach this level, he doesn't need a year and a half. 1 year is enough. It's all a ready-made model. It's nothing more than adapting to local conditions and then developing. My brother and sister have summed up more than 100 models. It's not a problem to use them flexibly. And Jianjiao graduates don't become a motherless child after graduation. If he encounters any problems, he can ask the academy for help. The academy will immediately set up a special team to support him. He can also mobilize a lot of economic and information resources. Now you know who's behind Gongsun Moyu. According to my brother, at this moment, he's not fighting alone. If he really encounters a strong opponent that the Academy can't solve, the Academy will send a request for help to the retired grandpas of the Imperial Court who are idling at home. If the old grandpas also encounter problems, such as the economic experts like the Tokyo Zero in the beginning, or Fengqiao and Yamamoto in Japan, the information will be directly passed to my brother and sister. Uncle, tell me, isn't such support enough? Behind Gongsun Moyu are the students and teachers of the Academy, countless high-ranking officials of the Imperial Court, and the family power of the Zhang family and Wang family. Under such circumstances, he actually spent a year and a half to do something for the county. What do you think he did? While speaking, Xiaobei's finger was already pointing at Gongsun Moyu. It was a very impolite and disrespectful gesture. But Gongsun Moyu didn't dare to dodge. He pursed his lips, as if he was about to cry. The surrounding people didn't make any noise. Instead, they even controlled their breathing. The scene was quiet for a while. But their hearts were not calm at all. Some were shocked, some were happy, and some were moved. It turned out that the Imperial Court didn't just send an official from Jinja, but an unimaginably large group. It was a reassuring guarantee. The local situation wasn't important. What was important was that Gongsun Moyu, the person from Jinja Academy, had come. After a while, the old man said to Gongsun Moyu, "Gongsun, what's going on? We don't blame you. In our opinion, you've done very well. We were afraid that you couldn't satisfy the Academy. Actually, it's also our fault. If we had known that you were from Jinja, we would have definitely helped you push the county magistrate and registrar down on the day you took office. Our Winshan County is different from the counties near the capital. If we say that someone can't do it, that person has to go down. Even if the emperor says so, it's the same unless he sends troops to destroy us. In the past, our officials were all chosen by ourselves. Later, the Imperial Court, or more accurately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, settled the Tubo and Tujue. Only then did we allow the Imperial Court to send officials. When County Magistrate Wang Chong came, we thought that he was good. Our days were better than before. Until you came, we realized that Wang Chong was really useless. We're not afraid of not knowing what's good, but we're afraid of comparing. Tell us properly. If you really can't do it, we'll be your guarantor." The old man's words were true, and the people around him echoed. What they meant was that although what he did was not good in the Academy's eyes, they approved of him. He had done very well. The main problem was that the Academy's requirements were too high. Gongsun Moyu's tears finally fell. He wiped them with his sleeve and replied, "No, it's my fault. I didn't use the Academy's resources. I wanted to do things with my own ability. I didn't want to rely on the Academy, so I did a lot of the coordination myself. Take the century eggs for example. It's not difficult to produce century eggs. I learned in the Academy that the difficult part is selling them. I personally went to Chengdu to sell them. Each trip took a long time. Also, I followed every sale because I was afraid that you would be cheated. To be honest, there was no need to go through so much trouble. I just sent a telegram to the telegraph office in Maozhou. There are people who graduated from the academy in Chengdu. They would help to collect information and contact the sales channels. Then I would arrange for you to go there. They would receive you there. I could spare some time to do more things for the county. But I didn't do it. To be honest, even if I didn't make century eggs, I could sell them easily if I made salted duck eggs. For example, if I went to the candy house and sold salted duck eggs to them, they wouldn't give a low price. Half a salted duck egg every day is good for the children's health. I'm going to die of anger. Gongsun Moyu, you make me even angrier than County Magistrate Wang. Let me ask you, do you know what is called Jianjia? Xiao Bei covered his chest with one hand and asked while panting. It's reeds. Gongsun Moyu answered. Xiao Hai interrupted, it's good that you know. There are many students in Jinjia. They are all reeds. Reeds are not as beautiful as flowers. Reeds are not as strong as trees. Reeds are not as effective as ginseng. Reeds are not as tasty as cucumbers. Reeds can't even be compared to those branches that can only be burned as firewood. But why did the academy name it Jinjia? Because Jinjia grew among the clouds. Because one could see people in the depths of Jinjia. A single reed is nothing. Only continuous reeds can make a pond. When there are many reeds, one can make all kinds of things. Others say that we are smart. What are we smart for? We are 9 people, each with their own strengths. We are all like you. We have to show off. If we are separated, the Tang patrol will be useless. Even so, we have many problems that we can't solve. We have to ask our brothers and sisters for help. Why? It's not that we are humbly asking for help. It's that we are afraid of doing things that will hinder others. We can't refuse to ask our brothers and sisters for help because of our little thoughts. That will hurt many people. This is called responsibility. Do you know how to write the word responsibility? Do you know? When you become the deputy county magistrate, you don't just represent yourself. You also have to be responsible for the 3,334 people in the county. You also have to be responsible for the 98 unborn children. There are 22 villages in the county and 479 households are counting on you. The tax of 6,462 strings of coins and 103 coins is not worth showing off. The monthly production of 120,499 duck eggs is not your capital. It's just a number. If the 9 of us held power in Winshan County, do you believe that we can do better than you? Give us a year and we can remember everyone's name. We can understand every inch of land because we have the talent. Yes, every child is a genius. The 9 of us are the same. But I dare say that we only need 8 months to reach your current level. In a year, we can surpass you by several times. It's not that we are capable, but that we know how to use resources. You don't use the resources and insist on showing yourself. You have angered me. Gong Sun Moyu looked at Xiao Hai in shock. He made a sound of agreement and then stopped talking. After all, it was useless to explain. The others were also shocked. Gong Sun Moyu had only said it once. They didn't expect him to remember it. He even said it so accurately that even the unborn children were included. The old man who asked didn't continue to defend Gong Sun Moyu. The truth was that Gong Sun Moyu didn't use any resources and wanted to do something for himself. Then, he wasted time. Although it was amazing that he could reach this level in a year, this wasn't everything. If Gong Sun Moyu wanted to, he could do even better. Gong Sun, you can't think about doing things for yourself in the future. You came from Jinjia, how can you escape from Jinjia? You said that you don't use resources, but what you learned in Jinjia is already resources. Yes, I'll change, I'll definitely change. Compared to my fellow villagers, I know, I'm just a reed. Only in the depths of the reeds can one see his beloved. Little young master, little miss, please give me one more chance. Gong Sun Moyu said to the surrounding people, and then nervously faced Xiao Bei. Don't make it sound so pitiful. I can't kill you. If I want to kill someone, I have to kill Wang Chong first. At least you have done a lot for the county. Don't you think so, County Magistrate Wang? Xiao Bei turned to look at Wang Chong. Don't kill me, my family has. There is an 80-year-old mother and a child crying piteously for food. I know, I will investigate later to see if you have embezzled a lot of money or bullied the people. We will talk about it when the time comes. County Magistrate Gongsun, tell us about the future development plan of this county. We can't stay here for a long time. Tell us, we will help you think about it. Xiao Bei glanced at Wang Chang and said to Gong Sunmoyu. Plan. The plan has to be changed. Originally, I didn't want to trouble others. Now that I want to use resources, I have to change it. Gong Sunmoyu hesitated and said. Chapter 1186. A gust of wind blew and Xiao Bei shivered. He looked at the mud wall in front of him through the gaps in the crowd and said, Let's go in first. It's windy outside. Last night, the tent was so noisy. I didn't sleep well. The girl must have been tired, said the old man who had walked over with a pained expression. It's not me, it's the rest of the team. Go in and arrange a place for them to sleep. Let's go. Xiao Bei led the way. With Gong Sunmoyu by his side, Wang Chang's position as county magistrate could not be reflected. He could only follow a few steps behind, afraid and aggrieved. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, he turned his head and muttered, Didn't they say that the Zhang family and Wang family servants and guards are the best in the Great Tang? Won't the wind tire them out? What are you talking about? I hate it when people talk behind my back. So what if they're elites? Elites are still people. Normally, they don't need to be so fatigue-resistant. Or are you trying to tell us that in Wenshan County, our people need to maintain the same vigilance? Are you worried about yourself or the people in the county? Xiao Bei turned around and asked Wang Chang. Before Wang Chang could explain, the surrounding locals glared at him angrily. It looked like they wanted to tear him apart. An older woman with wrinkles on her face held a wooden staff and knocked it on the ground twice. She looked at Wang Chang and said hatefully, Useless thing, you can't be a county magistrate. You don't know how to speak. The bad guys don't know that Xiao Bei and the others are rushing over. Who in the county can harm them? If someone dares to do something bad, we'll find them even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, just like Xuanyang. Hearing the old woman's words, it was clear what she was talking about. A group of young people had almost been blown up by a gunpowder boat in Xuanyang by the Yangtze River. Looking at the situation, the speed at which this news spread was extremely fast. Even the remote mountains knew about it. Wang Chang opened his mouth but did not say a word. Afraid of being attacked, he lowered his head and continued to feel wronged. Xiao Bei sighed, shook his head, and walked forward. He knew that Wang Chang was depressed. Not all local officials were as capable as Gong Sunmoyu. Their abilities were limited, and most of them were just maintaining the status quo. This was especially true for people in remote areas. If they couldn't come up with a short-term plan to get rich, others would reject them. As long as he could let the locals continue to live without rebelling, he would be a good official for the imperial court. As for making the local people rich, that was something that only capable officials could do. Logically speaking, Wang Chang, the county magistrate, was not in the wrong. Unless he was found to be corrupt, accepting bribes, abusing his power for personal gain, or bullying the people, even if he used the money in the wrong place or did something wrong out of kindness, he could not be punished. Of course, if he really did break the other rules, even if he was greedy for 100 copper coins, it would still be a heavy crime. Thinking about this, Xiao Bei looked at Gong Sunmoyu who was following him. He thought that since the lives of the local people were better, and the county's revenue had increased a few times, it would not be a problem for him to covet a few hundred strings of coins. There was no such thing as fairness and impartiality in this world. Uncle, can I ask you something? Xiao Bei suddenly asked the old man beside him. Don't mention one, I will answer as many as you ask. I will tell you everything I know. The old man said happily. Wang Chang suddenly said, Yes, I will tell you everything I know. Shut up, do you know? Do you know how to make us live a good life? The old man reprimanded. If it was before Xiao Bei and the others came, he would not dare to talk about the county magistrate. But now, he was not afraid. He probably would not be the county magistrate for long. Even if he continued to be the county magistrate, he was not afraid. If the provincial governor made a mistake, he would still dare to scold him in front of Xiao Bei and the others. Do you still have the guts to take revenge? Try it. If you take revenge today, someone will raid your house tomorrow. Taking revenge because of what Xiao Bei and the others did was to prevent the people from speaking to the emperor. If the path of speaking was not smooth, the fate of the nation would not be smooth. What kind of crime did you commit? Wang Chang seemed to have thought of this as well, so he did not even dare to look at the old man angrily. Uncle, don't worry about him. Let me ask you. Do you like an official who is not greedy and is dedicated to the people but cannot make your lives better, or do you like an official who is very smart and can make your lives dozens of times better with just a little bit of effort, but will also steal some of the money? Xiao Bei asked. Since ancient times, this topic had its own right and wrong. The old man was stunned by the question. When the group entered the range of the earth wall, he smacked his lips and said, in my opinion, it depends on the place. For example, in Wenshan, we can't eat meat twice a year. When we finally hunt something in the mountains, we have to make it into dried meat and take it outside to exchange for oil and salt. When there is a shortage of food, wild vegetables are good things. When you are hungry, grass roots and tree bark are also good. If the county magistrate wants to be greedy and live a good life, we can't wait to eat his meat and drink his blood. If it is that brat Gongsun, after 1 or 2 years, he can be greedy if he wants to. It is not easy for him. He can't be rich while we suffer. People's hearts are made of flesh. We also want him to live a good life. If the higher-ups really come to investigate, I don't know about others. I will help to speak up and stop it if I can. Your Sanshui County is definitely different. Everyone is rich and usually does not lack things. You are just an official to help maintain the status quo. What right do you have to be greedy? When you take the money that should be used in the county, what will other people use? The people of your Sanshui County are not greedy, right? Dare. Lend them 100 guts and I will let them live to earn but not to spend. In fact, there are no officials in my county who are greedy. The money that is earned is not as good as the money that is earned after doing a good job. The eyes of the common people are bright. Uncle, do you think Wang Chang, the county magistrate, is greedy? Xiao Bei seemed to have understood a problem and led the topic to Wang Chang. Wang Chang instantly felt that winter had come, and it came when he was standing on the top of Min Mountain. If he really said that he was greedy, his crime would be increased by 5 levels and he would be beheaded. I am not greedy. Thinking of his head, Wang Chang shouted at the top of his voice. Xiao Bei said lightly, reason does not depend on the loudness of your voice. I am really not greedy. Look, all of you, look at my clothes. Wang Chang continued to shout. As he spoke, he lifted his outer official robe, revealing the inner lining. The material of the inner lining was not bad. The men came over and touched it. They looked at each other and nodded. The man said, the second-class brocade of Sichuan has fine stitches and smooth silk. The only shortcoming is that the embroidery is not good. The first-class top grade is much better, such as Xiaoxian's inner lining. Xiaoxian, come here and let everyone have a look. The man thought that he and others were not wearing Sichuan brocade but fine cotton, so he had to call the maid over and lift the outer coat to reveal the inner lining. He said to the people around, this is first-class top-grade Sichuan brocade. County Magistrate Wang's clothes are worth 5 coins. But it seems that he has been wearing it for many years. There are patches on it and the silk on his stomach is almost broken. Thank you, good people. Wang Chang, who was relieved, said gratefully. At the same time, he looked at the maid Xiaoxian enviously. Even a maid is better dressed than me. Why don't you unruly people say that a maid is not well dressed? Of course, the unruly people did not care how well-dressed the maids of the Zhang family and the Wang family were. The inner courtyards of the Zhang family and the Wang family were legendary. It was said that any one of them could be a good local official. Half of the officials in the Tang Empire suddenly died, so it was not a problem to replace the inner courtyards of the two families. What the unruly people cared about was whether County Magistrate Wang Chang was pretending or not. So they all came forward and touched County Magistrate Wang's clothes, leaving various handprints on them. Wang Chang's heart twitched when he was touched. He gritted his teeth and endured it. It was just a piece of clothing. It was better than losing his life. The patches are not new. Finally, someone made a conclusion. No. Someone echoed. It has been worn for many years. The silk here has been ruined. County Magistrate Wang, who was about to collapse, suddenly felt that most of the people in the county were good people. The old lady who spoke first, although wrinkled now, was definitely a beauty in her 20s. There was also a little boy who left black handprints and said that the silk was ruined. When he grew up, he was guaranteed to be a pillar of the country. He could easily become the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Xiao Bei and the 9 little guys were also puzzled. They gathered their heads together and muttered for a while. Xiao Bei turned back and asked, Wang Chang, did you deliberately wear a tattered piece of clothing to deal with us? I'll say this. If you really did something wrong, just say it directly. As long as you didn't kill someone or break up your family, we won't pursue it further. However, if you dare to lie to us, you can expect that our Zhang family and the Wang family are not good at investigating. Once we find out, the dozens of people standing on the Vermilion Bird Street in the capital's Chang and city will have one more partner. The family of the Hongnong County Magistrate, Yan Zheng, is still alive. Xiao Bei began to scare Wang Chang. Yan Zheng's family did not die because of the little girl. They were sent back from Japan and arranged to be somewhere else. However, outsiders did not know and thought that the whole family had been executed. The reason why Yan Zheng was so tenacious was because he knew that his family was still alive. During the new year, the little girl even came to visit him once. She sat in the car and lifted the curtains to look. This also allowed him to see the son that his pregnant wife had shown him when he was caught. Then, he needed to cooperate and shout to every passing official that if he did not die in 20 years, he could reunite with his family. Although he knew that he might not be able to hold on for 20 years, he was still willing to do it. It was enough to see his family once a year. Most of the others were caught in the previous fraud and religious incident. Only a few of them were officials from other places. To them, death was a kind of benevolence. They had to live so that the other officials could see how their bodies were gradually rotting away. They could see medical apprentices operating on their bodies and cutting off their rotten flesh to treat them. They could see their various reactions when they were about to be pierced with a new needle. Wang Chang had seen it before. During the new year, he had returned to the capital with the other local officials to discuss how to support Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in their western expedition this year. The capital was even colder than Wenshan. One of the officials who had been caught had one of his legs frozen. Then, he was arranged to see the medical students explain how to deal with it on the spot. At the time, the official's leg was already black. On it were bulging and broken frostbites. Then, he was splashed with boiling water to record his skin reaction when he was suddenly exposed to heat after frostbites. In the end, his leg was sawed off and he was injected with a few injections of a newly developed drug. Before returning to Wenshan, he saw that person again and found that he was still alive. This showed that the medicine was good and that the medical students had superb medical skills. But no matter what, he did not want to personally experience the medical students' superb medical skills on the Vermilion Bird Street. When he thought of this, Wang Chang swallowed his saliva and said, "The clothes are definitely not for show. I don't usually do bad things. Then why are you white and plump, while Gong Sun Moyu is dark and thin? Xiao Bei inquired about his skin color and figure. Chapter 1187. Wang Chang looked at himself, stretched out his hand and touched his face and stomach. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that Gong Sun Moyu wasn't dark and thin, he was just dark. How could he not be dark when he was running around outside all day? But he couldn't excuse himself by blaming others. If he angered Xiao Bei and the others, he might be dragged to the capital. I can prove that in the past 1.5 years, County Magistrate Wang didn't get a single penny from the county government for his own enjoyment, Gong Sun Moyu said righteously. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued, because after I came to the county, I knew the money in the county government. Part of the money that was handed over to the imperial court last year is in the Tang Bank in the state capital. Last year, there were 12 groups of inspectors. If County Magistrate Wang really used the money, I reported it. Since the end of the new year this year, our finances have always been open to the public. We have told the common people every coin we need. Until now, there have been 5 groups of inspectors. If there is really a problem, when the inspectors ask the people, the villagers will tell the truth. Yes, County Magistrate Gongsun is right. Every month, they come for inspection. I am timid and won't spend the county's money, Wang Chang quickly said. Don't change the concept. I asked you why you are white and fat. You told me that you didn't spend the county's money. You didn't spend the county's money. It can only mean that you are not greedy, but it can't mean that you have no problems. For example, you took bribes, or you used your position to bully people, or you didn't pay when you ate in the restaurant. Xiao Bei still thought that Wang Chang's body couldn't be easily nourished in the tough environment of the county. After Wang Chang heard Xiao Bei's question, he began to stutter. Obviously, he was right. Gong Sun Moyu said, what I can say is that County Magistrate Wang didn't pay when he ate, and he has 3 fixed restaurants. Every time, the restaurants give County Magistrate Wang money. The lowest is 20 to 30 coins, and the highest is 50 to 100 coins. You can even get money from eating. Good thing, why haven't I seen it before? County Magistrate Wang, you tell me, I will learn from you. There is such a wonderful thing in the world, good. Xiao Bei began to clench his teeth. I'm innocent. A person came out of the crowd with a rolling pin in his hand. Seeing that everyone was looking at the weapon in his hand, 4 people grabbed his clothes and hurriedly threw the rolling pin on the ground. They were scared because at least 20 guns were pointed at them. Help him pick it up. What kind of weapon can the rolling pin be? At critical moments, what the rolling pin can do, the fist and the head can do as well. Newcomer, who did you say was wronged? Little Hai didn't believe that someone would stupidly rush over and attack with a rolling pin. That rolling pin was no more than 2 feet long. The guns were put away, and some people picked up the rolling pin, but they didn't hand it to the people who had squeezed in. County Magistrate Wang, I'm innocent. I overheard people saying that he doesn't pay for his meals and wants to pay for them. I'm innocent. He often eats in my shop. Why do you say he's resentful? Because he doesn't just eat, he also helps to cook. County Magistrate Wang's cooking skills were simply superb. Oh, my surname is Zhang, and my name is Wretched Ming. The person who called himself Zhang Kai gave Wang Chang a thumbs up when he praised him. Xiao Bei and the others didn't say anything. They looked at Zhang Kai and signaled for him to continue. Zhang Kai seemed to be slightly nervous. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and continued, County Magistrate Wang's best cooking skills are his knife skills and deep frying skills. That knife is very good. When cutting radishes, a few radishes added together are not even as thick as a strand of hair. He also deep-fried things. The same pot, the same oil, and the same things. County Magistrate Wong's deep-fried food is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How good is it? Let me tell you something. You know about pork and fish, right? After County Magistrate Wong's hand-frying, putting it in the pot and deep-frying, the outside of the pork will be crispy, and the inside of the fish will be juicy. It's fragrant and fresh. Those who have eaten it can testify. Every time County Magistrate Wong comes to my shop to eat, I've asked you to join in the fun. Let's not talk about how good he is as a county magistrate. Let's talk about his cooking skills. I gave him money, right? Yes. I've eaten it too. It's delicious. Vegetable dumpling, don't talk nonsense. County Magistrate Wong's deep-frying skills are better than yours. Don't put gold on your face. Xiao Bei looked at the old man beside him and the old woman with the stick. Seeing that the two of them did not object, he believed a lot more. He then looked at County Magistrate Wong and suddenly laughed. Ah, are you a chef or a county magistrate? No wonder you're white and fat. You're a typical foodie. You don't care about the affairs of the people in the county. You go to other people's restaurants to eat and cook for them. Don't you think it's a waste of your talent to be a county magistrate? Yes, foodie. I'm a foodie. I don't deserve to be a county magistrate, Wang Chong said. I don't understand. You're a foodie. How did you become a county magistrate? You should be a chef. Xiao Bei was depressed. Who made Wang Chong the county magistrate? What a scam. I took the exam. In the 6th year of Kaiyuan, I was ranked 42nd. I was working in the imperial court, but I found that the salary was too little. The land next to my house was the land of other high-ranking officials. I wanted to raise pigs, but they said it smelled bad. I wanted to dig a pond to raise fish, but they were afraid that the pond water would flow into their fields and drown the seedlings, so they didn't let me dig. Later, I had to cook for my superior for half a month before he helped to transfer me away. Then, when Shan County lacked a county magistrate, I asked for help and got transferred to Wenshan. I knew about this place before I came. There are many wild animals in the mountains and many medicinal herbs. It's perfect for cooking. When Wang Chong talked about eating, he drooled. He swallowed twice to prevent the saliva from flowing out of his mouth. Xiao Bei patted his head twice. I really don't know what to say. I believe in Chef Zhang's words now. The food you cook must be delicious. I don't think it's right to say that a person who chose to be an official and choose a place to eat is not delicious. Have you been starving since you were young? No, I was able to eat when I was young because of my mother. My father died early, and my mother raised the 6 of us. At that time, Wang Chong began to talk about his family matters. He said that his mother had suffered a lot in order to raise the 6 of them. When they were young, they ate first, and their mother would eat after they were done. If there was nothing left, their mother would just drink some dishwater and consider it as eating. Later, he swore to the heavens and his ancestors that one day, when he was successful, he would definitely let his mother eat good food every day. Before he took the imperial examinations, he helped others copy books and earned money to buy ingredients for his mother to cook. Then, when he took the imperial examinations, he actually passed. Then, while he was an official, he used his salary to buy all kinds of food for his mother, wife, and children. As long as he was at home, he wouldn't let others cook. When it became a habit, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't cook for a day. No matter where he became an official, he had to consider what the local food could be eaten, so that when he brought his family there, they could eat delicious food. He was frugal in his daily life. If his clothes were torn, his wife would mend them. He was not allowed to throw away leftovers. After all, his mother used to drink the dishwater. If he threw away the leftovers, he was afraid of being struck by lightning. When he arrived at Wenshan, he found that there were many wild animals. However, the county was poor, far worse than before. In the past, he could always get some benefits from other places, but there was nothing in Wenshan County. He really wanted to be greedy, but his mother wouldn't let him. She said that the commoners had a hard life, and if he spent this money, he would sooner or later suffer retribution. He would rather continue drinking the dishwater than eat the food bought with the greedy money. Otherwise, he would starve to death. Therefore, Wang Chang changed his method when he felt that his salary was not enough. He went to 3 good restaurants in the county to help. After he earned money, he went back to buy ingredients and cooked for his family. With his good skills, he lived well for the past few years. Every year, he could cook bear paws for his mother twice. Then, with the arrival of Gong Sun Moyu, he found that he couldn't beat him. Fortunately, Gong Sun Moyu was capable, so he put down the matters in the county and focused on cooking. I really didn't do anything bad. Wang Chang promised again. You still say you didn't do anything bad. This is considered inaction. Fortunately, Gong Sun Moyu came. Otherwise, the commoners in the county would have been cheated to death by you. Xiao Bei pointed at Wang Chang and said, I plead guilty. I deserve to die. Wang Chang lowered his head. Xiao Bei sighed. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Yuan's shoulder, shaking it back and forth. Xiao Yuan, why do we have such a hard life? Can't we encounter a simpler case? Investigate the evidence and chop off the head. Everyone is nimble. Look at what kind of people we met. When we investigated at the seaside, they were so capable that we could only give them a warning. When we investigated at Fengzhou, it was a fellow who was also used. Moreover, he was slick. It's the same now. You said you killed him, but he was filial. He also knows how to be thrifty. Moreover, he helped the restaurant to cook, which can be considered to have improved the food conditions of some people. But if you don't teach him a lesson, he hasn't done anything for the past few years. He only thinks about how to cook good food. It's too torturous. Xiao Yuan felt the same. He nodded and comforted Xiao Bei. Life, this is life. He won't be able to be a county magistrate. Why don't we send him to the front? Why? Let him do business. Xiao Bei pursed his lips and asked. Let him go to the front to study the ingredients there. In the future, when we conquer the place, we will develop it. Food is the most important thing to the people. Let him go there and try. Xiao Yuan suggested. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said unhappily, it's enough to have brother. Didn't brother cook for us before? He said that the food that might appear there in the future is called curry or something. It's disgusting just thinking about it. I admit that he has been ambitious since he was young. He cooks well, but it depends on who he is compared to. His knife skills are good, but is he as pretty as brother when he's throwing knives? When frying pork and fish, it's nothing more than roasting the pork slightly to remove the moisture. When wrapping the fish, the inner layer of the pork is smeared with starch to moisturize it. If the weather is cold, the frozen fish is used. After frying it, it will be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside like juice. Right, County Magistrate Wang. Wang Chang was listening by the side. In the beginning, he was nervous when he heard the two of them deciding his life and death. When he heard Xiao Bei's method, he immediately forgot about his nervousness and asked in surprise, You? How? How did you know? I have an exclusive secret recipe. The soup in the buns is just frozen first. My family's recipe is not leaked to outsiders. Pooey. My family runs a restaurant, between the clouds and the water, and they have served soup dumplings many years ago. You think you are good at it, but have you eaten the real soup dumplings? My brother's food is the best delicacy in the world, Xiao Bei said proudly. I will definitely ask for advice when I have the time, Wang Chang replied unconvinced. You have the time, but my brother doesn't. Right, I almost forgot. Your brother is Xiao Bao. He won't play with me. Wang Chang appeared very depressed. The difference in status was too great. Find a place to rest first. We will talk about your matter later. Don't worry, you won't die. At most, you will suffer a little. Gong Sun Moyu, think of a plan and tell us later. If we can't solve it, we can look for brother and sister. I believe that brother and sister are definitely better than you. Xiao Bei, who realized that he still couldn't directly kill the officials, quickened his pace. At the same time, he felt that this was good. It meant that there were fewer problems with the officials in Tang Dynasty. If there were officials everywhere that deserved to die, Tang Dynasty would be in danger. Chapter 1188. There were all kinds of houses in the county. Some were made of wood, some were made of bamboo, and some were made of mud with thatch. The streets were also very narrow. Not to mention compared to Chang'an, it was even worse than an ordinary village. The main road could only accommodate 2 carriages side by side. The people who came later were worried that if someone happened to be walking on the road, where would the person hide? My county has decided to build a 4-lane road within a year and ensure that the road is sturdy, regardless of rain or drought. County Magistrate Wang, you don't have to say any more. There are houses by the roadside. If the road is to be built, the houses will be demolished. If we want to build, we should build the road leading to the outside first. The county will deal with it first. When the days are better in the future, the people will naturally choose a spacious place to build their houses. Xiao Bei was too embarrassed to tell Wang Chang directly that he had no authority to build the road. He was about to leave the position of county magistrate and Gong Sun Moyu would take over his position. Wang Chang lowered his head and did not say anything. Gong Sun Moyu asked, "Where are you going to rest?" "Find a spacious place and set up our tents. I can see that you don't have a good place to settle us down. Where is the spacious place in the county?" "If you want to talk about spacious, it's naturally outside the city. If it's inside the city, there's a place for the school." Gong Sun Moyu thought for a while and gave a place, the school. Xiao Bei waved his hand, "Let's go to the school." The large group of people and horses started to move towards the school. The 9 children kept frowning. There was a sewage ditch by the roadside, just in front of the houses or shops. It was originally covered with wooden planks or stones, but because of the lack of maintenance, many of the ditches were exposed. They could clearly see the black mud in the ditch and some white things that were soaking in it. As there was no rain for the past 2 days, the things in the ditch could not be flushed out. They were piled up there to ferment and grow mold, causing flies to fly around constantly. There were also unknown fungi growing around the wooden houses. There were all kinds of grass on the mud houses. It seemed that the owner was not in the mood to care. A maid wanted to run to the road in front to help with the incense, but was stopped by Xiao Bei and others. She said that she was not that precious. Although the smell was not good, it was real. In fact, the little ones were worried that once they used the incense, they would distance themselves from the locals. The smell was bad, but it was not easy to get back the people's hearts. Not to mention that it was just a sewage ditch. Even if it was a dung soup, when the local people entered, he and the others would have to follow. Moreover, they would have to be the kind of people who would chat and laugh and never leave each other's side. Zhang Fang tugged on Gong Sun Moyu's sleeves, and when Gong Sun Moyu turned his head, she said, "The only thing that's lacking is the hygiene. My house is very clean now, no one pees and pees everywhere." 2 large latrines were built at home. Not only was the village clean, but there was also a lot of fertilizer. My family is in the mountains of Wing Prefecture. It's a big stronghold. My father told me about it. Only then did Gong Sun Moyu remember that the little ones were not all from Sanshui County. There were also people from other tribes. They were even more independent than the Wenshan tribe. Normal officials could not control them, for example, Ani, who was also beside him. The main reason is that the medical conditions are not good enough. There are only 2 doctors who have just graduated and a few apprentices sent by the imperial court from the medical academy. The medicinal herbs they brought with them have been used up. Now they are using soup medicine. Speaking of which, it's not easy for people to enter the medical academy now. They need to learn 2 systems. They need to know how to use the stethoscope. Once the stethoscope is broken, they need to immediately take the arm's pulse. When the medicine from the pharmaceutical factory is used up, they need to write down the herbal prescription. Gong Sun Moyu explained the current situation. It was not that they did not want to do a good job in medical hygiene, but that there were not enough doctors. Zhang Fang was obviously not satisfied with this answer. You are shirking your responsibility. I don't care if it's easy for doctors or not. That's their problem. Although it's 2 systems, it's actually 1. If you insist on opposing them, of course it's 2 systems. Without doctors, without medical staff, what does it have to do with hygiene? Wenshan has many minerals, gypsum and lime, which can be used for sterilization. Is it difficult to build a large latrine? Yes, I didn't consider it thoroughly. Gong Sun Moyu nodded and admitted. He did not explain that he had been busy helping the locals become rich. Jianjia's people did not need to explain. If you dare to say that you were negligent, then you were not capable enough. The little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family also did not consider the difficulty of the process. They only needed to know the result. It was not that they were unreasonable, but they were used to overcoming any difficulties. When did their brothers and sisters complain? At this moment, Gong Sun Moyu's heart was full of piety and awe. He decided that after he became the county magistrate, he would consider the problems in the county more comprehensively and in more detail. He did not want to weaken Jianjia's reputation. They walked all the way to the front of the county yamen. The place seemed to be much more spacious. The yamen's door was pushed back more than 10 meters. Although the bluestone in front of the door was also damaged, it was still flat. However, there were no stone lions in the yamen, nor were there any drums for the people to play. The left and right doors were no longer painted. A few small wild bees had settled down in the holes of the doors. There was obviously a big green insect on the stairs that was slowly being dragged by ants to their home. They continued to walk forward and finally saw a 2-story house. It was a restaurant. The sign hanging in front of the door was fluttering in the wind. A man dressed as a waiter got a small stool and sat at the door, holding his chin and curiously looking at the team. When he saw the rice seedling flag fluttering together with the sign above the team, he stood up immediately, his eyes shining. His legs were trembling, he did not know whether to walk forward or hide in the house. The county magistrate, Wang Chang, had a good relationship with this restaurant. He introduced, Ishan Pavilion is the best restaurant in the county. The home-brewed local wine has the best taste. It is soft but not greasy, spicy but not spicy. It has a lingering aftertaste. Even if you drink too much, your head will not hurt. Alright, stop bragging. I have never heard of anyone who drank too much not having a headache. They can drink too much because of alcohol. How can one's head not hurt when there is alcohol? Xiao Bei did not stop and continued to walk forward. Alcohol is purer than other wines. Wang Chang explained. Is medical alcohol pure or not? Other than distilled water, there is only alcohol. Drink it and see if your head hurts. The best house in the county is actually a restaurant. Tell me, you are the county magistrate. Xiao Bei did not continue to talk to Wang Chang. Instead, he expressed his dissatisfaction to Gong Sun Moyu. Gong Sun Moyu paused for a moment. No, the best restaurant is this restaurant. The best house is definitely not this. Then I will see which house is the best. Xiao Bei began to consider whether he should replace Gong Sun Moyu and get a few people from the academy to help build Wenshan. After walking slowly for nearly half an hour, Xiao Bei finally suppressed the idea of replacing Gong Sun Moyu when he saw the scenery in front of him. He saw 6 three-story buildings made of a mixture of mud bricks, bamboo, and wood. The distance between each building was at least 30 meters. At the very front, there was a beautiful bamboo fence. The fence at the entrance was relatively high, and there were 2 thick and long logs standing there. Together, the logs supported a horizontal board with the words Wenshan School written in large letters. The first half of the couplet on the right read, "The wind whistles through the 4 seasons, chilling people to the bone." The second half of the couplet on the left read, "The sound of books will purify and warm the hearts of people for eternity." Xiao Bei and the others narrowed their eyes and smiled. Just as Gong Sun Moyu said, the place was big enough. At a glance, the field in front was about 400 meters long and 200 meters wide. There were seesaws, slides, swings, and everything else. Children as small as wearing open-crotch pants and as big as 1.5 meters tall were running around and playing. The most important thing was that all the children were wearing the same cloth and the same color. It was obvious that they were all custom-made. Wenshan County was poor. One could tell by looking at the road and the clothes the locals wore. It was amazing that such a poor place had such a beautiful school. Especially when it was impossible to build a school in a day. It would take at least half a year. However, it was winter a year ago. How could a mud brick house be built in winter? This meant that Gong Sun Moyu started building the school not long after he arrived. The problem was, where did the money come from? Not bad, not bad. We will borrow the school field first. When we leave, we will give you a borrowing fee. Xiao Bei decided to rest in the school. No need, no need. The registrar, who had not had a chance to speak, finally spoke up. Xiao Bei glared at him with his watery eyes. Who doesn't need it? Do you think I am compensating you? You have such a thick face. You are using the children's benefits to curry favor with your superior, right? Remember, we adults must not violate the children's benefits. Even animals know how to protect their calves, let alone humans. I know my mistake, I know my mistake. The registrar, who had just had a chance to speak, repeatedly agreed. However, he cursed in his heart. Aren't you also a child? Why are you pretending to be an adult? Xiao Yuan suggested, don't give the money. What if it is misappropriated? If he dares, I will take his life. You are right. Giving the money and going out to buy it, it is a waste of effort. The weather is getting warmer. Send a few carts of silk to make clothes to cool down. Then send 1,000 boxes of various canned food, as well as oil, seasonings, refined salt. Our family's Kuanbu in Jili province is seaweed. Also, send 1,000 caddies of dry goods. Let me tell you, if any unrelated person dares to touch the things given to the children, don't blame me for not warning you. I will chop you up. I will personally use a guillotine. If anyone doesn't believe me, try it. See if I dare. Xiao Bei glared at him. His cute eyes swept back and forth. Whoever he looked at lowered their heads. No one was willing to try. What was there to be afraid of? His sister would kill people with a smile and write with human blood. After saying that, Xiao Bei suddenly thought of a very important matter. She asked Gong Sun Moyu, if you don't use the resources behind you, where will you get the money to build the school? Gambling. Gong Sun Moyu answered with a single word. He organized his words and said, I gamble with the literati and businessmen in Izhou. We gamble on poems, couplets, calligraphy, painting, charades, and so on. And you win. Xiao Bei thought this was fun. Gong Sun Moyu nodded. I gamble based on the people. I don't look for those who are really capable. I only look for those whose families are rich and powerful. I bet with those who think that they have studied under a great scholar. To them, gambling is a great knowledge, but to us, who graduated from Jinjia, it is just a basic skill. Every time I win, the gap is not big. Earning money is really fast. If not for the fact that I still have things to do in the county, I really want to stay in Izhou and play with them every day. That's great. The 9 of us have decided to find time to go to Izhou and gamble. We have to go back and ask our brothers and sisters if they have any tricks. It will be embarrassing if we lose. Gong Sun Moyu, how much money did you get from gambling? Just enough to build the school. Xiao Bei found an interesting way to make money. Chapter 1189. When Gong Sun Moyu heard Xiao Bei's question, he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was afraid that he would fork out money. He had said that he was from an ordinary family. In the future, there would be many kinds of expenses in the school. If there was not enough money, it would delay the children. Moreover, the little ancestors of the main family were very rich and could take out money to subsidize the children of the Tang Empire. It was said that it was an agreement with Her Majesty. Every year, a portion of the candy house's income would be used on the children, and the candy house would be exempted from taxes. However, it was said that the money they took out last year was much more than what was stated in the agreement. His family's intelligence said that wherever the children were suffering, they would allocate money. They usually ate and used the family's food and had no place to spend money. For example, if there was a flood, the imperial court would take out some money and reduce taxes. The Zhang family and Wang family were responsible for the distribution of supplies, and the little fellow was responsible for the children's lives after the disaster. Thinking about it, Gong Sun Moyu sighed. He thought that these little fellows lived in rich families. How could the children of ordinary families be willing to spend so much money? Not to mention that they did not have money, they would keep it even if they had money. Putting aside his thoughts, Gong Sun Moyu replied, they supported the county's education with more than 4,100 strings of coins. I spent some of it mainly, such as organizing the poetry gathering. The accounts are a little messy, so I did not count them. Anyway, I won't embezzle my own money. After all, I won the money, so it's reasonable for me to spend it myself, right? The kids nodded, indicating that Gong Sun Moyu was right. Taking out the money one was a favor, but not taking it out was a duty. Just because someone donated 100 strings of coins, one couldn't investigate them and say that they had a net worth of 100,000 strings of coins. Usually, they would eat a few hundred strings of coins for a meal. Why didn't they save a little and donate it? It was too shameless to speak like that. Of course, when it was time to donate money, you have to take the initiative to donate. It was not that it was wrong to have money, but that you live in this society and have to make choices. When you count on the law to protect your interests, you have to let more people agree with the law first. Otherwise, when people go crazy from poverty, overthrow the regime and then cut you down, who can you reason with? You should leave some money for yourself to enjoy. Xiao Bei agreed and said, do you still need money? We have money. Our money is used for this kind of thing. Otherwise, why would people be so enthusiastic when they see us? As long as they are not stupid, there is always a reason for love and hate. If we can buy other people's smiles and support with money, we have the ability to spend it and are willing to spend it. The surrounding locals didn't expect Xiao Bei to be so straightforward, but they didn't feel disgusted when they heard it. Everyone understood the logic. If you treat me well, I'll treat you well. Children of Ru Shui, if you give me candy, I'll play with you. Yes, we are lacking a lot. After this year, it will be better next year. Next year, the county's revenue will increase, and so will the local people's income. It will increase by several times or even dozens of times. The location of the school didn't cost any money as the county directly allocated it. The 6 buildings of the school didn't cost any money either as the locals built them themselves. I just took the lead and shouted a few words. Money was spent on writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as pencils, rulers, and other teaching tools, as well as clothes for the 4 seasons. Children grew up quickly, and they were always playing around, so the clothes were worn out just as quickly. The rest was food. In the past, children only needed to fill their stomachs, and they could persevere even if they weren't very hungry. Now, the situation is orthodox learning. The intensity is high, and the nutrition needs to keep up. Although children are young, they eat no less than adults. They eat rice for the whole night, attend 2 classes, and go outside to play between classes. When they come back hungry, they immediately have to arrange for a meal. Gong Sun Moyu wasn't stupid enough to ask Fatty for help. If he didn't have money, he wouldn't say he had money. Besides, it wasn't shameful to ask Xiao Bei and the rest for money. They had a lot of money, and it didn't matter who he gave it to. Hearing that Gong Sun Moyu wanted money, Xiao Bei was happy. There was no other way. He had too much money and couldn't spend it. How much do you want? Xiao Bei asked expectantly. 8,000 strings of cash. Gong Sun Moyu gave a number without hesitation. So much. What are you spending it for? Xiao Bei didn't believe that the children of Wenshan County could spend so much money in less than a year. Actually, they don't need it in the school. There are 690 children in the school in this county. Some of the children are too young, and the family is worried. I plan to let them send all the children above the age of 1.5 years in the future and arrange for people to take care of them. It's much better than letting the adults take care of them at home. The number of children who die in the school is definitely less than those who die at home. Now, all the children in the county school live in the school. Otherwise, why would 6 buildings be built? There are places for the children to live in. The advantage of the children living in the county is that it's convenient to see a doctor, and there are teachers to teach them. Most of the food they eat is bought locally. I want 8,000 strings of cash because I want to organize people to take the children out for a look when the county isn't busy in a few days. Some people in the county have never been out in their lives, and I don't want our children to be cooped up in the same place for the rest of their lives. Let them go to Izhou Prefecture and compare with the local children. Izhou Prefecture is much better than us. Only after they compete will they know their shortcomings and work hard. Gong Sun Moyu said with a look of yearning. Just based on his words, he was much better than many county magistrates. He was knowledgeable and could take root in the local reality. Such officials were rare. Yes, yes. A sense of shame is close to courage, Xiao Yuan agreed. Xiao Bei blinked. Where did you find a local teacher? From Izhou by swindling. Oh no, exchanging, yes, exchanging. I'm the deputy county magistrate, but I also graduated from Jinjia Academy. I'm also a Jinshi graduate. Not all scholars can pass the Jinshi examination. As for me, I asked them to teach under the condition of knowing the tricks of the Jinshi examination. Some of them didn't even have the status of a scholar, so I promised to teach them. I took an hour to teach them every day, and they went to teach the children in the county. With such an exchange, there were many teachers in the county. Gong Sun Moyu answered embarrassedly. It seemed that his method was slightly improper because in addition to having the ability to take the imperial examination, one must first obtain the approval of the officials. Except for the outstanding people who were really knowledgeable, most of them were basically the same, so one needed to have connections. The reason why Jinjia Academy was powerful was not only because of the support from the Zhang family, Wang family, and Baigo. More importantly, many of the students who graduated from Jinja Academy were stronger than the examiners. The examiners had no choice but to admit them, unlike other examinees who only knew how to talk on paper. It was like starting a business after graduating from primary school. 20 years later, with a net worth of tens of billions, he could find a university and ask for a doctorate in economics. Would you dare to refuse? If you felt that the other party was not qualified, they could earn tens of billions. If you were good, how much could you earn? Xiao Bei and the others did not think about the background. Instead, they were deeply inspired, especially Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang. Previously, their father said that they could not find a good teacher in the city, and they were cheated of a tiger skin. According to Gong Sun Moyu's method, could they also get someone to teach the children? Very good, here. Xiao Bei rummaged through his bag and took out a 1 luo note. Don't give me 8,000 strings of coins, I'll give you 10,000 strings of coins. Write a receipt for me, and it needs to be stamped. What are you looking at? I have a lot of money in my bag, so I can't let you do it. Gong Sun Moyu was speechless. She was really rich. How much money did she put in her bag? He saw a lot of money just now. Why don't you save it? There will be interest. Gong Sun Moyu felt that it was not worth it to keep the money on him, so he reminded Xiao Bei. Save the whole money. It's small change. Carry it with you. Xiao Bei said indifferently, looking at the children who were running toward the classroom. In fact, she was pretending. She had more than 200,000 strings of coins in her bag, and the change was not so small. Before coming here, she was afraid that the bank here would not be easy to withdraw money, so she exchanged it from the capital. Everyone had it in their bag. After all, the bank could circulate money, but they were not qualified to print money. Gong Sun Moyu did not know the details, and only thought that she was rich. His hand holding the 1 luo note could not help but tremble. It was not only money, but also a responsibility. 10,000 strings of coins, he must find a way to let the children live comfortably, play comfortably, and learn more. He estimated that there would be a lot left. The children in the school started class, and Xiao Bei and the others set up tents in the playground. When the class ended, the children could not continue to play in the playground. The group of people rested, and those who had rested yesterday started to do their duty. The 9 children also went to sleep. The people in the county temporarily put aside the affairs of the yamen and found a tea shop opposite the school courtyard to drink tea, waiting for Xiao Bei and the others to wake up for lunch. I've decided to cook personally. Wang Chang said solemnly while holding a teacup. I think it's okay. The registrar supported. I object. Gong Sun Moyu said. Everyone looked over. When the patrol envoys eat lunch, they will definitely eat with 690 children. Can County Magistrate Wang cook for 700 people? Gong Sun Moyu gave a reason. Wang Chang took a deep breath and shook his head. Obviously, he had not practiced cooking in a big pot. The food for 700 people would tire him to death, and it was too late to start now. If we eat together, we will change the dishes for lunch and pick the better ones. Wang Chang thought of another idea. I object. Without waiting for the others to support, Gong Sun Moyu objected again. If the patrol envoys eat with the children will definitely talk about it. If the patrol envoys hear about it, what will they think? Will they think that the food they eat is very bad, so they fake it today? The people around nodded. It was really possible. Then you think of a way. Wang Chang asked. Cook according to yesterday's lunch. Originally, we agreed to not repeat the same dish for the next 3 days. If we cook according to yesterday's dishes, the children would definitely ask why they ate the same dish as yesterday. The patrol envoys understood immediately. This is what we usually feed the children. Then we will add one more dish. If the children are satisfied, the patrol envoys will also be happy. Gong Sun Moyu thought of a good idea. The others all gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, really brilliant. Sure enough, when Xiao Bei and the others were woken up for lunch, they directly asked to eat with the children in the school. The other children were overjoyed. When they saw the dishes they were allowed to choose, they immediately told Xiao Bei and the others that this was what they ate for lunch yesterday. There were a total of 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. The children could choose 1 meat and 1 vegetable. There was also a bowl of soup and 2 small salted vegetables. After the selection of the dishes, someone brought in a basin of oily red braised pork. The children cheered happily. Xiao Bei and the others could not help but tremble. It was too greasy. What kind of pig was this? 3 inches of fatty meat and a little bit of lean meat. Gong Sun Moyu, come here, come here. We will let you eat these few portions of red braised pork. You just woke up and can't eat too much. Tell me about the county's plan. Eat the meat, we will talk as we eat. Eat quickly. Xiao Bei called Gong Sun Moyu over and pushed the meat over. Chapter 1190. If it was Gong Sun Moyu in the past, he would not be able to eat the braised pork either. But now, he opened his mouth and ate a big piece. He had not improved his life for a long time. The 1.5 years in Wenshan were not easy. Except for the first 2 months of fighting with the county magistrate, he spent the rest of his time running around the village and outside. He even had to bring his own food to the people's houses. The people did not have enough food. His family was not rich. After he graduated from the academy, he gave most of the money he earned after the imperial examinations to his family. He had younger brothers and sisters at home. So now that he had a chance to eat meat, he stuffed it into his stomach. Anyway, the little ones would not like it. Soon, he finished the meat. Xiao Yuan pushed his own braised pork over. Gong Sun Moyu did not continue to eat. He picked up a piece and chewed slowly. He nodded gratefully to Xiao Bei and said, "It will be better in the future. Don't wait. I'll send dozens of boxes of canned food for you to eat. If you can't keep up with the nutrition, you will be tired out first. Who will help the people then? When you become the county magistrate in the future, you will be busy with more things. The goal is not to tire you out. Let me tell you first. No matter rich or poor, you have to educate the people well." Xiao Yuan looked at the cut on Gong Sun Moyu's hand holding the chopsticks and said with distress. It was definitely not only because of the wind and cold, but also because of malnutrition. Officials who were capable and sincere to the people had to be taken care of and loved. Okay. Gong Sun Moyu did not refuse. He also felt tired recently. Especially after he finished the work at the beginning of spring, he could find a place to lie down and sleep. It was not like this before. He ate 2 pieces of meat in a row. He paused his chopsticks and said, "In the past, I wanted to rely on myself. I planned to continue to expand the breeding of ducks. I would buy half-grown ducks and raise them for a few months to lay eggs. Then I would make century eggs. The county is rich in sea resources. It is suitable for raising ducks. What about now?" Xiao Bei tried not to look at the braised pork and lowered his head to ask. Gong Sun Moyu did not answer Xiao Bei directly. Instead, he continued to talk about his previous plans. There are still a few good minerals in the county. I was thinking of finding a businessman to take a look. In addition, I will plant various vegetables in the late season. Although the vegetables are produced late at the beginning and I will lose money, when the price rises, it will be more cost-effective. Also, try to plant a few medicinal herbs that are easy to take care of. After the profits are generated next year, we will increase the planting area. After 2 years, I will be relieved. At that time, whether I leave or stay, I will not have any regrets. Xiao Bei had already poured the soup into his bowl and was halfway into his mouth when he stopped. It's okay. Since I want to use the resources now, I don't intend to find merchants to mine them first and then process them outside. I asked the technicians to come over and build a cement factory in the area. The cement produced would be sent to the outside along the Wenjiang River. Selling the finished product would be more profitable than selling the raw materials. As for the environmental pollution, I'll think of a way to find a remote place to build a factory. At most, I'll just throw that piece of land away. For example, when the Great Tang Bank borrows money, doesn't the Imperial Court have a plan to support it? I use my connections to apply for it first. Buy more piglets and build a large pig house area next to the sea. Add the mud in the sea and make a large biogas pool. Use charcoal to burn gypsum and continue to deliver. When it came to business, Gong Sun Moyu's chopsticks stopped moving and his eyes lost focus. His entire body and mind were devoted to the plan. If one looked at him from the side, one would find that he was the most handsome at this moment. The people around him also stopped what they were doing and quietly looked at him and listened to him speak. A few local girls who came to help stared at him without blinking. A serious man was indeed attractive. Xiao Bei and the others were stunned and puzzled. They felt that Gong Sun Moyu's expression was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a plan, did he have to be so serious? When her brother and sister discussed national affairs together, they were relaxed and could even joke. Okay, maybe everyone is different. Xiao Bei muttered her thoughts and then smiled embarrassedly. She suggested, raising cows is not good. Our county has pasture resources. Moreover, cows are easy to sell and the beef is delicious. Oh, no, it's the beef that accidentally dies is delicious. After making the suggestion, Xiao Bei looked around guiltily. The beef that she ate naturally could not be completely dependent on the cow to die by itself. Other people did not care about how the cow died and had tacitly agreed to the benefits and enjoyment of the privileged class. We don't have enough money. I can't use too many resources. We have to leave some for others. There is a lot of pasture. Last year, because of some restrictions, we did not implement it. Today, we plan to produce a large number of Qingchuan and cooperate with the garrison in Pingzhou to exchange their eliminated warhorses. Then, we will transport the warhorses to Qingdu and rent them out as laborers. We will use the money to buy supplies. When Gong Sun Moyu spoke, he glanced at Wang Chang and the registrar. The two people who were looked at could not help but tremble and feel weak in the knees. Last year, when Gong Sun Moyu wanted to organize the Qingchuan, they gathered the laborers to build the river one day in advance. The timing of the annual labor of the common people was very appropriate. Thinking of that, they were worried and impressed. They were worried that Gong Sun Moyu would tell Xiao Bei and the others. They were impressed because Gong Sun Moyu did not show the slightest anger or frustration in the face of such a situation. Instead, he used the opportunity when a large number of people were building the irrigation system to release a lot of bamboo rafts. Then, they were transported to Shu County in Izhou and burned into bamboo charcoal in a remote place. A few months ago, they were sold in Izhou City in the winter and made a lot of money. They ordered a lot of iron chains and were about to be transported back to the county. They were going to build a mixed iron and bamboo bridge over the Wenjiang River. After all, iron was too expensive and the money was far from enough. What a good move to beat them at their own game. They could not help but be impressed. Yes, County Magistrate Gong Sun, speaking of which, I am also, shut up. Xiao Bei glared at the registrar who just spoke. This time, we don't want to kill people. Don't force me. You keep silent now. I will forgive you if I am happy with what Gong Sun Moyu said. You can't hide the fact that you are doing bad things behind the scenes. Don't think that I don't know that some things are referring to you and Wang Chang. As expected, the registrar did not dare to speak again. He thought that he could fool him, but he did not expect that Xiao Bei was also a shrewd person. Turning his head, Xiao Bei smiled and said to Gong Sun Moyu, "You know the actual situation. I gave you a blind idea. What other ideas do you have?" On the way here, we met a group of people who asked for 2 water pumps. We agreed, but the problem of electricity is not easy to solve. Originally, we wanted to rely on manpower and animal power to generate electricity. Tell me about this. No, the fields on the mountain are useless. Gong Sun Moyu rejected. It is not cost-effective to build a small hydropower station in this county. The fields on the mountain have been planted this year. Tomorrow, I will let them plant medicinal herbs. If it is really not possible, we will use bamboo to attract the mountain spring. Okay. Xiao Bei was not familiar with the local situation, so he followed the good advice. He would send someone to tell the people he met. It was not that he did not want to give, but that Gong Sun Moyu did not want it. Go on, what else do you want to do? Xiao Bei asked again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had already arrived at Wing Prefecture, looked very leisurely at the moment. Last night, they drank with the people of various villages and woke up at 7 in the morning. They only had a bowl of porridge and would have a good meal at noon. Now, the 2 of them were standing upstairs and looking at the busy street through the window. When they arrived yesterday, many people had already started moving from outside to the city. When Yi was the provincial governor, he made many businessmen leave. Now that they heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo were coming, the businessmen began to come back. They believed that even if the 2 of them left, there would be no more problems in Wing Prefecture. One by one, they brought their families and formed a huge team to enter the city. The houses, which were originally covered with spider webs, were cleaned up again. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles when they were working. Not only people came back, but also many goods from outside. Looking at the crowd and imagining the prosperous scene in the future, Chang Hu's smile never stopped. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When the war starts, Wing Prefecture can be used as a logistics base. I believe that many people will settle down there." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and said, "We need to build the river. It's still not convenient to transport goods by land." River? Where does the river go? Chang Hu was confused. The river was built, and it was the last to enter the Yangtze River. What did it have to do with the front line? To transport the things in the mountains out. Zhang Xiaobao answered. Not going to war. Chang Hu was still thinking about the war. Yes, but not in a hurry. We'll stay in Wing Prefecture for half a month first, and then go sightseeing all the way there. It'll be fine as long as we can arrive before September. When the autumn harvest comes, we'll transport the surplus food from other places and the local specialties out. We need a lot of people for the big trade. Wang Wan added. Chang Hu was even more confused. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, but still didn't understand. He said, "Didn't we say that we would start the war before the autumn harvest and catch them off guard? If you don't start the war earlier, they'll have all the food." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan laughed mysteriously. After a long time, one would find that they were laughing sinisterly. "Tell me, what's the plan?" Chang Hu urged. "When we come, the war will start. Many cannibals will know that we're in Wing Prefecture, and then we'll go to the front line. What will they think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Chang Hu immediately answered, "Of course, they'll be prepared for war. When you come, they'll be very scared and need to guard against you." "How will they prepare for war?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Of course, they'll gather their forces at the border and wait for you to take action. They'll try their best to defeat you or not lose too much land." "Oh, I understand. Once they do as I say, they won't have anyone to harvest the food. You'll use the cannons to cover them, kill their people, and occupy their land, right? Changhu rolled his eyes and felt that he had figured it out. This was a good idea. Before the two armies fought, they could torment their opponents first. Although they would give the other side time to gather their forces, they could still use the cannons. Zhang Xiaobao was still smiling. After a while, he said, "If we do as you say, how can my cuckoo be the vice principal of the military academy? Why would His Majesty hold the position of a dean and teach everything to my Yaoan?" "Ha! I didn't say that." "Then you want to wait until next year." Changhu couldn't keep up with the train of thought. He couldn't guess how the war would start. "We'll fight this year, and we'll beat them hard for a few months. War is unpredictable, and water is unpredictable. We'll fight and not fight. That's why we're here in person." Zhang Xiaobao's words made it seem like he had understood everything, but in fact, it was still a mystery. Chapter 1191. Changhu opened his mouth again but stopped himself. He just remembered that the strategy of the great Tang should be kept a secret, and he was not qualified to know. It was like how Xiao Bao did not answer the political questions at the end of the imperial examinations. Who would dare to ask when it involved the foundation of the great Tang? "Xiao Bao, you and Cuckoo pack up and go back to the stronghold to drink tonight. Everyone misses you. I remember that you were only this tall back then." Changhu gestured in front of his chest. "It has been a few years. If they see your backs, they won't be able to recognize you." "Xiao Bao, do you still need a younger brother or sister?" Changhu finally revealed his intentions. He wanted to continue stuffing people into Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hands. He had a few wives and many children at home. Raising them by himself would definitely not be as good as giving them to the two of them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Changhu with a different gaze until Changhu felt embarrassed. "Uncle, we are going to war. My matters are no less than Cuckoo's. The army is just a support. I have to do most of the planning. I can't even bring my own siblings. We can't do anything about the things you mentioned." "All right, forget it. Let's not talk about it. I am content with having Xiao Fang and Xiao Jiang." "You are right. Cuckoo is good at using troops. Others might be afraid of her, but you are different. You kill without spilling blood. Now, the Tubo people will cry at the mention of your name." Seeing that the matter was not going to work, Changhu did not force it. Zhang Xiaobao was silent. Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed. Changhu's words made sense. She led the army to fight against the Tubo people and won temporarily. If Xiao Bao did not let go, the Tubo people would be wiped out. If it was not for the family, would he be the one who came up with the idea of destroying the foundation of the Tubo people? Seeing that the two of them did not speak, Changhu smiled and praised, "You don't know." Because Brother Yongqing was in Izhou at that time, the people of Izhou came to Tubo to do business. The Tubo people have never dared to do business with them, and the price is fair. "Uncle, don't always talk about Tubo. That place is now called Luozhou. It's not a problem to call it a Dao, but it has a small population. Luo province was rich in resources. Due to environmental factors, it had great strategic value. Why do I have to take that place down in one go? It's because I'm afraid that if I stop after a dozen fights, it'll take a lot of effort the next time. While the status of the other religions is still unstable, we should take back our great Tang as soon as possible. This will save us a lot of trouble in the future. The rest is an internal matter. We can take our time." Speaking of that, Zhang Xiaobao was also vexed. That place was big, and the population was small. In other words, when there was a war, the enemy could hide, and they had strategic depth. If he hadn't caught the other party off guard, followed up with the economic and crop strategy, and showed the guns and cannons later, when the other party was familiar with the area, they would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to take over the area. Even now, it was not easy to do so. If they moved all the people here, the local area would be empty. If they sent people from other places, such as Jiangnan, there would be no difference from sending them to their deaths. If 100 people were to live in a place for 2 years, it would be considered good if 10 of them could survive. If they maintained the status quo, they would have to strengthen the propaganda. Otherwise, it would be easy for the local people to have ideas of independence. Now, they were afraid of both fighting and suffering. In addition, the people who went to help during the disaster had changed the minds of many locals. But who could guarantee that there were no ambitious people? How could Chang, who knows so many things? He just needed to take care of his own stronghold. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao say that the name was changed, he nodded, indicating that he had remembered it. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked expectantly, "Xiaobao, how long will you and Cuckoo fight? There are many good guys in the stronghold. Can you arrange for them to protect you?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head regretfully. "No, we are not in charge of choosing people. The guards have to be tested. If the people in the stronghold are older, they can go and learn first. Then, we will arrange their positions according to the situation." Seeing Chang Hu nod to show that he understood, he said, "There is no fixed number for how long the battle will last. At least 2 years. Yes, it's not good to fight with too much food. The place is big and there are many people." Chang Hu frowned, looking worried. "Uncle, it has nothing to do with too much food," Wang Wan interrupted. Chang Hu was stunned. "You fight with too much food. How long you fight has nothing to do with too much food. Then what's the deal with duosher? They are just partners. They are just gathering grass to hunt rabbits. If the domestic problem is solved in 1.5 years, we will fight for 1.5 years. If it is solved in 2 years, we will fight for 2 years. If 2 years are not enough, we will continue to fight with duosher." Wang Wan replied with a smile. Chang, who did not know what domestic problems needed to be solved by fighting others, but he deeply felt the arrogance and unreasonableness of the two people in front of him. It was obvious that the two of them did not take duosher seriously. Duosher was really wrong to be beaten up this time. After thinking about it again, Chang Hu gave up. He was afraid that thinking too much would give him a headache. The situation was too strange. They had a problem in their own country, but they did not solve it. Instead, they went to fight others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, of course, would not explain in detail to Chang Hu. If they really did, they would not be able to finish explaining in a day. They made an appointment with Chang Hu to go to the stockade to drink in the evening. The two of them strolled to the not very big river outside the city, intending to collect water to do an experiment on raising ornamental fish. Before they reached the river, a servant hurried over and reported, "Bai Go and Yao Chong are here." Zhang Xiaobao and Yao Chong looked at each other in shock. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao sighed heavily. "Ah! Why are they not working on their economic intelligence system? Why are they here? I guess there is something. It is not clear in the telegram for fear of leaking the secret. Someone, go get some sets of fishing equipment. Fortunately, we are going to stroll by the river. Otherwise, we would have to make a special trip." Wang Wan also sighed. The two of them could still run to Yizhou. They must be in good health. According to the records in the book, the two of them had died many years ago. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, did you miss Grandpa?" The two of them did not wait for too long. When they were on the road into the mountains, Bai Go's unique voice sounded. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at Bai Go and Yao Chong and were even more stunned. They were actually riding bicycles. It was obvious that the tires were rubber. Could it be that the two of them rode here from the capital? How tiring. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. If they don't ride all the time, others will be even more tired. The weight of the bicycle is not light, Wang Wan added. Then, she quickly walked up to them. With a creak, Baigo pinched the front of the bicycle and touched the ground with his left foot. The bicycle drew an arc on the ground and stopped. He played with the wheel for a while. Grandpa Bai, you did a great job. If you do it a few more times on the cement ground, you can change the tire. Zhang Xiaobao walked up to him and helped him hold the handlebars. Baigo nimbly lifted his leg and got off the bicycle. He shook his head. Cement won't do. I've tried it before. I have to ride fast to shake it off. The friction is too high. Mud is better. There are grains of sand. I can change the sliding into rolling. Zhang Xiaobao, Yao Chong looked much calmer. Mainly because he looked very calm. After getting off the bicycle, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, indicating that he was here. Have you eaten? Baigo swung his arms and asked casually. Yes. Have you two eaten? Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for a reply. If they said that they had not eaten, he would ask someone to cook immediately. Yao Chong said directly, yes. Baigo said in detail. I had a big bowl of clear soup in the morning. It was made of seaweed. There was a 2-inch long prawn in it. It was very fresh. Actually, I was planning to save some space for lunch. Xiaobao, guess what I want to eat? Wang Wan immediately said, Grandpa Bai, do you want to eat fish? Did you catch it yourself? Cuckoo is such a sweet girl. I didn't take care of her for nothing when we were young. I was planning to eat that too. Is there a good fishing spot nearby? Baigo clapped his hands and praised Wang Wan happily. There is a place. Follow us. We will reach it in about 15 minutes. Wang Wan pointed in the direction of the river. In fact, she knew where the river was. It was not like she had never been here before. Zhang Xiaobao went to support Yao Chong. Wang Wan supported Baigo. They chatted while walking to the river. In Wang Wan's heart, she was very grateful to Baigo. Without Baigo's help in the past, it would have taken her a few years to reach her current level. Baigo kept squeezing their family's technology. To be precise, he squeezed her and Xiao Bao's technology to tell others that they were still useful and needed to be protected. At the same time, he also used the technology to convince Li Longji and the other officials. In the beginning, why did he always wander around the two families' territory and follow them when they went out? Wasn't it because his guards were more powerful than the guards at home? Although they didn't need them now, they couldn't forget this kindness. The only thing that annoyed him was that he had been too harsh on him at that time. He wanted to take away the technology that he had just figured out. Who asked him to not know that all the technology was developed by him and Xiao Bao? He even thought that there was an expert behind the scenes who had contributed. Sigh. Thinking about that, it felt like yesterday. She didn't know what happened this time. Why did he come here personally? Wang Wan felt sentimental. As they chatted, they reached the river. There was a stone slab that was specially used for washing clothes. No one was washing clothes today, so they sat on the stone slab and fished. Baigo didn't bring a fishing rod, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao had one. Sure enough, a large pile of things was brought over. Baigo and Yao Chong started to pick and choose. They looked at each of them, as if they wanted to get a good result. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was impossible to focus on fishing, so he casually picked up a fishing rod. He didn't even choose the bait. There was a ball of dough nearby, so he used it. He didn't throw the fishing rod and just directly threw the hook into the water in front of him. Baigo picked for more than 10 minutes before nodding in satisfaction. He then took out an earthworm and put it on the hook. With a swish, he threw the hook into the water. He held the fishing rod with both hands and narrowed his eyes. But sometimes, luck was more important than strength and equipment. Zhang Xiaobao was so casual, but in less than 2 minutes, the fishing rod sank. Zhang Xiaobao lifted the fishing rod and a grass carp weighing about 2 kilograms appeared. Wang Wan helped to pick the fish. She also helped to change the dough of another color and threw it in. In less than a minute, a black fish weighing about 1 kilogram appeared. That's not right. Baigo stared at Zhang Xiaobao's fishing rod. The first one is a grass carp. You can catch it with the dough. The second one is a black fish. Why did you use the dough? How did it bite the hook? Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to fishing. Hearing Baigo's question, he was also puzzled. Wang Wan explained, I put something in the dough. When I put it on the hook, I molded it into the shape of a small fish. Baigo nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Cuckoo is right. Big fish eat small fish. Xiaobao, do you think it's because the big fish is too pitiful or because the small fish is too weak? If there are too many big fish, can the small fish survive? Chapter 1192. Zhang Xiaobao was ready. It would be strange if Baigo didn't discuss business when he was fishing. Hearing Baigo's words, he said, Grandpa Bai is right. If there are big fish, there will be no small fish. Grandpa Bai, do you think the fishers will be happy if they encounter this situation? The fishers will be happy too. Good, that's good, but Xiaobao, can you guarantee that a pond with 1,000 fish of different sizes will end up with 1,000 big fish in the end? If there are only 100 big fish left, the other 900 fish will be gone. Baigo shook the rod twice and raised the hook. He found that the earthworms were gone and the fish were gone. He had to continue hanging the bait. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for his reply. Yao Chong didn't seem to hear the conversation. He was looking at his float. When the breeze blew, his hair and beard fluttered. He was very relaxed. The others who came with Yao Chong and Baigo stayed far away. They knew that the master had important national affairs to discuss. Mo Baojiao looked down on fishing. It depended on who he was fishing with. If he was fishing with Zhang Xiaobao, he would have a big harvest every time. It was much more important than the fish. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be thinking. In fact, he was thinking about what to cook for lunch. If there were enough fish, he could cook a fish feast. If the result was bad, he had to eat other dishes. He didn't know if his brothers and sisters could eat and sleep well. Until Baigo changed the bait twice, Zhang Xiaobao said under his expectant eyes, how about separating the big fish from the small fish? For example, black fish. Don't let other fish around it. Black fish also eat black fish. Baigo reminded. Yes, it eats its own kind. Then keep each black fish separately. Zhang Xiaobao came up with another idea. Can it still grow up? Won't it starve to death? Xiaobao, tell me something useful. Baigo began to interrogate. He realized that Zhang Xiaobao was just fooling around. He was clearly being careless. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to answer, the fishing rod bent and almost slipped out of his hand. He quickly grabbed the fishing rod and shouted at Wang Wan, "Get the net. This fish shouldn't appear in this river. It's so strange." Wang Wan reacted very quickly. With a swish, she put the net into the water, and then the river churned. When the net was lifted up, there was a fat fish that was still struggling inside. After weighing it twice, Wang Wan said, "It's at least 12 pounds. It's not that big. Finally, we have fish head soup to drink. I was thinking of finding a few crucian carps. Save me the trouble." Zhang Xiaobao helped to transfer the fish into another net. He rubbed his hands happily as he placed the fish into the river. Yao Chong, who had been silent all this time, moved his throat. Bai Go also swallowed his saliva and said excitedly, "The fish soup made by Xiao Bao is delicious." At noon, a dish was finished. Zhang Xiaobao put the bait again and returned to the topic of fishing. He said to Yao Chong and Bai Go, "It's okay for the big fish to eat the small fish, as long as the small fish are not dead and live in the big fish's stomach. Maybe the small fish will eat more water plants than they usually eat. When the big fish and the small fish grow together, the fish farmer will be very happy." After listening to Zhang Xiaobao, Bai Go lowered his head and thought for a while. He asked, "Do all the small fish have to be eaten by the big fish? If some small fish are not eaten by the big fish and can't compete with the small fish that are eaten by the big fish, will they starve to death?" "Yes, even the big fish are also dangerous. If they accidentally fall into the shallows, or eat the wrong thing, or even get bitten by other big fish, who can escape the reincarnation of life and death? The flower that never withers is a fake flower." Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to think this time, because he found that Yao Chong had also caught a black fish. It seemed to be about 3 pounds. At noon, another dish was served. According to the current time, it was absolutely not a problem to catch 8 or 10 more fish. It was enough for an all-fish banquet. Naturally, there was no need to think about lunch. If Bai Go knew that Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about lunch, he would probably push Zhang Xiaobao into the river. Which was more important? Talk about fish, don't talk about flowers. Bai Go reminded him and let Zhang Xiaobao continue to talk about fish. If they talked about flowers, they would be at a disadvantage. Bai Go turned to Wang Wan and said, "Cuckoo, put 2 prawn baskets in the grass so that Xiaobao can fry them and dip them in salt and pepper. I have never figured out why Xiaobao's salt and pepper is different from others. It seems to be the same thing." Wang Wan nodded and gestured to the people next to her. She replied, "Because this is an exclusive recipe, a secret ancestral recipe. We are counting on it to make money. Cuckoo, your 3-year-old little nephew likes to eat soft fried tenderloin and hand-grilled mutton. 3 years old. I remember when he taught you and Xiao Bao in the pavilion in Zhuangzi in Sanshui County, you two were about the same age." Bai Go started to talk about food and stopped asking Zhang Xiaobao about fish for the time being. He began to recall. Wang Wan did not correct Bai Go's statement that there were 2 kinds of dishes in one mouth. She also seemed to recall the past and said with a sweet smile, "That was so good. Grandpa Bai, don't worry. My nephew's stomach will not be short. Later, I will ask someone to send 50 kilograms of salt and pepper to him and seal it in a small bottle. After he finishes eating, you can send a telegram and I will ask someone to send more." Bai Go nodded helplessly and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiao Bao, if too many fish die, what should we do with the river? We can't lack fish in the river." Zhang Xiaobao would not tell Bai Go that the different taste of salt and pepper was because they had been roasted in the bamboo tube. Otherwise, the whole Tang Empire would know it in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao said, "That's easy. Since you are afraid that there will not be enough fish, you can put more fry first and try not to let them fight for food. If you are afraid that there is not enough food for fish, you can put in crab seedlings and shrimp seedlings. It is not a good thing to have too many fish in a river. Even the river snail has its reason to exist." Bai Go did not say anything. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for him to continue. Zhang Xiaobao calmly pulled up another fish and continued, "The importance of the river lies in the fact that it provides nutrients for everything in the body. Most of the time, there is not much to do, unless there is something that has grown too much and has a problem. Only then will there be a need to do something personally. All the species in the river are a kind of cycle. As long as you maintain it well, the river will not become stagnant and you can use all kinds of things at any time. But I think that the river is very dangerous now. If we don't do something about it, it will easily destroy the bank." Baigo squeezed together the wrinkles on his face and looked very worried. Yao Chong also stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, hoping that he could come up with a good idea. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that the economic intelligence personnel sent by the old men had recently collected information that there was a problem in the Tang Empire. The main problem should be in three aspects. First, the excessive concentration of material resources. Even though the land had been solved by other policies, other resources were still uncontrollable. Second, the scale of labor. The operation of capital had started to develop in other aspects. Work efficiency had increased and costs had decreased, but it had started to affect the small handicraft industry. When the same thing was produced, the cost of the factory was 2 copper coins. The individual handicraft worker was 4 copper coins. If they sold it for 3 copper coins, the individual would starve to death. Even if they sold it for 4 copper coins, they would just be doing charity for nothing. The third and most important point was the imbalance of income. It was reflected in the difference between employers and employees, between business and other industries, between technical and non-technical jobs, and between resource-rich and resource-poor areas. The first thing that was reflected in the above 3 points was marriage. Animals knew to choose a strong partner when mating, let alone humans. Then there was the relationship between neighbors. The result of not being controlled was that although everyone's lives were much better than before, they still felt that their lives were not as good as before. If the polarization was too severe, it could topple the regime. In truth, there were 2 other points, resource hoarding and price monopoly. However, the merchants did not dare to do so, afraid that if they did, Xiao Bao would get angry and make a move on them. That would truly be a matter of life and death. Even if Xiao Bao did not use administrative means, no merchant had the confidence to say that they were not afraid and clamored to compete with him. Let alone these merchants, even those who knew a lot of things did not dare to play economic games with Xiao Bao. It had to be known that the rules and laws of the various industries had been perfected, and Xiao Bao could still find ways to cheat people. Some people could not be judged by common sense. Those who could become chairmen and presidents were very capable, but those who could become qualified international swindlers were also not free. If there is a war to fight, it will be very easy for Xiao Bao to deal with it, Wang Wan said as she thought about it. War. Oh, so the 2 of you have been waiting for this opportunity. However, the war can only be solved for a while, but not for a lifetime. Baigo suddenly understood. No wonder the 2 of them did not go directly to the front line to launch a huge attack, but instead came to Yizhou for a stroll. It turned out that they were waiting for the domestic conflicts to intensify before sending troops. Those who could not find a good job were laborers. The production had to be speeded up, and the consumption of resources would increase. The focus of the people had turned to other aspects. One word, wait. The question is, how long do we have to wait? Baigo did not think that there would be a big problem immediately if they continued in the current situation. It was okay to hold on for 3 to 5 years, or even 8 to 10 years. Wait for the new policy of the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao did not talk about fish. Which policy? Yao Chong could not help but ask. A series of policies and a basket of plans. The administrative plan will be sent to each county by telegram. The next day after the announcement is made, the roar of the cannon will be heard. Then, the country will be peaceful for a few years. After a few years, when another problem arises, we will solve it. I don't have the ability to solve it once and for all. Zhang Xiaobao freed a hand and pointed in the direction of Duoshe, meaning to hit it. Baigo could not help but tremble. He looked at Yao Chong, who also showed fear in his eyes. He did not know how ruthless the policy was that they needed to start a war immediately to divert the conflicts. After the war, or in the middle of the war, the Tang Empire is not in a hurry. Isn't there still a problem? Baigo felt that war could not solve the fundamental problem of the rich becoming richer and the poor becoming poorer and poorer. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, there is no problem. In the middle of the war, we will need manpower, and the kind with high income and low requirements. It is nothing more than the merger of resources, a small matter. As long as it is not necessary for the people's livelihood and land resources, it will not be chaotic. I want to make the rich richer, and then they can raise the wages of the hired workers. Xiao Bao, I admit that you are good, but I don't believe that they will listen to you if you ask them to raise the wages of others, Baigo said bluntly. Yao Chong also nodded. It is not that they will raise the wages because I ask them to. It is that even if I don't ask them to raise the wages, they will still raise the wages, and it is the kind that is very urgent and cannot be stopped. Zhang Xiaobao replied with certainty. Chapter 1193. Baigo and Yao Chong look at each other. If the words came out of someone else's mouth, they would have slapped him. How could a rich businessman be so cheap? He has too much money and nowhere to spend it. However, hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, they have to believe him. They squint their eyes and think about how to make a businessman take the initiative to increase their wages. This is a problem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continue to fish and shrimps. After catching a few more fish and feeling that they have enough for lunch, Zhang Xiaobao takes off his clothes and jumps into the river. He dives in and starts to fish for river snails. Maybe the people nearby don't eat river snails, so there are a lot of them in the river. After a while, a large basin of river snails is thrown on the shore. Someone comes to pick up the basin and sprinkles a layer of fine salt to let the river snails spit out the mud. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao comes ashore, he is covered with a cloth. When the cloth is removed, Zhang Xiaobao has changed into a pair of shorts. Good, we have a good meal for lunch. With ginger and garlic juice, chopped green onions and coriander foam, we can drink 2 cups of yellow wine. It's better than the gods. Baigo feels that he has come up with a way to increase people's wages. When he comes back to his senses, he sees a lot of river snails and says a dish. There is a dish for lunch, fried spicy river snails. Zhang Xiaobao says the name of a dish. Eat it raw. Yao Chong, who also comes back to his senses, supports Baigo. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, listen to Xiao Bao. If you eat it raw, you may get infected with parasites. If you really want to eat it raw, let people get more from the river. After a few days, you can eat it after screening. Wang Wan quickly persuades them. She is afraid that the 2 old men will die from eating it. Even if there are no parasites, there are some bacteria in the river snails. If they accidentally eat it, they will be tortured half to death. Yao Chong and Baigo sigh at the same time. Obviously, they just want to eat something raw. It seems that they didn't have a good time on the road. The 2 of them had been living in Sanshui County for a long time, so their stomachs had long adapted to the local environment. Changing places made them uncomfortable, so they wanted to eat raw food to nourish their appetites and fight poison with poison. There should be some in the restaurants in the city. Let's go back and cook a meal for the 2 elders. Zhang Xiaobao thought that his own restaurant would have some in stock to satisfy the 2 old men. Baigo was overjoyed. He nodded excitedly. Good, good, we can still see the little ones. It's lively. The little ones aren't with you. I went to Mount Wenshan and Maozhou first. If you're not busy, you can come back in a few days. Zhang Xiaobao had already put on his clothes when he spoke. He sat down again and continued fishing. There's no hurry. We're a bunch of old farts. We just want to give you and Cuckoo a hand. My old arms and legs can't bear the burden of marching and fighting, but I can still help pick vegetables and cook, as long as you don't think we're a burden. Baigo explained the purpose of his visit. From his words, it seemed that there were still people on the way. Oh, who dares to say that you can't help? If His Majesty finds out that you're only in charge of washing vegetables and cooking, he'll punish me. With you guys here, I'm relieved. I originally wanted to let the people of the inner yard take care of that, but I was worried that they couldn't shoulder the heavy burden at such a young age. With you guys here, the big problem is solved. Zhang Xiaobao quickly flattered. With a group of old men, the inner yard could spare some people to do other things. How could the people who came with Bai Gou and Yao Chong be ordinary? Any one of them could easily deal with the problems of a province or a prefecture. Ha ha. Bai Gou laughed happily. He was not modest at all and looked full of confidence. Yao Chong was also happy. He squeezed his wrinkles and said, "We just came back because of you and Cuckoo. If it were others, they wouldn't have such a big face." That's right, that's right. Others can't compare to me and Cuckoo. On the way, should I send someone to welcome them? Zhang Xiaobao was worried about the old men walking behind them. Bai Gou waved his hand and said, "No need. It's not that they can't keep up. They were traveling and saw this broken bridge and insisted on painting. Why can't they understand that painting is more important or coming early to eat good food? Then you brought people here and didn't help to repair the broken bridge." Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was immoral to treat a broken bridge as a scenery when they saw it. Repair what? There's a new bridge next to it, but they say that the broken bridge is good. If the broken bridge is good, why would the locals build a new bridge? They see the broken bridge as a beautiful scenery, but the people from the new bridge see them as fools, Yao Chong said disdainfully. Don't mention them, don't mention them. Let them wander behind. Their worldview is too small. The scenery they see on the road is just a corner. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they taste the delicacies of the world and see the world scenery. They say that the broken bridge and flowing water reflect the mortal world, but I write about the smoke of war and the flames of war. Bai Gou made a dough with his hands and sighed. Yao Chong saw that there was enough fish and was not in the mood to fish anymore. He casually threw the hook into the river and put his other hand on his knee. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we ask His Majesty to write a decree into the law and order employers everywhere to raise their wages?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "No, the prosperity of different places is different. How do we set wages? According to the situation of each place. The people will definitely migrate in large numbers. It's complicated and can't be solved in a few years. I can't wait." "I know." Bai Gou said. Xiao Bao issued an order to all the merchants in the Tang Empire to raise their wages. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with. "Grandpa Bai, do you think I'm so useless that I need to use threats to achieve my goals?" Zhang Xiaobao mumbled. "Threats are also a kind of ability. I want to threaten them, but they're not afraid. Did you forget what happened in the capital during the New Year? The prices of all kinds of things skyrocketed. Once the rumors spread, the prices fell." Bai Gou smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth. "I really didn't say that anyone can't raise their wages during the New Year. And the rumors didn't come from the people. I was tricked by His Majesty and can't clarify it. If I really told others that I don't object to the price increase, the price would go out of control that day. It's like forcing a cow to drink water. If you sell me, I'll have to help you count the money. I'll gladly do it." Wang Wan smiled and leaned on Zhang Xiaobao. She had a blissful expression because she knew that Zhang Xiaobao was not threatened at all. Even if he was tricked, he would still endure it. It was all for the sake of the greater good. Ha ha ha, that's why I said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are good kids. Speaking of which, the world is very interesting. More than a decade ago, the people didn't have a good life, but they could still live a stable life. Now that their lives are better, the people's hearts are wavering. When the national treasury was poor, they worried. When they had money, they still worried. Probably only His Majesty is in the best mood. Before we came, the palace was being renovated. The old single-story palaces were all being torn down and replaced with the lowest four-story palaces. The officials wanted to persuade them but didn't know how to open their mouths. His Majesty is using the internal treasury. Not only is he building the inner palace, but he's also building the offices of the various departments. If this was 15 years ago, would His Majesty dare to do this? Xiao Bao, if His Majesty is good, His Majesty must be good too. Bai Gou's tone changed as he spoke. His meaning was very clear. It was Xiao Bao who helped His Majesty earn the internal treasury, which was no less than the national treasury's income. Otherwise, how could His Majesty be so rich? Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice. He was not embarrassed at being criticized at all. Instead, he was very proud. He raised his chin to Wang Wan, who was leaning on his shoulder, and said, "Madam, you talk to the two grandpas. I'm leaning on you to rest for a while, but you don't let me feel comfortable." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao discontentedly. She sat up straight and smiled at the two old men. She said, "The palace is only so big. Building tall buildings is a reasonable use of land. If all the villages in the Tang Empire have more than 4-story buildings, there will be a lot more land. Am I right?" The two old men didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. Wang Wan said again, "When His Majesty builds the palace, he pays for the materials and wages. He never takes credit. The suppliers of the materials benefit, the workers benefit, and the officials benefit. When His Majesty is happy, he also benefits. In other words, when a part of the money is spent, everyone will be happy. How can he be happy when the money is spent?" Bai Gou felt that Wang Wan's words were twisted logic. "You mean that he will be happy if he doesn't spend the money? Later, I'll ask someone to put 100,000 strings of cash on the table. Grandpa Bai, look at the money, stare at it, and you will smile." As Wang Wan spoke, she smiled. She thought of a joke from many years ago. There was a crosstalk comedian who said this. Bai Gou frowned and said, "I'm not stupid. Why would I smile when I look at your money? You can ask your family to take out the money and put it in front of you. You will smile when you look at it." Wang Wan said. "Ha!" Yao Chong laughed and patted Bai Gou's shoulder. "You've been tricked by Cuckoo. Now, what we're talking about is not whether to smile when looking at the money, but whether His Majesty should be thrifty. His Majesty's money is earned by Xiao Bao. Without Xiao Bao, His Majesty will not be extravagant. If His Majesty is not extravagant, the officials will not imitate him. If the officials do not imitate him, the people will live in peace. Ah! According to Grandpa Yao, I deserve to die. But if His Majesty doesn't build houses, the officials don't build houses, and the people don't build houses either. No one has a house to live in. If His Majesty doesn't eat meat, everyone will be vegetarians. If His Majesty doesn't make new clothes, everyone in the Tang Empire will have to wear ragged clothes. In other words, my act of helping His Majesty earn money has allowed the people of the Tang Empire to live a good life." Zhang Xiaobao described himself as a good person according to Yao Chong's words. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Bai Shu and Yao Chong laughed again and nodded. "Xiaobao, you are right. It is because of you and Cuckoo that the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. Otherwise, why would the people treat you so well? Tell me about the solution to increase wages and solve the unbalanced distribution of resources." After joking, Bai Shu, who was in a better mood, asked another question that he did not understand. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. "I can't say. I have to wait for the imperial court to issue a decree. If I say it in advance, it will be easy for someone to take advantage of me. I can talk about the local arrangements first. Please listen and give me some advice." Li Longji, who was mentioned by Zhang Xiaobao and the others, was in the Hanyuan Palace, accompanied by Wu Huifei and Empress Wang. Li Longji was reading the memorials on the table in front of him while making comments. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were reading a book. One was reading The Structure of Guns, while the other was reading The Function of a Bank. It was not that the three of them had come to a deserted place like the Hanyuan Palace to experience life, but that they had nowhere else to go. There was a huge construction project in the palace, and everyone was working at the same time. Not to mention the three of them, even the palace maids and eunuchs had no place to stay. Those who were on duty took a folding stool and found a place to rest. The officials sat on rattan chairs and wrote on the table in front of them. Occasionally, one of them would stand up, walk a few steps, and run to another rattan chair to report. Your Majesty, what is the solution that Xiaobao discussed with you? Tell me about it, so that I can help you think about it. Wu Huifei covered her mouth and yawned. She asked Li Longji, who had just put down his brush. Sigh. You all came to ask me, but Xiaobao didn't tell me at all. He was afraid that others would pester him, so he pushed me to the front. Why don't you believe me when I say that I don't know? Li Longji said helplessly. Wu Huifei didn't believe him. She asked coquettishly, Your Majesty, if you say that you don't know, then why did news spread from Xingqing Palace that you saw Xiaobao's plan and said that it was a good plan? I was tricked by him. The words he wrote on the paper he handed me were like flowers, and there were only 4 words, this plan is a good plan. I was confused by it, so I read it out loud while guessing. Do you understand now? Wu Huifei had asked Li Longji 6 times already, so he had to explain. Wu Huifei nodded in shock. I understand now. Zhang Xiaobao is taking revenge. Your Majesty, you have been wronged. Sigh, righteousness, it's all for the sake of righteousness. Li Longji had a pained expression on his face. Chapter 1194. Li Longji had a sullen expression when he spoke, but then he blinked his eyes and smiled at Wu Huifei and Empress Wang, who were also looking at him. It's good to get used to it. Last time, I finally found a way to scheme against Xiaobao. This method can still be used often. Let's not talk about the distance. As long as the price of goods in the capital fluctuates slightly, I will immediately order people to release the news. He definitely won't dare to stand out and deny it. Thinking about it makes me happy. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang were helpless. The emperor seemed to become a different person when he met Xiaobao. Even if he took advantage of him a little, he would still be happy. Your Majesty, where can we go to play this summer and autumn? Wu Huifei suddenly asked Li Longji. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment and shook his head. I don't think we can go out this year. Haven't you noticed that the soldiers in various places are frequently mobilized? Other than the spring plowing that is still going on, the other industries are showing signs of stopping. I need to stay in the capital. Speaking of which, this concubine also doesn't understand. It's just fighting and eating. The imperial court has been training soldiers in the northwest for a long time. In addition, they have a large number of soldiers there. They can just force their way in. Why do they need to mobilize the soldiers of other provinces? The soldiers of the Jiangnan circuit are being mobilized, and they still need soldiers from other places to replenish them. Could it be that they want to fight Japan and Xinluo? Wu Huifei knew very little about military matters. When she recalled the past, she had never encountered a situation where the government troops of the interior followed them around when they were fighting a faraway land. If not for the fact that Xiaobao and Cuckoo, 2 people, did not take any action despite the fact that there were so many opportunities to assassinate them, she would have thought that they were going to rebel. Li Longji closed his eyes and didn't speak. It seemed that he didn't want to explain the national affairs clearly to the people in the palace. Wu Huifei could only look at Empress Wang. She had a chance to get rid of her and seize the position of the head of the harem. She was also protected by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time. She was looking forward to getting some information from her. After all, she was born in a family of generals and had helped the emperor rebel. The current Empress Wang looked much weaker than before. Her skin was white and smooth, and her face was dignified. She gave people the impression that she was a normal woman guarding the harem. In fact, she was more and more fond of military affairs. This was because, according to Wang Wan, a woman who had nothing else to do would always be neglected by a busy man. A happy woman had to make her voice heard from time to time, especially around a man's career. Even if she said something wrong occasionally, it was fine. If you were by the emperor's side, you would need to know the military and know the politics. Otherwise, when the emperor made a wise decision and you were at a loss when he told you, wouldn't you be depriving the emperor of the opportunity to show off? Therefore, you must understand. Occasionally, you will make a mistake, or ask a few silly questions. The emperor will explain it to you, and you will naturally be in a good mood. Empress Wang deeply agreed with this theory, therefore, whenever there was a resolution in the imperial court, she would send a letter to Wang Wan for consultation, to obtain a solution, understand the method, and then use it on His Majesty when they were chatting in the palace. Seeing Wu Huifei look over, Empress Wang showed a warm smile. She put down the book in her hand and said to her, "You think the palace is boring. In the middle of summer, the large amusement park in the suburbs of the capital will open. Why don't you go with me? Most of them are children." "I won't go." Wu Huifei refused. If she went there, she would be surrounded by guards. Everyone knew her identity, so who would she play with? Looking at you is like looking at animals in a zoo. Then let's go to Sanshui County. It's safe there, and we don't have to worry about being surrounded. Empress Wang had just thought of this when she made a new suggestion. But His Majesty in the palace. Wu Huifei was moved, but she had other concerns. Empress Wang waved her hand indifferently and said, "It's fine. His Majesty has been busy recently, so he goes to sleep at night. Besides, there are other people looking after him." Empress Wang had learned this from Cuckoo. She said that you can't always be around a man. After a long time, the man will forget you. Find an opportunity to look at him for a while, then the man will find that a habit around him has been broken, then he will remember you. But you have to control the situation well. Don't let the man worry, otherwise he will easily run to other people to vent his thoughts. However, she still didn't understand why Cuckoo didn't want to be apart from Xiao Bao for a while. When Li Longji heard this, he stopped writing, raised his head, and said, "Go, go. Only when you get there will there be people who will sincerely communicate with you. The local roast duck has always been different from the ones outside. I will be very busy recently." Last night, the Ministry of Work sent news that the film that can be used to make this thing called movie has been successfully made. It is now being tested and played in sync with the sound. For the sake of the people of my dynasty, I can only work hard. I can't say how helpless I am. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei looked at the emperor's face that didn't show any helplessness. Instead, there was a faint excitement on his face. They hesitated again. They also wanted to work hard for the sake of the people of Tang. "Why don't we film it together?" Empress Wang suggested. "I'll test the water first. I'll put it in a few places in Tang and see the effect first." Li Longji planned to release his image first. Wu Huifei was helpless. She thought for a while and said, "I think the glass film that was used for Xiaobei and the others is very good. It has color. I heard Xiao Bao and Cuckoo say that the new thing called film has no color." Empress Wang said, "Cuckoo said that if you are willing, you can invest more. She and Xiao Bao will put in a lot of effort. Basically, it can be done in one step. However, it's not good for the researchers of the Ministry of Works. They can only walk and run when they have a firm footing. Cuckoo said that she and Xiao Bao know a lot of things. However, when it's used on the technicians, it can only guarantee that they won't take the wrong path. It won't let them fly directly. Sister, you've been fooled by them. They are flying. Sister, you don't know. A few days ago, when I asked Meow Meow to go to the Ministry of Works to ask for things to wash clothes, guess what she saw? Wu Huifei asked with her eyes wide open. What? Empress Wang's eyes also widened. Why did you go to the Ministry of Works to ask for things to wash clothes? Minister Zhang has good things there. My red clothes were stained with something green. It can't be washed off. It's my favorite one. Their family specially sent a few pieces to the palace. It's a pity to throw them away. I thought that the Ministry of Works should have a solution. Meow Meow went to Minister Zhang. Minister Zhang was busy with other things and gave Meow Meow a pass. Meow Meow entered the circle outside the Ministry of Works herself. Did you wash off the things you brought? Empress Wang asked expectantly. I washed them off. The green ones were washed off, and the red ones were washed off as well. I can't wear them anymore. I plan to get someone to change my clothes. Elder sister, this person is really strange. In the past, I didn't have much spare money. I always wanted to wear new clothes, as if wearing old ones was beneath my status. Now that I can't use up all my money, I don't care. It's fine as long as the clothes fit me. When I eat, I don't need to eat too many dishes. It's fine as long as they are delicious. Wu Huifei frowned when she talked about washing off the color of the clothes. However, when she talked about her own changes, she was enraptured. Empress Wang agreed. Yes, yes. According to Cuckoo, if you have money, you have confidence. If you have confidence, you can do whatever you want. Look at Xiao Bei's pants. Because he always runs around, he has a cut on his knee. He had someone sew a pocket on it. Now, many children wear pants with pockets sewn on their knees. Also, Xiao Bao's father, Zhang Shangshu, is always busy. Every day, he has to go to the Ministry of Works research area to change his original green clothes. His elbows are whitened. Thus, many people in Beijing wear green clothes. They don't look good at all. They even deliberately use things to whiten their elbows. Yes. Li Longji also interrupted. That's because no one thinks that the Zhang family and the Wang family can't afford to wear clothes. When Xiao Bei and the others eat outside, they pack up the leftovers and take them back. Who dares to look down on them? The poorer they are, the more generous they are. The more inferior they are, the more flamboyant they are. After lamenting, Li Longji thought of something important. He asked, in the future, you are not allowed to send people into the Ministry of Works research area, even the periphery. I'll talk to Zhang Zhong later. What did Meow Meow see over there? Yes, yes. Let's not talk about washing clothes first. Empress Wang also reacted. At the mention of this, Wu Huifei looked unhappy. It was as if someone owed her money and didn't want to return it. She frowned and said, Meow Meow saw something even more interesting than the telegram. Meow Meow said that when she greeted the people at the periphery and told them the reason, that person directly picked up something on the table and shouted, I'm the chief dispatcher of the Light Industry Materials Logistics Department. I want them to send a bottle of strong cleaning agent. Then, Meow Meow heard a voice saying understood. Not long after, a bottle of something was sent over. What is that thing? Empress Wang asked in shock. I don't know, but I definitely dare to say that that thing must be talking to someone else. We're using a telegram now, so how can it talk? There's only a ticking sound. Sister, do you think it flew or not? The telegram is already amazing enough, but there's actually something that can talk. Wu Huifei looked very depressed. Li Longji was also depressed. He lowered his head and thought about something. As he thought, he angrily threw his pen on the rack and shouted outside, "Find that guy Zhang Zhong for me." The sound of running footsteps could be heard outside. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang weren't in the mood to read. They sat up straight and waited with Li Longji. If they didn't understand this matter, they wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, Zhang Zhong's small figure appeared at the bottom of the stairs outside the hole. As he got closer, his figure gradually grew bigger. The three people in the hall looked out at the same time and were stunned. They saw that Zhang Zhong, who was wearing tight work clothes today, had an extra big thing on his body. To be precise, there were two. One was in his hand, and the other was in front of his chest with a strap. There was also a microphone and a loudspeaker. As he walked, his mouth moved. When they reached the top of the stairs and stood in front of the door, Zhang Zhong looked at the three people apologetically and signaled for them to wait. "I'll say it again. Don't fill up the small river behind. Don't. Put a big water tank next to it. Get the diesel generator and water pumping equipment ready. The warehouse in that place is very important. If it's burned, I'll cut off your heads. Over." After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he pressed something on the box in front of his chest. 3 seconds later, a voice came from the loudspeaker hanging on his chest. "We understand. We promise that we won't let the materials suffer any damage. We'll do as you say. Over." Zhang Zhong pressed something on the box in his hand again, and then on the box in front of his chest. After a while, he said into the loudspeaker, "The materials are important, but the people are more important. If there's any danger, the people will run first. You can leave the materials behind. If you dare to save the materials and get into danger, I'll deal with your families. Don't think that I'm just scaring you. All right, His Majesty is waiting for me. Over." After pressing something on the box in front of his chest again, Zhang Zhong let out a long breath. He then said to Li Longji, who was waiting in the hall, "His Majesty, why did you summon me here?" Chapter 1195. At this moment, Li Longji's eyes were fixed on the boxes in Zhang Zhong's hands and hanging in front of his chest. He didn't say a word. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Zhong asked with concern. Li Longji exhaled deeply, shook his head, and waved at Zhang Zhong. "Come forward." When Zhang Zhong was about 10 steps away from Li Longji looked at the two boxes again and asked, "What were you doing just now?" Zhang Zhong first placed the boxes in his hands on the ground, then placed the boxes hanging around his neck on the ground. He shook his arms and said helplessly, "Isn't this a new project set up by the Research Institute? This place has just been built, and all kinds of materials have been piled together. I was afraid that they would accidentally damage them, so I had to remind them. These things are very important, and the production is very low. It is difficult to produce 1 out of every 100 pieces. You really can't stop worrying. I can't be too harsh with my words. If something really happens and they put themselves in danger to protect the item, Xiao Bao and Huan Huan will be worried to death." "I'm asking what you said just now." Li Longji stopped talking about himself and asked anxiously. "Just like that. Your Majesty, look. One is a radio transmitter, and the other is a semiconductor receiver." Zhang Zhong pointed at the two boxes. "In other words, you can directly communicate with the Ministry of Works research base from Hanyuan Palace Hall." Li Longji asked again. Zhang Zhong nodded. "Yes, it's very convenient. If you have any instructions, you can directly send it over. It's similar to a telegram, but a telegram can't be spoken. With this subject has been much less worried recently. Your Majesty, you don't know. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. What's wrong with you? Li Longji's face was ashen. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang were also fuming. For a moment, Zhang Zhong didn't know what to do. He wondered what he had done wrong to make His Majesty angry. But what did this have to do with the Empress and Wu Huifei? Who were they angry at? Your Majesty, let's talk business. Wu Huifei was the first to calm down. Li Longji nodded and rubbed his face. His complexion was much better now. He said to Zhang Zhong, find a place to sit. Zhang Zhong did not stand on ceremony. Seeing that the nearest stool was more than 10 steps away, he decided to sit on the floor. He was wearing his work uniform anyway. Composing himself, Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and said, Yongqing, the Ministry of Works has been busy recently, and you have to worry about a lot of things. Thank you for your hard work. Your Majesty, this is what I have to do. It is not hard work. Although I am tired, I am willing to do it. Our dynasty's industry has just been established, our foundation is thin, we spend a lot of money, but the results are few. This subject is often worried that I will drag down the great Tang's industrial construction, so I once asked my son for advice. Xiao Bao consoled me and said, this is urgent, wait patiently, and you will know in the future. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he thought for a moment and then pressed a button on the box that he had been carrying earlier. Only when he heard the rustling sound from inside did he feel relieved. Li Longji and the other two followed Zhang Zhong's movements. Seeing that Zhang Zhong did not do anything else, they retracted their gazes. Yongqing, we have been thinking about Xiao Bei and the others for the past few days. Without them, we feel that there is a lot less fun around us. Li Longji mentioned Xiao Bei again. Zhang Zhong nodded, this subject's heart is also empty. Fortunately, there is Ji Xiang and Rui, who are noisy all day long. Together with your Majesty's Panner siblings, my heart is at peace. Why don't we place them by your Majesty's side? Leave them with you, leave them with you. Li Longji waved his hand as if they were not people, but objects. Seeing that the emperor had a sad expression, he said, we can go over and take a look. There is a lot of construction going on in the palace, and there is no place to put them. That's fine too. Zhang Zhong followed along. Yongqing, when we talk about Xiao Bei and the others, can you guess what we remember? We remember when they were still young. At that time, we remember that they had a house. Am I right? Li Longji seemed to be reminiscing. Zhang Zhong also revealed an expression of reminiscence and said with a smile, that's right. At that time, they were still young. They had a big house. It was only a single story, so it couldn't compare to an ordinary house. However, in terms of overall appearance, it was much better than an ordinary house. The entire house was made of agarwood. Oh, right, we remember now. Is the house well maintained? Li Longji continued Zhang Zhong's words. Good, it's very good. Zhang Zhong replied. How could it not be good? The house was made of agarwood. If the entire house was sold, it would be equivalent to a third of the Great Tang's national treasury 20 years ago. None of the pearls and other accessories inside were cheap. At the very least, there was so much transparent glass 20 years ago. Good, it's good that the house is still there. Back then, we weren't the only ones who thought that it was good. Longzhe also thought that the little one's house wasn't bad. That house isn't ordinary. Other than the fact that it can't fly, it should be able to adapt to other terrains, right? Li Longji continued to speak casually. Zhang Zhong was taken aback. He suddenly remembered who Longzhe was. Bigu, that old man was always eyeing his house. Not only did he eat and stay for free, he even made his son and daughter-in-law chat with him. Is that so? Li Longji asked. It's still all right. Actually, it can fly even if it wants to now. We just need to release more hot air balloons. Zhang Zhong's reply was very honest. Li Longji sighed heavily, that's right. The little ones in your house are the luckiest. Ever since I was young, I've never had such a house. There are those who use agarwood to make tables, stools, paperweights, and all kinds of small ornaments. I've never heard of anyone using agarwood to make a house. This was especially so when I heard Long Zhe say that if one wanted to know the extent of Great Tang's technology, one only had to look at the houses of the children of Zhang Zhong and Wang. I know that as well, but I can't criticize the children. Thus, I can only bear with the fact that you didn't let me use the good technology. However, if you don't let me use the technology that you have already used, how can I feel good about it? Don't you think so? Li Longji's final words were directed at Wu Huifei and Empress Wang. Empress Wang was too embarrassed to speak, so she only replied with an on. Wu Huifei didn't care too much and sighed as well. Speaking of which, this concubine's heart aches the most for the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace. The new eunuchs are all congenital castrated, unlike in the past where the parents had to abandon their children. Now, the eunuchs in the family aren't thrown away but sent to the palace instead. As for the palace maids, they are the ladies of normal families, so who wouldn't feel bad for them? However, they have to run far away just because of a decree from His Majesty or to summon a certain official. More importantly, if there's an emergency, wouldn't it be too late for them to run over and wait for the official to arrive? If a certain palace maid suddenly fell ill and couldn't breathe properly, she would need an imperial physician. If there's a delay, she might lose her life. Am I right? After Wu Huifei finished speaking, the three of them all looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong nodded vigorously and understood. When his son and daughter-in-law arrived in Feng Province and saw the technicians, they remembered how difficult it was for them to communicate with the Ministry of Works. They had temporarily used various tools on the ship to make a telephone and a radio transmitter and receiver. The Ministry of Works hadn't thoroughly researched them yet, so they were discovered by His Majesty first. Moving the two boxes forward, Zhang Zhong pointed at the one that had been hung in front of him and said, "This is a receiver that mainly uses semiconductors." He then pointed at the other one and said, "This is a radio transmitter. The principle is to first fix the frequency and then send out the radio. Someone in the Ministry of Works research base uses semiconductors to receive it. To prevent signal interference, I turn off the radio and turn on the semiconductor receiver. The Ministry of Works research base sends out the radio and I receive it. As for the specific principle, to be honest, I don't know. It was made in Feng Province by my son and Cuckoo. There are only 2 sets. In addition, there is also a type of telephone. It is wired. Wherever it goes, the sound will go. The prerequisite is that there is electricity. When I go back, I will first pull the phone line over. Your Majesty, you don't need the wireless radio because there are too few channels. If too many people use it, it will easily leak secrets." After the introduction, Zhang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was something big, but it turned out that it was just a communication tool. He didn't find it troublesome to go around in a big circle. Treasure. Li Longji got up and walked in front of the box. He reached out and touched the buttons, but he didn't dare to touch them. He was afraid that he would accidentally break them. It must be very difficult for the people in the Ministry of Works research base to make such a miraculous object, right? Li Longji imagined himself as a researcher. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. He didn't even dare to think about it. "It was made by my son and Cuckoo," Zhang Zhong reminded him. "My son? Yes, he is very bad. Since he could do it, why did he make it for you and not me? If Li Shi knew, he would be very sad. Has the Ministry of Works made it as well?" Li Longji pulled someone who wasn't present to blame Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong shook his head regretfully. The technicians can only piece the parts together, but they don't understand the principles behind it. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent it over a few days ago, the technicians realized that the triode could be used for communication. They still have a lot to learn. As he spoke, Zhang Zhong began to worry. The people in the Ministry of Works were very hard-working, but no matter how hard they learned, they couldn't keep up with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's demands. From time to time, the two of them would send over some information and research ideas to guide and inspire the technicians. Li Longji reluctantly retracted his hand. Since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can make it, why didn't they do it earlier? They waited until you needed it before they were willing to do it. What benefit does it bring to Great Tang? Your Majesty, the two of them are also slowly researching it. Cuckoo is the one who put in the most effort. Furthermore, their research needs the support of other people's research. If they can't forge good steel, they can't propose to build diesel engines. If they can't solve the problem of spark plugs, how can gasoline engines be ignited? They took out a bunch of ideas and requirements for the researchers to study and create things. They then proposed new ideas and requirements based on the new things that appeared. Xiao Bao said that the current wireless communication can be simpler, but he and Cuckoo can't do it. They have to wait for the Ministry of Works to understand the technology. Then, they will issue a guideline and let the researchers do it. The industry isn't something that can be solved by one or two people. After saying this, Zhang Zhong felt thirsty. He looked up and saw a cup of herbal tea on the table. He walked over and drank it in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and said, "It's actually Tiguanyin. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk it. It's easy to get a stomachache." Li Longji lowered his head and pondered, ignoring Zhang Zhong who drank his tea. Empress Wang, on the other hand, signaled to the palace maid standing at the door and asked her to bring Longjing tea. When the new tea was brought, Li Longji took a cup and said, "It's really hard on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it weren't for other people, they would have taken flight long ago. Why do they have to stop and wait for every step they take? Just like the futuristic military stories Cuckoo wrote, there's a country thousands of miles away that provokes me. I just need to sit in the hall and there's something like a movie in front of me, and I can see that country. Then, I reach out and point. Half an hour later, that country is in a sea of fire. No one is left alive, not even a blade of grass." "Yes, yes." Empress Wang also said excitedly. He also said that someone from another country stabbed our Chao Zimin in the Tang Empire. Our Chao Zimin took out something from his pocket and instantly contacted His Majesty, saying that he had been stabbed. While His Majesty sent people to treat him, he tapped on the screen in front of him and found that the person had just rowed a boat and escaped into the sea. His Majesty tapped on the screen, and a pillar of light shone down from the 9 heavens. Both the person and the boat disappeared. This is a true attacker, able to move above the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, this is all a dream. The thing that person took out could be contacted instantly, unless... At this point, Empress Wang was stunned. Li Longji and Wu Huifei were also stunned. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 boxes on the ground, and then they turned to look at Zhang Zhong, who was about to drink his tea. Zhang Zhong also stopped what he was doing and swallowed hard. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 1196. Zhang Zhong didn't say what it was. Li Longji and the other 2 felt chills run down their spines. This was especially true for Li Longji, whose heart had turned cold. He had always been told that there was a country that was very powerful. In the beginning, he had his doubts, but as the hot air balloons, telegraph machines, cannons, steam engines, diesel engines, and gasoline engines were produced, he began to believe it. But today, when he joked about the story that 2 people had once told him, he saw the wireless communication box in front of him, and a special sense of urgency began to grow in his heart. He couldn't help but look up at the sky and murmur, "Orders come from thousands of li away, attacks come from above the 9 heavens. This is not a story. Definitely not. I'll have someone get the phone line immediately." In the future, working in the palace will be much more convenient. Zhang Zhong put down his teacup and crouched down to turn on the radio. Li Longji grabbed Zhang Zhong's hand and said earnestly, Yongqing, while you're at it, tell the technicians in the Ministry of Works to work harder. Tell them to follow in the footsteps of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. We'll give them promotions. We don't want to be beaten without being able to retaliate one day. At the very least, we should be able to defend ourselves. Zhang Zhong said awkwardly, Your Majesty, do you think that's possible? In his heart, his son and daughter-in-law were little immortals bestowed upon him by the heavens. Who could follow in the footsteps of immortals? If they can follow in the footsteps, then it's better than nothing. Are those two people in your family willing to raise a few more children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Li Longji asked expectantly. Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others can't. Zhang Zhong knew what the emperor was talking about. The excuse that his family used to deceive outsiders was something that the outsiders came up with themselves. Li Longji had a bitter taste in his mouth, and the wrinkles on his face piled up. He said, The little guys are powerful, but compared to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, they're not even close. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were at Xiao Bei's age, they were, right? Then Your Majesty, how many children like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo do you think our great Tang can choose from? Zhang Zhong asked in embarrassment. 1. I can't even choose one. Zhang Zhong, why didn't your families have 8 children each? You count the days, count them carefully. The time they were born and the time I ascended the throne, were they bestowed by the heavens? Even if you gave birth to 2 children at once, it would still be better than now. You only gave birth to 1, just 1. It's all because your families reduced the number of treasures that the heavens bestowed upon me. Do you admit your sins? Li Longji grabbed Zhang Zhong's hand and roared. I admit my sins, this subject admits his sins. Your Majesty, please calm down. This subject will have someone set up a phone line and relay your decree. Zhang Zhong was frightened and hurriedly comforted him. Now was not the time to argue about who was bestowed the treasure. After venting his anger, Li Longji calmed down and let go of Zhang Zhong's hand. He nodded. The 3 of them watched as Zhang Zhong contacted the Research Institute and relayed the order. They were still in a daze. Your Majesty, this subject still has some documents to write. If there's nothing else, this subject will take his leave. Zhang Zhong pointed at the door. Go. Thank you, Minister Zhang. Li Longji waved his hand and watched as Zhang Zhong rehung the box and sent it out of the hall. Only when Zhang Zhong's figure disappeared from the range of Hanyuan Palace Hall did he turn around and walk to the back of the table. He collapsed into a chair. Wu Huifei and Empress Wang were speechless. Worry could be seen on their faces. The hall was silent for half an hour before Li Longji's voice sounded. What time is it? Empress Wang raised her wrist and looked at the mechanical watch on it. She replied, It's 1:15 noon. No wonder you're hungry. Let's go to Savant's restaurant. This emperor wants to eat the Mandarin duck pot. Li Longji didn't want to eat in the palace. He rubbed his stomach and got up to leave. Wu Huifei followed up and asked, What side dishes does your Majesty need? This concubine will order someone first. Just make 2 cold plates, not too much. It would be a pity to throw them away if we can't finish them. I wonder what Xiao Bao and the others ate for lunch. Longze and Yuanji should have arrived by now. Li Longji suddenly thought of what others ate. Wu Huifei nodded. If they really arrived, they would definitely eat fish at noon. They caught it themselves. Your Majesty, they have already retired, but they still have to organize people to gather intelligence. If this goes on for a long time, I'm afraid it will shake their foundation. Empress Wang cooperated and said, Exactly. If we don't restrict them, they will bring disaster to the world. It doesn't matter. They are now collecting economic information. This emperor can still use them. Bring disaster to the world. Could it be that they dare to rebel? If someone really wants to use their intelligence to do something bad, I don't even need to say anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will directly put them on Zhuke Street. If they want to rebel, they can't do it alone, right? If they need an army, logistics, and incite the people, do you think that with the reputation of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, which people will follow them? The matter of the two Taoists in Jiangnan has just passed. Even if there are people who don't care about their good, they have to consider their ruthlessness. Li Longji didn't care. Compared to an attack from thousands of miles away, a mere economic intelligence organization was nothing. With only 100 or so Jinwu guards, Li Longji, Wu Huifei, and Empress Wang slowly strolled to Savant's restaurant. Along the way, they kept waving at the people. Then, they felt that it was a waste to bring more than 100 guards because the people consciously stood 50 steps away from them. At the same time, they looked at the people around them vigilantly. They didn't walk forward, but they also stopped others from coming forward to avoid hurting the emperor. The only people Li Longji came in contact with were two children who squeezed in. He hugged them and kissed them, and they were considered close to the people. With so many people, if anyone wants to rebel, I will tire them to death. Sitting at the table, Li Longji said proudly. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei nodded in agreement. It was indeed not easy to rebel. At this time, the hot pot was also served. The exhaust fan was turned on, and the charcoal was burned. The chicken soup and the seafood base looked clear, but the smell of the soup filled the air. On the other side was bright red chili, and the fragrance was rich. 8 large basins filled with cold dishes were placed at the side, and 8 large plates were placed on the table. Li Longji was about to say that it was a waste, but he suddenly understood that they asked you to use a plate to fill the big basins. Look, in the world, only their restaurant dares to ask me to do it myself. Li Longji picked up a plate and began to choose the cold dishes. It's only comfortable to eat in their restaurant. Empress Wang also picked up a plate. If only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here. There are hundreds of seasonings, and it's really difficult to choose. If Xiao Bao was here, he would help to adjust the seasonings according to the season and climate. It's lively with a group of little guys, but what about Panner and the others? Wu Huifei couldn't sit and wait for the emperor to work, so she stood up and picked wine from the wine cabinet. She said a few words and asked Empress Wang's children. The waiter standing at the door immediately replied, "They have eaten and are sleeping." "Have your masters eaten the mandarin duck pot recently?" "The masters have eaten it, but the madams haven't. They need to nurse the children." "What sauce are you using?" After the waiter left, the head butler of the Zhang family came in with a tray with a large bowl of sauce and 3 small cans. He put them on the table and said, "The little master deliberately made this sauce before he left and froze it. He said that if you eat the mandarin duck pot or hot pot at this time of the year, this sauce will definitely not be heaty. If you feel that the sauce is not fresh enough, don't add oyster sauce. It's too salty. There are canned caviar." Li Longji chuckled, "You actually dare to hide it." "Fortunately, my beloved concubine asked. If the strong men were here, I don't believe that they wouldn't take the initiative to take it out. You can leave. I won't reward you even if you stand here for a day. Your Majesty, Empress, and Your Highness, please enjoy." The butler bowed and left. It's not easy to eat hot food outside. Li Longji and Empress Wang put the cold dishes on the table inside. The reason why the head butler of the Zhang family came just now was because of the sauce. Previously, everything in the house had been checked. There were also people watching the kitchen in case something went wrong. Empress Wang took the wine from Wu Huifei and poured it for Li Longji first. She said, "Why don't we call the strong men here? He's busy with the construction of the palace. It's very tiring for him." "Forget it. If he comes, he'll have to serve us. He has others to serve him in the palace. Let him rest. Today, it's just our family eating. As soon as Li Longji finished speaking, he raised his head and drank half a cup of wine. The three of them ate a few mouthfuls of food. With food in their stomachs, they began to chat. I still feel that it's messy to transfer troops from all over the country. I can't guess what they want to do. Wu Huifei still didn't forget about the previous matter. Li Longji didn't have any intention of answering. He peeled the boiled edamame that shouldn't be there in this season and swept his eyes across the various dishes to choose. Empress Wang only cared about etiquette in front of others. Now that there were no outsiders, she chewed the mutton in her mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Sister, don't worry. They definitely won't go to Shinlua or Japan. Shinlua doesn't have any fighting power, and Japan is even more useless. I think they want the Tang Empire to train their troops, especially the navy. They might be of use in the future. For example, they can patrol along the shore and help protect the merchants of our dynasty. As long as they are within the range of the cannons, they will be safe. When the time comes, hundreds of gunships will be deployed and rush out. Together with the troop carriers." Empress Wang paused. Li Longji also stopped peeling the edamame. Wu Huifei looked around and hurriedly drank a mouthful of wine. She said loudly to Empress Wang, "Sister, why don't we go to the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works later? I remember that Xiao Bao said that other than movies, there are also cameras, the kind that take pictures of people. It's as if it's real." Yes, we have to go. We have to go. Where's His Majesty?" Empress Wang also said loudly. "Let's go together. Throw 2 prawns in. They're not fresh prawns." Li Longji also drank a mouthful of wine. Empress Wang helped to put the prawns in the pot and said, "They are prawns from last year. They are specially frozen. There are seeds and drunken crabs in them. They are slightly yellow." "Good, it's good that there are seeds. It seems that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can grow vegetables that are out of season, but they can't grow prawns and crabs that are out of season." Li Longji waited for the prawns to slowly turn red. "In my opinion, they find it troublesome and don't have the time to care. They can already grow fungus and ginseng. They are quite capable," Wu Huifei said as she put down her chopsticks. Li Longji picked up a cooked prawn. As he peeled the shell, he lowered his voice and said, "Of course they are capable. They even dared to hide it from me. I was wondering why they were so carefree. It was as if they were traveling. Instead of actively preparing for war, they went to visit relatives. If Duosher can defend, I dare to give them the technology of the cannon." Chapter 1197. Eat fish, eat fish. Lunch was later than usual. The old men who had been eating more than usual were hungry. As soon as they sat down, Baigo couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and eat the meat in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao's main dish was also hot pot, fish head pot, but there was a lot of fish in it. The 2 old men ate the meat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each scooped a bowl of fish soup and ate with steamed buns. They didn't seem to have much of an appetite. If it weren't for their normal expressions, people would think that they had something on their minds. After a few mouthfuls of meat, Baigo felt better. He smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and praised, "It's delicious. When it comes to fish, Xiaobao's cooking is more authentic. Let's continue to eat fish tonight. Let's eat fried fish, salted fish, and some cornmeal pancakes." "Okay, I'll make salted fish, cornmeal pancakes, and wild vegetable egg soup tonight." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Since the old men were here, he had to serve them well. Even if she was stopped by an old man she didn't know on the street and asked her to cook something for him, she would still cook for him, let alone someone she had known for many years. Yao Chong didn't say anything, but his chopsticks kept moving. He tasted every dish and chose the one that he liked the most. As Bai Go ate, he finally realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different from before. The two of them kept exchanging glances while eating. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, it must be something difficult. After eating a few more mouthfuls, Bai Go stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Yao Chong. When the two of them looked back, he said, "Xiaobao, it's normal for the two of you to be busy, but there's no end to it. When you need to rest, rest. When it's time to eat, eat. If there's any trouble, tell us and we can solve it together. The whole country is behind you." "Grandpa Bai, you're right. We have a small problem. We can't solve it in a year because we've taken too much manpower and resources. As time goes by, other countries may have other ideas. We're considering whether to put pressure on them or appease them with resources. Against Duosher, we want to fight, grind, attack the heart, and seize it. 4 years." Zhang Xiaobao did not keep it a secret from the two old men and told them the steps of the strategy. Yao Chong also put down his chopsticks and looked at Bai Go, waiting for the two to explain how they were going to play these 4 years. Wang Wan explained, "Fighting is to be ruthless at the start of the war, before the food harvest. At that time, they are most lacking in food and have no choice but to provide support to the front line. We'll fight until next summer and then retreat to the places we can occupy this winter to shorten the supply line." The two old men nodded at first, but then they both fretted. "Cuckoo, you don't want to advance quickly. Instead, you want to advance on all fronts. Fighting a battle of annihilation instead of attacking a route or penetrating deep into the enemy's rear. It will consume a lot of resources. Why don't we use our weapon advantage to attack the enemy's core city and capture their leader?" Bai Go believed that it would be best for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to launch the lightning battle mentioned in the textbooks, exchanging time for space. Now it seemed that the two wanted to slowly advance all fronts, giving the enemy time to gather their troops and play positional warfare. If someone else said this with a sharp weapon, he would have already cursed. Now that it was from Cuckoo, he needed to think carefully. Cuckoo had written many military textbooks, specializing in distinguishing all kinds of war situations. Strategic and tactical, everything. He believed that she would not make the wrong judgment and decision. Yao Chang's gaze fell on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's faces. He reached out a hand and touched a steamed bun, bringing it to his mouth without blinking. They are a religious country. Their land area is large and their faith is firm. It's easy to destroy their upper power structure. We don't even need to send too many planes. Find a place with low mountains, take a detour, and send hot air balloon troops to fight special forces." Wang Wan explained, full of confidence. This was the confidence of having the ability to transport troops in the air. Especially for the first use, it was guaranteed to succeed. Zhang Xiaobao continued, but, we can't. This is the characteristic of a religious country. It's not a problem for some people to die. Soon, there will be leaders in various places. At that time, their resistance will be very tenacious. In order to get more follower support, they will make the decision to stop the Tang Empire's army. There is another possibility. They are all independent, and we can destroy them one by one. We don't dare to gamble, and there is no need to gamble. With the Tang Empire's army, which country can't we bully now? We mainly want to pay less and get higher returns. Wang Wan finished eating the steamed bun and signaled to Zhang Xiaobao, who had just drunk 2 mouthfuls of soup, to continue. Zhang Xiaobao quickly swallowed the soup. War is not the goal. The goal is to get something. My idea is the simplest. I have to make a lot of money in a war. It's not worth it without me. It's hard to get proportional to the cost. Destroy their will and make it easier for me to plunder. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao also ate in big mouthfuls of food, giving the 2 old men time to think. The situation at the table changed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate happily, but the two old men began to frown. They looked at each other and thought hard, analyzing Zhang Xiaobao's character. At the same time, they thought that Zhang Xiaobao's support for war was not for long-term benefits. Perhaps he had such a plan, but he would not give up short-term benefits. What he needed was to take advantage of the situation while fighting. After the war, he would first recover the cost of starting the war. When the dust settled, he was guaranteed to make a lot of money. Otherwise, with his talent, it would be better to use it to improve the lives of the people in the country. Good, slowly push. I agree. Bai Su spoke first. Fighting for a year is pushing for a year. What is the purpose of grinding? Grinding is to take a big step back and carry out low-intensity small group battles. Our army can take this opportunity to rotate and recuperate. At the same time, we can continue to train our soldiers. We can take small victories to big victories and eat away at tactics. The young generals can follow along and learn. The people will unite for the honor and dignity of the great Tang and work hard. Seeing that Wang Wan was still eating, Zhang Xiaobao could only say it himself. When he talked about the people working hard, he deliberately emphasized it. The two old men nodded in agreement. They understood this. As long as the front lines were not defeated, the people at the back would be very happy and work hard. The propaganda would be that the mighty army of the great Tang was all thanks to your support in the rear, and there would be no more conflicts. They would even say that it didn't matter if the betrothal gifts were a little smaller. As long as the great Tang army had a common goal, they could get married. Yao Chong finally spoke. 2 years is too long for the people of Duo who are always unable to drive the enemy out of their country and achieve victory. At that time, you can use other methods to shake the belief of the people in your religion and achieve the final victory in one fell swoop. Xiao Bao must be using economic methods, Bai Su said with certainty. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, I plan to use shrapnel and bullets to exchange for food. After a year of fighting, they will not have enough food. When we retreat, the shrapnel and bullets will be left at the front. I will use food to exchange with their people. If they can find good ores, I am even willing to use canned food to exchange. What a vicious plan. Bai Su shivered. He had already thought of the result. In order not to starve to death or eat canned food, the local people would definitely collect shrapnel and mine ores to exchange for food. But these things would be made into weapons that would take the lives of their soldiers. Would the ruling class stop them or condone them? Stopping them would intensify the internal conflict. Condoning them would chill the hearts of the frontline soldiers. At that time, the soldiers' food would come from the hands of the people. The people would use things to exchange. If the soldiers stopped, the people would not give the soldiers food. The soldiers would steal the food of the people. This was a dead end. Xiao Bao is also planning to pile up the enemy's corpses and start a plague battle. Then, he will use medicine to exchange for food. Wang Wan was already full and added. The two old men's teeth were numb and sour. It was obvious that they did not have enough blood. This plan goes against the heavens, Yao Chong said as he rubbed his face with his hands. Whose heavens? Our Tang Empire is at the right time, right place, and right people. Isn't it just a biological war? Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Then, he muttered in a voice that only Wang Wan could hear, poison gas bombs, bacterial bombs, napalm bombs, depleted uranium bombs, dum-dum bombs, cluster bombs, non-metal mines, and atomic bombs. Who doesn't use them? Wang Wan did not say anything. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was just casually saying that. Even if others did not use them, he would use them if he could. Don't expect to use morality, humanity, or righteousness to restrain him. He did not care. Of course, he did not care either. He would only follow the rules if others joined forces to beat him. Otherwise, he would beat whoever dared to oppose him. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's firm attitude, the two old men did not try to persuade him. Yao Chong suggested, "Let them have fewer people die. It is also good for us to catch more slaves. I have this plan. It depends on the actual situation. If they can help us do a good job, why take more lives? I want to build more smelting workshops in the local area, refine steel, build railway tracks, and build a railway. We just need people to fill in." Zhang Xiaobao accepted this indirect persuasion. He was not killing for the sake of killing. That was crazy. Now we are worried about Japan and Xinluo. Wang Wan brought up the previous matter again. Xinluo has your garrison nearby, and Japan also has our gunships. What's there to worry about? Bai Shu pointed to the northeast. There were elite troops there. Otherwise, why did the ministers in the imperial court recognize the powerful existence of the Zhang family and the Wang family? It was because if Shuzhou and Sanshui County were easy to take down, Luzhou, Tubo, Northern Hebei Province, and Feng Province were all hoarded by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao shrugged and spread his hands. No, the gunships and garrison are not there. The large transport ships are also gone. Where did they go? Bai Shu and Yao Chong exclaimed at the same time. They used them. What about Xinluo and Japan? Zhang Xiaobao gave a very rogue answer. It's easy. Don't appease or suppress them. Let His Majesty issue an edict and invite them to come to Tang for exchanges. From agriculture to industry, from military to economy, from literature and art to sports. We can first provide them with a detailed introduction and tell them what to exchange. Let their ruling class come over. We will provide food and accommodation. Bai Shu came up with an idea. Yao Chong agreed. Our country is big. Let them wander around. Do we have any advanced weapons? We can scare them while we are at it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought about it together. After exchanging glances, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Yes, cover the outside of the diesel engine with metal sheets, and put the thing under the house that Xiao Bei and the others used when they first came here. We call it a track. I'll ask the Ministry of Works to make a few more and send them to Duoshi to test the water." What exactly is that thing? What about the gunships and the soldiers of Hebei Province? Bai Shu still had a lot of doubts. Zhang Xiaobao still shrugged and spread his hands. Not to mention Hebei Province, the original soldiers of Hunan Province, Deng Province, and Lai Province are also gone. The naval forces of Huainan Province and Jiangnan Province are also gone. Only the naval forces of Jiangxi Province are left to guard the capital. Chapter 1198. A few days later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still leisurely spending their vacation in Izhou with a group of retired old men. They hunted in the mountains and fished in the water, living a very comfortable life. Xiao Bei and the 9 children had yet to return to Wenshan County, but the situation in the county had changed. Wang Chang's family was escorted to Izhou and handed over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After a short period of training, they were sent to Duoshi to study the eating habits of the locals. At the same time, they were to create new dishes in preparation for the next step of the soft invasion. Objectively speaking, Wang Chang was unwilling to go. Not only was it tiring, but it was also dangerous. Objectively speaking, he did not dare to not go. When he was the county magistrate, he did not do what a county magistrate should do. To put it lightly, he was not capable enough and was not suitable for the position of county magistrate. To put it bluntly, he was clearly derelict in his duties. He did not care about the lives and happiness of the county's people. He did not care about the laws and regulations that the imperial court valued. His actions even shook the country's rule over the area. With such a heavy accusation, Wang Chang thought about his mother, wife, and children and happily agreed to the job of researching food. Most importantly, his family could continue to live in Ezhou City. The restaurants would deliver food to them. When Shan's Gongsun Weiyu smoothly took over the position of county magistrate. The imperial court's letter of appointment had already left the capital and would arrive in the county in a few days. With power in his hands, Gongsun Weiyu relied on Xiao Bei and the others to start cleaning up the disobedient people in the yamen and promoting his own people. Even the authority of the registrar was given out. The people who were being cleaned up did not dare to speak out. They did not even dare to be angry. Without any restraints, Gongsun Weiyu governed according to his own administrative philosophy. A series of decrees were passed out, and the county's people followed suit. Xiao Bei and the others did not stay idle. Although they said they were going for a stroll, they actually ran to the place where Gongsun Weiyu wanted to build the cement factory. They first built the cement kiln and then started to burn the cement. When Xiao Bei brought the finished cement sample to Gongsun Weiyu was stunned. He then said worriedly, "There is a technique to burn cement. You can't just look at the finished product. You also have to protect the person who burns the cement. If you directly build it, it will be easy for something to happen." What happened? Little Bei looked up and asked. The first is the quality of the finished product, the second is the safety, and the third is the transportation. These 3 points cannot be reduced. I am currently waiting for the imperial court to send someone over. Gongsun Weiyu sighed and said helplessly. Xiao Bei carefully looked at Gongsun Weiyu and asked, "Have you become muddle-headed from being a county magistrate? You're asking the imperial court for technology?" Gongsun Weiyu nodded, "That's right. Why do you care which part of the imperial court needs technology?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Ministry of Works," Gongsun Weiyu answered. "Who am I?" Xiao Bei asked. "Zhang Xiao Bei. I'm the daughter of the Minister of Works. The cement was made by my family in Luzhou. You asked the Ministry of Works for technical support, but you're questioning me. County Magistrate Gongsun, you should rest for 2 days. Don't overwork your brain." Compared to Gongsun Weiyu's helplessness earlier, Xiao Bei was even more helpless now. She pointed at the cement on the table and said, 3 days later, we'll gather a batch of cement and bring it out. We'll help the county promote it. You should consider the transportation problem. The stability of ships traveling by water is very important. If we're traveling by land, I've already experienced the joy of hiking mountains. If you want to build roads, we can support you with a batch of explosives. Gongsun Weiyu blushed and nodded repeatedly. The main reason was that the imperial court had been promoting the Ministry of Works vigorously in recent years. Many people had forgotten where the source of technology was. The truth was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had their own research institute. All large-scale research projects were placed in the Ministry of Works. All small-scale research projects were carried out at home. It was convenient for the two of them to monitor the progress at any time. They could also guide and teach. 3 days later, Little Bei and the others planned to leave after the cement kiln produced a batch of cement that they could take with them. Before leaving, they treated all the children in the school to a meal. They had been eating in the school's cafeteria for the past few days. To them, the taste was very bad, but they still persevered. During the meal, they didn't mention leaving. Only when the children were full and constantly reminiscing about the delicious food that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan had treated them to did Xiao Bei mention that they were leaving Wenshan. The children were stunned for a moment, then began to cry. The 9 people kept comforting them, saying that when the children grew up, they could come and play with them, or they could come over when they had time. After a while, the children finally realized that no matter how much they urged Xiao Bei and the others to stay, they had to leave. One by one, they began to prepare gifts. There were small wooden swords that they had cut themselves, bags made of rags, sachets filled with local medicinal herbs, and beautiful feathers from the pheasant's tail. Xiao Bei and the others didn't stand on ceremony. They accepted the gifts from others and hugged them goodbye. After being sent to the road outside the county, the children had to go back. Next was the gifts from the adults. In addition to the cement that they helped transport, there were also local specialties from the county, waxed meat from home, air-dried pheasants, fried noodles made of butter, and large amounts of century eggs and duck meat. The poor Wenshan County citizens gave almost everything they had. Xiao Bei and the others accepted all of it, but they didn't send anything back for the time being. They were waiting to sell the cement and spend more money elsewhere to buy other daily necessities before getting someone to send them back. They walked and stopped from noon until they reached the border of Wenshan County at night. Gongsun Weiyu stopped the people who wanted to continue sending them off. He stood on the flat ground, intending to watch Xiao Bei's group disappear from sight. Xiao Bei walked more than 100 meters before turning around and returning. He said to the puzzled Gongsun Weiyu, "I thought of something. During my days in the county, I realized that everyone's lighting wasn't good enough." Gongsun Weiyu suddenly understood and asked, "You want to build a power plant in this county and send light bulbs? What are you thinking about? Just wait and see if there's a chance in a few years. I see that everyone uses resin oil and fat oil. Some people even rest at night when it's dark. The children's lights are harmful to their eyes. Arrange for someone to make candlesticks now. I want to send 100,000 sticks of paraffin wax over," Xiao Bei said. Paraffin wax. Used by the rich and powerful in the capital? Gongsun Weiyu didn't understand paraffin wax. The rich and powerful in the capital use light bulbs. The cost of paraffin wax is very low, and it's a very depressing byproduct. The people in the petrochemical department of the Ministry of Works are constantly fighting with paraffin wax. It's like the ash left behind after burning charcoal in a kiln. It needs to be cleaned up. If we have to talk about cost, it's the transportation cost. Recently, oil processing has increased, so there's a lot of paraffin wax in the capital. We've discussed and decided to leave a small portion for other places to use. We'll buy the rest and ship it over here. We'll send 100,000 sticks to Wenshan County." Xiao Bei explained to Gongsun Weiyu like a good teacher. Gongsun Weiyu pondered for a moment before saying worriedly, "It's too far to ship it from the capital. It's easy for the candles to break on the bumpy road. Also, the cost of transporting and buying them isn't small. Have you discussed this with young Master Xiao Bao?" "What's there to discuss? It's our own money. We can use it however we want. Why would we look for my brother and sister for such a trivial matter? Also, who told you that the paraffin wax is shipped over one stick at a time? It's buckets at a time. If it wasn't for the fact that the weather is too hot, we could have just piled it up and shipped it over. Once it's shipped over, our new processing workshop will be ready. We can provide work for some people, especially the women who can't find work at home." Xiao Bei realized that he was really smart. He knew a lot of things that Gongsun Weiyu didn't know. Gongsun Weiyu continued to have an expression of being taught. He pondered and said expectantly, "Can we move the processing area to Wenshan County? We have the manpower, and the price is low. Don't count on it. Unless you can build a spacious road and solve the problem of animal labor. Remember to make a wax stand. The bottom is like a small bowl. It can catch the excess melted wax. It won't be wasted and is easy to clean. Bamboo is good, but it needs to be polished smooth. It's best if there's a buckle at the bottom that can be easily replaced." Xiao Bei reminded him again, then shook his head. He seemed to think that Gongsun Weiyu was a child who couldn't be taught. The other Yamen officials and commoners beside Gongsun Weiyu also felt that the usually smart official had become stupid today. If it was another high-ranking official, they would probably be angry. It was said that high-ranking officials had bad tempers. Gongsun Weiyu had indeed become stupid. He felt that there was no need to be anxious about what Xiao Bei said, so he suggested, there are other things to do in the county. It's easy to make wax stands. Why don't we wait until it's shipped to the county? There's no rush for now. If you insist on making us do it now, we will do it. At this time, Xiao Yuan, who had followed behind, was unhappy. It's as if we are forcing you. We want to ship a lot of paraffin wax. You only think about your own county's use and not others. My Xiao Bei wants you to organize people to make a lot of wax stands, then ship them out from the river and sell them outside. As soon as our wax arrives, we will immediately make a lot of candles. Before others can react, our county can ship out a batch of wax stands and sell them directly. The more exquisite, nimble, and convenient you make them, the higher the price. Isn't it good to seize the opportunity to earn a sum of money and make a name for Wenshan County's reputation? I'm now wondering how you graduated from Jinjia Academy. You actually missed the opportunity to make a fortune. How did I become yours? Xiao Bei glared at Xiao Yuan, then turned to Gongsun Weiyu and said, you have to be flexible. You have to be flexible as an official. You have to be like a child who dares to fantasize. You have to be as strict as a craftsman. You have to be like an opportunist looking for opportunities. Our dynasty's development is not bad, but there are two problems with officials. First, local officials only understand the local situation, but don't understand the new way of thinking. They don't know how to change, and don't even think about changing the status quo. Second, officials from the imperial court feel that they have learned a lot of theories and can do a lot of things when they go to the local area. In the end, they are not familiar with the local situation and blindly give orders, slapping their heads and making decisions, then leaving after making a mistake. In the end, the moment they leave, they will be dealt with. Do they think that our Tang dynasty's countless patrol officers are just decorations? Gongsun Weiyu nodded repeatedly and looked at Xiao Bei with fear. Little girl, you really know a lot. The old man appeared again. He walked forward and patted Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei blushed and said embarrassedly, brother and sister told us on the boat. They also said a lot of other things, but I didn't remember them. That's not bad. What you remember is very useful. The old man continued to praise her. Thank you, thank you. We're really leaving. We'll come back again in the future. Hey, what are you crying for? We're leaving Wenshan County, not going to die. We'll be able to eat good food once we reach Izhou. To be honest, I've been having a hard time eating the school cafeteria these past few days. Some of the dishes aren't even seasoned properly. I'm going to enjoy my life. After leaving behind a bunch of words, Xiao Bei pulled Xiao Yuan and skipped away. The people sending them off silently watched the group disappear from sight. For a long time, no one made a sound. It was only when a flock of wild birds flew up from the trees that the crowd came to their senses. What a good child. It's a pity she's gone. How good would it be if she stayed in the county forever? A man who had helped carry the thing said reluctantly. One can't be too selfish. If she stays here forever, what about others? Later, we'll have the school cafeteria changed to a smaller pot. Xiao Bei and the others are really too much. They don't say anything even if it's not good. I don't see them eating less and eating happily. So it's because they're holding it in. Sigh. The old man suddenly felt his heart ache and was even angrier. The school cooks were not cooking properly. Gongsun Weiyu also said, of course, what do they usually eat? The last meal today was cooked by them. We've all tasted it, right? It's a world of difference. If I had children like Xiao Bei and the others, I'd give them my heart and liver, another person said. Gongsun Weiyu and Weiwei smiled. It's not just you, it's the same for everyone. If Xiao Bei follows His Majesty to court, she will sit on the same dragon chair as His Majesty. Even the officials of the censorate will pretend they don't know. Ha! The people around them exclaimed. The old man said in disbelief, not impeaching. Impeachment is fine. If any official dares to stand up and impeach Xiao Bei and the others, His Majesty will first send someone to investigate this official. If you want to make a name for yourself by stepping on Xiao Bei, you'll have to pay with your life. Moreover, even if the impeachment is successful, His Majesty will first issue an edict of self-guilt, and then Xiao Bei will admit her mistake. You can't cut off the head of a child like her, right? At most, she'll be sentenced to exile. Will they care? When Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Works went to Luzhou, others thought he was being exiled. But now, what's happening to Luzhou? Gongsun Weiyu said with a smile. After saying that, he laughed heartily. The others were also very happy. Go back. Find someone to make a wax stand. It has to be carefully designed. When the paraffin wax comes, we'll make a profit first. As expected of Xiao Bao's sister, you can think of a way to make money in the blink of an eye. I'll draw a simple logo and put the logo on everything produced in the county. With a wave of his hand, Gongsun Weiyu led the people back. The torches flickered, the wind was comfortable, and the night was enchanting. Let's go to Weizhou. Xiao Bei asked someone to bring a map and asked Sister Xiao Zhu about the location. She pointed to the west of Weizhou. We're not going back to Weizhou. Little Yuan still wanted to go back and eat good food. Who will we sell the cement to in Weizhou? Weizhou is more remote. We have to buy things and send them to Wenshan first. They gave us most of the things in their house. What if they starve to death? Using the light, Xiao Bei held a boiled duck and gnawed on it. It was a freshly cooked duck. He ate 2 mouthfuls and drank some water. It was spicy. Little Yuan reached out and plucked a wing from Xiao Bei's duck. She nodded and said, "That's right. I support you." Thus, the group changed their route and headed for Weizhou. Because they needed to carry some things, they had to travel for 3 days over the mountains before they arrived at a county near Weizhou called Yuanqing, which was also part of Maozhou. This place was less than 6 hours away from the main city of Weizhou. We're arriving at night again. Let's set up camp. It's a mess inside. There's no place to set up camp. Xiao Bei felt sorry for the people in the group. It was not a special situation. There was no need to be tired all the time. It was not worth it to force the troops to walk all the way. The accompanying guards and logistics personnel did not think much of it. They treated it as training. Usually, they would train once every 20 days to maintain their combat strength. They could face any emergency and be pulled out to fight. They could win the battle and take pride in it. They were an elite team that had 24 hours, all weather and all terrain. The next morning, a portion of the group hurriedly ate breakfast and followed the little ancestors to Tunghua County to take a look at the situation. If there were enough resources, they could buy them and get someone to send them to Wenshan. The group did not enter and went directly to the main city of Weizhou. The group of about 100 people walked for half an hour before they finally saw the main road. It was about 3 meters wide and had green grass and red, white, and purple wildflowers growing on it. On one side of the road was a wasteland, and on the other side was farmland. It could be seen that barley was planted there. The seedlings were uneven, probably because no one took good care of them. Xiao Bei picked up the binoculars and said happily, "It's better than Wenshan. There are signs of people in front." Are we walking in a village or outside a city? It's inside a city. There are no outer city walls outside Tunghua County. There are no earthen walls. It's only an area because there are troops stationed in Weizhou. Xiao Zhu had a deeper understanding of maps. She could even draw many maps of the great Tang down to the county. Let's go in. If we had known earlier, we would have eaten less. We could have tried the local delicacies of Tunghua County. Xiao Bei began to regret. She had drunk a large bowl of chili soup, stuffed 3 fried cakes, half a plate of dried tofu in chili oil, and 2 tea eggs. Perhaps it was too early, but there was no one on the road. There was only the shadow of an old man herding sheep on the side of the mountain before disappearing again. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group saw houses and people carrying poles in front of them. Just as it was about to be lively, there was a commotion behind them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The voices came from different people. Xiao Bei and the others were shocked and quickly hid in the wasteland by the side of the road. The guards had already put their hands on the guns under their clothes. Wait first. Maybe there's something urgent, Xiao Hai instructed. Everyone turned their heads to look at the group of people behind them. After a few glances, the number of people was estimated to be between 500 and 600. They took up about 3 meters of the road. They formed a long line and walked forward in a mighty manner. The 6 people who had started to curse stared at Xiao Bei and the others with vigilance. At the same time, they were panting. It seemed that they had just run over. After a while, the group behind them came over. There were 2 rows of 40 people in front of them holding poles. The poles had flags on them. There was a cartoon pattern of alfalfa on the flags. This group of people slowly passed by. Then, a shout of light drum sounded. Behind the 40 people, there were 20 people with small drums hanging from their waists. They quickly and lightly hit the drumsticks. Dong, dong, dong. The continuous sound lingered in everyone's ears. Then, there were 100 people wearing dark green close-fitting tunics. Each of them had a sword at their waist. The tassels of their swords reached the ground. They walked over with their heads held high. Then, there was a group of horses. It was hard to count at the moment. Anyway, there were 2 horses moving side by side. There were people on the horses. When they walked over, they counted that there were 60 horses. After the group of horses, there were 8 people carrying a house. A palanquin. A palanquin with a cover around it. Anyway, it was something with a frame around it and a curtain over the frame. There were 11 of these things in a row. Behind these things were also 100 people carrying swords. They were a little further away, so they couldn't be seen clearly. However, there were mules. They were probably supplies. At this time, one of the things in the middle of the 11 frames, which was the 6th one, arrived in front of Xiao Bei and the others. Following the order to stop from inside, the 8 people carrying this thing stopped moving. After a few breaths, the curtain at the window of this thing was lifted from inside, revealing a face. It looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Because its hair was not tied up, it was clear that it was less than 15 years old. The slightly older child scanned the faces of Xiao Bei and the others twice. His mouth opened slightly, and he exerted force in his abdomen. He asked with a nasal voice, "Who are you people? Where did you come from?" Xiao Bei and the others didn't say anything. They just sized up this older child. "My young master is asking you a question. Are all of you mute or deaf?" A person in brown silk who was following beside this thing asked. Immediately, Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He seemed very excited. Xiao Yuan and the others also looked excited. "Yo! You still don't want to say anything? Do you think that we can't do anything to you if you don't say anything? If you don't know what's good for you, we'll teach you a lesson. There are quite a lot of people. TSK, TSK, TSK. These little fellows are quite exquisite. The person who spoke just now was obviously a manager or someone carrying a flag started to criticize them again. At this moment, Xiao Bei's breathing became hurried. He rubbed his hands together and said in a timid voice, We are just passing by and want to go to the county to buy something. We are hungry and haven't eaten in the morning. We will leave after we finish buying. Really? Really? The older child in the car repeated her words in a crooked voice. He looked at Xiao Bei from head to toe, grinned, and said affectionately, What do you want to buy, little girl? Tell Big Brother. If Big Brother is happy, maybe he will give it to you for free. Usually, people called Xiao Bei little lady because it was a habit of speaking. However, when this young man called her little lady, it was definitely a tease. Xiao Bei's face was red, and his eyes were about to narrow from smiling. He excitedly stuck out his tongue and continued, I want to buy something to eat. Rice, noodles, meat, and vegetables. There are so many people, so we need to eat. Yes, yes. We need to eat. If this little lady is hungry, this young master's heart will ache. Little sister, where are you from? What does your family do? The young man was even happier. He opened his mouth and smiled. His two big buck teeth didn't reflect the beauty of other people's tiger teeth. Xiao Yuan was unhappy. We came from the east. Our family does everything. It's hard to explain in a short time. You go on your way. Shut up. Did this young master ask you a question? There is a saying that illness comes from the mouth and disaster comes from the mouth. Today, this young master is in a good mood. There are beautiful things waiting for me in the county, so I will let you go for now. Little sister, let's go together. Come to Big Brother's carriage. The young man reprimanded Xiao Yuan and then began to talk to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nervously shook his head. No, we're going different ways. I won't go in. After saying this, he hid behind someone else. Won't go in. If you don't go in, you'll starve. Big Brother is waiting for you in the county. And you, brat, I don't care who you are. In Tonghua, if you're a dragon, you have to give this young master a plate. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down for me. If you want to be a tortoise, don't show your head. Otherwise, I'll smash your shell. In Tonghua, this young master doesn't need a reason to deal with people. Let's go. We'll wait for my little sister in the county. The young man closed his eyes and raised his chin. The curtains were drawn down. The group continued to move forward. The steward looked at Xiao Bei and the others again. The corners of his mouth curled up. He coldly snorted, raised his head, and walked away. Behind them was indeed an army of supplies. They grandiosely walked in front of Xiao Bei and the others, kicking up a lot of dust. Little girl, not counting the people inside that thing, there are exactly 600 people, a steward reported to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had been rubbing his hands the whole time. When he heard the voice, he beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. After a while, his eyes turned into crescent moons. He said to Xiao Yuan, this is great. What did Big Brother and Big Sister say? Yes, it's that those with aspirations will succeed. Cut off the cauldrons and sink the boats. 200 Qin passes will eventually belong to Chu. Those who work hard, the heavens will not let them down. They will endure hardships to taste their goal. 3,000 Yu Jia can swallow Wu. Can't this be considered as the beginning of a happy ending? Ha 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 ha, do you see? Do you see? If I didn't say we were going to Weizhou, we would have gone straight back to Yizhou. How could we have come across such a good thing? I only realized today that you're really handsome, Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Bei said this happily, he hugged Xiao Yuan's head and kissed him hard on the face. Xiao Yuan's face instantly turned red. He muttered, "I've always been handsome." Be reserved, Xiao Hai said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei kissed Xiao Hai again. Big brother, I realize that you're also very handsome. Xiao Hai looked at the sky helplessly and didn't say anything. Xiao Bei took out a bottle of fruit juice from his bag and drank a few mouthfuls to calm his emotions. He said to the person beside him, "Uncle Zhang, we have to think of a way to get in, right? We can't take this route anymore. That brat will probably be waiting for us. Help me think of a way. I'm going to secretly investigate today." The person Xiao Bei called Uncle Zhang was naturally the third steward of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was in charge of the little ancestors' affairs. When he heard Xiao Bei's words, he began to mourn for the people who had just passed by. Along the way, the little ancestors had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, hoping to find someone to tidy them up. Unfortunately, the two officials they had met before hadn't been able to do so. Now, the heavens had finally fulfilled their wishes. Whose child was that? If the procession ceremonial guards were to be added with some illegal items, it would be an official of the third rank or above. Moreover, it would be an official procession, not the usual ceremonial guards used to attend court. For example, they would go to the lower ranks to inspect the lower ranks, welcome the princes and above from the foreign vassals, or accompany the emperor's ceremonial guards to serve as a foil. The difference was that there was no gong to open the road. The 8 people didn't carry a carriage, and there were no yellow silk umbrellas on top. Those who had weapons wore swords instead of knives, axes, and halberds. Otherwise, they would be directly executed and their entire family would be executed. Even so, it was enough to show off. The main problem was that he had offended the little ancestors. The little ancestors were usually humble, but that didn't mean that they didn't have a temper. Just as the brat who didn't know how he would die in the future said, there was no need for a reason to deal with people in Tonghua. Then, the little ancestors of the Zhang family didn't need an explanation when deciding the life and death of people in the whole world. However, they had never done so before. With a sigh, this Uncle Zhang, who was also the third steward Zhang Qing, started to come up with ideas. If the Lord was worried, the Lord would work, and if the Lord was humiliated, the Lord would die. Just based on the matter just now, even if the brat was considered to be light, it would be 80 strokes of the cane or 200 strokes of the whip. It just depended on the status of the little ancestors. Little ancestor, we have to take a detour and split up first. After disguising ourselves, we will gather in the county town. You can't go there first. Wait until we send people to find a place to stay and hide, then you can go there. Zhang Qing said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded. Okay. Uncle Zhang has troubled you. This is what I think. It's really not that we want to bully him. Look, we were standing by the roadside. When his procession came, we moved aside, right? However, he still wanted to bully us. Not only did he tease me, but he also scolded Xiao Yuan. Who is Xiao Yuan? He's my future husband, right? Shouldn't I be considerate of my husband? Xiao Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, you're right. Why didn't you say that in the past? Furthermore, I can guarantee that you will bully me the next time you turn around. Are you really that shameless when it comes to diplomacy? How could Xiao Bei know what Xiao Yuan was thinking? She smiled sweetly at Xiao Yuan and continued, also, there's that. He dares to bully so many of us. It can be seen how arrogant he is. It was likely that he had done a lot of things like bullying men and women and disregarding human lives. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to appease the anger of the people. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to uphold the might of the heavens. If we don't deal with him, we won't be able to. My Xiao Bei, as long as you tell me to do anything to him, this old servant will do anything to him. You don't have to waste your time looking for reasons and excuses. Zhang Qing tried to persuade them. Suddenly, he felt that his little brats were still the best. Before they acted, they would always find the other party's fault. It had been like this all along the way. If they couldn't find the other party's fault, they would just bear with it, even if they really wanted to find someone to teach them a lesson. Xiao Bei smiled. Punishing without teaching is called torture. I'm different from him. He thinks that he has some power in a place, so he's so arrogant. He bullies his own people and outsiders to show off his power. I'm in charge of the lives of the officials of the Great Tang. Who do I need to show off my abilities to? He's afraid that others aren't afraid of him, so he wants to suppress everyone. I hope that the officials of the Great Tang aren't afraid of me. It shows that they are righteous and upright. It's a blessing for the people of the Great Tang. Those who fear me have a guilty conscience. This old servant is lucky to be able to follow the little lady and the little young masters. This old servant is very lucky. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, Zhang Qing knelt on the ground and shouted. The others also knelt down and shouted. All right, get up. I'm quite embarrassed. I don't usually see you kneeling. Are you crazy today? You believe a few words to fool people. Help me find out. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xiao Bei said bashfully with a red face. Thus, the people who were kneeling just now all stood up. They were all expressionless, as if nothing had happened just now. Zhang Qing found a few people to disguise themselves and entered the county. The rest of the people retreated and found a place far away from the main road to hide. They would wait for the people to come back. Seeing the little ancestor quietly sitting there and waiting, Zhang Qing revealed a comfortable smile. He knew that he didn't need to send people to find any evidence. He could just directly crush the other party. But since the little ancestor wanted to play, he could only accompany them. It had been a long and tiring journey, so it was good to have some fun. An hour later, the people he sent came back one after another. They brought back quite a few clothes and 4 land deeds. Half an hour later, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were dressed up in various ways. Some were carried on poles, some were led by people who were beaten up as if they were escaping, and some were carried on people's backs as if they were sick. The group took a detour and entered the county. The population of Tunghua County was actually much smaller than that of Wenshan, but there were few villages in Tunghua County. At the same time, most of the people who were registered lived in the county. Unlike Wenshan, where more than 20 villages were registered, there were many people in the other mountains who were not registered. There were also people who were not registered in Tunghua County. They also lived in the mountains or sailed by the river. No one was willing to check their household register. Naturally, these 2 places were still okay. For example, Luzhou, when he was registered in a province, there were only a few people. However, when the mountain people left the mountains, they registered one after another. They could easily choose young and strong men to form a large army. They were the legendary Guangxi wolf soldiers. They were short, strong, and good at swimming in the jungle. They were good at ambushing and using poison. They often jumped and attacked head-on and loved to cut off the enemy's head. They were uneducated and held grudges. They would be loyal if they were subdued. It was precisely because of this that when Zhang Zhong brought his family from Luzhou to Shuzhou, no one wanted to kill them. When the wolf soldiers fought against the imperial court as tribes, it was very difficult to destroy them. They were usually pacified. Once they formed an army, no one dared to touch them. Chapter 1199. Because the businesses of the families under investigation were only concentrated in Tunghua and were not big businesses, and there were no businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Tunghua County, the information obtained was not very detailed. The people sent out to investigate only had a rough understanding. From this, it could be seen that the Qin family did have power in the area, but it also showed that their family had not reached the level of 100% control of Tunghua County. If it were Sanshui County, outsiders would not be able to obtain any information if they directly inquired about the situation of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. At the same time, they would be targeted, and it would not be easy to leave. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people began the meeting. They expanded the meeting to allow the think tanks of the other families to participate. Xiao Bei spoke first. I have a question to ask. Please help me analyze it. Since the Chen family in Maozhou's Tunghua County is able to cover the sky with one hand, why didn't our inspection team find evidence of collusion between officials and merchants? Xiao Bei was asking about the 6 people in the left corner. These 6 people were dressed similarly. Every one of them wore loose clothes with high collars that completely covered their hands and necks. They even wore sunglasses, regardless of whether the room was dark or not. These 6 people were specially chosen. They were the best at scheming. If they stood in the front, they would not be able to do anything. If they were placed in the shadows, they would play a big role. Number 1, you speak. Xiao Yuan called out names. Because the 6 people did not like others to call their names directly, they used numbers instead. One of the 6 people lowered his head and covered his mouth with one hand. He said in a low voice, if I were in charge of the Qin family, I would consider the problem of the Tang Empire's inspection team. I would not give them direct evidence. At the same time, I would be willing to pay money to support the administrative plan of the county officials. After waiting for a while, Xiao Bei saw that he did not speak, so he asked, anything else? Let me add. Another person wearing sunglasses said, the reason why we can't find any problems is that when the Qin family was doing business, they did not hoard important livelihood goods and inflate the price of goods. When they force others to submit, they do not do it through force. They can use money and influence the people around them. In other words, even if someone was bullied by them, there is no evidence to prove that what they did was not in accordance with our dynasty's laws. Zhang Yang did not commit a crime. Xiao Bei started to worry. He really couldn't find any evidence of the other party's crimes. Could it be that he had to use his status to suppress them? Little Yuan suggested, give them a taste of their own medicine. Once it's confirmed that they're oppressing others through other means, we'll do the same. Continue the investigation. I don't believe that they are clean. Not to mention them, is my family clean? If it weren't for my brother and sister's strength, and my family's power, we would have been exterminated 10 times over. For example, last month, the construction of a precious candy house in Hunan province was going on around the clock. It was so noisy that the people around it couldn't rest well. Moreover, the pile of materials fell down, injuring 2 people. Normally speaking, they should stop working and send the person in charge to the authorities to be whipped. They would be locked up for at least 10 days to half a month. What did we do? If money was used, the construction site would continue as usual, and the matter would be over after paying the injured people a sum of money. The authorities didn't send anyone to investigate, and the victim didn't seem to have any intention of holding on. Little Hai spoke frankly about the dark side of his family. Little Bei said in a low voice, we paid a lot of money. The 2 injured people won't be disabled. We gave them 500 strings of cash each. The surrounding neighbors calculated based on the number of people, regardless of size, 30 strings of cash each. We also gave them a lot of seafood and meat. In fact, they didn't say anything. They didn't report it to the authorities when they were arguing, and the people who were smashed never said anything about pursuing the matter. We were the ones who took the initiative to compensate. That's because we have a reputation and people are willing to support us. This matter has always made me feel uncomfortable. I always feel like I owe them a lot. I have to find an opportunity to compensate them. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Little Hai was more rigorous in his work and was unwilling to find excuses for himself. Yes, yes, yes. The people are so good. What's that little bit of money? Bullying the easy to bully is a crime. If it were my family, I definitely wouldn't be so kind. Do you still remember how my family's villager's leg was broken in Hunan province? At that time, my family took revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No matter how much money we paid, it was useless no matter who we asked for help. Little Yuan echoed. That's because my brother and sister's style of doing things is different. Otherwise, they wouldn't say things like, if you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village. Let's get down to business first. Send a report first. Transfer Shuiyan's family over and keep an eye on the Qin family. Little Bei changed the topic again. Tang Hua's Qin family, which was targeted by Little Bei's group of 9, was currently shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The eldest young master, who had just returned from outside, was directly called to the study and reprimanded, saying that he shouldn't be showing off outside at such a time. Then, the entire family began to discuss. The Qin family's residence was in the county town. The county town had 2 vertical and 3 horizontal streets and countless small alleys. Overall, the county town was divided into 12 irregular blocks, one of which was occupied by the Qin family. It was no longer a matter of how many houses there were. The entire area was filled with countless houses and layers of courtyards. There were small bridges and flowing water, green willows and red flowers, ginkgo trees that reached the sky, rockery that led to seclusion, and winding corridors that stopped at platforms. The Qin family had 3 branches. The old master was still alive, but he didn't manage the family affairs. All the family affairs were handed over to the eldest branch. At this time, the main members of the 3rd branch had all come to the family's discussion hall. The old master sat in to listen, and the heads of the 3 branches were in charge of discussing. Each family also brought their sons to learn. There were 3 people in the eldest branch, the head of the family and 2 sons. The eldest son was the one who met Little Bei outside. There was also a boy who was 10 years old. His eyes were always darting around. He seemed very clever and lacked a trace of calmness. There were only 2 people in the 2nd branch. In addition to the head of the family, there was also a son who was older than the eldest son of the eldest branch. He was already 20 years old this year. He sat there with a calm expression, but his gaze was threatening. When people looked at him, they would always have 2 thoughts in their hearts. One was to ignore him. So what if his gaze was threatening? What could he do to him? The other was to look at him. Who didn't know how to put on a pretentious look? Only he knew how to do it. The eldest young master, who had interacted with Little Bei before, had the urge to gouge his eyes out. If they looked at each other, he didn't have enough confidence. If they didn't look at each other, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. Obviously, his status was the highest among his generation, but everyone thought highly of this person from the 2nd branch. There was also the 3rd branch. The 3rd branch had a lot of people and was fertile. It was also the branch that the old master liked the most. They had many grandchildren and could have many children. The 3rd branch had a lot of sons. There were actually 7 in the family. Excluding the head of the family, there were 6 people. The eldest son had yet to be crowned and looked 2 years younger than the 2nd branch. Of the remaining 5, 2 looked very similar, and the other 3 looked very similar. Naturally, they were the twins and triplets. The twins were 13 or 14 years old. They were about the same age as the young master of the 1st branch. Moreover, they had one thing in common, which was that they had dark circles under their eyes. It seemed that they had overindulged. Now, sitting there, they also looked drowsy and listless. Each of the triplets had a silver collar around their neck and emerald bracelets on their wrists. They were the youngest of the triplets. Looking at how they would twist their bodies after sitting for a while, they were at most 4 or 5 years old. They didn't dare to make a sound, but they didn't stay idle. There were clearly many snacks and fruits on the table, but they insisted on grabbing a plate. After being glared at by the adults, they became obedient for a few breaths, then turned their heads and began to compete with each other again. This was the situation in the Chin family's discussion hall. There were no women, and the servant girls were also not present. After delivering the snacks and tea, they went out and stayed far away. Let's start. The old master, who was listening at the side, said to his eldest son, then closed his eyes and narrowed his eyes. The head of the first branch also had the surname Chin, which was the same as his father's, Chin Guangho. The second and third brothers were called Chin Guangliang and Chin Guangchuan respectively. They belonged to the Guang generation, and the next generation belonged to the Yao generation. For example, his son was called Chin Yaozu, and the son of the second branch was called Chin Yaodong. If there was a next generation, it would probably be the Guang generation. But this hope was very slim now. Chin Yaozu had offended someone he shouldn't have offended and couldn't afford to offend. The matter discussed in the family today was related to the person Chin Yaozu had offended. It has been confirmed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have both arrived in Yizhou. The war will start at any time. We can't control the war, and we don't have soldiers to send. Even if they don't force us to take money, we don't need to take the initiative to support them. Chen Guangho coughed and swept his eyes over everyone's face as he spoke slowly. Except for the old master, who was still sleeping, everyone sat up straight. Even the three children who were playing around stopped and became obedient in an instant. Chen Guangho lowered his eyes to Wei Wei and continued, the family's business still needs to be done, but there is a priority, especially the goods in the West. Temporarily stop. The people sitting there didn't make a sound and listened quietly. The rule in the family was that if the eldest branch didn't allow you to speak, you weren't allowed to interrupt. Otherwise, you would be punished at least, and expelled from the family at most. Stop one business, and other businesses need to be strengthened. The business isn't the most important. If it really can't be done, then stop. With the family's savings, it may not decline after a few decades. Chen Guangho showed a pained expression when he said that the family's business had to be stopped. Clearly, he was very distressed. He pursed his lips for a while and sighed. What worries me the most is that someone will use the family's name to do things outside and provoke others. Spending money can solve the problem. But now, it's Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who came. If the two of them were busy with the arrangements for the war and didn't have time to care about other things, then their younger brother and sister had been waiting for someone to stir up trouble. For example, the third branches Yao Hong and Yao Wei always like to dress up as ordinary people and then secretly provoke people around Tong Hua. When others make a move, they will teach them a good lesson. This won't do, absolutely not. If you stir up trouble, you'll be causing trouble for the family. Tong Hua, Chen, want to be like the Chin family. What's wrong with hanging out with a bunch of hooligans all day? The head of the third branch, Chen Guangchuan, sat there with a gloomy expression and didn't say a word. His two sons, the twins, couldn't control their bodies from trembling. The two of them were the ones who were just talking about. When they had nothing to do, they liked to pretend to be ordinary people and then look for opportunities to teach others a lesson. Every time they saw the regret and fear in the eyes of those who were taught a lesson, they would feel great satisfaction. Chen Guangchuan didn't say anything, but his eyes were looking at the eldest son of Chen Guangho, Chen Yaozu, who had met Xiao Bei before. His second and third sons did indeed mix with a bunch of idle people on the streets, but nothing major had ever happened, let alone caused someone to lose their life. No matter how bad his two sons were, they weren't arrogant. Look at your son. He usually goes out to find hundreds of people, all for money. Moreover, he bullies men and women, and he even has 2 lives on his hands. When outsiders die at his hands, even if you, as his father, help clean up after him, others might not know, but how could I not know? His third son was unhappy, but his second son acted like nothing had happened. His son, Chen Yaodong, still had a threatening gaze and didn't move. Third son, in the future, you have to watch your family. My words aren't directed at your family, but at the entire Chen family. As I said just now, I heard that Zhang Xiaobei and the others went to Wenshan County. I reckon that the county magistrate, Wang Chang, won't be able to stay. Wang Chang's life or death has nothing to do with us. I'm just afraid that after dealing with Wang Chang, they'll be annoyed and move to our Tunghua County. Remember this, if anyone dares to provoke them, I'll beat them to death and send them to ask for punishment. Tell the subordinates to open their eyes one by one. Everything in Tunghua County must be stable. When the clan goes out to buy groceries, they're not allowed to bargain. Tell the county magistrate, Zhao Jianghao, that we'll spend money to build a good school and put the children in there. Yes. We can't always be the ones to lose out. Tell the other merchants in the county to get a share. Chen Guangho finished speaking in a low voice. He waited for a while before drinking 2 mouthfuls of tea. He lightly knocked the teacup on the table, making a crisp tinkling sound. Then, he nodded to his second and third brothers. Who has anything to say? Hearing that their boss allowed them to speak, Chen Guangliang and Chen Guangchuan looked at each other. Then, Chen Guangliang spoke up. Big brother, I don't object to stopping the trade in the West. After all, if people find out, the clan will be exterminated. But should we sell the goods that came 10 days ago? If we sell them, the amount will be too large. It'll easily arouse the vigilance of Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Once they start investigating, we won't be able to hide from them no matter how hard we try. Who can hide from the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence personnel? Back then, in the Jiangnan Dao, the 3 major powers moved together. It only prevented the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence personnel from finding out where the main person was hiding. It wasn't that they couldn't find any clues. At that time, if the Zhang family and Wang family weren't anxious, they would eventually find out. In the end, we forced Zhang Xiaobao to make a move. As for the result, I think everyone already knows. I'm worried that we'll be found out when we sell the goods. If we don't sell the goods and keep them in our hands, the amount of fodder and manpower we consume every day is not a small amount. If we throw money into the goods that were originally going to be turned into money, how can the family business bear the cost? As soon as Chen Guangliang finished speaking, he also picked up his tea and drank. He only mentioned the problem, but didn't mention the slightest method to solve it. He pushed the problem to Chen Guangho. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that the sound of breathing was almost inaudible. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became more oppressive. The 3 children of Chen Guangchuan's family kept their mouths shut and nervously clenched their small hands into fists. Chen Guangho's hands were crossed in front of his chest. His 2 thumbs were constantly moving around each other. Occasionally, he would stop and press the pads of his thumbs together. Just like that, a full quarter of an hour passed. When the children found it difficult to breathe, Chen Guangho let out a muffled groan from his nose. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. When there's a war, there's bound to be people transporting supplies. Our northern region of Jiangnan Dao will be more prosperous. Pepper and sweet garlic are good food, but vinegar is not only good for dipping dumplings and steamed buns. Chen Guangho said these words while everyone was waiting for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back, shrinking his body. The others were even more puzzled. The children couldn't worry about the family, so they weren't nervous when they heard the movement. Chen Guangho's eldest son, Chen Yaozu, had a confused expression, while the only son of the second branch, Chen Yaodong, had a slightly relaxed expression. Chen Guangliang and Chen Guangchuan were in deep thought, and the hall was silent again. Everyone thought about it, but they still couldn't figure out what the patriarch meant. The third son, Chen Guangchuan, was about to ask. Chen Guangho suddenly said, "This is easy. I will arrange a solution. Let the Yao clan do it. He has done many things. Although not perfect, he is stable. If there are any other questions, go do your own thing. Don't forget what I said. Look after your own people. If they get into trouble, you won't be able to protect your family." After saying that, he got up and walked out, nodding to his father who was still lying on the chair. His two sons hurriedly chased after him and left together. Let's go. I will take Dong Her with me. Third brother, you are still free. The second son, Chen Guangliang, signaled to his son and swayed out with his hands behind his back. Chen Guangchuan and his family looked at each other. Chen Guangchuan smacked his lips and put the lid back on the teacup. He turned to the old man and said, "Father, if you are tired, why don't you rest in the back? The hall is too empty. You will catch a cold if you sleep for a long time." The old man seemed to have just been woken up. He opened his mouth and yawned, stretched, and looked around. "Are you done? Do as your eldest brother said. It's okay to suffer a small loss occasionally. There is a future if you live. Your eldest brother is right. Although Xiao Bei and the others have high positions, they are still children. They don't care about governing the country, so they can only find trouble with others all day long. Father knows that your eldest brother's family is not reassuring. Have the two boys in your family ever been easy to worry about? Go ahead and capture their studies. When Xiao Bei and the others leave, that's when the children will be released. It's better to be bored at home than to die." The old man of the Qin family got up and shook his legs. After saying the last word, he walked to the door, turned around, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Guangchuan stared at the door and shook his head. The old man is still young. I thought he was confused. Sigh. Father, do you really want us to study at home? Father, we promise not to cause trouble when we go out. If others don't have eyes, we will hide. Chen Yaohong, one of the twins, heard every word and begged his father. No one knew a son better than his father. Chen Guangchuan would never believe what his son said. He opened his eyes wide and reprimanded, "You promise. How many times have you promised? You want to cause trouble with the identity of ordinary people. In the end, you show your identity and reverse the situation. You win because others have no temper and you win because of arrogance. Let me tell you, you can't be arrogant in the surrounding area." Xiao Bei and the others also like to pretend to be ordinary people. If you meet them, what do you two use to win? Father, they can't be unreasonable. Can't we not provoke others? Chen Yaowei chimed in. Reasonable. You two are usually unreasonable, but now you want to be reasonable with me. If you don't provoke them, won't they provoke you? Go and study, go and study. Chen Guangchuan shook his head and walked out. He met the housekeeper at the door and said, "Tell the family that no one is allowed to let them out. Otherwise, they will be punished." Chapter 1200. In Izhou City, a grand banquet was being held in a restaurant. The entire restaurant was not open to the public. The old men from the sanatorium were sitting around 3 tables, drinking and chatting. From time to time, loud laughter and curses could be heard. The other tables were filled with people of different ages, all of whom were the children and grandchildren of the old men. The old men who came here would not work for nothing. Not only did they come here themselves, but they also brought the younger generation who was not in an important position in the imperial court. Their purpose was self-evident. Xiao Bao, looking at the dishes, "It doesn't seem like you made them yourself. Let me taste them." Sure enough, they lacked the taste of home. "Tell me, are you worthy of us who came here from thousands of miles away? We already have 1 foot in the coffin and half of our bodies buried in the ground. You still don't let us experience the feeling of home. How can you bear to do that? At the table, Baigo wolfed down a piece of lamb chop and swallowed it with narrowed eyes. He then drank a mouthful of wine and questioned Zhang Xiaobao, who was accompanying him. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Baigo with a strange expression and then glanced at the other old men who were eating. He wrinkled his nose and did not say a word. Wang Wan held back her laughter and picked up a piece of soft fried pork fillet for Baigo. She said sweetly, "Grandpa Bai, we usually eat the dishes made by the restaurant and feel that the taste is not bad. When the chefs of the restaurant see that we need to eat, they will specially adjust the ingredients. I don't feel that the food lacks the feeling of home." "Xiao Bao, you explain. Look, you have made the grandpas misunderstand. Don't just sit there like a fool. It's good to make a toast. How can you let the grandpas nitpick?" Zhang Xiaobao did as he was told and raised his glass to toast everyone. He didn't say anything but just tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of wine. He smacked his lips and said, "It's a pity that the wine we brought out today is of a good vintage. I drank a lot of it in one gulp. My brother and sister have been thinking about it for a long time but haven't been able to drink to their heart's content." "Xiao Bao, don't play dumb. Zhang Xiaobao and the others only drink a small cup of wine occasionally. Can you bear to let them drink freely?" Bai Shu saw that Zhang Xiaobao was changing the topic, so he immediately stopped him. Zhang Xiaobao took the wine that Wang Wan refilled, smiled, and said, "The dishes that the cooks of the restaurant made today are not bad. The dishes that they usually make are not in line with the taste of home because everyone has a different understanding of home. Therefore, the dishes they make are called common dishes, at most with the word fine in front. I believe you can taste today's dishes. They are all authentic East City flavors. In the past, when you were an official in the capital, you ate the most Beijing food. After that, I went to Sanshui County to retire, so the taste changed slightly. Today, I asked someone to make a special Beijing flavor. Furthermore, the main problem is that I'm a regional commander, not a professional chef. Even if I'm a chef, I won't be able to cook all the dishes in the restaurant. So you admit that you didn't cook, right?" Bai Shu grasped the crux of the problem. "Well, Grandpa Bai, if you have any other requests, just say it. I will not refuse if I can help. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao simply did not beat around the bush. Bai Shu reached out his chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate and put it in his mouth to chew. After a while, he said to Yao Chong next to him with a smile, "Yuanji, try this fried pork belly. It really tastes like Changdong City. I remember that 10 or 8 years ago, eating the internal organs of animals became popular in the capital. In the past, people didn't eat it because they thought it was dirty. Later, it became. I remember when Long Zhe mentioned it. At that time, it was Xiao Bao's family who released many recipes for making internal organs. Everyone didn't want to waste them. Later, people everywhere started to eat them. Don't underestimate the internal organs of animals. I don't know how many are thrown away every day. There are people who can't eat meat. After eating intestines and livers, their stomachs have more oil and water. Their health is better, and their food consumption is also less. The Zhang family and the Wang family contributed a great merit." Yao Chong echoed. After he finished speaking, he raised his cup to Zhang Xiaobao as a sign of praise. So the old men at the table praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan one after another. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and suddenly felt that the situation was not good. There must be a reason for the old men to be so polite. They didn't know what they wanted the two of them to do. "Grandpa Bai, in fact, we haven't done enough. The Tang Empire is the Tang Empire's Tang Empire. Everyone is doing what they can. That's why our Tang Empire is flourishing like spring. We don't dare to claim credit." Wang Wan immediately became modest. If possible, she even wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobao and quickly leave here. It wasn't that this group of old men was bad, but that they definitely had something to trouble the two of them with. Otherwise, why would they use such methods? These old demons had already cultivated to the point where they didn't need to use their eyes to communicate smoothly. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Yao Chong immediately said, whose contributions can't be denied. A few days ago, when we asked about Xiao Bei and the others, you said they were in Wenshan County. Why haven't they returned yet? I think they did a lot of good things in Wenshan. When they see them, they should properly show off their contributions. Yung is right. We should help them show off their contributions. After not seeing them for so many days, I've been missing them. An old man next to Bigu chimed in. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at him and thought, you've only seen Xiao Bei and the others once. How can you think of them? You're amazing if you can remember what they look like. Cursing in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao said, when they came back, they took a detour, intending to help investigate the cement market elsewhere. In the end, when they ran to Maozhou's Tunghua County, they were delayed by some matters. They needed to clearly investigate the local situation before returning. Because the various grandfathers had to go to other prefectures to oversee matters, they won't be able to see them in the short term. It's a pity. As they spoke, the people at the other tables, whether it was the old men or the juniors they had brought, all stopped what they were doing and began to pay attention. Those who weren't on the same floor didn't know about this matter and continued to eat and drink. Of course, since they weren't arranged to be on the same floor or had entered a private room elsewhere instead of gathering in the hall to eat, it could be assumed that their status in the family wasn't very high. The most important people were all gathered around Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At present, the juniors in the hall weren't very old. The younger ones were 15 or 16 years old, and the older ones were just over 30 years old. It could be assumed that those who were too old either had important positions or weren't suitable for the family's nurturing. Those who were too young were still insensible. When the group of juniors ate, they didn't pay attention to the wine and food at all. All of their ears were focused on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's table. There were two people in their 30s sitting at the table closest to the main table. When they heard the old men talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they looked at each other in surprise and were deeply shocked. They were from the same family. Before they came, the elders in the family had repeated countless times that when they came, they had to be as modest as possible, as respectful as possible. No matter what they saw, no matter what they heard, they weren't allowed to casually interrupt. No matter what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, they weren't allowed to laugh at anything they said, because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Moreover, even if what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said seemed childish to you, there must be a reason. Not only must you not look down on them, you must carefully ponder why they did what they did. A person who commanded a magnificent army and thousands of horses to contend with and kill the enemy, a person who came up with a plan to destroy the foundation of others, how could he be childish? The two of them recalled the words of the elders when they came, and now they couldn't understand. What was being said at the table was clearly ordinary family talk, but why did they feel as if they were facing a perilous situation? The other juniors had also sensed the different atmosphere amidst the soft voices. They seriously watched and carefully listened, their minds endlessly pondering. The people at the main table didn't seem to notice the fierce collision in front of them. The old men were still praising Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as Xiao Bei and the other 9. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were constantly modest, even telling interesting stories, making the old men laugh heartily. Xiao Bao, the county magistrate Wang Cheng that you just said Xiao Bei and the others encountered in Wenshan was truly an interesting person. He didn't do the work of the yamen, but instead ran over to the tavern to help out, all for the sake of letting his old mother eat well. Filial piety, incompetence, dereliction of duty. Using the small righteousness of filial piety to implicate the great righteousness of thousands of common people, you can't do it, right? Just now, when Zhang Xiaobao talked about the matter of his younger brother and sister in Wenshan, the old men were deeply moved, so Bai Go summed it up. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned, first sweeping over the faces of the old men near him, then looking at the juniors of the old men at the other tables. He took a deep breath and then sighed heavily. The juniors were even more curious. What was going on? Why did Zhang Xiaobao look so helpless? Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She said to Bai Go, "Grandpa Bai, you don't have to worry about righteousness. It's fine as long as you handle it well. You can leave for various places this afternoon, and we just happen to be going to Yizhou Prefecture. If there's someone on the way, he can be a companion." What do you think? Only those on the way can be a companion. Bai Go was obviously not satisfied with Wang Wan's selective compromise, so he continued to ask. Yao Chong said, "Cuckoo said it was handled well. It was also Xiao Bei and the others' work. But I can't bear it. Xiao Bei and the others are still young and are at the age to play. But they were born in a family like yours, so they have to work early. It's really hard for them." Yes, no. Zhang Xiaobao had just agreed to Yao Chang's words, but he immediately changed his mind. In fact, it doesn't matter. If they want to do it, they can do it. If they don't want to do it, they can't do it. We don't care. As their older brother, my attitude towards them is not to encourage, oppose, support, or hinder them. I won't make any special arrangements for them. They have their own money. If they do something wrong, as long as it doesn't hurt others, they can use money to make up for it. What do you think? I think it's wrong. Seeing that Xiao Bao in front of him was more evasive than Cuckoo just now, Bai Go widened his eyes. Cuckoo just compromised a little bit, but Xiao Bao immediately rejected it. How could this be? So he continued, "Xiao Bao, let's be frank today. You have the nerve to say that you didn't help your younger brother and sister. Look at the stories you made with the knowledge in elementary school. Now they have been published and distributed all over the Tang Empire. Take a look at what you usually tell them. You tell them the tips and points of administration and economy as fun things to play with. Once they are not around, you send the most capable assistants of you and Cuckoo to follow them. Do you dare to say that you don't support them?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded embarrassedly. Okay. How many people? Cuckoo and I will test them. Then we will arrange positions to train and guide them according to their different personalities and abilities. But let's make it clear first. After the war, we will not continue to take care of them. We will not take care of them. Bai Go raised his arm and drew a circle. We will take care of our juniors in this hall. We will take care of the juniors in the other rooms and halls. Okay, I will go all out. Zhang Xiaobao raised his cup. Let's eat, let's talk about today's food. It's really comfortable. It's not about the quality of the food. It's mainly because when I see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, my mood is inexplicably better. Oh, this pork shoulder is fat but not greasy. Try it. Bai Go clinked his cup with Zhang Xiaobao, drank a mouthful of wine, and ate happily. The other old men also began to taste the delicacies carefully. The juniors in the hall widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. They were all surprised. Feeling the joyful atmosphere in the hall, they couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. At this moment, they finally understood why they felt so nervous before. It turned out that the elders were really having a confrontation with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them acted respectfully as if they were juniors, but they refused to admit anything until the elders were forced to the brink of death. Only then did they speak frankly. It was really a great skill. If they didn't speak frankly, the two of them wouldn't go along with it. But if they spoke frankly, the other party would immediately agree and give them face. However, they owed the old men a favor. If they beat around the bush, even if they owed them a favor, they would return it in a roundabout way in the future. But now, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed the old men to return a favor, they would ask directly. They couldn't refuse even if they wanted to. After thinking about this, they began to think about what kind of work Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would arrange for them. It shouldn't be bad and could be used to train them. The old men couldn't be easily dealt with when they asked for help. Zhang Xiaobao ate a few mouthfuls of food. Wang Wan beside him nudged him. He turned his head and winked at Wang Wan. The two of them smiled knowingly. Everything was understood without words. Their communication was inadvertently discovered by Bai Go and Yao Chong. They looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The previous sense of achievement disappeared in an instant. They looked like they had succeeded in scheming against others but suddenly regretted that they had been schemed against. Chapter 1201. Early the next morning, the large group of people in Izhou City began to move out. The old men each chose a place to stay. After leaving the border of Izhou, they watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan make arrangements for their important children before they left. As for Izhou, there was no need for others to stay there. The local people in charge of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do it well. The children who had eaten in the same hall yesterday were now following Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on both sides of the carriage. Each of them was holding a few pages of paper with words on them. They needed to answer the questions. A few thin pages of paper weighed almost 1,000 kilograms to them. After they finished answering, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would make arrangements based on their answers, including where to go or stay. They were nervous. Yesterday, they were not qualified to eat on the same floor. Yesterday, the other children on the same floor were envious of them. Because of the limited resources of the family and different parents at birth, each person's performance in front of the elders was different. Naturally, the cultivation they could receive was different. This was the origin of people's grades. Grandfather, I don't accept this. When the group was moving, a child rushed to the side of an open mule carriage and shouted to an old man on the carriage. The old man frowned and glared at him coldly. He scolded, "Go back to the group." "No, I don't accept this. I have always been the best at school in the family. In the end, you didn't let me enter the Imperial College and sent the second brother of the first branch there. Last autumn, when the students of the Imperial College held a poetry competition in the Hibiscus Garden, I also participated in the competition. My poem and word beat the top 3 students of the Imperial College. You still don't care about me. Is it because I'm a concubine's son? Is it because my mother is a concubine?" The person who came to question gathered his courage and shouted loudly. Perhaps he knew that this was the last chance. "Go back, or you will be expelled from the family." The old man was unmoved. You are Grandpa Sue's younger brother, right? Come here, come here. Let me ask you." Just when the boy didn't know how to choose, Wang Wan's voice came from Zhang Xiaobao's carriage in front. "Hurry up." Nearby, Bai Go urged. "Grandfather." The kid looked at his grandfather. "Well, answer me properly. Otherwise, you'll be punished for both crimes." The old man wasn't stupid enough to stop his grandson's one chance. He temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart from just now. When the kid ran over, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had already gotten off the car. The whole team stopped moving at the same time. "Come to sister. Tell sister, how old is our Long this year?" Wang Wan smiled as she looked at the young man who rushed over. She called him Long. He was the grandson of Su Jian from Jishin Courtyard. Su Jian did not retire, but he had nothing to do usually. He was a secondary class rank 2 official, Guanglu Grand Doctor. Su Ilong did not dare to look at Wang Wan directly, mainly because Wang Wan was too beautiful and had a special status. "Say something, little brother Ilong. How can you give a girl's name?" Wang Wan continued. No, no, it's to let me always be like a jade, with a clear voice and a good appearance. It's also better to break my body than to be dishonored. That's why I'm called Ilong. How did you know my name is Su Ilong? Su Ilong lowered her head and explained. Then, she asked curiously. I guessed. I was sitting in the car and heard a voice. I guessed who had such a nice voice. Ah, it's Grandpa Su's precious grandson, Ilong. How old are you this year? Wang Wan was still talking like she was coaxing a child. Su Ilong shook her body discontentedly. I'm going to be 15 soon. I'm not a child. Yes, yes, yes. Our Ilong is an adult. Can you let me ask you a few questions? Wang Wan smiled and said softly. Su Ilong lowered her head. Okay. The people around them all focused on them, wanting to see what Xiaobao would ask. Zhang Xiaobao stepped forward a few steps, reached out and patted Su Ilong's head, and asked, the first question, you said that there must be someone to learn from. Choose the good one and change, and follow the bad one. What does that mean? Others were stunned after hearing it. Su Ilong was also confused and said cautiously, you asked the wrong question. It means to choose the good one and follow it. It doesn't mean, answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted Su Ilong's correction. It's. I don't know. Su Ilong had never encountered such a question. It was obviously the wrong question, but she still needed to answer according to the wrong answer. What was she supposed to answer? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head disappointedly and said, you need to use your brain. Okay, I'll answer the first question for you. It means that this is the way of being an official. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can learn from me. When 3 people walk together, they must all have the idea that I can be their teacher. As for me, as their teacher, I have to choose what is good and correct. In other words, I have to correct what they say. Otherwise, how can I show my ability? Follow the bad one, which means that they did something wrong, but I forgive them, which shows my generosity. This is the way of being an official. If you want to be an official, you should work together. Ah. Su Ilong opened her mouth wide and was not nervous. She was not intimidated by Wang Wan's beauty. Her whole person was in a state of shock. You don't believe it, right? If you don't believe it, ask your grandfather. Go. Zhang Xiaobao motioned Su Ilong to go back to his grandfather Su Jian and ask. Su Ilong did not go back, but turned her head. Listen to your brother Xiaobao and answer with your heart. Su Jian did not say whether it was right or wrong, but let his grandson continue to answer the question. This showed that he had acquiesced to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The other old men sighed almost at the same time. Being an official was like this. If you want to have a foothold in the imperial court, you have to be shameless. How many people can be like Zhang Zhong and treat the minister as free and easy? Only because his son was Xiaobao. So no one dared to oppose what Zhang Zhong did, and no one dared to stab him in the back. Otherwise, they would have to face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Qi, and the rest could be used as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao did not care what others thought, and continued to say to Su Ilong, do you want to continue to answer? Su Ilong nodded, took a deep breath, and made himself nervous. Well, let me ask you, there must be someone to learn from when 3 people walk together. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Su Ilong was still confused after hearing it, but he did not dare to say that the other party had asked the wrong question. His 2 hands clasped together and kept twisting with each other, thinking hard in his heart. Others were also thinking about the question Zhang Xiaobao asked. What did it mean? What was going on? After a while, Su Ilong replied dejectedly, I don't know. It means that this is the way of business. When a businessman sees people, 70% smiles, and 30% is kindness. That is to say, to treat everyone who spends money to buy your things, or who may spend money to buy your things in the future, you have to respect them like you respect a teacher, and make them feel comfortable. Then, no matter whether the other party is right or wrong, you have to obey, or they will not buy your things. Of course, this obedience is learned. Obedience is not the same as flattery. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. I see. Su Yilong nodded. Well, let me ask you the third question. What does it mean to choose the good one and follow the bad one? Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Su Yilong to answer. When others heard it, they felt that Su Yilong was lucky. Zhang Xiaobao finally asked a normal question, as long as he answered according to what he learned. Su Yilong was even more nervous. He had always been smart. Through the two questions just now, he found that he could not answer according to common sense. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would be disappointed. Then he would have no chance and would go back to accept the family punishment. After thinking about it, Su Yilong plucked up his courage and answered, it means that when three people walk together, there must be something that I can be their teacher. That is to say, everyone has shortcomings. As for me, when I see what they do well, I will praise them. When I see what they do not do well, I will help them change it. Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer to the third question. Let me ask you again. What does heaven's blessing, silent and odorless, mean? Zhang Xiaobao then asked another question. Other than those who were too young, everyone knew that Zhang Xiaobao was asking about the Book of Songs, and the meaning was equally clear. It was saying that when heaven did things, there was no sound and no taste. Unknowingly, in some sense, it could be compared to Shangshan Ruoshui. But they knew that when Zhang Xiaobao asked, it was obviously not the answer he wanted. Su Yilong thought about it for a quarter of an hour, raised his head and said, Heaven is born from thunder and rain. The father is the son's heaven, the husband is the wife's heaven, the official is the people's heaven, the monarch is the subject's heaven. What you mean is that when we are in charge of things, even if we do something wrong, we will not allow the people below to express any dissatisfaction. With a papa sound, Zhang Xiaobao's hand patted Su Yilong's shoulder and pressed down hard. He said happily, Great, the answer is great. So, when we get out and encounter a fork in the road, I will let someone arrange for you to go to Tunghua County in Maozhou. Xiaobei and the others are there. You can go and play with them. They have all kinds of people around them. Let's see how much you can learn. Su Yilong did not show a happy expression. He originally planned to let Zhang Xiaobao arrange a good thing for him to do. Why did he run to play with children? Why don't you thank Brother Xiaobao? Stupid. Su Yilong's grandfather, Su Jian, was happy instead. His eyebrows flew to both sides as he shouted at his ignorant grandson. Yes, yes, thank you Brother Xiaobao. Su Yilong had to obediently thank him. And Big Sister, we have to thank Big Sister too. Wang Wan also wanted to thank her. Su Yilong's face turned red. He lowered his head and said in a mosquito-like voice, Thank you, sister. Let's go back, let's hurry. Wang Wan finished and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the car. The team continued to move forward. Su Yilong wanted to go to the team that just came, but was immediately called by his grandfather. Yilong, you are considered to be successful in the future. Work hard yourself. If there is a need, the family can provide resources. After all, you gave up a place. I originally planned to arrange it for you when you were 15 years old. Now it's not necessary. I can arrange other people in the family in your original position. In this case, other resources can be tilted to you. Su Jian finally said to his grandson what was in his heart. As a scholar of Jixin Courtyard, how could he not train the children in the family? It was just that there must be a sequence. If possible, how could he not arrange all the children in the family? But during the fight during the meal yesterday, he did not even care about his face. He owed a big favor and pushed the first child in the family to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If he wanted to arrange other people, his face was worthless. How could it be easy to return the favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? If he asked for more, what would he use to return it? Chapter 1202. Su Jian was satisfied that his grandson was valued by Xiao Bao and encouraged him. However, Su Ilong was not satisfied. He said to his grandfather with a wronged expression, "Grandfather, I don't want to play with the children. I want to be like my brothers and do proper work." My stupid grandson, if you can change someone, you can tell your thoughts to the other grandpas. See what kind of exchange they will make for you for a place. But who dares to change the person chosen by Xiao Bao? If you can change, I will change you with your brother first. Su Jian was not afraid that his grandson would be unhappy. The meaning of his words was clear. His position was better than his brother's position. He had already planned to change, but because it was the person chosen by Xiao Bao, he could not change and let him continue to benefit. Su Ilong understood, but he still had emotions in his heart. "Grandfather, I want to follow a group of children. I want to learn skills and not worry." "Shut up." Su Jian was angry when he saw his grandson like this. It was not over yet. "Brother Yuangu, the child is young and not sensible. You need to teach him slowly." Bai Go persuaded. "Brother Yuangu, it's not that I want to be angry, but you see, this child said that Xiao Bei's 9 children are not good. Even if there is one of the 9 children, I will have no regrets in my life, not to mention Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. My grandson is a pile of mud that can't help the wall." Alas! Su Jian raised his hand as he spoke. He hated that he could not beat his grandson to death. He said to his grandson with a tone of disappointment, "You don't want to accompany Xiao Bei, but there are others who want to. Do you know who accompanied them in the past? First Prince Li Jun, First Princess Li Pan-er. If there is no benefit to being with them, why would His Majesty arrange for his 2 children to be with them? This is so infuriating. I heard that the Empress is afraid of martial arts." A slap finally fell on Su Ilong's head. "If you talk nonsense again, I will beat you to death, you unfilial thing." Su Jian was shocked. He dared to say anything. Did he not want to live? "I know you are not convinced and think that they are young. Are you an adult? If it was Xiao Bei who met you today, he definitely wouldn't be so nervous that he would tremble. You were so scared when you saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talking to them. You'll be scared to death in front of Her Majesty. Do you dare to snatch food from Her Majesty when she's eating with Her Majesty?" Su Jian reprimanded him as an example and then said, "Even I don't dare." "She's young, so His Majesty won't stoop to her level," Su Ilong muttered. "Xiao Yuan is also young. Do you dare to compare knowledge with him?" Bai Go laughed and asked, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Saying that the University of the Mean is bullying him. "If we only talk about the Analects of Confucius, I'll let him go 2 miles away." Su Ilong puffed out her chest and replied, "Bah." Su Jian made a spitting motion. The surrounding old men laughed out loud, and Su Ilong was at a loss of what to do. Su Jian couldn't help but laugh a little. He said to his grandson, "Xiao Yuan is different from ordinary people. He has a photographic memory. His understanding may be slightly lacking, but when it comes to memorizing books, even 100 of you tied up together wouldn't know as much as him." "Rumors, it's all rumors. I don't believe it," Su Ilong insisted. Bai Go thought about it at the side and asked Su Ilong, "Ask a question. Say that there are 2 kinds of candies, one is red and one is blue. Red candies cost 5 coins per box, and blue candies cost 3 coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red did you buy? Su Weilong frowned after hearing it. She thought about it again and again. She cracked her fingers a few times. Finally, she shook her head and said to Bai Go, Grandpa Bai's question is too difficult. I will be able to answer it in 2 years. You don't need to wait for 2 years. After you go out, you can go to Tonghua and find Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai will tell you. Yao Chong understood Bai Go's meaning and helped to say. I don't believe it. Su Weilong said in surprise. Why don't you believe it? This thing is called the two-dimensional quadratic equation in Zhang Go and Wang family. Xiao Hai didn't like to calculate it 2 years ago. If you ask him this question, he will be very angry and feel that it's too childish. Su Jian shook his head and said. Ilong, Grandpa wants you to help me again. Bai Go said again, now the map of Pingzhou Pass is lost. Can you help to draw the outline of the mountains and rivers within 50 miles? Su Weilong shook her head, I can't draw it. You go to Xiaozhu and tell her that you want to have a look. She will draw it for you. It's very important. I believe that she will remember it. Also, you can ask her about the framework of our dynasty's prefectures. Yao Chong continued to cooperate. Su Weilong didn't say that she didn't believe it this time. She just felt that it was too difficult to do it. She decided to go and have a look. If she felt that it was not good, she would find a way to come back. Go back to your team. Su Jian didn't want to talk to Su Weilong anymore and waved his hand. Su Weilong's problem was solved, but the other people who were selected yesterday had not answered the questions on the paper. The questions on the paper were very difficult to answer. When the team was moving, Su Weilong's second brother came. He found Su Jian and walked beside him. He hesitated for a while and bravely said, Grandpa, what do you think Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are going to do? Su Jian turned his head to look at his grandson and didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Su Weilong's second brother straightened the paper in his hand and then read, Ask, why do we see the lightning first and hear the sound later when it thunders? Grandpa, is it because the lightning is faster than the sound? Yes. Su Jian nodded. Now everyone can learn basic nature and physics. But, after I told the answer to the person who followed me, he tore the place where the paper was stuck. The answer that was revealed was because the eyes grow in front of the ears. Su Weilong's second brother gritted his teeth and said. Su Jian was stunned. Read another question that you haven't torn open the answer to. Yes, it said that there are 2 kinds of beans, red and green. Put them in the pot and fry them. When they are done, the red beans and green beans are immediately separated. Ask why. Su Weilong's second brother read another question. Su Jian leaned his head to the back. Wei Wei looked up at the sky and pondered. The few old men next to her also narrowed their eyes and pondered. After a quarter of an hour, Su Jian said, This question involves basic science. The color of the red beans and the green beans is not important. The important thing is the previous processing. Soak a kind of bean with the powder of a magnet and water, then slightly stick together. When the frying is done, put a magnet on the side under the pot, and the previously processed beans are attracted. Yes, this question is not simple. It is indeed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who came up with it. I see. Su Weilong's second brother was enlightened. He happily waved to the person who was in charge of receiving the answer and waited for him to come closer. He told his grandpa's words and then waited with his chest puffed out. The person who was called bit his lip. The expression on his face seemed to be very painful as he tore the paper that was stuck with the answer bit by bit. He turned around and left in the blink of an eye. Su Weilong's second brother looked down and also showed a painful expression on his face. How is it? Su Jian asked. 2 beans. Su Ilong's second brother raised his hand and covered his face. Ha 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 ha. Ah ah ah. Baigo laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The other old men also laughed in different postures. After laughing for a while, Baigo held his stomach and said with difficulty, Brother Yuangu is amazing. You are right. This question is not simple. It is indeed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's child. Ah, I can't, I really can't, my stomach hurts, it hurts. Laugh, laugh, laugh until my intestines are broken. Su Jian's face was gloomy and he shouted at his grandson, in the future, don't bring a question in front of me if you don't have a serious question. Go to the front and answer your question. I am sleepy. After that, Su Jian closed his eyes. Su Ilong's second brother had to take the paper and continue to be tortured in front. The old men began to be interested in the questions given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They asked a few people to take a look and found that there were not only such funny questions, but also other strange questions. For example, there is a person in the east and west of the city. One day, they will meet at the foot of the mountain in the east of the city at noon to climb the mountain. There is a river in the city. That day, the water level rises. You are the person in the west of the city. When you meet the river, you will stop. If you take a detour to cross the bridge, you will arrive 3 minutes late. If you wait for a boat, you will arrive 4 minutes late. Ask, which one do you choose? For example, you are in charge of purchasing meat in the courtyard of an abandoned child. You buy meat one day. Shengguan Yan is a relative of the butcher surnamed Zhang in the west of the city. When you arrive at the west of the city, you see that the meat of the butcher surnamed Zhang is different but the price is the same. Ask, whose meat do you want to buy? For example, one day, you are paddling in the lake. Suddenly, you hear 2 people falling into the water. You can only save one. One is your son and the other is 6 students. Ask, which one do you want to save? When these questions were asked, some of them made people keep thinking, some of them were difficult to choose. Every choice must be made through the heart. Why do you ask this question? I am worried. Why don't you ask some questions? Why do you make it difficult for people? No, I have to ask them. After reading the questions, Baigo jumped out of the small car and ran a few steps forward. He came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car and knocked on the door. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the car to stop. When he opened the door and saw Baigo, he let him in. When the car started moving again, he asked with concern, Grandpa Bai, are you feeling unwell? Or are you bored? If it is the former, I will find someone to take a look at you. If it is the latter, you and I can play a game of chess. I am not feeling well. Baigo took the tea from Wang Wan and said with a gloomy face. Oh, why don't you tell me so I can help you out? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. Here. Baigo put a roll of paper on the small table in front of him. You can help me. Look at the questions you gave. They are a mess. If there is a chance, I want to throw you into the river. Throw me. I am good at swimming. If it was Xiao Bei, I wouldn't be worried even if you tied his hands and feet and threw him into the river. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. Wang Wan put 2 plates of desserts in front of Baigo and comforted him. It is just a question. Some of the questions make people feel uncomfortable, which shows that they are still human. Grandpa Bai, do you remember when we were fighting Tubo? Xiao Bao and I were in charge of logistics. We followed the troops to Pingzhou's pass with the supplies. There, we planned to provide an endless supply of supplies to the front line. Later, because the news was not as good as now, Her Majesty sent us an imperial edict, telling us to go out and help. However, the actual situation was that when the imperial edict was sent, the front line was in a tight situation. How could we get any merits when we went out? Grandpa Bai, do you know why? At that time, you were accompanying my father-in-law, Grandpa Yao, and Grandpa Lu in Pingzhou. At that time, the leading general was Guo, right? Bai Go listened. When Wang Wan finished speaking, he sighed, yes, Guo Tuesday. Because he didn't kill the Tubo people in the village, countless brave soldiers of our dynasty died. Later, we were trapped. If you guys didn't go, our dynasty's border would be in danger. At that time, you guys. Grandpa Bai, we don't need to talk about our matters. Let's talk about Guo Tuesday. If we gave him a test like today before the battle, when the test results were out, as long as he answered sincerely, we definitely wouldn't send him out again. Wang Wan explained. I see. I will go and tell them. Bai Go understood. He didn't let the carriage stop and directly jumped out. After he left, Wang Wan and Bai Go let out a long breath. We dealt with it. Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan sat there for a while. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, hubby, let me ask you a question. For example, one day, I almost forgot something important. Why didn't I think of it just now? Wait for me. I will be back soon. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Wang Wan to finish her question. He slapped both sides of the seat and jumped out of the window without even opening the door. He left behind a stunned Wang Wan and the curtain swaying in the wind. Chapter 1203. 5 days passed quickly and slowly as some people were embarrassed, some people were excited, and some people were depressed. The juniors who were pushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan by the old men were tormented by the two of them until they were dumbfounded. In addition to the questions on the paper that needed to be answered at the beginning, it was followed by the interview. Because what they were doing was relatively important, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train them to be thick-skinned. They were not qualified to be spat on by themselves. They had to be at the level where they would immediately pester others after being spat on in the face and say in a coquettish tone, "Good man, don't bully me like this. I'll change, okay?" Wang Wan did not know whether the people who were spat on were disgusting or not, but when she listened to Zhang Xiaobao telling others about it, she felt disgusted first and hid 5 miles away. Every time she thought about it, she would have goosebumps all over her body and couldn't stop shivering. Remember this. Why did I choose you to do this? It's not because you're good-looking. If I want good-looking girls, I'll find a group of male prostitutes who are more charming than you. It's also not because you're knowledgeable. If I want to find someone knowledgeable, I'll just pick the people from Jinja Academy. The purpose of looking for you is because of your identity. There's a position for anyone's grandson or son. You didn't jump out of a crack in a rock, right? What's the use of identity? Record who you are. No, that's a household registration. After 2 years, when the conditions are met, I'll make an identity card for the people of Tang, but it's definitely not equivalent to identity. Zhang Xiaobao was now standing in a hole. There was a blackboard on one side of the wall. He was giving a lecture to the juniors of the old men in the hall that day. For the sake of their future, the students who were listening to the lecture were enduring what ordinary people would not be able to endure. If the person standing in front of them was not Zhang Xiaobao, they would have long since attacked him and let him experience the power of the various families' disciples. I'm not telling you all this because I want you to be shameless. For example, if someone spits on you, you don't have to endure it. If anyone dares to do that, you just have to hit them back with all your might. I'm just giving an example. Otherwise, if I really get spat on, I'll feel uncomfortable too. You all saw it. My assistant ran away because of the disgust. I guess I can only stay in my room alone tonight. Zhang Xiaobao made a sleeping pose, and the students burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaobao continued, the various tasks assigned to you are very important. For example, receiving and comforting people. When the person transporting the supplies is tired, you can go over and say to him, "You've worked hard. Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? I'm with you. I've seen what you've done and will tell my father and grandfather." For example, if someone has a bad temper and wants to cause trouble, you can go over and say, "Who is my father? Who is my grandfather? If you dare to cause trouble, I'll get someone to teach you a lesson." There are also people who use their family status to search for talents. Take me for example. I found a person who was following a convoy. When his convoy broke down, he immediately fixed it. Furthermore, he did it very quickly and firmly. So, I went over and told him that my father is the Minister of Revenue. I don't think I need to say my father. I can just say who I am, right? The students laughed and nodded. In any case, that's what I mean. Use your family status and the knowledge you possess to help everyone who needs our help. This is a unique advantage that no one can replace. If you don't use it, that would be a crime. Zhang Xiaobao patiently and stubbornly continued. When he felt that the students were more or less brainwashed, he clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. In any case, everything is for Great Tang. Everything is for dignity. Everything is for the people of other countries who are still suffering. Playing with economics, you can't do it. Using the attitude of a gentleman to help others. I can't do it. Whether or not Great Tang can win this war smoothly, whether or not it can make our dynasty more stable, I'll leave it to you. Let's advance together. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao bowed 90 degrees. Amid the hubbub, the students also stood up and bowed in unison. Let's advance together. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back and didn't say anything else. Puffing out his chest, he walked out with the posture of a soldier. Not long after he left, Wang Wan, who had returned at some point, suddenly jumped to his side and questioned, "Tell me, have you ever organized a pyramid scheme before?" Let me say this first, I'm staying by myself today. Just thinking about what you said before makes me feel disgusted. Pyramid scheme. What is that? Definitely not. What I play with is the most basic capital operation in finance. It is to gather all the wealth in the world and do all the things in the world. You have to know that money will depreciate if it is placed in the bank. Its interest can't keep up with the speed of inflation. Why is that? Because the money in the bank is loaned out. Some people use this money to operate. And what do I need to do? It is to prevent you from being cheated by placing your money in the bank. Hand it to me and we will operate it directly. What is the benefit of this? Some people will say, then why don't you just go to the bank? Why do you want to go to us? This is a good question. Can't we go to the bank? That's for sure. Absolutely. But I am worried that if the bank's money is handed to us, the bank will gain a lot of benefits from it. This is the problem of the ratio between what we get and what you get and what you get and what you get with the bank. After our professional team's calculation, if you hand the money to us, we will get more money than if you put it in the bank and then go to the bank to get more money. So I'm telling you today that the biggest financial cheats in the world are the banks. The banks are financial scoundrels, financial hooligans, and financial bandits. Cooperating with the banks is definitely asking a tiger for its skin. Cooperating with us is a win-win situation. You and I don't need to beat the banks. We just need to make the profit of our money grow faster than the speed of social inflation. Well, that's all for today. Go back and ask the people in the bank if this is the case. If you believe in your own judgment and your own choice, you can look for our professional investment consultants. Thank you for coming. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, took out a piece of paper, wrote something, and gave it to Wang Wan. Then, he waved his hand and left. Wang Wan was stunned and thought for a while. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I knew you couldn't run away. Humph, luckily I came to Tang with you. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the bank's surname is. What year and where did you deceive me? Why are there no records? No, I have to ask carefully tonight. Xiao Bao, what did you say to Cuckoo at the door? She looked like she was going to bite you." Bai Go just happened to walk over and saw the scene. "That's right. Otherwise, I would be lonely at night. Learn from me, old man." Zhang Xiaobao said and walked away quickly. "You said I'm old man. Stop right there." Bai Go was anxious and chased after him. After 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he turned around and ran in front of the students who came out of the house. He carefully asked what Xiaobao said. After asking, Bai Go clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How cunning. If I had chased after him, I wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. After tricking the students, you tricked Cuckoo, and now you want to trick me? Humph, small fry. Hey, Cuckoo, come, I have something to tell you. Aw. Grandpa Bai, I have something to tell you too. Come here. Wang Wan invited Bai Go to walk for about 10 minutes. Then, she ran to the house next door to take out the tea set and poured tea for Bai Go. Bai Go drank a bowl and asked, "What's the matter?" Grandpa Bai, Xiao Bao gave me a note before he left. He said that if you grandpas knew what he said, it would be easy for the students to be called back. So, he told me to stay at the door while he went to another intersection. If someone came, he could stop them. If they came from here, for example, you, he told me to take you away. Because at this time, all the students in your family have already gone to work. Even if you knew, you wouldn't know who went where. So, there's enough time. My mission is complete. Grandpa Bai, do you still want some snacks? Wang Wan explained to Bai Go with an embarrassed expression. She even passed the note to him. Bai Go, Maozhou's Tonghua County. Xiao Bei's group had not made any moves yet. Apart from them staying in the county city, the large group of people who had stayed outside and found a hidden place to set up camp. Shui Yun's family of 13 had also rushed over. After helping Xiao Bei's group of 9, they could also help the front line. The 9 children had already discussed. If necessary, Shui Yun would fly them up to the enemy's sky to record the enemy's military arrangements. After all, the adults were too heavy. It was very strenuous for Shui Yun to fly them, not to mention the other eagles. They couldn't even fly. The Qin family in the county was in a very tense atmosphere. Especially Qin Yaozu. Last night, after the portraits of Xiao Bei and the others were sent over, he knew who he had met on the way back that day. Today, he had mustered up the courage to tell his father several times, but he was afraid that he would be beaten to death and sent to Xiao Bei and the others, so he held back. But just because he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that others wouldn't either. That day, his team had 600 people. Just now, the housekeeper who had followed him to scold Xiao Bei and the others that day knelt on the floor of the study and told Master Chen Guangho the whole story. The current master, Chen Guangho, had just finished asking carefully over and over again. Then he looked at the kneeling housekeeper and said coldly, "Good, good, good. With you accompanying the family outside, I was really relieved. I wasn't worried that you wouldn't be able to provoke powerful people. Now, you've succeeded. You've finally gotten our whole family involved. Master, I deserve to die. I really didn't know who they were at that time. It was the young master who took a fancy to that girl. I just helped to say a few words. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to stop the team even if you beat me to death." The housekeeper kowtowed hard and cried as he recounted. His forehead hit the limestone floor of the study with a thud. His forehead was first bruised and then bleeding. Chen Guangho sat there numbly. He didn't even look at the housekeeper who was kowtowing. His eyes were unfocused. He wasn't afraid that his son had offended Xiao Bei and the others. Firstly, he didn't know who they were. Secondly, he didn't really do anything. At most, he would break their legs and send them over to take a look. He believed that Xiao Bei and the others wouldn't make things too difficult for his family because of this. He was afraid that the things he did in secret would be exposed. It wasn't important what goods were imported from the West. What was important was what was shipped out to be sold. While he was in a state of exhaustion and pondering, Chen Guangho heard the loudest sound. The housekeeper had knocked himself unconscious from kowtowing. His body fell sideways, and his tears and snot flowed onto the floor. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Someone come, drag the housekeeper out and lock him up. Gather all the family members and go to the meeting hall. Chen Guangho mumbled weakly and ordered the people outside the study in a hoarse voice. Chapter 1204. The latest information. It said that the most annoying Chen family in this county made a big move this afternoon. Xiao Bei excitedly said to the other 8 people sitting in a circle. We heard it. Let's get down to business. Xiao Yuan timely stopped Xiao Bei from continuing to report. Xiao Bei didn't scold Xiao Yuan this time. He put his 2 small hands on the table and said, the business is that we need to know what they want to do first. What else? Of course, they want to find us. Almost everyone in the county has a copy of our portrait. Who engraved our faces on boards and sold them everywhere? I don't object to their behavior. I'm angry that they didn't give us a share of the income. Xiao Nan obviously valued the right of the portrait very much. When the portrait was sold and he didn't get a single cent, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The actual situation was as Xiao Nan said. After the Chen family found out that the eldest son of the first branch had offended Xiao Bei and the others, they immediately began to discuss countermeasures. At first, they wanted to send someone to tell them to hide the goods elsewhere, but the eagles circling in the sky clearly told them that they were being watched. The 2 eagles, Shui Yun and Hong Wan, constantly told people who saw them that the Zhang family and Wang family were here. The red and white colors were too eye-catching. After the Chen family found out about this situation, they wanted to chase after the eagles to find Xiao Bei and the others, but it was obviously impossible. The only way left was to ask the people in the county to help. Chen Yaozu told them that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to enter the county that day. When they found them, they could contact Xiao Bei and the others while sending people to arrange other things. At that time, Xiao Bei and the others would let down their guard. Now, Xiao Bei and the others were thinking about when and where to take action. Because they didn't launch a large-scale intelligence contact and only sent people to inquire in the county, they didn't collect much information. It was a bit far-fetched to say that they were guilty. Can't we meet with them first? There's no evidence to prove that they did something wrong. It's better to alert the enemy than to suspect them. Xiao Bei wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Yuan had other considerations and said, let's leave first. Think about it. They asked the locals to find us. If they can't find us, won't they search every house? I don't want to meet them in this situation. I agree. Let's leave. Xiao Hai thought about it and supported Xiao Yuan. Then let's go. Xiao Bei immediately agreed when he heard his brother speak. At dusk that day, Xiao Bei and the other 9 people were once again sent out of the county through various disguises and transport vehicles. Less than an hour after they left, the Yamen runners and the servants of the Qin family started to go door to door to ask questions. When they asked about the shop on the neighboring street where Xiao Bei and the others had just stayed, there were only 2 local workers in this shop that had changed its business to selling steamed pancakes. When they found out about the house that had been bought, the Qin family finally found out that Zhang Xiaobei and the others had been there and had stayed there for a period of time. Slap. Qin Guangho slapped his eldest son's face in front of everyone else in the clan's meeting hall. Relying on his family's wealth and connections with other local officials, he went out and caused trouble all day long. I've warned you time and time again, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you've brought a calamity upon yourself, I don't need to warn you anymore. The skin on Qin Guangho's face drooped as if it had lost all moisture. His eye sockets had also sunk in for a short period of time. After slapping his son, he fell back into his chair. Wei Wei opened her mouth as if she was at the end of her rope. Father, father, don't kill me. Give me to Xiao Bei and the others to vent their anger. Don't kill me. Qin Yaozu, who had been slapped, fell to his knees in front of his father and hugged his legs as he begged. Kill you? If killing you could solve the current situation, you would have been killed long ago. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaobei and the others, you're just an ant. Didn't you see the eagle circling the sky during the day? Would the Shuiyin general be sent to deal with you? You think too highly of yourself. Qin Yaowei, one of the twins from the third branch's Qin Guanghuan family, ridiculed. Clearly, at his age, he didn't know many things. He only heard it from his father, unless he could be nurtured like Xiao Bei and the others. A few days ago, the two brothers had been harshly scolded by the head of the family. Now, they finally had a chance to retaliate. Even when facing the survival of the family, they didn't forget to add insult to injury. I remember that first father said that we caused trouble that day. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the trouble we caused was still too small compared to first father's eldest brother. I admire you, I really admire you. This little brother has seen it. Chen Yaohong also criticized the first branch with his younger brother. All of you shut up, I'm not dead yet. The old man of the Qin family held the arms of the chair with both hands and shouted. The other people in the hall all looked at the old man who usually didn't care about the family matters. They were all looking forward to the old man, hoping that he could help the family turn the tide. The old man's eyes were wide open, no longer squinting like before. The eyes that were exposed under his eyelids gave people a feeling that they were shining. Now, don't expect to apologize to Zhang Xiaobei and the others. The more we apologize, the more guilty we will be. Just now, we sent people to investigate and receive news that Zhang Xiaobei and the others left not long ago. They didn't leave for many days and only left today. It means that they know about the map we sent in the county, so there is no need to look for them again. Old man Chen looked back and forth at the younger generation in the family and said in a deep voice. Father, if we don't look for them, are we going to wait for them to come to us? It's better to immediately send people to other places in the dark to convey the family's orders. At least, we should first hide or dispose of a batch of goods. The second branch's Qin Guangliang said the plan in his heart. Old man Chen shook his head. It's too late. If you can think of it, others can also think of it. Anyone who leaves the county tonight will be watched. I don't believe that Xiao Bei and the others are so smart. Chen Guangliang insisted. Are the people around Xiao Bei just decorations? What's so scary about the 9 children? What's scary is their identity and the team that supports them. Old man Chen looked at his second son with dissatisfaction. Then what should we do? The beaten Qin Yaozu said what everyone was thinking. Wait, continue to do business in the county. Take out the accounts of the past few years. Send out the servants who didn't participate in the family business. Remember to give enough money. Those who participated in the family business stay. Those who helped the younger generation in the family fight, and those who were responsible for transporting goods that shouldn't be transported, stay together. Old man Chen straightened his back and gave the order. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they couldn't believe that the old man would give such an order. Chen Yaodong of the second branch gritted his teeth and said, "Is there only one way? The people left in the family can't beat Xiao Bei and the others. Fight? When did I ever want to fight? I'm waiting for them to come and directly hand over the accounts to them. I'll let them do whatever they want. If I die, I'll die. I just want them to leave a line of descendants for my Qin family." Old Man Chen's words disappointed the rest of the family. They thought that there would be a good way, but in the end, it was to be captured without a fight. Chen Yaozu was stunned and then burst into tears. "If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked them when I came back that day. Or if I didn't come back, there wouldn't be such a thing in the family." Whoa whoa. Except for the old man of the Qin family, everyone else stared at the crying Chen Yaozu with resentful eyes. They hated him for causing such a big trouble for the family. Old Man Chen shook his head. "Get up, it's not your fault. I've thought it through. Whether you come back or not, whether you provoke them or not, it has nothing to do with what happened in the family today. How is it not related? If he didn't have to take liberties with Xiao Bei and threaten her, would they have entered the county to secretly investigate us?" Chen Yaowei said unhappily when he saw his grandfather shift the blame to the first branch. "Shut up." Old Man Chen snorted and then said, "The last time Xiao Bei and the others came, they must have wanted to see the situation in the county. There is no school in the county at all. When they see it, the first thing they will ask is which family has the biggest business in the county. When they ask about our family, they will inevitably ask about the location of our family. When they see that our family lives in a big place and has a lot of money, but we haven't taken out the money to build the school, they will continue to investigate. Heavens, it's really the cycle of the heavens. Retribution is not good. It doesn't matter that we don't have the money to build the school, the important thing is that our hands are not clean. If we had known, we would have spent the money to build the school. When Xiao Bei and the others came, they wouldn't have investigated us." Chen Yaodong said regretfully. Old Man Chen laughed. "Ha ha. Do you still remember the owner of the incense business, Fan Fan, 2 years ago in the west of the city? At that time, he came to our Chen family and said that he wanted to contact the other merchants in the county. With our Chen family leading the way, we would first build a school in the wasteland outside the city. Then we would each pay for the children in the county to study. In the end, no one agreed, and I also didn't agree. Why should we give the money to unrelated people? Then Fan Fan took out some money himself to build the school. We said that he was using this method to force us. In the end, he could only spend money to print books for the children to read. Last year, we should have known that we were wrong. At that time, our family lacked living money and wanted to go to the bank to borrow money. Usually, when the merchants who were much worse than us went to get a loan, the bank would give them money after the examination, and the interest was low. When it was our turn, no matter how much data we provided, no matter how much we asked to increase the interest, the Tang bank didn't give us a loan. Now you know why, right? The bank is a place to make money and shouldn't care about other things. However, the bank was built by Zhang Xiaobao, so the things it does have to comply with Zhang Xiaobao's requirements. The Tang Bank uses this method to reward merchants who have contributed to the children of the Tang Empire. Unless they have a lot of living money, they won't consider lending to merchants like us. Now I believe that good deeds will be rewarded with good deeds. Even if the heavens don't reward them, they will. Even for those who have contributed money to the school and then accidentally lost money, as long as they come up with a new way to make money, the bank will also provide them with money. Retribution, human retribution is more direct and more vicious than heavenly retribution. These are the rules set by the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. As long as we don't have the ability to fight against them and escape from their control, we must do things according to their rules. If we don't agree, then this will be the result. After saying these words, the old master of the Qin clan fell silent and shrank back into his chair. His entire body was much shorter, and his eyes were closed as if he had fallen asleep. The other members of the Chin clan in the hall also couldn't say anything. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of spending some money to do good deeds, but their children spent a lot of money. For example, of Chen Yaozu's group of 600 people, some of them were bought servants, but most of them were hired. Going out to play normally required money. Eating delicious food and wearing comfortable clothes required money. Roping in officials required money. This money was for their own enjoyment. If they took it out and gave it to other people's children, what would they get in return? If there were no other problems, they wouldn't be afraid. At most, it would be troublesome to borrow money from the bank, and if they really couldn't, they could just borrow from other places. But now, there were other problems, and the school was a loophole that people had to investigate. Chapter 1205. Since the last time they came, Zhang Xiaobei's team of 9 reappeared. It was almost noon, and there were more people on the road at this time. It was just a show for others to see. If there were no onlookers, it would not look good. They saw a team with no end in sight coming from the other side of the road. They were famous for their bells and drums, and they played music. Then, the first flag appeared. It fluttered in the wind with a golden flying dragon embroidered on it. There were 2 people under the flag, wearing the great General Jin Wu robes with arrows and sabers. There were also 2 people holding long spears. On the left and right, there was one great General Jin Wu, leading 48 riders. Then, there were 24 armored archers and sabers, both men and horses were heavily armored. These were the Heavenly Patrol. The things in front of Li Longji were just for show. The great General Jin Wu were fake, and the ones behind were Xiaobei's. There were 36 people in front to clear the path. The 9 ballistae were the 9 ballistae that were covered by the ballistae. After that, there were 72 people in black, 72 chariots, 540 people with halberds, 54 red flags, 450 people with sabers, spears, bows, arrows, and lances. There were 30 message flags, 90 ceremonial knives, 108 ballistae, 18 vermilion lacquered round fans, and 9 ballistae. These were the ceremonial guards. After that, there were not many people. When they came out this time, they did not prepare to have a ceremonial guard. Most of them were temporary guards. Behind them were the chariots of Xiaobei's team of 9. They were all bright yellow, decorated with ivory decorations and pearls. There were also countless rice seedling flags stuck on the chariots and horses. They really did not have enough people to carry them. Next to the chariots were 100 short musketeers. Behind the chariots were 100 people with submachine guns. Behind them were 200 long musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 200 inner court musketeers. Behind the musketeers were 6 small cannons. Behind the small cannons were 300 people with long and short guns. In the sky, there were 13 eagles soaring. Xiaobei's team of 9 had not had such a grand ceremonial guard in a long time. To be precise, they had only done it twice, including this time. The inside of the chariot in front was actually filled with cement, and the wheels were squeaking from the pressure. However, others did not know that Xiaobei's team was short on manpower, so they were a little shabby. The people on the road were dumbfounded when they saw this group of people coming over. The group was too big. There were people on the wasteland, and the place where the alfalfa was planted was also trampled. When the passers-by saw this, they didn't think about the losses suffered by the people who planted the grass. Of course, they didn't know that Xiaobei and the others had to compensate them in the end. The procession was not moving fast. It was about the same as a normal person. It would take an hour for them to reach the place where they were now. This was enough time for someone to run to the county town and tell the others. After the procession had advanced for another 45 minutes, a large group of people appeared in front of them. All of them ran to the wasteland. There were both adults and children. They stood there, looking at the procession with curiosity and shock. There were people from the Qin family in the group, as well as County Magistrate Zhao Jianghao, Secretary Xiang Li, County Deputy Qian Yusui, and a group of county officials, warehouse managers, and bailiffs. After the commotion yesterday, they already knew who had come. Thinking of the benefits they had received from the Qin family in secret, as well as the public welfare money that the Qin family had given out when they needed political achievements, they were all trembling in fear. Although they didn't directly help the Qin family embezzle other people's private property, they also didn't distort the truth when it came to cases involving the Qin family. However, they pretended not to see when the Qin family set traps and forced people to sell things at low prices. When the Qin family hit people, they helped to mediate, such as giving money, clarifying the severity of the situation, and so on. And now, Zhang Xiaobei, who had lived in the county town for a few days, was there a need to say anything else when the procession of 9 people was here? They definitely couldn't run away. It was said that the root of everything was the procession of honor that the eldest son of the Qin family's eldest son had made that day. In the end, he wanted to bully Xiaobei. Now, Xiaobei had also made that procession. Their purpose was very obvious. They wanted to show you what a procession was. Each of the 9 people had made a procession. Otherwise, how could there be so many flags? They finally saw the arrogance of a third-rank official. Perhaps it was the last time they would experience their power before they died. When Xiaobei and the others got closer and saw the dragon flag, the people who had come to watch the show knelt down one after another. When they saw the rice flag, the people who had knelt down stood up again. Their eyes lit up, and they looked excited as they began to move forward. The 2 different reactions of the people made the county magistrate, Zhao Jianghao, who was still kneeling on the ground, feel emotional. When they saw the dragon flag, they knelt down in awe, but when they saw the rice flag, they became friendly. They didn't care if they were facing the emperor's procession of honor. They directly stood up and moved to the side of the people. There were also people from the Qin family kneeling. They were all trembling, especially Qin Yaozu. His name wasn't given in vain. He had indeed shown off, but the consequences of showing off were not easy to bear. He was trembling the most now. The other party had come knocking on his door. There was no need to consider the problem of life and death. It would be good if he could die a quick death. The procession of honor stopped. Because of the Qin family incident the last time they came, the guards' vigilance was much stricter than in Wenshan County. The person holding the gun next to the carriage shook his head, indicating that the people should not come forward. "Little brother, please make an exception. We want to see Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan." A person dressed like a squire walked up to the guard and pleaded from 5 paces away. The guard shook his head. "No way. My family's young master and young lady came over a few days ago and were taken liberties with and bullied by that Qin family in your county. If they hadn't been quick to hide, they would have lost their lives." "Qin family? Which Qin family?" the squire asked with wide eyes. His voice was so loud that it drew the attention of nearly everyone. The guard didn't respond, but he was looking at the people kneeling in the wasteland. The people followed his gaze and looked over. At first, they were shocked, but then their faces filled with anger. "It's actually Qin Mu and that old coot. Usually they strut around in the county. We'll just bear with it and won't lower ourselves to their level. I never thought they would bully Xiaobei and the others today. How dare they? Xiaobei is being bullied here. Folks, Xiaobei is being bullied." After one of the people looked back, he started to shout to the people around him. As he shouted, he rushed toward the people of the Qin family kneeling there. The others were stunned for a moment, but then they followed suit. Some of them grabbed a handful of stones from the ground, or picked up a clump of dirt. Others untied the belts around their waists and stretched them, holding one end in each hand as they ran over. "Tell them not to kill him. I want him alive." Xiaobei's voice came from one of the carriages. The guard immediately shouted a few times from behind, not knowing if anyone heard him. The people of the Qin family kneeling on the ground panicked when they saw the people rushing over. What are you doing? Chen Yaozu stood up from the ground, glaring angrily at the people who had always been afraid of him. But this time, he didn't need to show his power. The person in the front threw a fist straight at his face. Chen Yaozu reacted quickly, moving his head to the side and bending his waist to avoid the attack. He was then drowned in more punches and kicks. Oh, you dare hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Motherfucker, it hurts. Who's going to hit me? Ah, my legs, my head, my eyes. You don't know who I am. I surrender. If you hit me again, I'll die. Whoa, aw. Chen Yaozu could no longer be seen through the gaps in the crowd. His voice gradually turned from loud curses to soft begging for mercy, and then disappeared. Dead? The people who were hitting him stopped when they saw that there was no more movement. He's not dead. Let's leave it like this first. Xiao Bei said that she didn't want to kill him. She wants to kill him personally, one cut at a time, the kind that will take half a month. A person went over to touch Chen Yaozu's neck and nose, then stood up and said to the people around him. Chen Yaozu wasn't the only one who fell. The others didn't escape either. The smarter ones covered their heads and let the people hit them for a while. Those who struggled were beaten even more. The people in the yamen also stood up and watched at the side. They couldn't stop them, and they didn't dare to stop them. They even faintly felt that it would be better if the people of the Qin family were beaten to death. That way, the benefits they received wouldn't be exposed. Today, not only did they see the ceremonial procession of a third-rank official, they also felt the prestige of Xiao Bei and the others among the commoners. The usually honest commoners had such a huge reaction when they heard that Xiao Bei was bullied. If it wasn't for them shouting at the back not to beat him to death, the Qin family would probably be dead by now. Sir, what should we do? The county deputy, Qian Yusui, looked at the beating for a while and started to worry about his own affairs. He turned his head and whispered to Zhao Jianghao. I think we should do this. Let's, you saw come here. Before Zhao Jianghao could finish his words, a few guards had already come to their side. Every two guards held onto one person's arm and walked to the side, not giving them a chance to talk and collude. Although there was no evidence to prove that the people in the yamen were not clean and had even broken the law, it could be estimated from the Qin family in the county that the people in the yamen were definitely not what they appeared to be on the surface. The three people in charge of the county yamen were taken away to assist in the investigation. The rest of the people were still waiting in the same place, not knowing what to do. At this time, a servant girl came over and said to them, My wife and young master said that they know everything you have done. Now, I will give you a chance. If you confess, you will be given a lighter sentence. If you resist, you will be executed on the spot. Yes, you will be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. It depends on your performance. In a while, someone will come over to question you one by one. Now, don't make a sound and don't look at each other. After the servant girl finished speaking, she left. Someone came over with a pen and paper to record. The people in the yamen lowered their heads and didn't look at others. Some even squatted down with their hands on their heads, waiting for others to come and ask them. At this moment, the mainstream of their thoughts was who to betray and who to betray. The team's doctor also came over and checked on the people of the Qin family who had been beaten. Other than a few who had fainted and perhaps had a slight concussion, the others were in good condition. Of course, there was no way to check if they had a concussion. The medical conditions were not good enough to detect it. The doctor not only had to check on the people who had been beaten, but also the people who had beaten them. Usually, the honest people would not be beaten, but there were people who had injured themselves. When their fists hit other people's heads would hurt, and their fists would hurt as well. Some even injured their tendons. There were also a few who sprained their ankles when they hit others, and some were accidentally injured by their own people. Everyone was grinning, waiting for the doctor to come over and check on them. "Who knocked my teeth out? Little fatty, was it you?" An 8 or 9-year-old boy covered his mouth. Blood flowed down the gaps between his fingers. "It wasn't me. How would I have the strength to knock your teeth out?" The person who was called Little Fatty shook his head and denied. "You pushed me, and my mouth hit his head." The child who had lost his teeth wasn't stupid. Little Fatty took a step back and said, "Don't blame it on me. Your teeth were loose the day before yesterday, and you need to change them. When you change your teeth, it's even more uncomfortable. You have to think about it every day. Even so, I don't need you to help me hit them. What do you think we should do? I'll treat you to some crispy knuckles. I don't have much noodles at home. I'll roast some for you. My teeth are gone. How can I eat them?" Similar words spread among many people. Everyone seemed to be complaining, but in fact, they were in a good mood after venting. After beating the people who usually bullied them but did not dare to hit them, this was a good feeling. Xiao Bei and the others also got out of the car at this time and walked over to Qin Yaozu, who had been beaten. A basin of water was splashed on him. When he woke up in a daze, Xiao Bei smiled. Then, he said to him in a very ruffian and gangster-like manner, "What did you say when you invited me to the county the other day? Today, I'm here. I missed you so much. Let's find a place to have a good chat." Chapter 1206. In the end, Xiao Bei did not talk to Qin Yaozu in private because Zhang Xiaobao had ordered him to settle the matter in Tunghua County as soon as possible and then meet up in Yizhou. As for Qin Yaozu, his personal opinion was that he should be severely punished, which had nothing to do with the law he had broken. From the perspective of an older brother, he did not need to reason with anyone who had insulted his younger brother or sister. "Excuse me, whose alfalfa is it? I'll buy it." Xiao Bei's honor guard had trampled on someone else's alfalfa, so he had to pay for it. "Sister Xiao Bei, it's his." A little girl slightly younger than Xiao Bei came over and pointed at Qin Yaozu while sniffling. "Oh, you saved money." Upon hearing that it was the Qin family's property, Xiao Bei dismissed the idea of compensation and asked the little girl, "Sister, what's your name? How old are you this year?" My name is Feng Er, 6 years old." "Sister Xiao Bei, he's usually very bad. When he walks on the road, people have to stop when they see him. When he goes to other people's places to eat, he wants to throw soil and water. He also said that if he wants the sky to be blue, then it's blue. If he wants it to be dark, then it's blue." "Shut up, I didn't say that." Qin Yaozu, whose face was full of scars, still knew how to defend himself. I said it, I said it, I said it. Stare at me, I'll hit you." Feng Er clenched her fists and kicked Qin Yaozu with her little feet. She accidentally fell and hit her butt. She patted her butt and stood up, shaking her head. "I'm not afraid of you now. Father said that your family should die." "Feng Er, let's not talk to him. The road is paved with soil, and the streets are splashed with clean water. What a big show. Take them away, let's go. Let's finish them quickly so that I can meet up with my brother and sister." As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a mahogany box from his bag. It was inlaid with copper walls. He took out a wet towel and wiped Feng Er's face and hands. He took her hand and walked to the county, not even taking the honor guard's car. Style sniffed hard. There was a faint fragrance on the wet towel just now. While walking with Bebe, she jumped happily. Suddenly, she remembered what Bebe said and said expectantly, "Sister Bebe, can you stay in the county for a few more days? When the wild fruits on the mountain bear, I'll cook them for you." Xiao Bei shook his head regretfully. That won't do. Brother and sister need manpower. We have to go back and add the vigorous seedling protection team into the big team for brother and sister to use. Oh, are they very powerful? Feng Er turned around and looked at the guards with long and short spears. She was curious. It's not an ordinary level of power. In the entire world, no one can stop our charge. Let me put it this way. For example, right now, the entire Jiannan Imperial Court's army has arrived at our Tonghua County. They want to surround and annihilate us. We can kill over 10,000 of them when we break through the encirclement. Lil Hebei confidently said. Why would the Imperial Court's army attack you? Aren't you guys together? How many people were 10,000? Can't you just not kill them? Feng Er shook his free hand, as if he wanted to count the number of 10,000 people with his fingers. Xiao Bei felt like his head was about to explode. He gritted his teeth and said, I've decided to invest 2,000 strings of cash into Tonghua County's education every year. When the time comes, you'll know how many tens of thousands of people are. We won't beat each other up. It's just a joke. How much is 2,000 strings of cash? Can you make me a new set of clothes and let me eat as much meat as I can? Feng Er licked his lips and asked. In a moment, when we enter the county, I'll immediately make meat for you to eat. Eat as much as you can. Xiao Bei finally realized the difference between children who went to school and those who didn't. The older children in Wenshan County School wouldn't ask this kind of question. Xiao Yuan worriedly reminded him, we've used up a lot in the past few days. There's not enough dried meat left to treat others to a meal. Silly, we don't have any, but some people do. For example. Xiao Bei indicated for Xiao Yuan to look at the Qin family members who had been beaten. The group walked very slowly for less than half an hour before they entered the county. The first thing they did was to get something from the Qin family. The second thing was to spend money to buy all kinds of ingredients. The Qin family couldn't possibly provide such a large amount. Xiao Bei's group of 9 sat in the main hall of the county yamen. Below them were the 13 members of the Qin family. The youngest 3 didn't run away, but they weren't beaten. They were too young, so it wasn't easy to deal with them. Normally, the people in the county wouldn't see them, unlike the other members of the Qin family. The old man of the Qin family, Qin Mutong, was also bruised and swollen, but he knew how to protect himself and didn't suffer any more serious injuries. Honorable patrol inspectors, my Qin family is guilty. Qin Mutong trembled as he fished out an account book from his bosom and held it up to Wei Wei's head with trembling hands. Someone brought the account book over. Xiao Bei's group of 9 flipped through it and found that it wasn't a detailed account. Instead, it was something like a summary report. It recorded the Qin family's wealth, as well as the overall income and expenses of the various shops. These weren't important. What was important was what was recorded at the back. In the transaction with Duosher, they had purchased 16,000 sheep and 6,500 cows. They had planned to sell 300 stones of fireworks to Duosher, but had already sold 160 stones. They had purchased 17,000 caddies of cast iron pipes, but had already sent 9,200 caddies. Later, they had dispatched people to various medical centers in batches to purchase finished medicines for typhoid fever and dysentery, which had already been sent to Duosher's 4,000 people. They had collected countless pieces of information related to Duosher from the people of Jiannan County and the government, and exchanged them. In addition, Duosher still owes the family 12,000 sheep, 6,000 cows, and 4,100 horses, among which were 300 military horses. The family owes Duosher 13,000 stones of salt, 500 stones of fermented tea, and 3,000 portions of frostbite cream. The account book was gently closed, and Xiao Bei's group of 9 looked at each other in surprise. Our Qin family has already confessed everything, Patrol Inspector. Can you give us a way out? Chen Mudong raised his head and asked dryly. He then found an excuse for himself. When you were in Fengzhou, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. When you were in Wenshan, you didn't kill the officials who made the mistake. We are only merchants, and we made a small mistake. Can you give us a chance? A chance? Xiao Bei stared at Chen Mudong in astonishment and laughed. You want a chance from us? Your Chen family dared to collude with the enemy, and you still want a chance. I won't say anything to you. Come, take them away. Remember not to let them die. We have to pry out useful information from their mouths. Xiao Bei didn't even have the heart to continue talking to the Qin family. He couldn't find an excuse for them. Apart from rebellion, there was no other crime in the world more serious than colluding with the enemy. The people standing outside the yamen were just as shocked. They had thought the Qin family was usually acting like a tyrant in the county, bullying their neighbors, and so on. They never thought they would actually make deals with the enemy. The most hateful thing wasn't the enemy's fierceness and ruthlessness, but the betrayal that came from behind. Xiao Bei's group of 9 waited for the Qin family to be taken away. They sat in silence in the hall. The people outside didn't make a sound, and no one even thought about killing the Qin family. They knew the Qin family wouldn't get better, but they couldn't figure out why. So, they all looked sad. After a while, Xiao Bei raised his head and clapped his hands. He smiled again and said happily, Okay. Let's not think about them. It's already past mealtime, but no one has eaten, right? I'll treat them to food. There'll be wine and meat, and there'll be sweets for the children. Let's first raid the Qin family and see how many things they have. Ha! Originally, the things we raid should be given to the imperial court, but it's too far away. It's not worth it. I'll keep them, okay? The people outside didn't follow suit and shout, okay, at the right time. They were all still in a state of silence. Xiao Bei rubbed his hands, thought for a while, and continued, it's just colluding with the enemy. What's the big deal? Everyone is sad that our Tang Empire has people who colluded with the enemy, but don't forget that our Tang Empire has iron-blooded men who will fight to the death, merchants who are willing to go bankrupt in order to support the frontline, and craftsmen who are unwilling to rest in order to provide logistics. Our Maozhou's Tunghua County isn't very far from the frontline, so this place is very important. Don't keep thinking about the Qin family. Think about doing more work yourselves to provide more support to the frontline. The children also need to work hard to learn and help the adults count the goods and calculate the accounts. It's not too late now. The war won't end in a short time. Why are we fighting? To bully others. We don't have that kind of thought. We want to take advantage of other people's things and use them for our own. The longer we fight, the more things we will take, right? We, the people of Tunghua County, have to show the people of the Tang Empire that other than one family who colluded with the enemy, we also have other families who are contributing to the frontline, right? Yes. Some of the people outside shouted. Then let's eat. After we're full, we have to work. Let's go. We have enough wine and meat today. Xiao Bei waved his arm and waved his small hand. He patted his official robe embroidered with the design of the trader and walked out. The adults outside helped to cook for the people of the county while the children cheered and ran around. When everyone was busy, Xiao Bei wiped the sweat on her forehead and sighed like an adult. She said, "Oh my God, the Qin family colluded with the enemy and they are all so sad. I'm so tired." Because the Qin family is in the same county as them, they feel ashamed and can't raise their heads in front of people from other counties. It's just like how the people of Sanshui County always walk with their heads held high. Xiao Yuan explained his understanding. Let's tell brother and sister and see what they do. We have never dealt with the crime of colluding with the enemy. Last time in Jiangnan, it was brother and sister who dealt with it. Xiao Bei found the problem, but she still couldn't make the decision herself. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team had already passed the boundary of Wenshan. However, they didn't go west to Tonghua. Instead, they went straight down. Because the team was huge, they moved slowly. They planned to let the younger brother and sister's team come out of Tonghua and force their way to catch up with them. Many old men were sent out, as well as the children of the old men's families. They borrowed their reputation and ability to deal with trivial matters so that they could free up their own people to do other things. They thought that the younger brother and sister's team were just dealing with a businessman in the county and could be dealt with quickly. They didn't expect that the telegram sent over today was about evidence of collusion with Duoshe. I don't know if it's because our family's babies are lucky or because Tonghua's Chen family is unlucky. They were just going to a random place to sell cement and they actually caught them. It seems that Duoshe is also very hardworking. They even know to buy medicine from the Tang Empire. Wang Wan didn't get angry after reading the report. It was only collusion. Which dynasty didn't collude with the enemy? Which country didn't have traitors? She just had to get used to it. Zhang Xiaobao supported his chin with his hand and thought for a while. He said, colluding with the enemy is not bad. We should encourage it and promote this spirit of risking countless dangers to benefit the people of the world. Have Xiao Bei and the others hurry on their way after eating today and send the cement to Weizhou. Escort the Qin family over. I have great use for them. Chapter 1207. Xiao Bao, there is a river in front of us. Baigo's voice came from outside the car. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and said to Baigo, Grandpa Bai, I know. Without a river, how can there be a village? Xiao Bao, do you want to eat fish tonight? Baigo turned around and asked. It seemed that he had learned the 6 arts of gentleman well. At least, he could ride a horse steadily. Grandpa Bai, we are in a hurry. Stop the car and let Grandpa Bai come up. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the car and helped Baigo get up. Wang Wan was busy making tea. In the car, she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared all kinds of snacks, small cold plates, preserved fruits, sunflower seeds, a few types of tea, fruit juices, grape wine, rice wine, Chinese chess, Go, Gamoku, Chinese checkers, army flag, and Monopoly games. There were even musical instruments such as qin, shao, hu, and pipe. Writing brushes, ink, and paper were also necessary. Many old men were separated from the rest of the group, leaving behind some old men and their children. They would chat with one of them from time to time. Wang Wan had to provide them with different things according to their tastes. As a result, the old men were satisfied, the juniors were shocked by the talents of the 2 people, and the 2 people were exhausted. Baigo liked to drink tea and then eat 5-spice sunflower seeds. Usually, Longjing tea and Maojian tea were enough. Otherwise, he would be thirsty while eating sunflower seeds. He didn't like music and found it annoying. It was probably related to his hobby of fishing. As soon as they entered the car, Baigo grabbed the sunflower seeds on the small table and threw them into his mouth. He was waiting for the tea to be ready. Grandpa Bai, what do you want to say? We can't stop fishing today. We have to go to Yizhou as soon as possible and finish all the arrangements. Only then can we have time to go fishing. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed a handful of pumpkin seeds. They were the original flavor, the kind that was fried without any seasoning. He pinched them with his fingernails and stuffed them into Wang Wan's mouth. Wang Wan liked to eat them, but she didn't want to peel them. Baigo looked envious and pushed the melon seeds in front of him towards Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Grandpa Bai, your watermelon seeds can only be chewed with one's mouth. I can't pinch them, but I can pinch them with all my might. But my hands hurt, so it's not worth it. Why don't you change them to the sunflower seeds that were brought here with the potatoes from afar? No need, no need. I don't mean anything else. I thought you wanted to eat the sunflower seeds. If you don't want them, I'll eat them myself. Baigo pulled the plate back and said, since we can't really go fishing, let's talk about fishing. Alright. Speaking of fishing, I know a thing or two. Zhang Xiaobao gave another one to Wang Wan and agreed. Don't be modest. Who doesn't know that your family produces the best fishing tackle? Your grandpa has organized a fishing association and is selling fishing tackle to you everywhere. He's made a lot of money. Of course, he's also making a lot of money, several times more than what he gave to your family. When your father and mother were together, he didn't agree. As for me, I always persuaded him and told him. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's gaze, Baigo was very embarrassed and stopped talking. He smiled without any awkwardness. Let's not talk about the past, and let's not talk about whether I persuaded him or not. Let's talk about the fishing tackle you designed. Different fish in different waters need different fishing tackle, right? Not really. The same fishing rod and the same bait can catch different fish. Zhang Xiaobao continued stuffing sunflower seeds into Wang Wan's mouth. Yes. Xiaobao, you know more. I want to ask, why? The same fishing rod and bait can catch different fish. Don't you think it's amazing? Baigo confidently followed Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to find a medicine that could kill all the fish in the world. Otherwise, he would have to beat around the bush every time he talked about something. Facing Baigo's question, he could only nod and say nothing. Baigo said himself, since fish can be caught this way, can the same method be used to tempt people? What method? Zhang Xiaobao cooperated. Money. For money, one can sell one's body. For money, one can sell one's soul. For money, one can even sell one's country. Our Tang people have been tempted by money time and time again. They have done things that harm our Tang empire. What do you think we should do? Baigo put down the remaining sunflower seeds in his hand, picked up the teacup, and blew on the water. Zhang Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there would be some kind of exchange of interests, but it turned out to be just a small problem. Grandpa Bai, next time you encounter such a situation, can't you just say it directly? It's about the Qin family, right? Zhang Xiaobao also picked up the teacup and took a sip. How can we fish if we say it directly? Baigo was very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. Isn't the purpose of fishing to change the topic to business? Why do we have to fish? How can we change the topic to business if we don't fish? Don't say it. What did you say? Let's talk business. How do we get down to business? Don't you have to switch from fishing? Grandpa Bai, Tonghua's Qin family isn't a big problem. It's easy to handle, I can make use of it. To be honest, not only is his family colluding with the enemy, but my family is as well. If I don't, how am I supposed to gather information? Zhang Xiaobao saw that they were about to end up in an endless loop, so he immediately returned to the main topic. Bai Su waved his hand. That's different. You have mutual exchanges with the enemy. You will consider what things you can give and what information you can give. As long as the Qin family has benefits, as long as they can provide information and materials, they are willing to trade. You do things for the country, and they do things for themselves. His family definitely had no excuse to say that they were doing this for the country. Otherwise, how could there not be a school in Tonghua County? The only thing left was the government's primary school. If the children wanted to enter, they had to be smart and be able to afford the tuition fees. If his family had organized the other people in the county to collectively farm, rented out the cattle they had exchanged for at a cheap price, built workshops, recruited people to build beautiful, neat, and sturdy houses for the craftsmen to live in, and led the people in the county to do business with the outside world. At the same time, they built the best school, gave the children the best food, the best clothes, and spent money to find a knowledgeable teacher. They planted herbs to subsidize the medical center. In that case, if Xiao Bei and the others went to investigate, even if they found evidence of him colluding with the enemy, what would the result be? There would be local people, jointly vouching for him. If Xiao Bei and the others wanted to take him away, they would have to explain to the people for a long time. If it was not Xiao Bei and the others who went, but other officials, it was very likely that they would be intercepted by the local people. Especially when Xiao Bei and the others saw that the children in the school were living a good life, they would have to consider how to help the Qin family reduce the punishment. In the end, if they handed him over to me, I would not be able to kill them. There was a high probability that they would be included in the intelligence system. Zhang Xiaobao answered frankly. Wang Wan also nodded. It was indeed so. Although there was a law, the fairness of the law had always been questioned. There would always be loopholes in the law because it was not detailed enough. Once the law was too detailed, it would lose the interests of the people who concentrated on social goods. Then, the law would not be successful. If the protection of the interests of these people was written in the detailed law, it would require the support of other people who had scarce goods. They were the majority, so they naturally would not agree. Consent represented the appearance of a class, and it was still protected by the law. What was the difference between that and the ethnic differences in India? What was the difference between that and the minority policies of Xiao Bao and herself? If there was no difference, how could the law be fair? Why should people support the absoluteness and independence of an unjust law? Losing these two characteristics would be a bad law. Therefore, the law had always been made for the majority of the people who could not resist the creation of the law. It was made to protect the fairness of the minority who had the majority of social goods and resources, and the majority who could not control the resources and could only control the minority of resources. To put it bluntly, the rich and powerful were protected by the law. When facing them, the people who did not have money and power could not ask for fairness through the law. The rich and powerful could get fairness through the law from people like them and from groups without power and money. The groups without money and power could only ask for fairness from people like them through the law. Then, under what circumstances could the disadvantaged group ask for fairness from the higher-ups? It was the people they asked for fairness who were abandoned by the higher-ups. In other words, it was not the law that protected the disadvantaged group to get fairness from the advantaged group, but another advantaged group. Therefore, when Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao dealt with issues related to the law, most of the time, they had to consider the benefits they would lose and gain before deciding whether to act according to the law. The two would consider breaking the law from the perspective of national interests, and at the same time, they made and supported the law from the perspective of national interests. It was ironic, but this was the reality of the human community. If it was explained in a classical philosophy of wisdom, it would be, people follow the law of earth, earth follows the law of heaven, heaven follows the law of Tao, and Tao follows the law of nature. What was nature? Baigo didn't think so much. Right now, he was thinking about the reality of the matter. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, if many merchants did what I just said, in the end, wouldn't they be allowed to collude with the enemy? Or perhaps they would be allowed to make mistakes while using the excuse of improving the local community's living standards to escape the punishment of the law. This is what it means to take bigger steps, to be a bit more daring. Regardless of whether the black and white paths get birds, rats and rats, that is, rats and rats, that is, woo-woo, xiao bao, eat a snack. Once you're full, you'll only have the strength to cross the bridge of helplessness after cutting off your head. Come, drink some more tea, don't choke. Wang Wan stuffed a piece of date cake into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. As she spoke, she brought him tea. Zhang Xiaobao swallowed the large piece of date cake with the tea. He smiled at Baigo and said, Cuckoo loves me dearly and is always afraid that I'll be hungry. Sorry for the ridicule. Grandpa Bai, I've thought about what you just said. When the war starts, I'll take care of it. To be honest, I'm not worried about colluding with the enemy at all. As long as His Majesty doesn't collude with the enemy, it's fine. Other countries don't have basic industries. If I give Duosher a telegraph machine, can he make it? If I give them a cannon, they can't even aim accurately at where to shoot. The industrial technology of the Tang Empire is in my hands. Even if they work hard to get it, before they can learn it, Cuckoo's soldiers will push it over. How many years have Cuckoo and I been watching the industrial development technology? Look at the Tang Empire's Industrial Research Institute now. How many things have been produced? It's just a plane with wings that look like bandages for wounded people. Until now, there has been no news of a successful test flight. Bai Go nodded. Xiao Bao, you're right. I'll wait for you to deal with the problem I just mentioned. Don't let us down, or I won't die in peace. What about the Qin family? I'll take over and continue to trade with Duosher. They just want guns, right? I'll give them. I'll give them salt and tea as much as I can. As long as the Tang Empire has extra or can speed up production, I won't be stingy. It'll be fine when the war starts. Waiting is sometimes a kind of pain, but it can also be said to be a kind of habit. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and finished speaking. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, I've finished 2 chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1208. That night, Xiao Bei held a grand bonfire party in Tunghua County. She spent the money to buy all kinds of food from the county and invited those who could come to join in the fun. It was estimated that the standard of living of the people in the county would drop in the next few days, so a large amount of food was roasted and eaten. However, it all went into their stomachs, so they didn't lose anything. When the bonfire party ended, Xiao Bei's group of 9 set off, leaving behind a bit of cement for the people of Tunghua County to see. More cement needed to be brought to Weizhou. Weizhou had more people and merchants than Tunghua County, so it was suitable for Wenshan to advertise. The people of Tongzhou were still in a happy mood, so they didn't expect Xiao Bei's group to leave just like that. Seeing their troop gradually leave and disappear into the night, the people suddenly felt that the night sky was no longer as bright as before. It was so cold and lonely. Gone. The little girl who had pulled Xiao Bei to talk to her when she was beating people spoke with tears in her eyes. Gone. If you want to see each other again, study hard. When you've learned enough, go help Xiao Bei, the little girl's father said as he rubbed his daughter's head. Earning fund, the Qin family is really rich, and there are so many valuable things that are all ours. I definitely won't give them to Uncle Emperor. Let's discuss how to use them. It's estimated to be more than 600,000 strings of cash. That's a large sum of money. Colluding with the enemy is a shortcut to riches. Xiao Bei was already used to parting. She turned the sadness of each breakup into sweet memories. At the very least, she smiled. It was the same for Xiao Yuan and the rest. Just like the lyrics in the song her brother sang for her, when tomorrow becomes yesterday, and yesterday becomes a fragment of memory, tears and smiling faces are not forever, when meeting again becomes goodbye, and seeing again becomes distant longing, the peace of the heart is forever. 600,000 strings of cash. It's not too much, but it's not too little either. There are ways to spend it, but the money comes from confiscating property. Logically speaking, it belongs to the imperial court, Xiao Yuan said softly. He didn't sound like he wanted to hand it over, but he felt like he couldn't find an excuse or reason to keep it. Xiao Bei curled her lips. I don't want to give the money to Minister of Revenue Wang Bei. He leads a group of people to oppose our father. Our father is an upright official, but that doesn't mean we're as honest. I won't give it, I definitely won't. Besides, logically speaking, our official robes need to be paid for by the imperial court. We also need a salary. Have you ever taken money from the imperial court? When Uncle Emperor travels to other places, he has to pay for the food on the way. When have you ever seen him come to our family's restaurant and talk about paying the bill? Now that we have all left the capital, I suspect that Wang Bei will be ready to make a move. I don't know how many obstacles he will create for my father behind his back. When we return, I want to let him know that not only does he know how to play dirty tricks, we also know how to play tricks in a fair and square manner. It's restless. It's better to describe it as flowing water, Xiao Yuan corrected. Wang Bei's evil thoughts are like flowing water, gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. Isn't our father at a disadvantage when facing him? Xiao Bei took Xiao Yuan's explanation and directly used it. It's your father, not mine. My father's surname is Wang, Xiao Yuan corrected. Remember what you said. Don't call me father in the future. Xiao Bei turned his head in a fit of pique. Yes, my name is father-in-law. How shameless. Only a diplomat like you can say something like that. I think it's better to use this money to organize a children's activity. Xiao Hai saw that his sister and his future brother-in-law were quarreling again, so he interjected. When the other's attention was on him, he explained, children will be selected from various places in the Tang Empire based on their education level to participate in the state-level competition. After that, they will go to the capital for the finals and provide rewards to the winners. At the same time, the children who come to the capital will be organized to go on a trip to our Sanshui County. What's the use? I think other than spending money, it's just spending money. It's called spending money for the sake of spending money. It's better to directly buy a batch of things and send them to various places. Even if it's just a piece of clothing, it's still good. 600,000 strings of coins, it's enough to let my family's clothing store make it with a small profit. Xiao Bei started to be pragmatic again. I agree with Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Yuan wanted to vote. Xiao Hai ignored Xiao Yuan. When did you not agree with Xiao Bei's words? He continued, if we really want to send clothes to all the children in the Tang Empire, we just need to take out a little of our precious candy house's money. Brother said that the motivation for social development and advancement comes from human desires, or perhaps biological instincts. Plants know how to grow toward the sun, animals know how to occupy territory, and humans naturally compare. The happiness of humans lies in how many resources you have that others need. The purpose of the competition is not friendship, but competition. It promotes the individuals involved in the competition to work hard to master the skills that can win the competition. Children also need to compete. The most important thing is that the children who come to the capital will be able to meet the emperor. Then, when they go back, they will naturally spread the news, which is conducive to consolidating the centralization of power. At the same time, it will also attract the attention of the local authorities to children's education. After Xiao Hai finished speaking, the others fell into deep thought. Only Xiao Bei didn't even think about it. He directly praised, brother, what you said is really too good. It's like the North Star guiding me forward in the dark night. It's like a lighthouse escorting me in the middle of the sea. It's like the sweet dew in a land of drought. It's like an oasis in the desert. It's also like the burning charcoal in the ice and snow. It's like the floating clouds and the light breeze on the horizon. Xiao Yuan listened in a daze. He originally thought that his literary talent was the best among the 9 of them, but he did not expect that Xiao Bei would be able to outdo him today. Xiao Hai really did not know what to do with this little sister of his. He sighed, if you think it's okay, we will send a telegram to the capital now and let the emperor pass the order down. The remaining 8 children nodded. In any case, the money was stolen, so it would be a waste not to spend it. In the midst of the beeping sound, the telegram was sent out. After being relayed, it was believed that it would soon reach the palace. I suddenly thought of a question. Xiao Bei saw that the telegram was sent out and suddenly said, if the officials and squires below know that the children can meet the emperor, will they cheat? Xiao Yuan smiled reservedly. Would they dare? Do they think that the various telegram departments are just decorations? Normally, the common people can endure a little grievance, but when it comes to the issue of children being able to meet the emperor, who dares to do anything? They will send a telegram to report it. Would the local yamen dare to put the telegram department under surveillance? The others shook their heads. The telegram department in each place was administratively independent. Everyone could use it, but they were not allowed to interfere. For those who interfered with the telegram department, the court would infer that they were concealing information and had bad intentions. Normally, every telegram department would make 3 secret code reports a day so that people could be sure that there was no problem. If there was one missing, the court would immediately send a report to the surrounding telegram departments and authorize them to mobilize the local yamen to investigate to see if there was a problem with the equipment or if the personnel had gone on a business trip. Just like the beacon tower in the past, it was lit once every morning and evening. If one pillar went up, it meant that it was safe. The other pillars and the order in which they were lit represented different meanings, but if the beacon tower did not have smoke, there would be a fast horse to check the situation. When Li Longji woke up this morning, he was not used to it. The actions of the concubines beside him made him feel awkward. Last night did not seem to be enough fun. Sitting by the bed and thinking about it, Li Longji finally understood why. A few days ago, his Empress Wang and Wu Huifei had left the capital for Sanshui County. At first, he felt that it was quite interesting to lose 2 people that he could usually see, but now he suddenly felt that something was missing from his side. Xiao Bao was right. A habit is indeed an uncontrollable fluctuation of the heart. It is even harder to control than anger and joy. You too can play. Are you bullying me because I can't go out? When you come back, see how I deal with you. Li Longji muttered as he thought about it. Then, he had someone put on his clothes. There was no court today, so there was plenty of time. After washing up, Li Longji decided to have a good breakfast. He instructed the eunuch beside him, "Tell the imperial kitchen to send fried cakes and mutton soup." "Your Majesty, there are no fried cakes today," the eunuch replied nervously. Li Longji looked over and asked with his eyes. Yesterday afternoon, Xinluo presented a notice saying that our Bohai commander-in-chief's manor had stolen many of Xinluo's citizens. They wanted you to issue an edict ordering Jidushi Zhang to return them. The measures were a bit strong, which made you angry. When the blood pressure was measured, it was slightly higher, so they adjusted the diet. Today, your breakfast is a stall's flatbread, the kind that does not use oil and adds some cornmeal. There is also a bowl of wild vegetable soup. The side dishes are cucumber with garlic, cold celery, blanched bitter melon, and old vinegar radish skin. If you feel that it is not enough, you can add sesame paste powder skin and kelp knot. The eunuch's reply was more and more cautious. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had not eaten breakfast himself. Li Longji did not immediately speak. Instead, he lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Ever since Xiao Bao and the others came up with a health system, I have not been able to eat anything for a day. Can I apply to have you make me an extra roasted eggplant?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch ran out. He did not dare to say that he was helping to apply. If His Majesty wanted to eat more, then so be it. Eggplant was a vegetarian dish. When Li Longji was eating, Gao Lisher came. He had lost some weight. He was probably busy repairing the palace recently. "Have you eaten, Lisher?" Li Longji picked up his chopsticks and asked Gao Lisher. "Your Majesty, I just ate with the people who worked last night." The dishes were not bad. There were braised pork knuckles and stewed chicken legs. Each of them also had a tail of white wine. I drank 2 tails of wine and ate 3 big steamed buns. "Your Majesty, why are you eating so lightly?" After Gao Lisher finished speaking, he looked at Li Longji's pitiful breakfast. Li Longji ate a piece of eggplant and drank a mouthful of wild vegetable soup. He sighed and said, "They said that I was angry yesterday and my blood pressure was high. Naturally, my breakfast became like this. In fact, I was not angry yesterday. I was happy." The approximate number that Xinluo officials calculated was that their people were pulled over by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. But I know that the actual number is more than 1.2 million. This is because when some people came over, they still had family members at home. When they checked, their family members would definitely say that they were at home and had gone out to do something. When those people who did not bring their family members settled down, their family members would also come over. At that time, it would not be 1.2 million. Tell me, how can I not be happy? The heavens blessed my Tang Empire and sent Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here. Tell me, what would have happened if they had been born in Xinluo? Chapter 1209. Gao Lishir was very puzzled. Every time he saw His Majesty in the past few days, His Majesty would praise his son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo. What was going on? The two children were indeed good, but there was no need to praise them every day. Thinking of His Majesty's question, he replied, "I reckon that if what your Majesty said is true, the northern part of Hebei province has already belonged to Xinluo. Moreover, Xinluo is strong. After all, their country is small and easy to govern. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have a very easy time dealing with it. Unlike the Tang Empire, where the land is vast, there are many people, the geography is complicated, and disasters occur frequently. Xiao Bao and the others have many things to consider. They have to consider everything when dealing with it. It's difficult. In my impression, they never seem to play like other children." Speaking of this, Gao Lishir's eyes were slightly red, and his heart ached. Li Longji listened and ate a few mouthfuls of radish skin. The rich taste of aged vinegar stimulated him to breathe a few times, and he felt much better. After Gao Lishir finished speaking, Li Longji took a bite of the cake. As he chewed, he said in a vague voice, "If they were born in Xinluo, I would not lose the northern part of Hebei province. The population there is small, the winter is bitterly cold, and there are many mountains and few plains. Xiao Bao will not occupy that place. I have no doubt that the first place to be lost will be the eastern part of Hunan province. They will also take away Deng province, Lai province, Jili province, and the place near the sea that they named Bohai Bay. Then it will be Huainan province and Jiangnan province because they are all close to the sea. Countless Xinluo gunboats cruised on the sea. The place that they occupied on the Tang Empire's shore was built with tall reinforced concrete cities with cannons on it. If I send troops to attack, the catapults will be destroyed in the artillery fire before they can be transported to their positions during the siege. Then it will be risking people's lives to build ladders. As for the battering rams and other things to attack the city walls and gates, there is no need to send them. When the ladders were moved forward, the soldiers raised their shields and rushed forward. Countless light and heavy machine guns spat out flames at the same time. There were also grenades and hot air balloons that were specifically looking for commanding generals to bombard. We lost our morale. I asked for peace and negotiations. Xiao Bao said peace with a smile, proposed trade, and began another kind of invasion. Hercules, tell me how scary it is. Gao Lishir nodded repeatedly as he listened. When Li Longji was done, he asked with concern, "Your Majesty, are you tired from dealing with government affairs during the day? Or did you not sleep well at night?" "How do you know?" "I had a nightmare last night and woke up in the morning. I dreamed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had died and then reincarnated in Xinluo. I've analyzed it according to the psychology Xiao Bao taught me. I feel that it's because I heard the news of Xinluo during the day. I'm so happy that I keep thinking about it. Then, it's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have been away for too long. Help me think. Isn't that the case?" Gao Lishir continued to nod and said awkwardly, it's not good to ask them to come back. It's too far away. Otherwise, we can send a telegram first and ask them to assemble a broadcasting station and a radio. We can use Shang Zhong's things to communicate. Li Longji fell silent and began to compete with the food in front of him. When he was 80% full, he stopped and said, "I'm worried because of the dream." "It's fine. I'll be fine after dealing with a few things." "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Your Majesty, you can think of it this way. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo die and reincarnate in Xinluo, their hearts will definitely be with the Tang Empire. They will definitely find a way to come back to you and prove their identity to you. Then, they will continue to support the affairs of the Tang Empire, right?" Gao Lisher could only follow along and persuade him. "Yes, yes, yes. Hercules, you've thought it through. Even if their bodies are not of the Tang Empire, their souls are still. I believe that even if they are at the ends of the earth, they will find a way to come back. With their abilities, no one can stop them. Even if they are further away, they will fly back like a balloon. I just need to wait patiently." Li Longji rubbed his stomach and said in a good mood. He stood up and walked out with Gao Lisher, intending to personally see the progress of the construction in the palace. Not long after they left, a voice came from behind, reporting. Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the other patrol inspectors called last night. Li Longji was happy at first, but then his face darkened. "Why are you only showing me last night's telegram now?" "Your Majesty, it was too late last night. They didn't say that it was urgent and didn't want to disturb your rest." The person handed the telegram to Li Longji with both hands. Li Longji snatched it over and said, "They aren't anxious, but how can I not be anxious? In the future, when they call Xiao Bao, they must immediately show it to me." It's actually colluding with the enemy. The Qin family is really unlucky. They hid in the remote Tonghua and were still caught by Xiao Bei and the others. TSK, TSK, TSK. Heaven's net has wide meshes. Look, I've said before that they are definitely unique to the Tang Empire. No one can snatch them away. The fate of the Tang Empire is clearly displayed on them. So many patrol inspectors couldn't find them, but they sneaked over and caught them. They even colluded with the enemy. If this isn't the fate of the Tang Empire, what is? Li Longji muttered to himself. Gao Lisher was waiting anxiously at the side. He wanted to take a look, but he was afraid that it would affect His Majesty's mood, so he could only continue to wait. Li Longji also continued to grumble. The value of the copied items is estimated to be 600,000 strings of coins. There are also a lot of cows and sheep, but they didn't give it to me. They said that it was enough to compensate for the official robes and salaries of the two families. It's just a bunch of small trinkets. As for the Gu family, they took back all the benefits that I've taken from them over the years. Lisher, don't you think it's very interesting? Yes, yes. Gao Lisher replied. At the same time, he rubbed his hands anxiously. Fortunately, he could tell from His Majesty's words that the little fellows had caught someone again. Furthermore, it was the crime of colluding with the enemy. It was a huge crime. Not bad. After being greedy for money, they took it out and asked me to help organize a competition for the children of the Tang Empire. They wanted to cultivate a love for the Tang Empire from the moment they were children. Hee, they actually drew my head so big and my body so small. Lisher, can you guess who drew this? Oh, here, take a look for yourself. As Li Longji spoke, he realized that there was a problem. Gao Lisher also waited for him to take a look, so he casually passed it over. Gao Lisher was very surprised. There was a drawing on a telegram. He took a look and saw that there was indeed a drawing of a cartoon with a big head. Below was an explanation of the drawing. It was a square drawing of 20 centimeters on each side, 3 centimeters on the top, 3. 5 centimeters on the left, a horizontal line. 4. 2 centimeters on the left, 3 centimeters on the bottom, 5 centimeters on the left, 4 centimeters on the bottom, a 39-degree arc. After reading it, Gao Lisher suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. It's really a waste of telegram resources." Your Majesty, this subject thought that it was Xiao Bei who suggested that Xiao Zhu draw the drawing and Xiao Hai calculate the location. The location where the telegram was received must have been drawn by someone else. To be able to use data to replace intuition, Xiao Hai's skill is really impressive. Look at the content, look at the content. Li Longji really didn't think about the cartoon drawing before. At this moment, he was equally shocked. Gao Lisher quickly finished reading the content of the telegram. His mood was the same as Li Longji's, very happy. Li Longji said, "Reply, I approve. Let them help me catch more bad guys over there. When they come back, I allow them to take a picture with me, just like when they draw for me. The kind with my autograph, ah." After receiving the order, the person who delivered the telegram turned around and ran out to deliver the report. Li Longji and Gao Lisher once again walked towards the construction site. However, just as they walked a short distance, another person who delivered the telegram hurried over. "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has sent a telegram." Li Longji's expression became serious. Zhang Xiaobao's telegram was different from Zhang Xiaobei's, so it must be something important. He took a look at it and said to Gao Lisher, "Why else would I say that when I dreamt that they were born in Xinluo, I would wake up in fright? Xiao Bao is always scheming against people. Take a look." Gao Lisher took a look and nodded vigorously. The content of the telegram was very simple. To be precise, it was a supplement to the telegram sent by Xiao Bei and the others. Why did it have to be the children of the Great Tang to hold a children's competition? In line with the Great Tang's care as a superior country, it was better to invite the children of Japan, Xinluo, and other small countries in the southwest to participate in the finals in the capital. 100,000 people from Xinluo, 200,000 from Japan, and 50,000 from the southwest could come in families to participate in the friendly competition in the Great Tang. At the same time, they could tour the capital of the superior country. All the expenses would be paid by the Great Tang. Each person would also be given a gift worth no less than 100 strings of coins, 2 sets of exquisite clothes, a set of fine glassware, and a medicine box that would be prepared at home, including commonly used medicines. If the participants had outstanding results, there would be more valuable prizes and rewards from the emperor of the superior country. Gao Lisher understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao's plan in the telegram. Oh, it was not a plan. It was a plan to appease the surrounding countries, the kind that could show friendship. Xiao Bao called a few days ago and said that they had invited important people from Japan to the Great Tang for a tour. It must be to cooperate with Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao must have known what Xiao Bei and the others were going to do and chased after them. This way, they can go and hunt for duo food in peace. Gao Lisher analyzed the situation. Lisher, do you think that if they come to the capital, they won't cause trouble when Cuckoo fights duo food? Li Longji asked. Precisely. No, no. Li Longji shook his head. Has Minister forgotten Xiao Bao's style of coming up with plans? Style? Is His Majesty saying that his plans are always chained together? Gao Lisher looked at the telegram again and shook his head. How could this subject not see it? Perhaps Xiao Bao did not think it through and was just casually coming up with a plan. No matter how Gao Lisher looked at it, Xiao Bao wanted to use money to attract people and then numb the surrounding countries so that they would not be disturbed when he dispatched his troops. Moreover, the amount of money used was not small. The travel expenses, accommodation, and food in the capital, as well as the gifts, added up to more than 30 million strings of coins. All of this was for the sake of obtaining victory on another battlefield, using money to buy time. But who would pay in the end? Gao Lisher began to worry and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has secretly calculated and found that 30 million strings of coins might not be enough. Who will pay? The National Treasury. Your internal funds. The Zhang family and the Wang family. Xiao Bei and the others definitely won't be able to fork out that much money." Li Longji waved his hand. "The National Treasury's money cannot be touched. It's fine if I fork out a portion of my money, but I would feel the pinch if I were to fork out all of it. As for the power generation, ask Xiao Bao who will pay for it. Is it the National Treasury, me, or his family?" Li Longji instructed the person who delivered the telegram. After that, he was not in the mood to visit the construction site. He just waited there and got someone to bring tea and sunflower seeds. Nearly half an hour later, the person who delivered the telegram ran over and shouted, "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao has replied and said that we don't need to fork out any money. There are others who are willing to fork out the money. Thank you for your support." Chapter 12:10. Accompany us to the construction site. When Li Longji heard the report, he put his hands behind his back and walked towards the back. After Gao Lisher was reassured, his footsteps became lighter. "Lisher, to be honest, I quite dislike Xiao Bao. He always speaks halfway. When I ask him, he always beats around the bush. Guess with me, who did he transfer the money to? How did he transfer it?" Li Longji began to sink into a special emotion. To put it bluntly, it was as if he was possessed. He would only act like this when he was facing Zhang Xiaobao. In the past 10 years, he had fought in this dark scheme time and time again, but he had never seen the light of day. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, Li Longji continued, "It has already become a habit that we like. We can only relax when we are facing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, apart from the harem. Do you know why? This subject does not know, but this subject also dislikes Xiao Bao. When others face this subject, they will always flatter me, but this subject has never seen this from Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They will not mock this subject behind this subject's back because of the defects of this subject's body, nor will they flatter this subject because of this subject's status. Xiao Bao will sometimes flatter this subject, but this subject knows that it is definitely not because this subject is close to your Majesty, but because he has recognized this subject as his adoptive father. This subject, who is used to others flattering this subject, feels uncomfortable." Gao Lisher followed Li Longji's words and acted as if he was angry. Li Longji smiled and patted Gao Lisher's shoulder. "As expected of this subject's most considerate Lisher, you are as hateful as Xiao Bao. You have to beat around the bush even when explaining things. You should have just said that Xiao Bao is not afraid of this subject. Why did you have to shift the topic to you? They are indeed not afraid of this subject. In fact, they don't even show the most basic respect. The only time they showed respect from the bottom of their hearts was when they decided to abolish the land and salaries of all officials and increase taxes based on their income. At that time, I promised to give Cuckoo half of the military forces to fight against the threats of the important ministers and the various families. Unfortunately, I was wrong at that time. I thought they would use force to force the various families to compromise. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that when His Majesty wanted to give them soldiers, they would have no use for them at all? Not only did they have Cuckoo, who was good at fighting, they also had Xiao Bao, who liked to play tricks and schemes. They knew what they would face, so they made preparations in advance. However, they still accepted your kindness. This time, Gao Lisher did not beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. In this era, he was the only one who dared to analyze Li Longji's psychology. No one else dared to, and it was even more impossible for Li Longji to have such a heart-to-heart with his subjects. Similarly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected him, not because of his high position, but because they knew his loyalty throughout history, even if he was a eunuch. Li Longji nodded. Speaking of dislike for Xiao Bao and the others, it's a recognition of them. However, there are people that I truly dislike. The group led by the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, and the people from the censorate are eager to try. Their goal in opposing Zhang Zhong is to oppose Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I know that they are doing this for me to see. The way to be a ruler is to use people and use their abilities to suppress their hearts. There needs to be a balance. That's why they stood out and opposed Zhang Zhong. I can't deal with them yet, so I can only give them hints. They clearly received the hint, but they still acted the same way. Li Longji's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he thought that Wang Bei and the others wouldn't understand his intentions. Furthermore, they were hinting at him through their actions, asking him to remove Zhang Zhong from the position of Minister of Works, even if it was another minister. The problem is that Your Majesty doesn't need to be balanced against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This subject has discovered that they are also ambitious. The difference is that their ambitions are not in the imperial court, but outside. They want to use all sorts of methods to seize more land and resources so that the common people of our dynasty can live better lives. According to their psychology, this is the path that they use to realize their personal worth. This subject feels that the imperial court and even imperial authority are too small for them, and they aren't willing to tie themselves to the court and play with the world. Gao Lisher was even more disgusted by Wang Bei and the others. It was easy to remove Zhang Zhong, but difficult to replace him. Xiao Bao had said long ago that they needed to take control of the Great Tang's industries and build a powerful Great Tang heavy industry. If Zhang Zhong wasn't given the position of Minister of Works, Xiao Bao would definitely have split the research institute and not allowed anyone else to interfere. But it was clear that Wang Bei and the others wanted to seize the research institute. How could that be possible? Let alone Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, even His Majesty wouldn't agree. Only by placing the research institute in the hands of Xiao Bao and the others would His Majesty be at ease. He wouldn't have to worry about the speed of development or the problem of confidentiality. Thus, we intend to adjust Wang Bei's position. What does Minister think? Li Longji asked. This subject believes that it cannot be done. Wang Bei has done very well in the Bureau of Revenue. If it were someone else, they would have made many mistakes. Moreover, Xiao Bei and the others have already acted first and cut off the free welfare provided to Wang Bei's family. Wang Bei's daughter-in-law was pregnant at the right time, so Xiao Bei and the others took out the things to send over. Benevolence and righteousness. Little children also know how to give and take. They're much better than many officials in the court. When officials are in conflict with their opponents, they won't rest until they're dead. Who could have imagined that Xiao Bei and the others would send so many nutritious products to Wang Bei's daughter-in-law when she was pregnant? Wang Bei should feel ashamed. That child should be able to walk now, right? Gao Lisher wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Bei, but when he considered his opponent's abilities, he could only give up on his grudge. It's born. That child has received a great deal of support from Xiao Bei and the others. They're of prenatal education, and they've even sent him a carriage to learn how to crawl and walk. In a few days, he'll probably have his first birthday celebration. We will go and take a look when we have time. When we get back, we can report to Xiao Bei and inform them. Speaking of Wang Bei, we remember the court assembly at the end of last year. Because the Zhang family and the Wang family had spent too much on other things, especially on intelligence, the year-end settlement was 5 million strings less than the previous year. Wang Bei was overjoyed. But later on, the new group they set up with the Ministry of Works didn't make a single cent of profit. They were in a situation where they would make a loss during the year, but would be able to make a profit after the year. That is to say, there were no dividends during the year, but they didn't have to worry about making a loss, because after the new year, they would be able to make up for the loss. According to what Zhang Zhong said that day, this is called breaking even. But according to what we heard from Xiao Bao, as long as a sum of money doesn't produce a profit, then it's depreciating. This is a type of relative depreciation. It means that our country is issuing more money, so the amount of money that can be bought has decreased. And there's a simple rule. The more luxury goods are bought in society, the more the currency will inflate. This is a type of relative depreciation. Xiao Bao also said that there's another type of absolute depreciation. He said that he guaranteed to control the situation and wouldn't allow it to happen, or at least within a certain period of time. And absolute depreciation is when the rate of increase in currency issuance exceeds the rate of increase in the production of people's goods. This is reflected in the specific situation. The price of goods necessary for survival is rising too quickly, much faster than the rate of people's income. There are two reasons for this situation. First, it's the issue of large amounts of currency when productivity can't keep up. If we don't want to give up on the speed of currency issuance, we have to improve production technology. Second, it's the wrong interference of administrative orders. The ruling class artificially hinders the majority of the people from obtaining the right to currency. If we don't want to give up on this wrong interference, we have to add new administrative policies aimed at the welfare of the majority of the people. This is what Xiao Bao said to us. Wang Bei wants us to balance out Xiao Bao, but we're confused. What do we use to balance? If we balance Xiao Bao, who will balance the country's income and output? Who will balance the problem of unemployment caused by the speed of social development? Who is going to balance the balance between spiritual civilization and material civilization for me? Can he, Wang Bei, do it? Whenever a part of the country is affected by a disaster and needs money, Wang Bei will have a sad expression. He's sad because he can't find a good way to allocate money. If it's Xiao Bao, he's sad because he's afraid that his orders will be issued too slowly and the people will suffer. These are two different things. One is sad because he can't do anything, and the other is worried because he's afraid that his actions will be implemented too slowly for the people affected by the disaster. This is so infuriating. If we were Xiao Bao, we'd teach him a lesson. Li Longji muttered a bunch of things under his breath as he rubbed his chest with his hand. It seemed that he was really angry. Gao Lisher hurriedly comforted him, "Your Majesty, calm down. It's not worth it. Wang Bei can't do anything about Xiao Bao. The censorate wants to impeach him, but they don't dare. Not to mention them, even if Wei Jing was alive, he would also have to remain silent. Just as Your Majesty said, Xiao Bao has already taken revenge on Wang Bei. Otherwise, with Xiao Bao's ability, how could the new company not be able to make money? When it comes to making ends meet, it's also a skill. Even if you investigate carefully, you won't find any problems. Xiao Bao can't go too far. You heard it that day. Wang Bei shouted that Xiao Bao promised not to do anything to the people in the country, but he played tricks on them. If they really lost money, they'll cry even louder. The main thing is that Xiao Bao promised Cuckoo that he won't use his ability to harm his own people. Otherwise, look at Tibet in the past, as well as Xinhua and Japan now. When Xiao Bao was against them, he really invaded them like fire. Your Majesty, don't be fooled by Wang Bei's loud voice. He's actually afraid. He thought that Xiao Bao is gentle and kind to the country, but he forgot that Xiao Bao is a vengeful person. Your Majesty, look, we've arrived at the Yin and Yang Palace. According to your instructions, we'll build a 3-story building here and make some space to build a fountain. We'll raise ornamental fish in the pond and transport local water plants from Hangzhou. It'll definitely be a grand scene in summer. Li Longji looked at the busy people at the construction site and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, in the past, when I wanted to build the palace, the ministers always stopped me. Now that I'm building it, who dares to say anything? If it weren't for Xiao Bao making money for me, not to mention building a 3-story building, I would have been controlled by others. Gao Lisher could tell that Her Majesty's mind was filled with Xiao Bao's goodness. No matter what was said, no matter what topic was brought up, Her Majesty would definitely think of Xiaobao first. After Li Longji finished speaking, he looked around the Yin and Yang palace and did not give any instructions to the construction team. This was because the construction team here was from the Xinjiang construction group. No matter if it was safety, technology, or quality, there were no problems. What made Li Longji depressed was that the price was very high. This was because, according to the rules set by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the charging method for the rich and powerful was different. The higher the status and the richer the family, the higher the fee would be. They were not afraid that the other party would play dirty tricks. Whoever had the guts to try it could try. As the emperor, Li Longji's fee for him was naturally the highest. Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. For the internal funds, building the palace is like a drop in the bucket. The annual interest is enough. Moreover, the money earned by the Xinjiang construction group will immediately be used in other areas, such as building bridges for the village, schools, or roadside pavilions for people to rest. Gao Lisher fanned the dust with his hand as he spoke. I know. It's just that every time I take money out, I can't control the urge to take it back because I don't know how to earn money. I'm not like Xiaobao, who doesn't feel bad about spending money because he can continue to earn. I can't even compare to Xiaobei and the rest, who don't have to pay for all the expenses at home themselves. The money earned by Darling's Candy House can be spent as they please. Furthermore, Xiaobao and Huan don't care. Li Longji murmured. At this time, Gao Lisher did not know how to respond, so he maintained his silence. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is here. He's already inside. The sound of the construction site could not cover up the eunuch's shrill voice. A eunuch came to report the situation. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Li Hong, who was originally Li Ying, walked in from outside. In theory, even the Crown Prince could not casually barge in, but Li Ying had received a telegram from Zhang Xiaobao, so he had enough confidence to enter directly. Moreover, he had also received guidance from Zhang Xiaobao, who told him that if he followed the rules too much, he would lose affection. Occasionally, he would make a small mistake to bring people closer to each other. Therefore, Li Ying chose to barge in at this time without any notice. In his hand was an item with the signatures of the manager of Savant's restaurant and the head steward of Zhangwang. Hongher, don't you have anything to do today? Li Longji did not consider the fact that his son had come without notice. This was a construction site, and it was a mess. Who would be notified? I have something to do, so I'm busy. However, Xiaobao sent me a telegram and told me something. At the same time, he asked me to bring something over. I also miss father, so I rushed over. Look, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Li Ying lifted the item in his hand and smiled at Li Longji. This casual attitude of his was faked. To be precise, it was trained. In front of the mirror, he practiced according to Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. Not only did he have to practice his expression, voice, and eyes, but he also had to cooperate with his mental cultivation method. That was, if he was strong, he would be strong. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. The kind that would not fight back and would talk cheerfully and wittily. Li Longji sized up his son and saw that his son's clothes were dyed black. Other than black, there were also yellow and red. What was the crown prince busy with before you came? Gao Lisher asked Li Longji. Li Ying was very respectful of Gao Lisher. In private, he would call him Master Gao. Of course, the respect he had for him now was slightly less, or perhaps even more. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao's support. Therefore, with Zhang Xiaobao's support, he did not have to pay too much attention to others. However, Zhang Xiaobao was Gao Lisher's adopted son, so he had to respect him even more. Li Ying understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. He did not want the country to be too unstable and affect its diplomatic relations. At the same time, he would not allow others to mistreat his adopted father. Thinking of this, Li Ying adjusted his attitude and said with a smile, "General, I went to the newly established printing workshop to see them working. The Ministry of Works Research Institute sent a new dye called ink paste or coloring agent. Anyway, that's what it is. As a result, newspapers can be printed with various colored patterns and words. Although the patterns are a little troublesome and not very accurate, they are modularized. Various small patterns are done first and then pieced together. The requirements for the printing staff are very high. Otherwise, they would not be able to piece together well." "Oh. You brought printed newspapers over." Li Longji's interest was piqued. He had just seen a remote data command map today. Now, there was a colored newspaper and some modularized patterns. Very good. Li Ying, who was already prepared, took out a few rolled-up newspapers and handed them to Li Longji with one hand. Then, he placed the things he was carrying on the ground and stood there panting. It was obvious that the things he was carrying were not light. Li Longji and Gao Lisher gathered together to read the newspaper. There were indeed patterns, but they were a little rigid. There were many different colors on the newspaper, and it was very eye-catching. The two of them then looked at the content. The headline was two large red words, "Debate." Following that was a row of small yellow words, "Strong enemies are watching. The long journey is not for the next life, but for this life. With the hot blood of Tang, who can withstand the blade of the treasured sword?" At the bottom, the author's name was written, Wang Wan. Then, there was a large picture of a warrior riding a horse and waving a blade. The background was a large flag with the word Tang. There was also a row of blurred flowery words printed diagonally on the picture, swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger. Li Longji subconsciously straightened his back, as though he was the one riding on the horse and waving the blade. Gao Lisher also gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Li Ying said, "The boards with the picture have been sent to various places. According to the request, a copy of this newspaper will appear in all newspapers in Great Tang tomorrow morning." "Good, good. Send it out. The people know that there is going to be a war. In the past, they were also looking forward to it. Now, it has finally begun. Xiao Bao will soon bring out the administrative plan." What is the price of this newspaper?" Li Longji knew that tomorrow's newspaper was going to start promoting the war, and it was going to win the support of the people. Li Ying took out another newspaper and put it together with the previous one. "Father, it's the same as before. 1 copper coin per copy. Don't throw it away after you read it. If you collect 3 copies, you can exchange it for 2 copper coins. If you cut out the advertisement section of the newspaper, you might even be able to get a bargain of 1 copper coin." Li Longji put on a smile and said, "Lisher, do you see this? This is Xiao Bao. There are many articles written by great scholars and the policies of the imperial court. It's easy to sell it at a high price, but look at what Xiao Bao is doing. Why is he doing this? This subject knows. Xiao Bao sells many copies of each newspaper for 1 copper coin. It's not enough to cover the printing costs. But in order to let the people see it, at least their children who have studied for 2 years can read it for them, he only sells it for 1 copper coin. He also sells it for 2 copper coins for 3 copper coins. Buying 1 copy is only a third of a copper coin. Xiao Bao doesn't want the people to lose the opportunity to pay attention to the country because of money, so it's very cheap. But Xiao Bao doesn't want to lose money, so he found merchants from all over to advertise. At this time, the newspaper has profits, and it's very big. In order to let the people pay attention to the advertisements in the newspaper, Xiao Bao also asked the merchants to take turns. Every day, a merchant would take out the cost of the item to sell, but they would need the piece of paper in the newspaper. Every place is different, but the same thing is that there are discounts every day. Thus, our dynasty sells many newspapers every day. This is because when the people buy it, there's no loss at all. If they need to buy a lot of things, they can even take advantage of it. Not only does it allow the people to be educated, but it also promotes the sales of goods. At the same time, it also allows our dynasty's newspaper distribution industry to earn profits. And Xiao Bao clearly can get more money from this, but he gives it up. He doesn't have any selfish motives. He's doing this for the sake of the country and the people. Gao Lisher sincerely praised, not at all affected by Xiao Bao's identity as his adopted son. General Gao is right. Xiao Bao, Li Longji said doubtfully. Li Ying quickly changed his words, Zhang Xiao Bao, Li Longji continued to question. Father, what do you want me to call him? Usually, when Xiao Bao sends me a telegram, he always ends it with Xiao Bao. I can't say Zhang Jidushi, right? Li Ying said awkwardly. HM. Li Longji replied affirmatively this time. Li Ying heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was just a title, it involved a lot of things. Normally, the people could casually address them as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, officials were definitely not allowed to do so. They had to be addressed as officials, unless one was a retired official or an elder recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It represented a kind of closeness, a kind of relationship, and even a kind of identity and status in the bureaucracy. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't that easy to address. Thus, Li Ying was allowed to address them as Xiao Bao. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this title. Revealing a sincere smile, Li Ying said, Xiao Bao has indeed done many good deeds. If they were to make a move on their own people, our great Tang would be in danger. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are trying to make their own families rich first before helping us. I discovered something, and that is, the more power they have, the better the lives of our people. Many officials come from rich families and are businessmen. The people are jealous, helpless, and resentful. But when I go out for a stroll, I've never heard any of the people say anything bad about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Could it be that they don't have money? They are truly rich enough to rival a country. Xiao Bao has restrained himself, but he still earns hundreds of millions of strings of cash every year. He has already stopped expanding the businesses of the Zhang family in Great Tang, but the people who work with them are expanding, so their money will only increase. But the people still acknowledge them. Why? I've thought about it. They are earning money in our Great Tang, and they are earning it fair and square. At the same time, they have to fork out a lot of money to help the disaster areas every year. Disasters are the same as before, and they never stop. The only difference is that there was no Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in the past. Imperial Father, although they always donate money in the name of the Imperial Court, the people aren't fools. What was the Imperial Court's policy towards disaster areas in the past? What's the speed of response now? What speed? Li Longji realized that this was the first time he truly cared about his crown prince. In the past, Li Hong had never spoken so much. He had always been very careful, so he deliberately asked this question. He hoped that he could feel more familial affection and communication from his son. Just like when he was with Xiao Bei and the others, it wasn't that everything Xiao Bei did was right, but that he cared about Xiao Bei's considerate feelings. Even if she did something wrong, seeing Xiao Bei's bashful and embarrassed appearance, he had to give her the right answer. Yes, what Xiao Bei did was wrong, but shouldn't he support such a cute child? If she was wrong, then she was wrong. Did he have to beat her to death? Could it be that everything he did in his life was right? Nothing went against his heart. Li Longji considered this, so he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others, especially Xiao Bei. When she hugged you and acted coquettishly, you would feel sorry for Xiao Bei's cuteness if you didn't sign a few unequal treaties. Even if you were dreaming, you would be scared awake by guilt. Li Ying waited until her father was almost done thinking before she said, half a month ago, Hedong Circuit's Luzhou had been dry for more than 20 days. Fortunately, they had to plant soybeans, so they weren't in a hurry at the beginning. However, it didn't rain. So Li Sun found me. He is now in charge of the agriculture and industry of the entire Hedong Circuit. Previously, he had already reported it to the imperial court, but it was suppressed by the head of the secretariat. He asked the local officials to pray for rain, but it didn't happen. While I was thinking of a solution, Xiaobao sent a message to the research institute and asked them to move the things that were still being tested to Luzhou. That day, the clouds drifted horizontally from west to east as usual. However, the rumbling sound of artillery fire came from Qinzhou, and then it rained in Luzhou. That day was the last few days to plant soybeans. If it was missed, the soybeans wouldn't be able to grow well or even be sown. On the third day after the rain, the well drilling team of the Ministry of Works Research Institute came. Li Sun told me that he saw the bearings break down one after another because they didn't rotate fast enough. Within a day, the Research Institute had drilled 142 wells in Luzhou, and the local drought was immediately solved. This is what I understand about Xiaobao and Cuckoo's speed. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as fast as lightning. 1 day of rain, 3 days of well drilling. Therefore, the people are not afraid of the imperial court's administrative orders being issued slowly, nor are they afraid of the unrest in the surrounding countries. At the same time, they acknowledge that the Zhang family and the Wang family have endless wealth. They are afraid that Xiaobao and Cuckoo will give up on them. Li Ying said that the people of Tang supported Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and at the same time, expressed that she also supported them. However, Li Longji and Gao Lishir couldn't follow his train of thought. Li Ying didn't need to say anything to know that the people supported him. At this time, Li Longji and Gao Lishir were thinking about, what could make it rain. This thing was even more terrifying than high-speed bearings. If the bearings didn't meet the standards, it was just that their hardness wasn't good enough, and the curvature of the balls wasn't accurate enough. This was within the scope of industry. Rain was different. Hong tell me, how did it rain in Luzhou? Li Longji grasped the crux of the problem. Firing cannons. Xiaobao and Cuckoo had people fire cannons at Qinzhou, which is in front of Luzhou. They fired at the clouds, and when the clouds flew to Luzhou, it started to rain. It's very simple. It just needs to rumble for a while. Li Ying's eyes occasionally signaled to Li Longji to look at the things he had brought over. Li Longji no longer cared about his dignity as an emperor. He walked over to Li Ying and slapped him on the head. Are you stupid? This is rain, not a simple method of burning firewood to resist frost. Do you think I don't know how to fire cannons? The problem is, what are they firing? You don't think it's the cannons we're using now, do you? That'll kill people. What exactly did the Research Institute send up? Li Ying finally reacted and shook his head. I don't know. I only heard that Li Sun sent a signal to Xiaobao for help. Xiaobao sent back several orders in succession, and thus the disaster in Luzhou was resolved. Father, don't you think Xiaobao is amazing? Do I need you to tell me whether Xiaobao is amazing or not? Go to the Research Institute and ask. Oh, go greet Zhang Zhong first. Although you're the crown prince, you can't directly enter. If you're stopped at the entrance, you'll be embarrassed. Zhang Zhong will also think that you have something against it. Li Longji instructed. Yes, this son understands. If you provoke Zhang Zhong, you'll be miserable. If you scold Xiaobao, he might ignore you. But if you scold his father, then it's over. Li Ying understood very well. Li Longji lowered his head and finally turned his attention to the thing his son brought. He asked, what is this? A large pressure cooker. There's a wild boar's elbow and hind elbow stewing inside. In less than an hour, the meat has already been separated from the bone. It's suitable for use in highlands, Liang replied. Li Longji asked curiously, it's so magical? This is good stuff. Let's set up a project. Father, there's no need to set up a project. This is a byproduct of the steam engine. Liang smiled and introduced. Chapter 12:11. Oh, I've heard of it before. It has always been used in Tibet. Why did you bring it here today? Li Longji pondered for a moment and realized that he had never seen such a thing before. Thus, he wasn't sure why his son brought it here. Liang took a sniff. The pork shoulder in the pot smelled very fragrant and replied, this pressure cooker is different from the ones in the past. It uses electricity. Other than the pressure cooker, there's also an electric rice cooker. I intend to promote this in the capital. In the past, the Ministry of Works produced more electricity than the demand, and they required a lot of firewood and coal every day. It was very difficult to transport and clean them. Li Longji suddenly understood. He couldn't possibly check on the sanitation of the capital in the morning, such as the empty chamber pot and the leftovers from the previous day. Thinking about it, the people around wouldn't feel good if there wasn't a car passing by. Nodding his head, Li Longji praised, my son is able to think of working for the welfare of the people in the capital. I'll keep the pork shoulder. What else do you want? I still want to manage a project. Liang said nervously. He was afraid that he would be rejected by his father if he went to earn money as the crown prince. Li Longji didn't say anything. When he was talking about power, his son said that it wasn't necessary. Now, he wants a project. What project is it? I've discussed with my brothers and sisters. We intend to sell the pressure cooker and electric rice cooker to Japan so that the people in Japan can enjoy life together with the people in Great Tang. Liang had learned how to do things under the banner of world peace. Li Longji frowned. He knew that if he wanted to use electrical appliances, he had to have some first. It was only because the Ministry of Works had built a few power generators that the people in the capital could use. However, the power generation technology wasn't perfect yet. The power generators in the Ministry of Works were built with money and couldn't be popularized. Otherwise, they would have been sent to various places for the people in Great Tang to enjoy. In Japan, would they use thermal power, hydraulic power, or wind power? Would the technology be learned by the Japanese? This probably wouldn't happen. Even if the Japanese were to take a closer look and didn't understand the principles, they wouldn't follow suit. Furthermore, without the foundation of the industry, they wouldn't be able to produce the parts. Could it be that the power generation technology can be popularized? Li Longji asked. Liang shook his head vigorously. No, only small hydroelectric generators can be tested in various places. What I want to use is thermal power. I will help the Japanese build a few more thermal power plants, and I will only take the cost. Send a batch of rice cookers, pressure cookers, and light bulbs to them at the beginning. When they use them, sell them for money. Hearing his son's words, Li Longji was even more perplexed. Gao Lishir was also perplexed, and he asked, if you can build a power plant elsewhere, why don't you build one in our Great Tang so that the common folk can enjoy it as well? That's because the new thermal power plant that the Ministry of Works is a big plant. It generates a lot of electricity. The blueprints have just been designed, and the components are about to be produced. They haven't been assembled. There were two problems involved. One was that when burning coal, there was too much ash. They had not thought of a solution yet, and the burning was not enough. The other problem is that the performance is not stable. The transformer is easy to burn, and at the same time, it is easy to blow up the furnace. Liang explained. It seemed that he had thought of this idea after going to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji and Gao Lishir suddenly realized that the Liang in front of them was no longer the same as before. At the very least, he now knew how to scheme against others. What he had just said was definitely not his final objective. There had to be a deeper reason behind it. Harumphing coldly, Li Longji asked with a dark expression, "Tell me the truth, what are you all trying to do? Why aren't you all obediently staying in your own territories and insisting on interfering with business and administration? Don't tell me that you're thinking of harming the common folk for your own benefits. Father. Who would dare to do that? It was Xiao Bao who supported us to come out and do this. Their fief is already on the verge of collapsing, and the money provided by the fief can't compare to what they earn by doing things themselves. They intend to return their fief to the royal court and take a sum of money to learn while doing things. This way, the common folk won't always call them vermin behind their backs. As the crown prince, it's natural for me to take the lead. I don't feel comfortable relying on the royal court for money. What others can do, we of the royal family can do as well. In the past, I thought that there was only so much wealth for geniuses. If we were to compete with the common folk when doing business, I now know that the world is vast, and wealth can be created." Li Ying found a reason. In truth, it was because Zhang Xiaobao wanted them to take back their fief and gradually take back the land of others. This was to avoid land annexation and make it easier to control the agricultural production and infrastructure in the country. In the future, the surrounding areas would be colonized. They wouldn't be sending people far away all at once, as that would result in the gradual independence of the various regions. Right now, they were gradually sending people to the neighboring regions and providing them with land tax relief. In the future, when transportation and communications were more developed, they would be able to colonize even further places, such as the various large islands. At that time, as long as the central army controlled them well and didn't make the difference in income between the various regions too great, the other regions wouldn't be able to become independent. Li Ying's words were very moving, but Li Longji and Gao Lishir were unmoved. They continued to look at Li Ying, waiting for him to explain further. Fine, actually, how should I put it? We feel that we should quickly bring Japan into our Great Tang's territory and add fuel to the fire. After some research, we realized that Japan will be very happy if we build power plants there. Then, we'll send many polluting departments that require electricity there, polluting Japan. Furthermore, Japan lacks natural resources, so the coal needed for power plants has to be transported from our Great Tang. Shouldn't we build roads? Shouldn't they spend money to buy coal? Shouldn't we build more fleets? Shouldn't their electrical appliances break down quickly when the voltage isn't stable? In order to squeeze every last bit of profit out of Japan, we'll start by changing their living habits. When they rely on our Great Tang for their daily lives, that will be the time when their regime will be wiped out. Li Ying revealed his ambitions. Personally sending an entire dynasty to the execution ground was a very meaningful matter. Aren't you afraid that after they learn more in the future, we'll take a liking to their capabilities and change the crown prince? Li Longji tried to scare Li Ying. Unexpectedly, Li Ying chuckled nonchalantly. Looking at Li Longji and Gao Lishir, Li Ying said confidently, "While they're learning, your son is also learning. Furthermore, they've hinted to your son that they don't want to be the emperor. In the past, you don't have much contact with the outside world, so you feel that authority in the royal court is very important. Now, you know more, and there's still a large area overseas that you haven't conquered. Instead of staying in the palace, you might as well think of ways to go out and help Great Tang conquer more land and educate more people. Targeting Japan is our first attempt. After we succeed, they'll want to go out. Some will travel by land, and some will take ships. They'll bring many people and guards with them, as well as Great Tang's products. They'll go out and have a look. They'll set up trading companies and realize the value of their lives just like Xiao Bao and the others." When Li Ying spoke, his eyes were filled with yearning. It was as though he wanted to go out and see how exciting the world was. In the past, he wanted to be the emperor so badly that he went crazy. Then, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the two of them didn't become the emperor, they still held a lot of power and could roam the world. Moreover, the sea merchants from Luzhou to the capital had also said that the outside world was huge, and the land was filled with uneducated people. The land outside was fertile, the trees were tall, there were animals that had never been seen in the capital, and there were delicious fish in the sea. There were countless mineral deposits. As long as a few pieces of porcelain, silk, and delicious seasonings were shipped over, the locals would even help the merchants mine the ores. A set of porcelain bowls and plates that were only worth 5 copper coins in the Great Tang could be exchanged for a ship full of cedar. In truth, that set of porcelain wasn't bought from the locals, but from the locals. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, this was an era of gold everywhere. Go out and help the people of other places obtain better living conditions, help them enjoy life, and then bring back the valuable things for the people of Great Tang to enjoy. If he were the emperor, he would at most travel around the Great Tang, and he would have to listen to the advice of his officials. That was far too boring. Li Longji was surprised. He hadn't expected his children to have reached an agreement in private. Xiao Bao had probably instigated and tempted them a lot. But he was right. With the current technology and weapons of the Great Tang, there was no danger in going out unless one fell ill. In the outside world, there were far fewer restrictions. They could do as they pleased, and the capital of Great Tang couldn't send specific orders. If they were tired, they could come back and enjoy themselves for a few days before going out again. If they stayed in a certain place for too long, the Great Tang would send people to take them back, and they could move on to the next place. They could treat the process of fighting for territory and resources as a vacation. They could realize the value of life, enjoy the fruits of their labor, and create wealth. We permit it. You can go and play, but you are not allowed to make yourselves kings in the future. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will rule that place in a few generations. This is precisely why Xiao Bao doesn't support colonizing the islands. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea to let his children go out and fight for territory, so he nodded in agreement. Li Ying happily left to make arrangements for the Japanese. Turning back, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher with the same yearning, "In truth, we also want to go to the places where there are koalas. Koalas are too delicate, and we need to transport fresh eucalyptus leaves from Luzhou. Fortunately, we transplanted a lot of them, or else the koalas would have starved to death in the capital. The daily heating fee for these animals who are afraid of the cold is not a small sum. Fortunately, the children who come to the capital and live in the capital like them, especially the koalas. Lisher, I remember that a few days ago, there was a koala that seemed to be sick, but the people in the medical academy couldn't tell what was wrong with it. They just said that it was very listless and not lively. Has it been cured? Your Majesty, it has been cured. The people in the zoo sent Xiao Bao a message. After Xiao Bao asked clearly, he asked someone to carry the koala, and it was cured. Because the color under the koala's eyes is not pretty, no one usually carries it, and it fell sick. Gao Lisher replied. Li Longji could not help but laugh. So it's true. That little thing can fall sick because no one carries it. This is the first time I've heard of this. Sai, Xiao Bao, and the others are really knowledgeable. Ask someone to tell the people in the zoo to put makeup on the koala to make it cuter so that people can carry it. Yes, Your Majesty is very thoughtful. Koalas are very cute. Sometimes, when they sit on the tree, they look like pandas. They look like they have been wronged. The only difference is that pandas are very fierce. The zoo in Baoxin County earns more than the zoo in the capital. The monthly profit of the zoo in the capital is very small, but the zoo in Baoxin County can provide a profit of 1,000 strings of coins. The zoo in Baoxin County earns more than that. Speaking of the zoo, Gao Lisher thought of Baoxin County, the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first became officials. Li Longji had almost forgotten about that county. When he heard Gao Lisher mention it, he asked, "What's the situation there now? Don't tell me that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left and the new officials ruined the good things they left behind. Your Majesty, do you think anyone would dare to do that? Baoxin County paid a lot of rent taxes last year. Excluding the counties in Luzhou, Baoxin County in Great Tang ranked 9th in rent taxes. This was a result that no one dared to dream of in the past. The local officials are the same as the Sanshui County. They have to post a notice before they start their administration. The monthly income of the county, where it comes from, how much it can be used by the county, and how they plan to spend it next month. Everything has to be made known to the people. If there's something they don't understand, they have to explain it to them. If the people agree, the money can be used according to the plan. If the people don't agree, the plan can only be changed. If they want to enforce it, it's the end of the official's term. Gao Lisher seemed to have a thorough understanding of the situation. Good, very good. I'm very happy. However, it's still difficult to promote it to all parts of Great Tang. Not all the people have developed the habit of participating in politics. If there's an unreasonable demand, the decree can't be implemented. Education, everything still depends on education. In the future, each state will have its own newspaper. Do according to Xiao Bao's method, and don't sell it too expensive. Also, set up reading boards in crowded places and put up newspapers for the people to read for free. Now, it's usually read by people who attend night school or children who have studied to a certain level. In the future, when the people hear more, they will naturally recognize the words on the newspapers. Li Longji really wanted to implement the matter of the people participating in politics everywhere. That way, the local government would make fewer mistakes and not waste money. Gao Lisher noted it down so that he could urge others to do it. Moreover, he had to control the local newspapers and not write anything casually. Another 3 days passed. Xiao Bei and the others had already sent the cement to Weizhou and helped Wenshan County find interested merchants. In a few days, the merchants would personally go to Wenshan County to take a look at the output and transportation situation. Xiao Bei and the others stayed in Weizhou for a day and took a nice bath. Because they were running around outside, they didn't even have the chance to take a bath. The group set off for Yizhou at dawn to catch up with their brother and sister. Just as they left the city and walked less than 5 li, a horse came from the side of the road. The person on the horse looked very tired. When she saw Xiao Bei's group, she shouted happily, "Xiao Bei, I'm here. My name is Su Ilong. I'll follow you in the future." "Is this someone from Brothers Group? Who is it?" Xiao Bei heard the noise and stood out of the carriage to look forward. The person was checked, mainly to see the certificate written by Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't find any danger, so they let him in. The person first looked at Xiao Bei and then looked at the others. He glanced around and asked Xiao Hai, You are Zhang Xiao Hai." Seeing Xiao Hai nod, he said happily, "I finally found you. Let me ask you a question. There are 2 kinds of candies, one red and one blue. Red candies cost 5 copper coins per box and blue candies cost 3 copper coins per box. You bought a total of 9 boxes and spent a total of 33 copper coins. Ask, how many boxes of blue and red candies did you buy?" Xiao Hai was stunned for a moment and then answered casually, 3 boxes of red candies and 6 boxes of blue candies. "Su Ilong, today there is only 1 chapter, tomorrow there will be more." Chapter 12:12. Su Ilong actually knew the answer. He didn't calculate it, but he used the 2 types of boxes back and forth to make up the exact number. In theory, he only needed to make it 9 times, and he had to count the boxes of a certain color to 0. But he knew that if the number was big and changed to hundreds, it would take him a long time to make up the number. He could see that when he asked Little C clearly wasn't paying attention to his calculations. After hearing his question, there was a clear pause, as if he didn't understand why he would ask such a question, but then he easily gave the answer. In other words, Xiao Hai could calculate this kind of problem quickly. Su Weilong thought a lot and was completely shocked. Just as he was about to continue testing the abilities of the other children, Xiaobei's voice rang in his ears. What do you do? My grandfather is Su Jian. He's the academician of Jixian Academy, Yuan Gu, from the Great Wall of Huzhou. He studied books like Records of Heaven and Beginner's Notes and wrote a book called The Legend of Di Yin. Before Su Weilong could introduce his grandfather, Xiao Yuan's voice sounded. Su Weilong looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise. You? How did you know? There are only a few people in Jixian Academy, you just have to memorize them. And in order to prevent you from talking bad about my family behind my back and suddenly stabbing me, we have to send things to your family during the holidays. For example, the 3-year-old child in your elder brother's family now eats and uses children's toys. They are all sent by our precious candy house. Unfortunately, when someone took advantage of us, they didn't have the slightest intention to refuse. In the end, they turned around and didn't recognize us. Fortunately, your family still knows that the hand that takes advantage of others is short, and the mouth that takes advantage of others is soft. Xiao Yuan looked like he had suffered a great grievance. Why did he remember it so clearly? Of course, one had to know the family situation when sending things, especially when there was a baby at home. Su Weilong was slightly embarrassed by Xiao Yuan's straightforward words. He had also eaten the birthday cake given by others. The cream on it was very sweet, and it was not given by the Zhang family and Wang family. It was given by the 9 children's own candy house. Therefore, after this blow, Su Weilong's contempt and dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. He decided to follow the children and see what he could learn. At least, Xiao Hai's calculating ability was better than his. Since you came here in such a hurry, why don't you find a car and rest first? We'll talk about other things after dinner. Xiao Bei didn't know what his brother and sister were planning to do by giving him a person, but it didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person in the group. Right now, they were in a hurry, so he ordered the group to continue speeding up. Su Weilong obediently found a car with Xiao Bei's toys. She sat on the shaft outside and took a bottle of water from someone. She didn't open it for a while. He swallowed his saliva and asked the person driving the carriage next to him in embarrassment, "Brother, how do I drink water?" The coachman was leisurely waving the whip in the air. When he heard Su Weilong's question, he gave her a simple and honest smile and took the glass bottle from her hand. He clamped the whip under his armpit and used his other hand to break the bottle open with his thumb. With a ping sound, the iron lid on the bottle was removed. He returned the bottle to Su Weilong and put the lid back into his pocket. Su Weilong widened his eyes in surprise. He tried it just now, and the iron lid was very tight. He felt that if he tried to break it with his hand like the other person, he would scrape off a piece of flesh on his hand. Damn, I didn't expect the coachman to be an expert. Su Weilong thought for a while, wiped the bottle open with his hand, and raised his head to drink. As soon as the water in the bottle touched her tongue, Su Weilong felt as if her tongue was gently pricked by many needles. She almost spat out the water in her mouth. She suddenly reacted and didn't dare to spit in front of others, so she forced herself to swallow the water. As a result, after the water entered her stomach, she immediately felt an indescribable comfort filling her body, from her mouth to her stomach. It seemed that her breathing was comfortable, and she was more energetic. She burped from her stomach and spurted out from her nose. The sour taste seemed to penetrate her brain, and she couldn't help but shiver. An inexplicable ease lingered around her body. When the taste calmed down, Su Weilong smacked her lips twice. Her eyes looked away and felt brighter. She held the glass bottle in her hand and asked the coachman beside her. "What did you give me to drink?" "A kind of carbonated drink. The conditions don't allow it. Otherwise, it'll taste better if it's iced," the coachman replied. "Why haven't I seen it before?" I don't even see it in the supermarket outside. Su Ilong felt that it would have been better if she had come earlier. Such a delicious, comfortable and refreshing carbonated drink. She would regret it if she tasted it later. The coachman continued to wave the whip a few times and didn't reply. After waiting for a while, Su Ilong saw that the other party didn't intend to tell her. She lowered her head and pondered. This thing must be something that the Zhang family and Wang family enjoyed in the inner courtyard, just like the canned food and heated food in the past. The purpose of its research and production was to let the people in the inner courtyard live better when they were outside. It was a special kind of care and welfare that others wouldn't even think about. Only when a better welfare product of the inner courtyard was developed would the previous one be sold as a high-end product for others to enjoy. This situation was known to everyone in the Tang Empire, so no one wanted to bribe the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family with money. They wouldn't agree. In the whole world, no one could find a main family like the Zhang family and Wang family. The kind of warmth and mutual love that blended together couldn't be bought with money. In envy, Su Ilong carefully took another sip. Under the circumstances of preparation, she finally tasted the good taste of the carbonated drink. She stuck out her tongue and licked her sweet lips. She carefully asked the coachman, "Is there anything else that can be eaten? I haven't eaten the previous meal, so I'm hungry after riding here." The coachman wasn't stingy. He took out a flat thing from his pocket and tore open the metal-like paper that Su Ilong didn't know what it was. He revealed the dark brown thing inside and handed it to Su Ilong. "Bite it in small bites. It's a little bitter at the beginning, but it'll have a strong aftertaste if you taste it carefully," the coachman advised. "Okay, thank you." Su Ilong also hadn't seen it before, but she knew that it was definitely not bad. She carefully took it and bit it according to the coachman's method. Sure enough, it was a little bitter, and then it was fragrant. She took another sip of the drink. It was nothing more delicious than this. "What is it?" Cuckoo named it chocolate. "It's refreshing and can restore the body's strength. Why haven't I seen it before?" As soon as she said it, Su Ilong immediately regretted it. She realized that she had asked a very stupid question. Seeing that the coachman didn't answer, Su Ilong continued to eat the drink and chocolate bit by bit. After eating, she leaned on the carriage and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. She gently opened her mouth and enjoyed it as much as she wanted. After a long time, Su Ilong happily asked the coachman, "Brother, can I also get a fixed amount of drinks and chocolate in the future?" "You are." "My name is Su Ilong. I was arranged by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be with Xiao Bei and learn to do things." What Su Ilong wanted most at this moment was the same benefits as others. "Yes." The coachman answered simply. Su Ilong was happy. "How much can I get?" "You can eat as much as you want. As long as there's more in the team's supplies, you can take as much as you want." The coachman explained. "I can eat as much as I want." Su Ilong felt that happiness came so suddenly. She could drink as much as she wanted and eat as much as she wanted. It was a fairy-like life. Suddenly she asked the coachman in confusion, "Why don't you eat as much as you want? After eating too much snacks, you will find that the best and most fragrant is actually the main meal. A bowl of white rice, a few meat and vegetable stir-fried dishes, and some pickles. A small bowl of soup is much better than snacks," the coachman said to Su Ilong. Su Ilong touched her stomach and seemed to want to eat a big bowl of rice. It would be better if she could make some vegetable soup. She was really hungry. After drinking a bottle of water, she seemed to want to eat more. She said to the coachman with understanding, "You probably have too many snacks and are tired of eating them. Why don't you sell them? It's a waste of resources." "Because it's specially provided for by the inner courtyard. As an inner courtyard student, I cannot eat it. But what I have is not available to others. When I'm outside, I take it out to eat. It's a symbol of status and can satisfy my vanity. The owner took this into consideration, so they don't sell it. The coachman's answer was very honest, and there was a happy smile on his face. Damned vanity. Su Ilong followed and muttered, seeing others have it, but you can't buy it with money. It's really helpless. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. I'll go take a look later and see what good things there are. I'll keep it with me and take it out when I see others. They'll be envious to death. Ha, ha ha ha. Compared to Xiaobei's team that was like a marching army, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team slowed down again and moved towards Izhou like a snail. Occasionally, they would stop and chat with the local people who were watching by the roadside. They would let the logistics staff make convenient food for the people to taste. Fried chicken wings, smoked pork livers, and the like were made by well-trained chefs, and the commoners were all eating happily. Moreover, they were not polite when they accepted the food. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave it to them, they would take it. After eating, they would praise them, as if they were good, so were they. Bai Go came over worriedly. Xiaobao, if we continue to send out, the reserves and the team won't be enough. We'll be arriving at Izhou soon. We'll have to clean up in exchange for a new batch of supplies. Cleaning up in the city will only earn us a little money, so it's better to give it to others for free. It's not easy for us to come here, so let's make everyone happy. Money can only reflect its value when it can buy happiness. Zhang Xiaobao, who had been clearing the inventory, said to Bai Go indifferently. Bai Go also became indifferent. After all, it was not his money. It was just that when they were waiting for the little ones to come over, they moved too slowly. He did not know why they had to wait for the little ones' guards to come over. Now, there were many guards in the team. You take your time to deliver the food to others. I'll go back and rest. Bai Go planned to get out of the car and find his own place to sleep for a while. Before he left, Yao Chong appeared outside the car on a horse and followed the car slowly. When he came to the window, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the car, "Just now, there was a telegram saying that you sent out a kind of cannon. If you shoot at the sky, it will rain." "What kind of cannon?" "Really?" Bai Go was no longer sleepy. "It's not shooting at the sky. It's shooting at the clouds. It's not the usual cannonballs. It's a rocket. It's like fireworks. There are different things in it. When it explodes in the sky, it will rain. Last time, it was an experiment. The technology was not mature yet, so it always missed." Zhang Xiaobao knew what Yao Chong was asking. It was just artificial rain. 10 years ago, he and Wang Wan had hoped for it. Now, they finally saw the light of dawn. 10 years, such a long wait, but it also seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The time passed unknowingly. It was not an instant, but an eternity. As an old man, Bai Go did not pay attention to the passage of time. He only cherished every day and then enjoyed it. Therefore, he did not have any burden in his heart. What others did to him, and what he did to others, was not as good as what he had now. Because he was more direct when he asked. If he could get some good news, he would take advantage of others. If he could not, he would think of other ways. "Xiaobao, did you specially ask the Research Institute to do research on the drought in the Tang Empire?" "Very good. It's what we should do to think about the people's lives." Bai Go asked indirectly. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with a smile, "For any invention, no matter what the intention of the inventor is, the first thing that the ruler thinks of is to use it in war. When Cuckoo and I provided technical ideas, we naturally did not think about artificial rain first. Instead, we thought about the scene of countless rocket launchers being fired at the same time on the battlefield. Cuckoo's and my initial idea had very low requirements. That was, within a range of 10 to 15 kilometers, there would be hundreds of rocket launchers, and at least 3,000 rocket launchers would be fired in a few minutes. It would be an area of saturation attack. Unfortunately, whether it was the range or the accuracy, the people of the Ministry of Works did not give us a satisfactory answer. We thought about it together and then thought that the rocket launcher could be simplified and used for artificial rain. I'm not afraid that you will laugh at me if I tell you. Wang Wan played along and smiled bashfully. Who asked her to be prepared to hit someone in the beginning and not the clouds? Bai Go was silent. Yao Chong was also speechless. The two of them were not stupid. They understood why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo thought about making rocket launchers. It was because the cannons used usually could not fire so many shells in a few minutes. But were the two of them war maniacs? It was clearly a design that could help the people in the dry areas, but it was developed to destroy the enemy. Are rocket launchers good, useful to hit people? Yao Chong wanted to know more about this. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, but we won't be able to use them in the next few years. The technology for hitting clouds is simple, but the technology for hitting people is very complicated. The advantage is that it is light and convenient compared to cannons. The disadvantage is that the cost is too high. But it doesn't matter. In order to protect the lives of our soldiers and to effectively kill the enemy's forces, it's okay to spend some money. Let's wait and see. Based on the speed of the Ministry of Works research, it should be no problem in 8 to 10 years. If they don't learn foreign languages and only focus on mathematics, they can cultivate a group of smart geniuses in 6 to 7 years. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. The technicians trained by my family started learning more early, more than 10 years ago. The Ministry of Works recruited people from all over the country a little later. However, the people recruited later all had very good skills. They only lacked more advanced theoretical support. According to the current speed of development, Cuckoo and I can still provide guidance on the direction of research. Give us another 10 years, and we will be able to truly subdue the enemy without fighting. When Wang Wan thought of all the hard work she had put in over the years, she was also very emotional. Her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Yes, I believe that with their tireless research and learning, after the great Tang Empire, we don't need the special forces to take the life of a person in any country. We just need to inform the ruling class of that country, and they will send that person's head over themselves." Can this old man live for another 10 years? Baigo also wanted to see that day, but he was worried about his health. He knew that if he hadn't met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time, he would very likely have died. Now, many old men were living very well, all because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo provided absolute healthcare support. Therefore, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo used trains to go to other countries to exchange benefits with high-income and landowners, the process of negotiation was very smooth. These old men used their huge influence behind the scenes. When the exchange conditions were similar, no one dared to provoke them. Yao Chong on the horse clenched his fists and bent his arms to make a bodybuilding pose. After thinking about it, he said, "I will try my best to live. I will listen to the doctor. I will eat whatever he tells me to eat and do whatever he tells me to do. I will not be angry. I want to be in a good mood tomorrow." Baigo nodded vigorously in agreement. He decided to only drink a small cup of wine every day, eat more fish and vegetables, and not pickles. After thinking about his diet, Baigo suddenly found something wrong with Wang Wan's words and the way she gritted her teeth when talking just now. He asked, "Cuckoo, did someone from another country make you angry?" "There is a country called Jinla." Wang Wan mentioned the name of the country and then said, "Last autumn, they came to the capital to pay tribute. In order to temporarily stabilize them, our dynasty gave them a lot of rewards. When they left this year, they took the land route. When they reached Jiaoji, which is not far from the border of our Tang Empire, they ruined 2 newlyweds in the village." "Xiao Bao, you tell me." Wang Wan did not want to talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was not good. Then the two women wanted to commit suicide, but they were stopped by the local tribal chief. The tribal chief took them to the provincial government of Jiaozhou and sent a telegram to ask if our dynasty had taken their rent for nothing. Let me explain first, they did not pay rent before. They only started paying rent in the autumn of the year before last. In the end, this matter was found out by the local provincial governor. He threatened them not to cause trouble for our dynasty. They are now waiting at home. The people from Zhenla have probably returned to their country by now. This shows that our Tang Empire is still easy to bully. Some of our officials are still not killed enough. This matter happened 7 days ago. Cuckoo and I only received the telegram the night before last. That is why Cuckoo said that we do not need to send troops in the future. We can just let them come with heads. Otherwise, we will destroy their country. Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, tell me, isn't it very uncomfortable? Actually, our country is a bit remote. They do not pay much attention to this matter. The women will be casually bullied by the men, and they are powerless to resist. For example, the local tribes of Jiaozhi may hold some bonfire party, and the women will be forced to find a place to do that kind of thing by a few men. But I am not very angry. This is a matter of education, and the local women are used to it. But now they are being bullied by outsiders. They have paid rent and sent a telegram to ask about it. When we received the news, Cuckoo and I were angry for a long time. After hearing this, Bai Shu and Yao Chong raised their hands to their chests at the same time. I am not angry. I want to live a few more years. Yao Chong took 2 deep breaths and muttered. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, how did you deal with it? Did you not do anything? The local provincial governor escorted them to the capital. He sent a telegram and asked the people in the telegraph office to find them. He told them not to think about dying first, and that the imperial court would give them an explanation. Zhang Xiaobao replied. What explanation? Bai Shu asked. Lu Xing is on the move. The reason why she is sad about being ruined is because the men she marries feel uncomfortable about being taken advantage of by a man from another country. She will always think about this matter, so she will capture him and let them beat him to death personally. Then, this thought will disappear. Cuckoo gave an order that those people must be brought back alive. We will chase after them all the way. Those who ask for information will be killed. Those who try to stop us will be killed. Those who try to protect them will be killed. Those who try to persuade us will be killed. Even if they hide in the palace, we must bring them out alive. Then, we will cut off the heads of those who are killed along the way, marinate them, and bring them back to Jiaozhi. We will let them know that their taxes are not in vain. As long as they acknowledge the imperial court's rule, the imperial court will give them an explanation. Even if they bully people from other countries, the imperial court will send troops to help their relatives and not reason. When the pride of lions is fighting with the hyenas for food, the lion will not give an explanation to the hyenas just because its cubs started the fight first. It will only kill the leader of the hyenas and let its children have meat to eat. Zhang Xiaobao first mentioned Wang Wan's decision, then said something very unreasonable. Bai Shu and Yao Chong did not object. They seemed to think that Zhang Xiaobao was right. They also knew what the Lu Xing that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was. It was a revenge special force formed by all kinds of talents from various elite troops. Its full name was the Lu Xing Battle Squad. Everyone in it had a name that belonged to their own star. Death is the Shining. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, what if the Lu Xing Battle Squad you send provokes Xinla and they go crazy and suddenly send troops? Yao Chong asked worriedly. Then we won't fight Duoshi first. Let's get rid of them first. How dare a small country shout at us? We would rather lose 100 times the price in other aspects than make any compromises or concessions to them. I, Wang Wan, will put my words here today. If they dare to say no, Xiao Bao and I will personally lead troops and slaughter the fire of their entire race. Otherwise, what right do we have to make the people of Tang love this country? Wang Wan swore with a gloomy face. Originally, everything was going well. The plan for Duoshi was going very smoothly. Moreover, they had already suppressed Japan and Xinhua. At the same time, they could use other means to seek more benefits from Japan and Xinhua and make arrangements. In the end, La's people came to pay tribute. When they returned, they had to find something to do, so the two of them had no choice but to consider the thoughts of the people in their country. Could they not send the Lu Xing battle squad to capture them? The consequence of refusing was to lose the hearts of the people. If Zhenla dared to send troops, could they not knock them out? How many pairs of eyes were looking at them with anticipation? Were they looking at the god of war in their hearts, Cuckoo? At this time, apart from them, even Xiao Bao would not do. This was because Xiao Bao's methods needed time to be carried out, and the people would not give them time. What the people wanted to see was how their god of war, Cuckoo, would cut people down like chopping melons. Zhang Xiaobao added, when we received the news 3 days ago, we had already asked Lu Zhou to prepare for war. In fact, they had been preparing there all along. This was because, apart from the navy in Jiangji province, the navy in other places had all been gathered in Lu Zhou. Originally, we planned to come to Jiannan province and act as if we were to attack at any time. We planned to mobilize Duoshi's forces to gather at the front line of Jiannan province and the former Tubo. Then, our navy would bring the Lu Xing battle squad and suddenly descend on Duoshi's territory from the surface of the sea, catching Duoshi by surprise. With all their forces gathered here, it was natural that the other places were empty, and our navy could march straight in. But now, we have to deal with La's matter, and we have to wait for the news from the Lu Xing battle squad. If Zhenla dares to provoke us, the navy that was supposed to be used to fight Duoshi will fall on its head. Grandpas, do you think Cuckoo and I will be angry? So, as long as we send troops to Zhenla, we can guarantee that we will wipe it out. If we let it go because it has delayed our strategic deployment, we will die of anger. When Bai Shu and Yao Chong heard Zhang Xiaobao's strategic deployment, they were struck dumb. At the same time, they thought, no wonder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said they were going to fight Duoshi. However, when they arrived at Jiannan province, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they were announcing the whereabouts of the troops and the mobilization of their forces. It turned out that it was to mobilize Duoshi's forces and gather them here. Then, the navy would move out and transport them from the sea to Duoshi's territory. Presumably, the gunboats deployed from various places would be able to protect the safety of the landing area. At that moment, Duoshi would have no way to back down. If they were to transfer their forces here, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would immediately attack. If they were not to transfer their forces, what would they use to stop the Tang army from landing? Facing the superior Tang army, would they dare to fight on 2 fronts? At the same time, it would affect the speed of the supply line and the reinforcements. Even if a portion of the reinforcements returned, they would be exhausted. Sigh. Bai Shu sighed and said, Zhenla is really hateful. Cuckoo's strategic deployment was so good, but they actually dared to interfere. This old man agrees to destroy them when they cause trouble. But after that, when can they attack Duoshi again? I believe that when the Tang navy goes over, Duoshi will definitely think that our soldiers can use the same method to attack them. Therefore, we should prepare in advance. Yao Chong was also worried. He frowned and tried to think of countermeasures. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his hands and said, Cuckoo and I have discussed it. If we have to attack Zhenla, we can immediately attack Duoshi after we attack them. However, the strategic deployment needs to be changed, and it will cost a lot more money. It's annoying. These 2 days, I have been thinking about how to make use of this to turn a bad thing into a good thing, but I haven't thought of anything yet. This is really testing my IQ. Chapter 12-13. Whether or not to attack Jinla and how to attack them would depend on Jinla's reaction. Zhang Xiaobao continued to think about how to turn the unfavorable situation into a good one for the Tang Empire. He went into another carriage alone to ponder. Bai Shu and Yao Chong wanted to help but couldn't. Their way of thinking was different from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, their way of thinking was the way of thinking of the normal ruling class. If they could solve the problem without using weapons, they would try their best not to use weapons. Otherwise, it would be a waste of manpower and resources. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to speed up the expansion. While the weapons were advanced and the morale was high, they wanted to occupy more territory and plunder more resources. Seeing that Bai Shu and Yao Chong were still worried, Wang Wan persuaded, Grandpa Bai, Grandpa Yao, don't worry about the lack of domestic supplies, and don't worry about the sharp rise in domestic prices. In fact, we have other ways to solve the problem of Jinla. That is, we can send people to their ruling class to exchange benefits and let them take the initiative to send people over. But Xiao Bao and I have unanimously decided that we can't indulge their bad habits. The exchange of benefits itself represents our weakness. Bai Shu waved his hand, no need to say more. Let's fight. I can see that even if Jinla doesn't attack this time, you will still attack them when you have the time. They are too close to the Tang Empire. Sooner or later, they will belong to the Tang Empire. Yes, Xiao Bao and I also think so. Moreover, their land is connected to ours. If it were Japan, we may be gentle because our ships are enough to control the people on their island. But the neighboring countries have the ability to send troops, even if their weapons are not advanced. Wang Wan admitted very straightforwardly. Peace would only appear when the difference in military strength was not big. The entire history of human beings in the world was actually a history of war. In war, resources were obtained, technology was developed, and technology was used to start wars. Whoever didn't follow the footsteps of this rule would be beaten. Neutrality was the charity given by the strong countries under the balance of interests. Bai Go and Yao Chong didn't want to waste their energy on this issue. They left Wang Wan's car and got together to discuss the fishing when they arrived in Izhou. Seeing that they did not try to persuade her, Wang Wan was very happy to have someone take out the military map and continue to study the route of the army to attack Jinla. She did not want the other party to withdraw their forces when the situation was dire and then hide in the mountains and forests while she played a jungle battle with them. That was truly too cruel. The advanced firearms of the Great Tang would be limited, and the number of casualties would increase. Thus, a strategic objective had to be set, and only then could tactics be used flexibly. All the generals looked forward to forming a strategic objective after completing countless small tactical objectives. Xiao Bei's team was still moving forward quickly. Xiao Bei's 9 children were still carefree. They did not need to worry about the strategic problems of the country, and they certainly did not need to worry about the livelihood of the people. The only thing they could do was to spend the money earned by the candy house on the children of the Great Tang according to their own ideas. In fact, no matter how they spent, it would not be wrong, because they did not need investment in return. Although the money they earned every year was higher than the national revenue of Japan in the past years, it was only a small part of the current Great Tang. They had time to read books, edit and organize various kinds of stories for their younger brothers and sisters who stayed at home, and then teach others to show their strengths. Not only could they teach others, but they could also consolidate their knowledge. As for playing, they did not lack, and they also had many toys. They did not lack the right to have toys because adults also had toys. Su Ilong did not eat that night. After eating a lot of snacks, he was not hungry anymore. Then he went to Xiao Hai, who was teaching others, and listened to Xiao Hai teach mathematics. Although Xiao Hai was good at mathematics, the overall 9 people were very bad. The other 8 people's level was equivalent to that of Wang Wan's 4th grade, so Xiao Hai was able to teach them with ease. Su Ilong's level was slightly better than that of the 4th grade, but definitely not at the level of a 1st or 2nd grade. Therefore, he listened very seriously, ready to lay the foundation first, and then learn more advanced mathematics from Xiaohai. Okay, tonight we will go out for a while, rest for 3 hours, and continue tomorrow morning. We will be able to meet up with brother and sister at dusk, and then we will go to Yizhou as usual for a day. Our difficult days will be over. After listening to the lesson, Xiao Bei said happily. Rushing like this, even if they stayed in the carriage, obviously would not be comfortable. Once in a while, it was okay for 2 or 3 days, but they had enough of running back and forth like this. Su Ilong thought that it was very hard for the 9 little guys to keep running with the team outside, so she advised, Xiao Bei, in fact, you just need to follow your brother and sister. Why do you have to run out? It will be easy to get tired and sick. It's okay. We are still okay. Don't you see many children around our age, studying hard in school during the day, and helping the adults when they go home at night? Just like Tunghua County, although there was a school, it had not reached the level where all the children lived in school. The farthest child had to walk for 3.5 hours to get from home to school, and another 3.5 hours to go home. I have seen the teachers we found when we left, and their standards are far from the same. But the children are very satisfied. In comparison, we are really too happy. Not all teachers can be like brother and sister, and specifically weave knowledge into stories. Xiao Bei was very sensible and compared the situation of the other children. If only the students in the Imperial College could be like you, Su Ilong said with emotion. Xiao Bei curled his lips in disdain. Their lives are so good. Their families are all rich and powerful, and they have their own maids and manservants. Usually, they just flip through books at home and have someone to wait on them. When they reach school, someone will bring them lunch at noon, and then there will be teachers like great scholars to teach them. During class, they are absent-minded, and when school is over, they will go somewhere to play. This is the Imperial College, and the Imperial College is not very good. It is said that there are children of poor families in there, but in fact, if they are selected from the local government, how can they be poor? There are already local merchants who sponsor them, and there are capable people who value them. Saying that they are poor is relative. It is not that they can't eat meat, but they can't take out the money to hold banquets and poetry recitals. Xiao Bei was very familiar with the situation in the national key schools, because the Imperial College had sent them invitations more than once, hoping that they could study there. In the end, they were directly rejected without any mercy. Not only did they say to the person who sent the invitations that they were ashamed to be associated with the students there, but they also said that the teachers wanted to teach them, but they were not qualified and were not worthy. The students in the Imperial College were very angry, and so were the teachers, but they could not do anything to Xiao Bei and the others. Su Ilong used to think that the Imperial College was good, but now that she saw Xiao Bei's 9 children, she realized that when it came to education, their brothers and sisters were better, so she tried to ask Xiao Bei, how can the students in the Imperial College be like you? It's very simple. Brother said before that when all the children in the Tang Empire reach a certain level of knowledge, the students in the Imperial College will no longer have the advantage of education, and they will be able to find their own position again. Or use another method to improve the status of merchants, improve the status of craftsmen, and give more treatment to farmers so that the students can't enjoy the high position. But I don't want to do that, especially the status of merchants. I plan to always suppress it, or else it will make the Tang Empire think that money is the most important thing, and it will shake the foundation. Xiao Bei told Su Ilong what her brother had said and nodded solemnly. She had a worried look on her face. It was not clear if she could really understand, but her expression was impeccable. Su Ilong was stunned. She squeezed her eyes hard and looked at Xiao Bei again. She felt that the person in front of her was no longer a child, but a scholar older than her. How to shake the foundation? Su Ilong humbly asked for advice. Do you know about shaking? It means shaking. For example, our toys, the ones that can be assembled into buildings, if we shake it hard below, we will find a problem. Guess what the situation is? The screws on the top can actually loosen a little. Xiao Bei patiently explained to her. I'm asking about how to shake, not the consequences of shaking, Su Ilong asked again. Ah. How to shake? It's just that, this is a good question. Think about it first, then ask me if you don't understand. I'll take you to see the real thing, which is our toy. You will definitely know how to shake from it. Xiao Bei hesitated for a moment, then ordered someone to bring her assembled toy from the toy carriage at the back. Su Weilong understood. Xiao Bei did not know the key to shaking at all, so he was diverting her attention. She had heard that Xiao Bei was good at this kind of thing, and she finally saw it today. That serious look was so cute. Soon, Xiao Bei's toy was sent over. The road that the carriage was traveling on was not bad. It was an official road. Because there were many caravans coming and going, there was a lot of investment in maintenance, so it was considered stable. Xiao Bei's toy was put in a big box. There were many small boxes in the big box, which were filled with small wrenches, screwdrivers, calipers, and other tools, nuts and bolts, and iron pieces of various shapes. It did not feel like a toy, but a common item in a craftsman's home, or even more complete. Xiao Bei let Su Ilong come closer to take a look, and said, Look, we can use the parts in the box to assemble a variety of other fun things, such as a dog or a car. Look, brother once assembled a very beautiful car for us. It can walk on its own. It needs this thing called a motor, which is an electric motor. Brother always likes to call it a motor, and there's also a battery. I'm sure you haven't seen it before, because it hasn't been popularized. To be precise, only we have it, and no one else has it. Because it belongs to children, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Nan, and I will use it first to figure out better parts and assembly methods. When the time comes, Baby Candy House will take it out to sell. Do you want to have a car that can move on its own while being assembled by itself? Do you want to have a beautiful new home for dolls? Come on, please pay attention to our Baby Candy House. Every once in a while, we will introduce a new toy or a new way to play, so that you can be full of happiness, so that you can have everything you should have. Su Weilong swallowed her saliva, and then. Chapter 12-14. Xiao Bei was still assembling. Her movements were very skilled. It seemed that what she was assembling now was not her first time. Soon, something that looked like a tank appeared. To be precise, it should be an infantry transport vehicle. The wheels were made of rubber and did not have tracks. Xiao Bei was very skilled in using screwdrivers and wrenches. There were many items in the box that did not need screws to fix. Su Weilong, look, not all parts can be fixed with bolts when they are assembled. Because in that case, you will find that the other parts of the thing you are assembling are stuck and there is not enough space. At this time, you need to use parts that can bite into each other. For these parts, we spend a lot of effort. We have to tell our ideas to brother first, and then let brother and sister figure out what should be specially made for that position. Xiao Bei was finally like a normal child at this time. Like many children, she showed off to others when she was working. Moreover, she was mumbling as she assembled. No one knew who she was talking to. Using a part with grooves on both ends to fix the wheel and the small axle together, Xiao Bei muttered to herself and suddenly laughed. Su Weilong, why do I feel that your name sounds like a girl's? Why aren't you called Su Linglong? Xiao Bei asked. Su Weilong was focusing on the thing that Xiao Bei was assembling. When she heard her words, she came back to her senses and became silent with a depressed expression. When Xiao Bei was about to continue talking about her name, she cleverly opened her mouth first and asked, "The wheel you are holding looks familiar. It seems that the bicycle wheel sold in the capital is made of the same material as the one you are holding." It's not the same. The bicycle wheel is inflated, but mine is dead. Speaking of bicycles, I thought of something. Did you buy one? Remember, if you want to use it in Tang and City, you can choose those with thin wheels. If you want to ride it out, you have to buy one with wide wheels. If you bring the bike over, I can help you modify it so that you can go uphill easily. That's because the gears at the bottom of the bike, to put it simply, is the lever principle. So you're asking, what's the use of this principle, right? Xiao Bei stopped what she was doing and took out a piece of paper from the side. On it was the assembly steps of the components. At this moment, Xiao Bei was still holding a component that was supposed to be used in one of the steps, but that step had already passed. For a moment, Xiao Bei was at a loss. She didn't think that saving a part was a good sign. While thinking about what went wrong, she said to Suilong. Suilong didn't know about the difficulties Xiao Bei was facing now, and said, I know, it's the power multiplied by the power arm, which is equal to the resistance multiplied by the resistance arm. That's right, so if the front and back gears of the bicycle can change their sizes at any time, then you can adjust the distribution of power at will. But there was a problem in the middle, and that was that it had to be accurate. It couldn't just throw away a random part. For example, the small gear in my hand should be on the axle. Otherwise, this car could only move forward and not backward. Yes, that's right. If this set of modules wanted to move, it had to be on the gear. So now you see, I have finished the assembly steps in front, but the gear wasn't put in. Do you know what to do? Xiao Bei finally found the problem with the instructions on the diagram. The gear in her hand was made of hard plastic. Because the requirements for precision were not high, she could easily put it on the axle, and then connect the axle with the gear on another module through it. Su Yilong kept nodding. Xiao Bei's words were difficult for him to understand. He never thought that one day, children's toys would be like this. There were all kinds of parts. In his opinion, even if he was given the diagram, he couldn't assemble it. There were too many, and he didn't know how Xiao Bei remembered it all. Hearing Xiao Bei's question, he hesitated and replied, Do you have to take it apart and reassemble it? That's right. I have to dismantle the first two steps now. According to the terminology, it's called rework. It's a very annoying thing. From now on, we know that we have to be serious when doing things. Otherwise, when we find out that we did something wrong, it will be more tiring to go back and correct it. Xiao Bei frowned and started to dismantle it. You can ask others for help. Xiao Bei, can you teach me how you know how to look at diagrams? Su Yilong pointed at the assembly diagram and asked. You'll know when you see it often. The diagram you see now is very simple. You haven't seen the diagram drawn by Sister. You'll feel your eyeballs hurt when you see it. To be honest, Sister Xiao Zhu taught me. Speaking of helping, we have our own division of labor. I'm responsible for the transportation of troops, so I have to assemble the current troop carrier. They have their own places to be responsible for, but they still need other people's help to assemble the current vehicle. This can only mean one thing. When Xiao Bei's voice fell, she drew a finger. It was an index finger, not a middle finger. Zhang Xiaobao didn't teach his younger siblings to use body language to scold others. What's the problem? Sure enough, Su Yilong asked cooperatively. It means that my personal ability is poor. No matter how exaggerated other people's praise of teamwork is, you can't ignore the personal ability of forming a team. According to brother's words, that is, not afraid of a godlike opponent, but afraid of a pig-like teammate. Xiao Bei's two chubby little hands had already dismantled the front as he spoke, and reinstalled the extra gears just now. After waiting for a few more steps to complete, he clapped his hands and said, Okay, only the box outside is left. I'll put the box together now. The so-called box was the outer shell, and it also needed to be put together. Su Yilong looked at it enviously. She felt that even older people would like the things in front of her, let alone children. After waiting for a while, Xiaobei finally put the outer shell together and covered the internal parts just now. He pushed the cart back and forth with his hands and said to Suilong, "Look, can we go now? Is it fun? My infantry transport vehicle is very useful. It can provide enough troops to the front, and at the same time, it can also be used as a temporary escort force." Suilong looked at it a few times and suddenly felt that it was very normal. It was just that there were more parts inside, but a carpenter could also make a cart that could be pushed back and forth with wood. Just as this idea arose, Xiaobei stuffed 4 batteries into the cart, and at the same time, took out a wire and connected it to the reserve port of the cart with a copper plate with a bayonet. In his hand, there was a small box with a button. Xiaobei sat upright and put the cart he assembled in place. He turned his head and said to Suilong, "Let me show you how we look like when we work together. Because they're not here, I'll say it with my mouth. You can understand it yourself, okay?" Suilong nodded, okay. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Xiaobei could play. "Ready!" Xiaobei shouted, and then said, 1,500 meters ahead, the enemy has formed a temporary blocking position. My Xiaoyuan battalion's advance is blocked, requesting for support. I, Xiaobei, am an independent mobile battalion. I was ordered to go and pull Xiaoyuan battalion around the enemy's blocking position to achieve the purpose of penetrating in depth. When Xiaobei said this, he pressed the button on the box. Suilong saw the cart assembled by Xiaobei move forward by itself, and his eyes widened. Not good, there are enemy troops rushing towards my mobile battalion. My battalion drivers, pay attention to the enemy trenches in front. Set up the machine gun and sweep them all down. Beep, 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 report, my mobile battalion broke through the enemy's small blocking force and met up with Xiaoyuan. Pay attention to the enemy pursuing soldiers in front, transport troops temporarily retreat and find another way out. Xiaobei released the button just now and pressed another one, and the cart began to move back. Not good, there is actually no less than a brigade behind the enemy. Calling Brother Xiaohai, request for artillery support. 2222 high ground, 300 to 1,200 meters in front, cover the area. Whoosh, 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 Brother Xiaohai's artillery is firing. You guys are having fun, ha 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 ha. Xiaobei had already forgotten Suilong who was beside him at this moment. He controlled the cart to move back and forth, and kept talking to himself. This was the normal behavior of most children when playing games. Generally, you would give a girl a few dolls, a set of small kitchen utensils and shovels. She would play from morning to night, and she would have a lot of fun. The dolls could also eat a lot of meals. If it was a boy, you would provide him with enough soldier models, and he would be able to fight a long and drawn-out battle. Zhang Xiaobao had done such a thing before. When he was in the orphanage, he collected a lot of poker cards that were missing one, and then divided them according to red and black. One side represented the good guys, and the other side represented the bad guys. He spread them in the yard, on the steps, in the sandpit, and everywhere were poker soldiers. When a soldier died, the poker cards would be turned over, and the final result would always be the good side winning. It seemed that the poker soldiers that represented the good guys were very strong, and there were more reinforcements than the bad guys. So now, Zhang Xiaobao also provided the same game for his younger brother and sister. However, the things that represented the soldiers were no longer poker cards, but lifelike models. Each soldier was independent, and could even be loaded into a car. If Xiaobei and the others had the time and energy, they could set up tens of thousands of models to cooperate in a grand battle. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to teach Xiaobei and the others knowledge through such a game, they first had to immerse themselves in the game like Xiaobei and the others. They definitely couldn't stand aside and watch the children play. Then, as an adult, you would laugh and let the children's attention be on you. Then, as if coaxing the children, you would say, "Are you playing this? Is it fun?" If you said that, the children would be very angry. They would think that you were mocking them for being small. The battle that they had painstakingly designed was disrupted by you, and a feeling of not being recognized would fill their hearts. There were two kinds of consequences. First, they would angrily push you away and not let you watch. Then, they would turn around and readjust their mood and continue playing by themselves. Second, they would simply stop playing and not care about the battle situation that they had created. They would turn around and find a place to sulk. Every time Zhang Xiaobao, who knew this kind of child psychology, wanted to participate, he and Wang Wan would secretly observe from the side and analyze Xiao Bei and the others' deployment of the battle. Then, they would go over and provide support. Usually, they would be logistics and engineers. The expression on their faces had to be serious. However, there was one thing that had to be said first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely couldn't use Xiao Bei and the others' troops in tools. When they were needed to participate, they had to lead the troops themselves. This was because all the troops of the other party had already been arranged. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a lot of toys. Usually, they would put them in a big box and take them out when needed. They would cooperate with Xiao Bei and the others and play together with them. They would also tell them the knowledge that they wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others. This was why Xiao Bei now knew so many battle terms and understood tactics. Su Weilong had already started to develop a situation where his IQ was gradually decreasing. Xiao Bei was only commanding a car, but he slowly felt the situation of the entire battlefield from Xiao Bei's words. Penetrating deep, dividing, encircling, advancing horizontally, setting up blocking positions to resist the enemy's reinforcements, and cooperating with the main force to annihilate the enemies in the encirclement. Interfering with the enemy's logistics, setting up a pocket formation, luring the enemy deep into the encirclement, attacking reinforcements, surrounding 3 and missing 1, digging tunnels, building trenches, protecting the medics, and so on. Xiao Bei controlled the car and completely immersed himself in his own fantasy. He used all the war knowledge he had learned. Su Weilong listened to Xiao Bei's muttering and didn't dare to disturb him. He had a feeling that if he was really in a troop and his opponent was Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, he would definitely be beaten silly by Xiao Bei and the others. Even if Xiao Bei and the others had never organized a real war, they were still better than him. He couldn't even analyze what Xiao Bei was muttering. Sometimes, he would be very happy when he figured something out. After thinking for a while, he realized that he couldn't understand many of the methods Xiao Bei mentioned. Su Weilong gave up on continuing to follow Xiao Bei's train of thought and turned to consider more important things. That was the car controlled by Xiao Bei. This car was equipped with a motor, an electric motor, and a battery. It could move forward and backward. According to Xiao Bei, this was called a troop carrier. It was indeed a toy and couldn't be used in a real war. If one stepped on it, it would definitely be flattened. However, this thing could be made bigger. After the parts were enlarged, wouldn't it be possible to let the soldiers go up? Moreover, Xiao Bei had just muttered that there were machine guns in the car. Once the enlarged car was sent to a real battlefield, the outside of the car would be iron, and there would be machine guns in the car. In the face of the enemies of the surrounding countries, what method would the other party use to stop this weapon that gave people a sense of power? Out of battery. Sure enough, as I said, the battery won't work after an hour. They also said that it can last for 2 hours. Liars. Well, that's it for today. I won't take the battery. I have to save it. Xiao Bei's car was difficult to move. He found that it was because the battery was out of battery. Xiao Bei put down the control box in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that there was a person beside him. Did you see everything just now? Xiao Bei asked embarrassedly. At this moment, he realized that what he muttered just now was just his imagination. What if others heard him and laughed at him for thinking too much? Su Ilong didn't understand the child's thoughts and nodded honestly. When Xiao Bei was even more embarrassed, she said, I saw and heard it, but there are many things I don't understand. For example, why is there a trench in front, but Xiao Bei's tracked armor doesn't move forward? Why does he have to wait for Danan's explosive soldier to rush over first? Oh! Xiao Bei was relieved. He let out a long sound, smiled complacently, and explained. Because the enemy's trench. My wheeled car will get stuck in it. The tracked armor can rush over, but what if they don't want to live anymore and tie a lot of grenades together and hold them above their heads? When the tracked car goes over and explodes, the car will be finished, and the people in the car will be shocked to death. Danan's explosive soldier will rush over under the cover of the armored car's machine gun and throw grenades into the trench. Don't you think so? A tracked armored car is very expensive. But you just said that you want to end the battle quickly. If your armored car is waiting there, you will lose your speed advantage at the same time. How will you achieve tactical deployment? Su Ilong asked the key question. Xiao Bei was stunned. His eyes stared at a place and thought for a moment. He patted his head and nodded, admitting, yes, I forgot. It should be under the condition of not caring about the damage of the car, quickly rushing forward, tearing apart the enemy's line of defense, and cooperating with other troops to complete the encirclement. I didn't consider it thoroughly. You are very good. I believe that with you as my adjutant, my team will be able to reduce a lot of command mistakes during battle. I have decided now to allow you to join our army. Now that you don't have any soldiers, I will transfer some of my soldiers and let you form your own direct troops. The number may be a little small, but don't worry. When we reach Izhou, I will ask people to make more soldier models. As for you, what you need to do now is to formulate the framework of your army. When the time comes, I will complete your formation of troops. Do you have any other requests? Thank you, General. I don't have any other requests. Can I have a mobile army? It's just... Su Ilong pointed at the car assembled by Xiao Bei expectantly. Although he was much older than Xiao Bei, this kind of wired remote-controlled car was also very attractive to him. If it could be changed to wireless, the whole world would probably go crazy with it. With a remote-controlled car or plane, even an old man would be immersed in playing with it. Xiao Bei said generously, yes. In fact, brother and sister's team has a lot of small cars. One is for us to play with, and the other is for the technical staff to constantly improve and design what should be designed so that it can be used in a real war in the future. Later, I will teach you the use of a group of small cars on the battlefield. There is a tactical name called magnetic tactics. Using fast mobility to maintain a relative distance from the enemy and constantly consume the enemy's strength. However, first of all, we need to have sufficient technology, especially strong long-range firepower. Su Ilong saw that Xiao Bei was willing to support some small cars and immediately became excited. When she heard Xiao Bei mention magnetic tactics, she became even more curious and asked, "Is magnetic tactics very powerful?" Very powerful. In a war story that sister told, magnetic tactics caused a lot of damage to the enemy. Moreover, because the enemy's technology couldn't keep up, they could only passively take a beating. Xiao Bei looked very helpless when talking about magnetic tactics. Is it because you can't think of a way to break this tactic? Su Ilong asked again. Xiao Bei shook his head, no, it's because when we used magnetic tactics, we didn't get any advantage from brother and sister. Now, I can't figure out what went wrong. At that time, when we were playing games with brother and sister, we distributed the money according to the same principle. That is to say, if we have good weapons, then we have fewer soldiers. If we want more soldiers, then the weapons can't be too advanced. At that time, brother and sister wanted very ordinary weapons and then fought with us. In the end, brother and sister kept the ordinary allocated money and didn't use it. We used all kinds of tactics, whether it was partial or overall, but we didn't get any advantage. Don't you think it's uncomfortable? Before brother and sister could counterattack, we admitted defeat. Hee hee. Suilong couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out and touched Xiao Bei's head. You are still young. When you grow up, you will definitely be able to beat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let them use weapons that are not too different from yours. You still want to win. Didn't you see the sand table sealed in hibiscus garden? Using indigenous cold weapons against hot weapons, how much torture did those generals in the court suffer? I know. War is fought with people. Unless the weapons are really too powerful, it depends on the commander's commanding ability. Let's not talk about it anymore. Help me take apart the small car and put it back. Xiao Bei began to dismantle the car. Suilong helped at the side and carefully put the parts back to their original positions. Her heart was filled with pride. She looked forward to the day when the small car in front of her became bigger, forming an absolutely superior mechanized army and rampaging in the enemy camp. What Suilong didn't know was that small cars like Xiao Bei's toy had already started to be manufactured in the Ministry of Works. Moreover, they weren't making toys and didn't have any remote control devices. There could be wireless telegraphy, but wireless remote control was too difficult for the people in the Ministry of Works. The car made by the Ministry of Works also had a motor, but it was twice as big as Xiao Bei's. The battery used was also different. There was no place to place a machine gun on the car, and the wheels of the car were very suitable for uneven roads. At the filming site of the Ministry of Works, Li Longji had just finished a set of scenes. When he was resting, there was such a small car under his feet. Explosives are placed on top of this car, and then it is sent forward. It can't be controlled and can only be detonated at a certain distance. If it doesn't meet the enemy, how can it be stopped? After listening to the technician's introduction, Li Longji began to evaluate the small car. The purpose of making a small car was to place explosives on top of it. When it was close to the enemy, the people behind would use a telegraph-like device to select a frequency band and send a signal to the receiving device on the car. The signal receiving device would be connected to the battery circuit and detonator. The moment the signal was received would be the time of the explosion. The main purpose was to prevent their own people from taking the risk of rushing forward when the artillery at the back couldn't catch up. The small car could go very far, exceeding the throwing distance of a grenade. The technician said helplessly, "There's no other way. If we use a remote control device, we need a very long wire. For example, if it runs 200 meters away, we need at least 200 meters of wire. If it gets caught on something, it will be very troublesome. If we only let the small car move 50 meters, it would be better to throw a grenade. Now, we are researching on the grenade launcher. The main problem is the primer for the grenade. If we can make it, we can even make artillery shells, let alone grenades. The problem is that if we add primer to the grenade, the cost of making it is too high. Xiao Bao called us last month and scolded us. He said we didn't put in enough effort to form a team during our research. He said we felt grenades are not as long as artillery shells and are not important. That's why we didn't research on adding primer to the grenade. When the technician was speaking, he felt wronged. This was because the Ministry of Works Research Institute was rarely scolded, especially by such a harsh tone. Then is what Xiao Bao scolded us? Li Longji asked. Actually. Yes, we felt grenades have a shorter throwing distance. If it is a few dozen meters away, we can also use guns to shoot. Also, the weight of a grenade can be exchanged for the weight of a lot of bullets. It is not as convenient to carry as grenades. The technician wanted to explain or shirk responsibility, but he suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things and didn't dare to find excuses for himself. Li Longji pondered for a while. Do it as soon as possible, but be careful. How much is the cost of the small car under my feet? 30 strings of bursts. The entire set will cost 30 strings of bursts. Xiao Bao sent us a telegram a few days ago and asked us to make dozens of big ones. This big. The technician measured the length of the car. It was about 1.5 meters long and 70 centimeters wide. Li Longji followed and asked, Xiao Bao wants to use it to blow up the city walls. Why don't we use artillery to bombard them? It's not blowing up the city walls. It's for the little guys to sit and play with. We are currently solving the problem of the battery pack storage capacity and the amount of electricity that can be delivered per unit of time. The technician replied. We are going to war soon, and Xiao Bao still wants to make toys for Xiao Bei and the others. Just do it. Who knows what they are thinking? Li Longji couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking, so he wanted to stop him. However, he also considered the possibility that Zhang Xiaobao might have some ulterior motive. If he were to stop him, it would be too late. Thus, he nodded. Your Majesty, we can start filming the next set of scenes. You need to change your clothes. This set of scenes will show that you support agriculture. You need to wear a bamboo hat on your head, change your clothes into rough linen, and preferably straw sandals on your feet. We have also prepared a hoe for you. Do you want to start? The director in charge of filming carefully came over and said awkwardly. Li Longji had been filming the scenes in the school next to the research institute. He personally held a book and taught others as if he really knew. Now, he needed to change it to the agricultural aspect. The makeup artist was in place and had to make him look like a farmer who was hoeing crops in the afternoon. The only thing was that the color of his skin was slightly darker, there had to be sweat on his head, his sleeves were rolled up, and there had to be some mud on his arms. Actually, when people were farming, the men were usually shirtless to prevent their clothes from being worn out. However, the emperor couldn't be shirtless, or else the people from the Ministry of Rights and the censorate would be excited. After Li Longji changed his clothes and had the makeup done, he looked at the hoe and ordered, change it. It's obvious that this is a new hoe. Change it to an old one. When filming a movie, even if you are lying, you have to be more professional. It won't do if you don't have the basic qualities. Yes, we didn't consider it thoroughly. Your Majesty, come with us. The people from the Research Institute have opened up some vegetable fields on the left. It just so happens that they didn't have time to clean up the weeds there. You can go and hoe it. The director was very good at choosing the location. Gao Lisher didn't go to the construction site in the palace today. Instead, he came along to watch. He still had a few scenes and added 2 lines. One line was, Your Majesty, you personally teach, you will inspire the students of the Ministry of Works. The other line was, Your Majesty, you personally farm, you will inspire the people. In the end, Li Longji changed it. Otherwise, it would seem too fake. He changed it to, Your Majesty, the students of the Ministry of Works have already seen what you said last time. Why don't you talk more about it later? Your Majesty, there is a place in front that you didn't hoe. There are still edible wild vegetables. I will collect them for you and make your favorite wild vegetable soup. This was much better than the previous one. It felt more natural and showed that the emperor wasn't that amazing. There were also places that the hoe couldn't hoe. At the same time, it also showed that the emperor didn't necessarily eat delicacies. There was still wild vegetable soup. That was the way things were. It was a movie, so of course it was a lie. If it was real, it would be called a documentary. Li Longji came to the uncleaned field with the hoe in his hand. He pondered for a moment and said, Find me 2 more children. Your Majesty, why are you looking for children? The director was also a rookie. To be honest, Zhang Xiaobao was much better than him as a director. Moreover, he could write his own script, act as an actor, and win all kinds of awards for the male lead. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fool people. Li Longji slammed the hoe into the ground and said in a deep voice, I don't intend to give the commoners the idea that I am doing farm work every day. Find 2 children and a group of commoners. Or you can act as commoners yourselves. After that, you can stand by the side of the field and watch me. When I am weeding, don't move. Just watch. When the 2 children come over, one of them curiously asks, I heard that you are the emperor. Why did you suddenly think of weeding today? The other child keeps nodding his head with a curious expression. At that time, I will stop and use one hand to massage my waist. I will say to the 2 children, yes, I am the emperor. Today, I am working in the field to tell the commoners of Great Tang that I, the emperor, value you very much. Although I am not good at this kind of work and my waist hurts, I believe that you will do a good job. You will be 100 times better than me. It is because of you that I can eat my fill. Then, I will look at the commoners and say to them, don't always look at me as a joke. Come down and help me hoe this field. At the same time, I will also give you a scene. After you are done with your work, go back and do other things. This is what I plan to do. Listen to me and get down to the field to help me hoe the weeds. You will do it skillfully. If you don't know how to do it, don't give me a scene. What do you think? Everyone who heard Li Longji's words widened their eyes. Gao Lisher cooperated and shouted, talent. Your Majesty, this subject never thought that Your Majesty would have such talent. This subject agrees. We will do as Your Majesty says. The flattering voices of the others also sounded in Li Longji's ears. Li Longji narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He asked the people around him, say, if we find someone to play the role of Xiaobao and pretend to be a fool and follow me around, I can teach him from time to time. Would the effect be better? The people who heard Li Longji's words not only widened their eyes, but their mouths were also wide open. They looked as if they were frozen in a photograph. After a while, Gao Lisher softly persuaded, Your Majesty, why don't you get someone to act as Xiaobao? If you get someone to act like Xiaobao, even if he doesn't go crazy, the commoners will go crazy. The merchants of Great Tang will all commit suicide by banging their heads against the wall. That is too fake. No one will believe that Xiaobao is that foolish. Is that so? Li Longji was clearly depressed. I can't even take advantage of this. Since Xiaobao can't act like a fool, who can? As Li Longji spoke, his eyes began to look around, and the people around him lowered their heads. At dusk the next day, the red clouds were reflected in the sky. In the distant mountains, a few flocks of birds in the forest were frightened by Shui Yun's family, and they flew in all directions, drawing vivid lines under the sunset. Xiao Bei hugged his brother and said that he wanted to eat something good. He kept talking about the hardships of the past few days. The other 8 children surrounded him and added a few words from time to time. Su Weilong had a reserved expression and stood beside Su Jian. She was telling her grandfather that she had been too conceited in the past, and that she had finally seen the power of Xiao Bei and the other 9. Go take a bath first, change your clothes, and then eat, Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiao Bei. I'm done bathing and changing. Brother, I'm exhausted from the past few days. I need a lot of nourishment, Xiao Bei shouted. Okay, I'll make you a fat pork shoulder. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Let's make some vitamins. Make some braised potatoes. Xiao Bei immediately changed his mind. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took away the braised potatoes and steak that night. Together with Wang Wan, He held a knife and fork to accompany his younger siblings for dinner. There were many candles on the table. The maidservants and odd job workers who followed Xiao Bei's 9 bodyguards handed over all their work for the time being and enjoyed a good dinner. Buckets of water were drawn from the nearby river and heated up. After taking a nice bath, they each went to sleep and didn't care about anything else. During this period of time, they were the most tired and needed to relax and rest. After Xiao Bei and the others had eaten their fill, they went to bed early. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked people to bring over the Qin family from Tunghua County, who hadn't eaten for the entire day. The oldest man in the Qin family, Qin Mudong, looked even older at this moment. There wasn't the slightest bit of redness on his face. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil and could die at any time. The skin on Chen Guangho, Chen Guangliang, and Chen Guangchuan's faces were also sagging and drooping. Their eyes were sunken. The children in their family no longer had arrogant expressions. Each and every one of their eyes was filled with fear. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them without the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. Colluding with the enemy with selfish motives would inevitably cost the lives of the Tang people. What they exchanged for was not cattle and sheep, but the flesh and blood of their own soldiers. After sizing up the Qin family for a while, Zhang Xiaobao slowly opened his mouth. I don't need to say more about what you did. Even if you turn yourselves in, the reduced punishment won't let you live. However, I'm a kind person and don't want to kill you, so I need you to do something first. Do it, do it. We'll do anything to leave the Qin family a line of descendants, Qin Mudong said in a hoarse voice. When he raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao, his eyes were full of pleading. You'll personally come forward and transfer the transaction with Duoshe to my people. I'll directly send people to seize it for fear that Duoshe's people will be suspicious. After this is done, you won't be killed. I'll find a place for you to go mining. The women in your family will be responsible for cooking in the mining area. After 30 years, I'll release the 3 youngest children in your family. They'll be in their 30s by then, and it won't be too late to find a wife to continue the Qin family's line of descendants. As for the others, they'll die in the mines. They can die of exhaustion, old age, or sickness. When I announce to the outside world, I'll say that I killed you. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xiaobao left them a way out. Instead of killing them directly, it was better to create some social value. I don't agree, Chen Yaozu shouted because he wasn't the youngest child. His father suddenly covered his mouth and said to Zhang Xiaobao, don't worry about him. He'll go straight in and work. He wasn't involved in the transaction with Duoshe at all, so it won't affect our transfer. I'll be in charge of this matter, and I'll make Duoshe trust the person who takes over later. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and waved his hand again. Someone from the side came over to take the Qin family people away. After waiting for the others to leave, Zhang Xiaobao took out a map and spread it out. He called out to Wang Wan, help me give some advice on what kind of resources to trade for Duoshe's things. Wang Wan came over. If you ask me, we'll trade for livestock. If we can trade for food, that's fine too. I don't think they'll give us any information. At the same time, it'll easily arouse suspicion. Then let's send them more medicine to treat their illness, Zhang Xiaobao followed. Chapter 12-15. The timing of the team's departure was very accurate. They said that they would arrive in Izhou on the 2nd day after the rendezvous. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team arrived at the city gate of Izhou, the Chens had already met up with Duoshe's spies who were hiding in the city. They introduced the new contact to them, and at the same time indicated that they might not be able to trade with the other party in person in the future. This was because Xiao Bei and the others now had a lot of evidence and could discover the problem with their family at any time. At that time, they might reveal the secret, so they asked the other party to leave immediately. They also had to secretly communicate with the new contact to confirm the contact method in the future. Sure enough, not long after Chen Guangho left, the Chen's portraits were posted in all the public places in Izhou, saying that they were guilty of colluding with the enemy. It was no longer a financial problem as previously suspected. What followed was a citywide search to find the contact between Duo Shi and the Chens. The people in Tunghua County's Yamen had been replaced, and the original ones were nowhere to be found. Some said that they were sent to work, and some said that they were directly shot. While the search was going on in Izhou, the local Yamen did not move. They were all brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This made the spies sent to Izhou by various countries sigh in relief. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not capable, but according to common sense, the local people were more familiar with the local situation. Since the local forces were not mobilized, in the end, they only found a dozen local gangsters who wanted to become gangsters. All of them were arrested and sent to repair the road. The local people found that the place where they usually lived was peaceful. The meat sellers no longer encountered situations where they only received 3 or 4 copper coins for a piece of meat that was supposed to be 5 copper coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team camped in the field of the local garrison outside the city, and they themselves led a small group of people into the city. The restaurant in the city had been emptied a few days ago. They no longer received any foreign guests, and only waited for the arrival of the main family. It's time for a battle of wits. To be honest, I'm very angry now. Zhang Xiaobao sent someone to inform the local forces that they were not allowed to visit him now. He sat at the top of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant and looked down through the window as he spoke to Wang Wan, who was grinding coffee. Wang Wan unhurriedly shook the coffee grinding machine. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she asked, "What's wrong? You haven't come up with a good idea yet?" "No, I really hate them. Of all the times to cause trouble, why did they have to wait until we were about to take action? I hope that the Meteor Battle Squad's speed can be a little faster. After the results are out, maybe I can have a flash of inspiration and figure out a way to harm others to benefit myself." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he got up to get snacks, sugar, and salt. He was going to have a cup of coffee with Wang Wan later. Now, there were a lot of coffee beans stored at home, but he had never taken them out to sell. He didn't even send them to Gao Lishir. He wanted to wait for more coffee to be planted in Hainan before taking them out to form a new employment industry for Tang dynasty. Just like now, they were looking for unsuitable places to plant tea trees. They were using various methods to make tea leaves and piling them up in the warehouse. Then, when the fleet was free, they would ship them to farther places and conduct a fair trade with the locals. "Xiao Bao, I remember that you don't like to drink coffee." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao busying himself there, she didn't think that he was specially serving her. "I suddenly thought of selling tea. The locals might not like to drink tea. If we sell it boat by boat, the price of the tea will definitely not go up. Things are expensive when they are rare, so we have to sell them as luxury goods, especially good tea. The current coffee is expensive because it's rare. If we don't want it to be rare, we have to add some vegetable fat into it." What Zhang Xiaobao meant was that the coffee in front of him was expensive, so he could drink it. Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Things are expensive when they are rare. Can rare and thick be the same? In the past, I never put anything else in my coffee. Coffee with seasonings is the same as tea with salt and ginger. The taste looks like a lot, but it loses the most primitive thing. A simple coffee doesn't mean that it's boring. Simple coffee can also be long-lasting. Coffee without adding anything doesn't mean that it's bitter, but that it's simple and pure. In fact, many things are the same. If you think too much, you will be blinded by prosperity in the end. While talking, Wang Wan's coffee was ready. She poured a cup for herself and another cup for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked down and blew into the cup, using his face to test the temperature. He found that it was too hot to drink, so he said, "Your coffee is too simple. There are still dregs in it." If there is, then there is. When coffee was first drunk, there weren't so many processing equipment. Just like the novel Journey to the West said, the world is not complete, so why make everything perfect? Art has always represented flaws. Perfect things are not called art, but end. Wang Wan had reached the realm of selflessness at this moment, swimming in the sea of philosophy, so she casually took a pair of chopsticks and stirred the cup just to cool it down. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stood up, walked over to open the door, and said to the two people standing at the door, "Go and call the people from the action team." After a while, 10 people came in one after another, each with a writing pad under their arm. "Sit." Zhang Xiaobao motioned, but didn't invite them to drink coffee together, because they had to start recording immediately. "This is my order." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao said these 3 words, the 10 people picked up their pens in unison. Jiangyin Reserve Bureau, open the dry seafood warehouse and use automatic cargo ships to transport the seafood here at the fastest speed. A large amount of dehydrated vegetables in Jiang Province and the black gunpowder stored in Bailing are to be transported to Yi Province immediately. Lu Zhou, send a small fishing patrol team to arrest the fishermen of Jinla dynasty on the grounds that they are stealing Tang's fish. Also, ask the Jinla dynasty to give us a satisfactory explanation. Huainan and Henan provinces' grain is to be transferred to Shannon East Province, Shannon East Province's grain is to be transferred to Shannon West Province, and Shannon West Province's grain is to be transferred to Jiannan Province. Those who stay in the capital are to send the plan to His Majesty. Everything will start in 3 days. After giving the order, Zhang Xiaobao picked up the cup of coffee that had cooled down a little and looked at Wang Wan. At this moment, Wang Wan was drinking coffee. Her coffee was pure, but she was eating salty French fries. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wei Wei was stunned. When she saw the look Zhang Xiaobao gave her, she nodded and said, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes, from now on, I won't pursue perfection. I'll pursue art. No one can control the process of war. It's like a one-wheeled bicycle that needs to find balance in motion. Since we are facing the unknown, let's take action first, muddy the water, and find what we know from it." Zhang Xiaobao made this decision after hearing Wang Wan mention coffee. Wang Wan took a deep breath, put down the cup of coffee, and said to the people of the action group, "Send a report to the troops stationed at Xindu River. 3 days later at noon, they will launch an attack on the garrison of Duoshe Wuchang. Order the troops stationed in Tibet's Great Balu to cross the mountains at the border and attack the troops of Duoshe army in Minasido. Order the Nepal commandos to advance toward Guangyan City and destroy any enemy lives along the way. Order the artillery directly under Lhasa City to arrive near the river that runs from east to west and be prepared to attack the enemy's troops at any time. Order the Annan Protectorate to take out 80% of its troops and block the border with Jinla." A pile of military orders came out of Wang Wan's mouth. The time of the attack was set to be 3 days later. In the morning, the new administrative orders would be published in the capital in the form of newspapers. At noon, the battle would begin. Zhang Xiaobao needed these 2 actions to support the implementation of the new plan. As for whether Jinla would start a war, there was no need to consider. Originally, they treated Jinla as a frontline war. Now, they combined it with the war against Duoshe. If it didn't attack, they would let the navy go around it. If it attacked, they would treat it as Duoshe and extend the front line. In any case, the front lines from east to west and north to north were long enough. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not only wanted to attack Iran and Pakistan, but also a large part of India. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rule. With the Himalayas in the way, they might as well take this opportunity to firmly occupy the other side of the mountain. If they didn't attack now, they would have to readjust the domestic situation when they invaded India after the war with Duoshe. At the same time, it was not beneficial for Zhang Xiaobao to make plans outside of the war. They had to give Zhang Xiaobao a strategic territory where he could attack and retreat, and an environment where there was absolute military power to suppress him. Only then could he display his abilities. It was said that economic aggression was powerful, but the prerequisite was that there was military power to protect it. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't do anything. Even if he played tricks with economic means, when the time came and people said that they would directly confiscate his things, he could only hold on. If Wang Wan fought well, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't have to worry about someone finding a groundless excuse to confiscate his operating capital. Similarly, Wang Wan also didn't have to worry. She only had to ensure that her military strength was enough to deter the enemy, or that she would constantly win in small skirmishes. That way, the soldiers wouldn't have to risk their lives. It was very simple to say. It was just the theory of yin and yang, a rule that nothing in the world could escape. In fact, the ancestors had spent a lot of effort to study it, but the descendants didn't inherit and develop it well for various reasons. For example, when the sky thundered and it rained, the ancestors explained that yin and yang combined to form rain, and at the same time, yin was born from yang, and yin was born from yang. The supplement to yin and yang was the three forces and five elements of heaven, earth, and man. Wisdom could be said to be soaked in thousands of things, but there were always problems in turning the theory into practical people and the promotion of the era. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in such a situation. One yin and one yang had to cooperate well before they could transform into other aspects. The thing that the two of them didn't want to happen the most was barbarians using simple means to destroy the normal development of Chinese civilization. In history, it seemed that at every critical moment, they would be dealt with by others, and they felt helpless and distressed. Thus, when the two of them had just developed an industrial system, they first let their own countries collide economically and ideologically, and then made the great leap forward, and then resolved it through war. This way, not only would the neighboring countries always be under the shadow of war, but it would also be convenient for them to plunder resources, then come back to research technology, promote weapons, and continue to expand. The two of them were riding the development of the great Tang like a bicycle, not fixed to the left or the right, but always wandering between the two. As I was writing, I realized that it was already past 24 o'clock. Alright, for the full attendance of 500 DUN this month, I'll update 15,000 DUN today. When I'm done, please count your votes and encourage me. Chapter 12:16. The dark clouds of war were gathering, and even the people of the Tang Empire could feel this oppressive atmosphere. From time to time, groups of soldiers would come to the docks, escorting packages marked with military insignia to the ships docked there. On the official roads of various places, groups of transport teams escorted by soldiers were also advancing. The local army, which the people rarely saw before, had now opened up their camps. Occasionally, a group of cavalrymen would patrol along the roads. The bailiffs of the local government offices began to take up their duties on time with water and fire sticks in their hands. They also took the initiative to come to the various markets to help maintain order. They even personally set up shelves for the sellers and asked the elderly if there was anything they wanted them to do. The local government put up notices one after another, requesting that local law and order be strictly enforced in the near future. They did not allow hooligans who had nothing to do to continue to wander around the streets in groups. If they caused trouble, they would be severely punished. Darling Candy House had a new program, the Good Baby Award. As long as the children who went to school did not run around after school and returned home to study peacefully, or came to Darling Candy House to study with other children in the open room of Darling Candy House, they would receive a reward. It could be a delicious cake, or a few beautiful candies. If her performance was good enough, she might even get a beautiful dress. In just half a day, the people of the Tang Empire knew that there was going to be a war, and it was a war personally commanded by the war god in their hearts, Cuckoo. There had been wars in the past, but there had never been a time like this. In the past, every war had a common feature, and that was when the horn of war sounded, domestic goods would rise in price. If the war was difficult, there would even be a temporary increase in rent. In fact, the people of various places were already prepared for this. They only hoped that after the war, the price of goods would fall again. The merchants also began to get restless. One by one, they contacted their peers and asked if they should take advantage of this opportunity to stock up on goods. When the time came, they would raise the price and earn more from the difference. The small merchants gathered together to discuss. They felt that they should follow the previous rules, but they were not assured. They decided to find the bigger merchants, especially those on the top list of billionaires, to ask about the situation. Everyone could earn money together. In the city of Suzhou, on the eastern road of Jiangnan, in the Gu family's mansion, it was already late at night. The house was brightly lit. Electric lights hung high in the sky above each courtyard. The sound of the diesel generator roared endlessly as the servants in the house shuttled back and forth. The owner of the splendid general trading company, Gu Yunfei, was sitting in the middle of the hall. Orders to distribute goods came out of her mouth, and the sound of telegrams from the local telegraph office kept ringing. Pay attention to the prices of goods everywhere. If there are any fluctuations, order them to report it immediately. Don't allow the managers of the branches to change the prices of the goods sold in the branches at will. Set up our telegraph machine and be ready to receive news from the Monopoly Alliance at any time. After Gu Yunfei passed down a bunch of orders, she closed her eyes and thought for a while, then passed down a new order. She then picked up a bowl of soup on the table beside her, drank 2 mouthfuls, and let out a long breath. Starting at noon today, after the Jiangyin Reserve had taken action, she had not had time to rest. She was very clear on what the large cluster of warehouses in Jiangyin was used for. As long as there was a change there, it was definitely Zhang Xiaobao giving the order, and the war would inevitably begin. Thus, she did not have time to eat. She found the person in charge of the business in the house. After a discussion, they began to arrange the various matters of the splendid general trading company. Now, they had finally arranged everything that needed to be arranged. All that was left was to wait. Let's see what the Monopoly Alliance has to say. The Monopoly Alliance sounded like a purely commercial organization, and only merchants who entered the top ranking of billionaires had the right to join. But once one joined, one would discover that this alliance was not purely a commercial alliance. There were also members of the imperial court hiding behind the scenes. For example, the simplest method was to transport goods to places outside the Great Tang and exchange them with the local natives. If it was someone who had not joined the alliance, they would only know to gather the goods and do as they were told. But the information the merchants in the alliance would receive was the general climate of each place, the reefs in the sea along the way, and the regions where there might be storms. At the same time, they would also receive the sailing route of the Great Tang's patrol fleet, a special telegraph machine, and the corresponding password to contact the fleet. Who would believe that there was no imperial court behind the alliance? Let alone the password, even the telegraph machine would not be given to you to use. Most importantly, the chief steward sent out by the alliance would be given a pistol with 16 bullets and 2 magazines for them to carry on their bodies to protect themselves. At the same time, the stewards would be required to gather as much local intelligence as possible. This included what kind of animals and plants there were, what the structure of the local tribes were, and the doctors following the teams would report on the actual physical conditions of the members. Gu Yunfei knew from this that this was an imperial court operation under the guise of merchants. The purpose was to control all the influential merchants in the country. Moreover, she knew that ever since the Monopoly Alliance had been established, none of the merchants had ever been kicked out, even if they had made less money recently, or if they had done something wrong and lost money. Based on their wealth and status, they should have been kicked out of the alliance and replaced with someone better. But in reality, they had not been kicked out. On the contrary, they had received the support of the Great Tang Bank, and they had even been given interest-free loans. This meant that the imperial court did not wish for the merchants of the Monopoly Alliance to leave the alliance and tell others about the rules, so they could only help them when they made mistakes in their capital operations. And the merchants who entered the alliance would not suffer continuous losses. As long as they were given a little help, they would immediately be able to get back on their feet. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get on the list at the beginning. But other people could also enter, such as those rising stars. As long as their seniors were not kicked out, as long as their assets reached a certain level, they could enter the alliance, and their position on the list would change according to their assets. The only difference was that the list had only 100 people in the past, but now it had been expanded to 500. In theory, the top 200 had the qualifications to enter the alliance, but in reality, there were more than 300 people in the alliance. This meant that there were merchants whose positions on the list had changed, but they had not left the alliance. Gu Yunfei was patiently waiting for the imperial court to give the alliance an order. Then, she did not need to consider any other problems. Whatever the imperial court arranged, she and the others would follow. Even if the imperial court wanted the people of the alliance to donate all their assets, she could not object or even hesitate. Reporting, there are guests outside the residence. They say they are coming to Thunderbolt Logistics. This is a name card. While Gu Yunfei was thinking about the alliance, a coachman ran in from outside the hall, speaking as he handed over a name card. Gu Yunfei nodded and very casually took the name card. After opening it and glancing at it, she immediately stood up from her chair and ordered, "Come, open the main door and follow me to welcome them." "Fei, who is it?" An old man's voice came from the side hall. "Father, you stay here. Your daughter will personally go over." "It is the owner of Thunderbolt Logistics, Li Qingfang. The time is not right. He should be overseeing Luoyang. When did he come to our Suzhou?" Gu Yunfei said to her father and shook her head. She walked out with confusion in her heart. She was truly confused. Looking at the time, if Li Qingfang had just received the news, or had received the news at noon, he should not have arrived in Suzhou in the blink of an eye. Luoyang was quite a distance from Suzhou. Even the train could not reach this speed. Unfortunately, the train tracks were only built from the south to the capital. There were very few other places that were built horizontally. If only it was built directly to Jiannan Road. However, it was clearly not possible now. It was said that no less than 300,000 people had died building this railway. It was truly an inch of blood for every inch of track. Fortunately, the people who had died were all people from outside. The Tang people were also a bit like this, but that was accidental. It was just like how one could fall to death while walking. Very quickly, the main door of the Gu Manor was pushed open with creaking sounds. Li Qingfang, who was waiting outside with a few people, revealed a smile. He was truly afraid that this strong woman would only open the side door. What should he do then? No wonder this little girl felt that the sky of the Tang Empire was shrouded in a tense atmosphere since noon. So it was Boss Li who came at night. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." Gu Yunfei smiled when she saw Li Qingfang. She clasped her hands together and imitated the way a man greeted. Li Qingfang also smiled and returned the greeting. "Is Boss Gu saying that I brought war? Thunderbolt Logistics and your splendid sundry goods are partners. I only bring peace and money, not war. Please." The two of them greeted each other and entered the Gu Manor. Naturally, there were people in charge of the arrangements for the people Li Qingfang had brought. Returning to the hall, Li Qingfang looked around and asked, "I wonder if uncle is here. I would like to pay my respects." "You didn't even bring a gift. Just pay your respects like this. My father is resting in the side hall. Let's talk business first. After we are done, I will wait for you to bring a gift and see my father." Gu Yunfei didn't want others to disturb her father. Her father's health wasn't good, especially at the beginning of spring this year. He fell ill and almost didn't make it. First, he had people use ginseng to keep him alive. Then, a telegram was sent out, and the virtuous medical college sent a team of experts. Only then was his life saved. Now, he was continuing to recuperate. This was one of the benefits of joining the alliance. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to invite a team of experts. Li Qingfang revealed a regretful expression. He also heard that Gu Yunfei's father was sick, so he wanted to see the situation. He helplessly nodded and said, "Actually, I did bring a gift. It's just that it wasn't convenient to send it over today. I brought 10 tons of hot spring water from Huaiyuan County. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone send it over. You can heat it up yourself and let Uncle soak in it." "Really? Thank you. Now, let's talk business," Gu Yunfei said. Wei Wei was stunned. Chapter 12:17. Gu Yunfei was really surprised. She knew that her family was not short of things, but she would never have guessed that Li Qingfang would send 10 tons of hot spring water. As expected of Thunder Logistics, they dared to transport anything. She appreciated his kindness. Li Qingfang knew that Gu Yunfei would be very happy. His gift was not only thoughtful, but also powerful. He picked up the tea and held it in his hand. He said, "I came here this time at the request of Xiaobei and the others. I left 2 days in advance. If it weren't for the train, I would have fallen apart if I rode a horse or sat in a carriage." "Xiaobei. They told you the news in advance. Would Zhang Xiaobao tell them about the war?" Gu Yunfei didn't believe it. "Then I don't know. Anyway, Xiaobei and the others sent a telegram 2 days ago, saying that they would meet with brother and sister, and then hand over all their guards for brother and sister to use. They guessed that when the number of guards was enough, brother and sister would start the war, so they asked me to come to the seaside in advance. Since you are here, I came to take a look. At the same time, there is something I need Jinqiu General to cooperate with." Xiaobei and the others asked us, who cooperate with Darling Candy House, to follow suit. Li Qingfang said the contents of the telegram. Gu Yunfei rolled her eyes and thought for a while, guessing the truth of the matter. It was reasonable to say that when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to start the war, it was impossible for them to tell their younger siblings. Even the palace might not know. Otherwise, it would be easy to leak the news. So, Xiaobei and the others were right. Did they think that if they handed over the guards, they would definitely use them for the war? She couldn't figure out what was going on, so Gu Yunfei didn't think about it anymore. She said with a smile, "Xiaobei and the others handed over the guards to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Does that mean that they can't go out to play during this time? Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan can equip Xiaobei and the others with such a strong team. Businessmen like us don't even dare to think about it." Gu Yunfei felt that Xiaobei and the rest of the children would be very pitiful for a period of time. Without their guards, they naturally couldn't run around. At the same time, she sighed at the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Qingfang nodded and said, "If I were in that position, would also equip my family with a strong enough team. I would never give the enemy any chance. If he didn't protect his family when he knew how important he was, he would be a fool if he regretted it when something happened." This could only be seen in the stories written in the newspapers every day. The main character was doing something outside and knew that he would be attacked by others. Then, he did not care about his family. In the end, one family member would be in trouble today, and another family member would be beaten up tomorrow. Then, he would be busy going back and forth. Today, he would be anxious, and tomorrow, he would regret. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't give Xiaobei and the others a powerful team, I reckon that the people of the Great Tang won't be able to rest easy. How can we count on these people to build the Great Tang well? All right. Let's not talk about their team of guards. In any case, we can't afford to spend so much money. Also, we know very well that the current team of guards is just a transition. When the batch of children in their family grow up in 2 years, they will be more powerful than the current guards. When that time comes, Xiao Bei and the others will be running around the world. Did you take the train here? Do you feel that there are more people taking the train? Also, how many more carriages have there been? Estimate it so that we can make arrangements. Gu Yunfei asked about the operation of the train. Although there weren't trains everywhere, they could still obtain useful information. Li Qingfang nodded and then shook his head. There are many train carriages now, but most of them are controlled by others. When I use Thunderbolt Logistics, I need to pay an extra sum of money. This makes me both love and hate it. I don't want to pay and use other methods of transportation, but I find that it costs more. However, I feel uncomfortable handing over the money. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't go to war this year and wait for 2 years to fight again and spend all their energy and money on building the railway, 2 years later, the number of carriages will increase, and my choices will also increase. I reckon that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have no choice but to fight. I keep feeling that they are in a hurry. I don't know what is making them so anxious. They usually give people the impression that they are leisurely, but we can analyze from Xiao Bei and the others' movements that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are urging the progress of various things in Tang, even at the expense of many people's lives. Gu Yunfei was different from ordinary people. She needed to grasp the general situation of the country's development and then obtain her own benefits. Ordinary people only considered their own living situation. Who in their neighborhood made more money? Whose family gave a generous betrothal gift at their wedding, whose family's children advanced a few ranks in the school examination, whose meat today was 1 copper coin cheaper, should they buy 2 caddies of stuffing or stir-fried vegetables and give the head of the household half a caddy of wine. Gu Yunfei didn't need to consider these small matters. What she needed to consider was that when a batch of goods came in, and this batch of goods wasn't the type that would be quickly consumed and needed to be stored, then what was the profit margin between the purchase price and the custom-made price when the goods were stored? Under the situation that the fixed price didn't change, what was the depreciation rate of the Tang currency over a period of time? Was there a new production technology for this type of goods that had already been purchased and stored? If there was a new production technology, then it meant that the production cost of this type of goods had decreased, and the price she bought would be more expensive. Faced with such a situation, should she sell the goods at a low price and clear the warehouse to stop losses, or should she continue to buy such goods at a low price to balance out the previous purchase cost? Or should she look for a deep processing technology for this type of goods and set up a company to process the goods before selling them? These were all problems, and the decisions of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always affected the economic and administrative operations of the entire Tang dynasty. It was impossible for her not to pay more attention to it. Even if there was a slight fluctuation in profits, it would affect the profit and loss of tens of thousands of strings of coins. Li Qingfang had the same concerns. The transportation costs and unexpected losses in the transportation process determined the profits of his trading company. Hearing Gu Yunfei's words, he analyzed, "My guess is that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use faster technology to ignite the conflict in the country in a short period of time. Then, they will use other means to resolve the conflict and at the same time, obtain more benefits. As for the purpose, I suspect that they are fighting for time with the other countries. They intend to ensure that the country has an absolute advantage in the industrial system and suppress the other countries, not giving them a chance to develop. Therefore, they are using human lives to build the railway. Now that they have stopped, I think that one reason is that there are not enough people to build the railway, and the other reason is that the smelting of steel can't keep up. They need to plunder to get slaves for dangerous jobs and obtain more resources." The more he thought about it, the more confused Li Qingfang became. He put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and found that there was only darkness in front of him. He couldn't see a bright future at all. "Don't think about it." Gu Yunfei seemed to know what Li Qingfang was thinking and advised, "If you can think clearly, you will be another Zhang Xiaobao." Do you think that the existence outside the top list of billionaires is just something that we merchants casually promote? If that's the case, the merchants of the Great Tang won't be afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They can adjust the price of goods however they want. During the holidays, even if the price of goods is 10 times higher, even if the imperial court gives the order, the merchants still dare to do it secretly. They still have many ways to deal with the imperial court. But the current situation is that the imperial court is not saying anything. Facing us merchants, the imperial court means that you can raise the price if you want, as long as you are prepared to face Zhang Xiaobao's wrath. Do you dare? No. Li Qingfang shook his head vigorously. I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao isn't human at all. I think that in a few years, Xiaobei and the others will start to scheme. Why did Xiaobei ask you to come? Gu Yunfei suddenly remembered the matter of Xiaobei and the others' resources and couldn't help but smile. At that time, Xiaobei and the others had brought their own plans to discuss cooperation. Each and every one of them said that they didn't rely on their families and relied on their own abilities. When the merchants saw the plan, they all agreed. To be honest, the plan was not bad. But if it was only because of Xiaobei and the others, the merchants couldn't be at ease cooperating with them. They didn't have the qualifications. With a plan, why should they give the benefits to Xiaobei and the others? Wouldn't it be the same if the merchants worked together? The main problem was that they didn't have a leader. Once they worked together, no one would submit to the others. That was why they agreed to let Xiaobei and the others be the leaders. Behind them were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Qingfang also had memories. He smiled and said, Xiaobei called and said that after the war, the logistics will definitely be affected. Whether we are willing or not, we have to serve the interests of the Tang Empire, even if it's free of charge. Next, the price of food will fluctuate, and basically, it will increase. Xiaobei and the others hope that they can help solve a part of the problem. Under the situation that the price of food is on the rise, Baby Candy House will stop selling. In other words, Baby Candy House will no longer sell cakes and candy made of starch. The 4,000 Baby Candy House chain stores in the Tang Empire will be ready at any time to see if any merchant dares to raise the price privately. At that time, we will first suppress them and then gather information so that we can prepare to implement the revenge punishment plan. When Li Qingfang said these words, his eyes were full of praise. He knew that this was definitely not requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Gu Yunfei and Wei Wei paused and then said, it finally shows the difference in education. When Xiaobei and the others think about problems, they are different from ordinary children. Then why did they ask you to come to Suzhou? They said that since Baby Candy House can't sell cakes, they need to use other things for the children to eat. They once cheated from Japan. Oh, they exchanged a lot of seafood, including abalones, sea cucumbers, and other things like fish slices. They put all of them in Haiyan County and asked me to transport them to various places. The big abalones are left for them, and the small ones can be distributed. They will improve the technology of deep processing seafood and make it into snacks suitable for children. Not only am I here, but Yang Yang of the Dongting Fishery Group is also here. He wants to go out from the estuary of the Yangtze River and then catch big squid according to the advanced technology provided by Xiaobei and the others. He will come back to process them. Li Qingfang said the purpose of his visit and then looked at Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 12:18. Looking at Gu Yunfei's surprised look, Li Qingfang feels much better. He was also shocked when he first got the order. A group of little guys can silently cooperate with the actions of their brother and sister at this moment. How can other people's children be so good? Do you feel incredible? The legendary industry transformation happened to them. Due to the demand of the domestic situation, the Candy House Alliance changed from making and selling pastries and candies to selling seafood. They used all means to assist Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Now you know why I am here, right? Li Qingfang asks Gu Yunfei with a smile. Gu Yunfei takes a deep breath and nods. I know. Even if the alliance doesn't send the order, Jinqiu Grocery will follow their footsteps. Otherwise, before Zhang Xiaobao gets angry, they will start to revenge first. A group of children will not follow any rules when they take revenge, right? I think so. Who can guarantee that they won't use their identity as inspectors to ask the local government to cooperate when they find that they have no better way? At that time, even if you take the case to the emperor, the result will not change. According to His Majesty's previous words, when investigating the officials, they will say, why didn't they arrest other officials but you? When facing businessmen, they will probably say, why didn't they bully other businessmen but you? When Li Qingfang says it, he feels very interesting. A group of lawless children like Xiaobei care about the Tang Empire very much, while those honest people may think about something else. Seeing that Thunder Logistics and Dongting Aquatic Products are involved, Gu Yunfei asks, can my business help? Maybe we don't need your business this time. Li Qingfang says uncertainly. Just as he finishes his words, a servant of the Gu family walks in quickly from outside the hall with a piece of paper in his hand. He glances at Li Qingfang and then at his master, waiting there. Just say it directly. There are no outsiders here. Gu Yunfei doesn't want to ask Li Qingfang to go out, and it is also impolite to leave by herself. Thinking that there are no secrets to hide recently, she orders the servant who comes in. The servant nodded and flattened the paper in his hand as much as possible. He read, Sister Yunfei from Splendid Grocery, I am Xiaobei. I just got the news that my brother and sister decided to launch a full-scale attack on Duo Food at noon 3 days later. This attack was a probing attack and not an all-out attack. They would only use the advantage of artillery to destroy the enemy's frontline troops at the border and force the enemy to retreat. They would also adopt the strategy of scorched earth and cleared fields. Big Brother has already started to order the originally arranged warehouse to transport supplies to the front line. I want to tell Big Sister that when transporting supplies, whether it is by water or by land, there is a possibility that the transportation means will be damaged. There are tools in Sister's splendid miscellaneous goods, right? I hope you can provide support along the way and provide free help to the transport team. I will open up the candy house on the side of the road to provide them with a temporary place to rest. If this arrangement will cause losses to Splendid Embroidery, we will transfer the money to Elder Sister through the Great Tang Bank. Elder Sister only needs to provide proof of the losses. Also, we want to temporarily stop the sale of cakes and starch sweets and temporarily turn them into seafood products. We need tools to make and process them. Now, send an order to Elder Sister, and provide us with tools according to the order. We will pay when the goods are delivered. In addition, ask Splendid Miscellaneous Goods to release the news that my brother and sister did not use Chongpingsang's food reserves in this war, so that the people do not have to worry about the price of food rising too high. Okay, that's what I mean. The servant of the Gu family finished reading up to here and was in a very good mood. The intelligence actually said a lot of detailed things, and even revealed when the war would be launched. This showed that his master's position in Xiaobei's heart was very high. Li Qingfang was indeed a little jealous. He said in a sour tone, the war will start at noon 3 days later. I don't know if my Thunderbolt Logistics can help. I think a lot of supplies are already on the way. What he meant was that when the supplies were transported, they did not ask Thunderbolt Logistics and found someone else to transport them. He did not even know when the war would start. Gu Yunfei hesitated for a moment. For a moment, she did not know how to comfort the other party. This kind of information could only be obtained by Xiaobei and the others, and it could be easily spread out. Whoever got the information would be trusted by Xiaobei and the others. At this time, it was not good to comfort others, as it would make others feel that you were acting innocent. Just as she was organizing her words, someone came in from outside. This time, it was a servant of Li Qingfang's family. He was accompanied by someone from the Gu family. Little two, what's the matter? Li Qingfang looked at the person who came in and asked. Replying to Master, my family's telegraph machine just received a telegram from Xiao Bei and the others from Jianan Road. Do you know? Read it. Li Qingfang ordered in a carefree voice. In an instant, he looked at the pitch-black night outside and suddenly realized that the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, the sun was shining, and the night wind that whistled past also became gentle. Gu Yunfei smiled and did not say anything. She could understand Li Qingfang's feelings. Without this telegram, he probably would not be able to sleep soundly at night. The servant of the Li family did not know that the master had just secretly crossed swords with the other party and had almost lost to the point of crying. When he heard the order, he loudly read it. Boss Li Qingfang. Today, we just received information that a large number of people from Thunderbolt Logistics have appeared in Suzhou. Have you arrived in Suzhou? Then you must go and see elder sister Yunfei. Let me tell you something. When we were eating dinner just now, we received definite information. 3 days later, at noon, we will begin the war. The logistics and transport teams used will all be my family's own strength. The majority of the dishes in the restaurants will be stopped, and the supply of grain wine will also be reduced. However, there will be more fruit wine. Elder brother and elder sister did not use your logistics. We guessed that they wanted to let you operate as usual to stabilize the flow of goods in the country. This decision was originally not a problem, but we thought of a problem. This problem is that we saw a railway route map in elder brother and elder sister's study. It has already been designed, but no one has been used to repair it. We have accurate information. To build that railway, a direct manpower of 1.2 million was used. Of which, 200,000 were great Tang people. They were responsible for assisting and were not in dangerous places. The remaining 1 million were all captured, cheated, bought, and hired from other places. More than 376,000 people died in the construction of the railway. On average, for every 1 li, that is, 500 meters, 37 people died. In addition, there were 125,000 people who were seriously injured. The serious injuries we are talking about are those who have broken arms or legs, as well as those who are blind. If they can be treated, they are not considered serious injuries. The remaining people also need to rest. Otherwise, they will not be able to continue working. Thus, there is a shortage of manpower. In addition, there is not enough steel for the railway. Right now, most of it is used to make bullets and artillery shells. We thought about it and felt that it was a waste for your logistics to be placed there. Because you are usually responsible for long-distance transport, you have your own teams for short-distance transport. Thus, we discussed with Dong Long, the owner of the Wanlu Trading Company in Jiannan Province's Yizhou Prefecture. We had them organize people to follow behind the army. You can cooperate with them and help transport some things. When there are captives on the battlefield ahead, you can kidnap them together. You don't have to settle with my brother and sister first. You just don't let the captives die. When my brother and sister are almost done, we will need to build the railway. You can send the captives here to work. At that time, according to the cost paid by each side, we will give you a certain amount of authorization for the carriage. If you agree, return the call and start working. There is one more thing that you have to keep secret first. The number of captives captured may not be the same as the ones in Tufan. There may be many on the sea. If you can unite with other merchants and form a large fleet, you can go to other places to deceive some people while you are fetching the captives. Well, that's all. Everything will be clear in the morning 3 days later. Let me remind you, no matter what you see that morning, don't get excited. Everything is under my control. The servant of the Li family stopped reading and then said, "It's over." After listening to the servant, Li Qingfang and Gu Yunfei fell silent at the same time. They were thinking about the matter in the telegram. There was too much content in the telegram, so they had to carefully consider it. After a while, Li Qingfang ordered, "Return the call and say that I agree. We will listen to the arrangements." After the servant left, Li Qingfang turned to Gu Yunfei and said, "I didn't expect that so many people would die or be injured from building the railway. Is this the reason why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree to use the people of the Tang Empire? If the people of the Tang Empire really couldn't bear this kind of pain, what would they do if they were left with disabilities?" Gu Yunfei clasped her hands together. "It sounds like a number. If we use the people of the Tang Empire, it is estimated that 500,000 families will be directly affected. It's too scary. I have decided to listen to Xiao Bei's arrangements. As for the temporary losses, it doesn't matter. My family can still bear it. I'm really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao will use this kind of ruthlessness on me. It can't be said that his hands are stained with blood. He practically swam out of a sea of blood. He walks on the stairs piled up by corpses all the way to the sky. If not, he walks down to discuss matters with the King of Hell." Li Qingfang nodded and recalled the contents of the telegram. He said, "What does Xiao Bei mean by the sea? Could it be that there are troops on the sea to fight Duoshi? In the morning 3 days later, what news can there be? He told me not to be excited. I am very excited now, but I can't explain it clearly. Wait and see. 3 days will pass quickly. The Alliance used to react quickly, but this time, they haven't shared any information. We know some things, but we can't tell others. I won't arrange a guest room for you today. You should hurry to Haiyan County as soon as possible to avoid delaying the proper business." Gu Yunfei couldn't think of anything at all. The few steps in front of her were like a thick fog, making people feel fear of the unknown. She couldn't stop and could only follow orders and rush forward. "Okay, I will leave now." Li Qingfang didn't dare to delay. He got up and walked out, indicating that Gu Yunfei didn't need to send him off. When he reached the door, he said to Gu Yunfei, "We need to strengthen cooperation in the future. I plan to go to Jiannan Circuit personally." I will go too." Gu Yunfei meant to call her when she left. Chapter 12:19. Gu Yunfei had just sent Li Qingfang to the door. Before she could say goodbye, a group of people came from the road beside them. There were servants holding lanterns in front. Gu Yunfei took a look and recognized them. They were all local merchants from Suzhou. Normally, she did not have much contact with them. Most of the time, it was her housekeeper who met with them to discuss business matters. For example, Jinshu needed to buy groceries, and local merchants needed to buy goods from other places. Usually, they would only meet once during the new year. They would all come to her house to give her gifts. Even though she was a woman, she was ranked 16th on the list of top billionaires. In the past, she was ranked 24th. Ever since she started working with Xiao Bei and the others, her assets had obviously increased a lot. Naturally, her status also rose along with the tide. And these people who came were not even in the top 500, so they had to be more respectful to her. "Boss Gu, we are really sorry to disturb you so late at night. But we have some misgivings in our hearts, so we have to trouble you." The group of people came closer. Surrounded by people, a middle-aged man spoke to Gu Yunfei with a face full of smiles. He then looked at the person beside him and asked, "This noble is, so it is Boss Yuan. It is not very late. If you have something to discuss, let's discuss it. This is the boss of Thunder Logistics, Li Qingfang, Boss Li." Gu Yunfei quickly showed that her status was higher than this group of people. She was not rude and introduced Li Qingfang at the same time. There was a series of gasps on the relatively quiet road. The merchants who had rushed over stared at Li Qingfang without blinking. This was the boss of Thunder Logistics, which was ranked higher than Boss Go. No wonder Boss Go personally saw him off. Birds of a feather flocked together, as expected. The merchants respectfully bowed to Li Qingfang again. There was only envy and admiration in their eyes. There was no jealousy because the difference was too great. So great that they could not produce a trace of jealousy. Boss Yuan, why have you come at this time? Come. Let's talk inside. Gu Yunfei gave way. She already had some guesses in her heart, so she asked now so that she could pull Li Qingfang to deal with it together. No, we're not going in. We're just here to ask. Gu Dongjia is busy, and we're not at ease. Only then did we remember Gu Dongjia's ability. We're here to ask, so we won't waste Gu Dongjia's time. The man with the surname Yuan politely refused. He also knew that he had to enter through the main entrance now. He didn't want to receive this kind of courtesy. One should eat as many bowls of rice as one's ability. He didn't have the ability to enjoy this kind of treatment. Once he did, the consequences would definitely not be good. Someone at the side chimed in, yes, we just want to ask around. Gu Dongjia, we feel that there is going to be a war soon. Gu Dongjia also knows that every time there is a war, the prices of goods in different places are different. We just want to know if our goods can be adjusted according to the law of the market demand. Gu Yunfei smiled. She looked at the man and said, what is the law of demand in the market? The demand of the market is the demand of the common people. I feel that the greatest demand of the common people is to live in a stable and happy environment, and not to see the price of survival necessities rise day by day, but not be able to afford them. This is the need of the people of the Great Tang, the need of our monopoly business alliance, and even Zhang Xiaobao's personal need. Do you understand? Understood. The merchants were completely frightened. Before they came, they were still thinking about what to hoard, what to raise the price of, and how much to raise it. Now, it was clear that they couldn't hoard anything. Even if they did, they couldn't raise the price. They didn't expect that the business alliance would not take advantage of this opportunity to make more money. Instead, they started to maintain the stability of domestic prices during wartime. Who would dare to go against the business alliance's orders? As for Zhang Xiaobao, there was no need to say more. His personal will was unconditionally followed by all the merchants of the Great Tang. So Xiaobao didn't agree to the price change. The man with the surname Yuan wanted to confirm. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't allow the price of the people's necessities to fluctuate too much at any time. Our monopoly business alliance follows his footsteps. If you really want to make more money, you can try to raise the price of other goods. Li Qingfang gave the merchants a suggestion. After all, merchants had their own needs. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao never cared about the price of other things, especially luxury goods. If the cost was 1 copper coin, and one could sell it for 10,000 strings of cash, that was because one had the ability. He just didn't want to see the people not being able to afford rice or wear clothes when they had enough resources. If the country had enough resources, there couldn't be too much fluctuation in the price of these 6 things. As for the other things, the merchants could do whatever they wanted. Linen cloth could be sold for 10 copper coins per bolt, but it couldn't be sold for 13 copper coins. But if one could sell silk for 10,000 copper coins per bolt, that was because one had the ability. When the hospital bought licorice, as long as the licorice wasn't so rare that it couldn't be used on every patient, the supplier couldn't sell it for too high a price. As for the tea leaves that could help with digestion, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say that you were wrong if you exchanged one caddy for a building. May I ask, can the price of candles be raised? Isn't it also something that should be used for people's livelihood? Another merchant carefully asked. You can raise the price of candles. People won't die without candles, but I advise you not to hoard candles because the Ministry of Works will release a lot of paraffin wax this month. What you are talking about now should be grease wax. It can't be compared to paraffin wax in terms of smell and longevity. Once you hoard it and release a lot of paraffin wax, you will suffer a lot of losses. Li Qingfang kindly advised. Xiao Bei had already told him that he would first ship a large batch to Jiannan Road. There, Xiao Bei would organize people to process it. The rest of the paraffin wax would be placed in various places in Great Tang. After all, the current oil refining technology was the most primitive. A lot of paraffin wax was produced every day. As long as oil was processed, paraffin wax would appear. Then, people would have to spend a lot of effort to clean it up. Otherwise, it would affect the production. The perverted merchant who asked the question was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had asked. Otherwise, if he really had to hoard candles, the losses would be huge, especially now that the weather was getting hotter. After repeatedly thanking him, the group of merchants left. They could go back and do business as usual. When the time came, the price of various things would naturally follow a regular pattern. They didn't need to worry about it. Gedongjia, I'll leave now. Tomorrow morning, it's better for the business alliance to issue an announcement to the merchants in various places, so as to prevent them from self-righteously raising the price and causing more losses to themselves. Li Qingfang said to Gu Yunfei and then disappeared into the night with his subordinates. Gu Yunfei stood there and pondered. She muttered to herself, there will be a lot of paraffin wax released. I'll send a batch of it. When the weather is hot, paraffin wax can be stored better than grease wax. There's no need to worry about it. In Hongnong County, Old Willow Village, the 7th grade official Lu Feifei also received a telegram tonight. Compared to other places, Old Willow Village was special because it was directly under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple. Moreover, the villagers were united. In addition, there was only one iron cable bridge to enter the village. Therefore, they had a separate telegraph machine. Usually, there were at least 4 people guarding the machine room of the telegraph machine 24 hours a day in the village. No outsiders were allowed to come close. Not to mention the machine room, it was difficult to even cross the bridge. There was a small hydroelectric generator near the river in the village to provide power for the village. There were simple shellers and flour grinders in the village. There was also a cutting machine for processing willow branches. There were more light bulbs. At night, the light bulbs placed on the bank would illuminate the opposite bank. With so many advanced equipment, how could they let outsiders come in and see? What if they were robbed? Let me make models. When the time comes, the paraffin wax can be turned into all kinds of fun candles. Mainly in the image of little dolls, including the design of various animals and houses. When they are made into candles, they can be sold together with the grass seed dolls. Also, make a lot of willow ware and prepare to provide to the transport team. This was the content of the telegram Lu Feifei received. Xiao Bei didn't tell her about the war, so it was not her turn to worry. Feifei, the telegram said to let you prepare to make new dolls. The old villager had to patrol the vicinity of the telegraph machine room for 3 hours every day. Every time a message was sent and received, he had to participate and help to provide the solution. After all, he was a scholar and had good knowledge. The teachers in the school and the village were all personally taught by him. He was a little pedantic. He always wanted to protect his identity as a scholar. However, there was also a benefit. Scholars like him now had backs as strong as iron. If he needed to pick up a sword and a gun to fight, he might not be the most powerful, but he was definitely the most heroic. When the country was rising and falling, escaping was not the choice of a true scholar. He would pull out the sword at his waist and fight to the end with the demeanor of the 6 arts of gentlemen. Therefore, he was the most idle and the busiest person in the world. He would meddle in everything, but at the same time, he would not care about anything. He was like an old hen. As long as the chicks were fine, he would lie under the sun and enjoy the warmth of life, cooing from time to time. But when the chicks were in danger, he would stand up and despise all opponents. He would fight with his life until the enemy fled or he fell down. Now he just wanted to take care of something, especially when the telegraph machine finally rang. Lu Feifei respected this old hen very much. When she heard the old villager ask, she nodded and answered, yes. Xiao Bei said that he would send a lot of paraffin wax. At the same time, he asked us to make more wicker baskets. In the future, we will need them when we transport a large number of other things. He didn't mention when the war will start. The old villager was actually most concerned about the national affairs. No, the war has nothing to do with me. I only care about the trade of willow and the planting of willow trees in the surrounding areas. My official position is to prevent others from bullying me. If anyone sees the high income of willow in our village and wants to get benefits from it, he should first think about how a child like me can be a 7th-level official. In the whole Tang Empire, except for Xiao Bei's official position, my official position can scare a lot of other local officials. Grandpa, now arrange people to make a large number of willow baskets. Xiao Bei said that they will be used soon. Lu Feifei planned to implement Xiao Bei's words. The old villager narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, so, the war is close at hand. Well, it's time for the 5th watch. For the time being, I have kept 500 full attendants. I guess this money is the most difficult to earn because there are not many subscriptions for this book, so there is no need to count on subscriptions. Then, there is only the full attendance left. If there were not still people subscribing, I would have given up. But as a web writer, I think I am also a scholar. Like an old hen, I have to have some spirit to protect what I should protect. I am pedantic, but I also have a backbone. So, I never ask. I sell my words, not my personality and dignity. So, you should take the initiative to vote. Don't wait for me to ask, because you can't wait. Chapter 12:20. The time of the bombardment was getting closer and closer. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were staying in Yizhou, seemed to be more leisurely. Zhang Xiaobao patiently made mutton soup and shumai for his younger siblings in the morning, along with cold dishes made of mutton tripe and mutton liver. His younger siblings were stunned when they saw this. Brother, we're going to war. Xiao Bei ate a shumai. Her mouth was full of oil, and she reminded her brother in a muffled voice. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao wiped his sister's mouth with a napkin. Then he took out a mutton bone from the pot, cracked it, and put the bone marrow on Xiao Bei's plate. While cracking the bone marrow for the other 8 little guys, he said, that's why you have to let others feel your ease and confidence. Then why does my sister look so serious? Xiao Bei sprinkled some bamboo salt on the bone marrow and waited for her brother's answer. Because your sister is a soldier. Soldiers have solemnity and iron blood as their foundation. I'm a schemer, so I pretend to be calm and collected. These 2 performances give others the same feeling, which is steady. They say that the army is approaching, but your sister needs to let others know that she will hold on until the last moment. As for me, I want to let others feel less nervous. Zhang Xiaobao said the 2 different performances with a smile. What about actually? Xiao Bei still asked. In fact, your sister and I are very afraid. But we are afraid that we can't solve the problem. Since we chose this position, we have to bear the responsibility of this position. If everyone in the Tang Empire can bear their own responsibilities, the Tang Empire will be invincible. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast. In just a few words, he had already finished cracking the bone marrow for each little guy. Xiao Bei stared at the bone marrow on her plate. She was very confused and murmured, what responsibility should I bear? You need to think about it yourself. Even if I tell you directly, you may not agree. Eat, or it will get cold. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he drank a mouthful of mutton soup, smacked his lips, and poured pepper into the bowl. In the future, I won't ask anything when we eat. The more I ask, the more I think. The food won't taste good. Xiao Bei was very good at self-analysis. After eating the bone marrow, he realized that he was missing the process of carefully tasting it. The other 8 little fellows heard Xiao Bei's words and realized that they were the same. They all began to adjust their mentality and put their attention on the food in front of them. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled at the side. She liked to see Zhang Xiaobao at this moment the most, teaching his younger brother and sister in a silent way. Even the action of tapping the bone marrow and the tone of voice when he spoke required great effort from Zhang Xiaobao to control it. However, his performance was just as he had said just now, calm and collected. In her eyes, at this moment, Zhang Xiaobao was the most handsome, even more handsome than when he was scheming. After dinner, Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters, "I'll go with your sister to analyze the information. You guys can play by yourselves. You can go out, but you're not allowed to leave Izhou City. There are many spies in the city, so you don't have to worry about someone suddenly rushing out and hurting you." While waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to go to another room, Xiao Bei whispered, "Okay, we definitely won't put ourselves in a dangerous place." After a while, the 9 little fellows finished eating the fruits after dinner. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "Can I ask what our responsibilities are?" Lil Bei brought up the matter again. "It's to build the Tang Empire, right?" Xiao Yuan said uncertainly. "Why don't you say to save the building from collapse?" Xiao Bei was obviously not satisfied with this answer. Xiao Hai wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go. Our responsibility is to have fun and grow strong. We'll put on some disguises and see what fun things there are in Izhou City." Xiao Bei thought for a moment and nodded. "I think so too. Brother and sister don't need us to do anything earth-shattering. Just like when we taught Pan and Xiao Yuan when they were young, we'll be happy to see them smile." Therefore, they, who had put on some disguises, went outside under the protection of a few people who had also put on some disguises. They took on their own responsibilities and played. Izhou was a famous place, and its bustling scenery was only slightly inferior to the capital, Chang'an. The difference between Chang'an and Chang'an was that its climate and environment had determined its uniqueness. The blowing wind was less fishy than Luzhou's, but more gentle than Chang'an's. Similarly, the rising and falling voices of hawkers were soaked in the bustling hustle and bustle. There are so many bamboo products, just like the ones in Hangzhou. Look at this little bamboo building, it's actually carved, not woven. Big brother, how much is it? Xiao Bei came to a stall with dozens of bamboo carvings, looking at the little building that had not been painted and inquiring. The seller looked to be in his 30s. When he heard the big-eyed girl in front of him call him brother, he was very happy. He stretched out 4 fingers, but after thinking for a while, he withdrew one. Xiao Bei's gaze fell on the seller's hand, and she nodded. 30 coins. It's cheap. I'll buy it. While speaking, she began to take out money from her bag. The seller hastily said, "It's 3 coins. I wanted to sell it for 4 coins, but since you're so cute, I'll give you 1 less coin." "No, that's definitely not right. Don't lie to me. You're trying to curry favor for no reason. Your motives are not pure. It's only 30 coins. If you give me 1 less coin, I'll report it to the authorities and say that you have other ideas about us." Xiao Bei took out a handful of coins, counted them, and threw them on the stall. Then, she happily picked up the bamboo building, called out to little Yuan, and walked forward. The seller was stunned for a while. He did not know what to do. He did not want to take advantage of the child, but he was worried that he would be sued. Even when Xiao Bei and the others were far away, he still had a worried expression on his face. At this moment, little Yuan asked Xiao Bei, "Why did you give him so much money? We're not those spoiled brats who don't know what's good for them. Don't you know the value of a bamboo building? It doesn't matter how much the bamboo building is worth. What's important is that the seller's middle finger is injured. There's a cloth tied to it, and the cloth is tied into a beautiful bow. Do you think he's still a child?" Xiao Bei pointed out the injury on the seller's middle finger. "It can't be, right? The bow will affect his carving," little Yuan analyzed. "That's right. So, this beautiful bow must have been tied by his daughter. What's wrong with me giving him more money to buy something good for his daughter?" Xiao Bei said confidently. "That's right. Anyway, 30 coins isn't much. The bamboo building's carving is indeed very exquisite." Little Yuan agreed with Xiao Bei's statement. The other kids had no objections. It was just a matter of spending a little more money. It was just like the rich people who worked with others at home in a supermarket chain. They habitually threw the few coins they found into the donation box at the door, and then picked up a beautiful colored origami that was placed next to them. That origami was not worth a single coin at all. It was very quick to make by hand, and the cost of the paper itself was also very low. However, after throwing money and picking up an origami, the harvest was a happy feeling. Of course, there were donation boxes only at the door of the Zhang family's and Wang family stores. Even if they were made in other places and placed there, no one would throw money at them. No one believed in their quality. "Ah, the candy blower. Quick, let him blow a little pig." Xiao Bei's eyes looked around. Suddenly, he found that there was a candy blower on the left side of the road in front of him. He put the pole there to make candy for the two children, so he ran over happily. "I want a little pig this big." While Xiao Bei said, "little pig," he gestured a shape the size of a football with his hands. The candy blower looked at Xiao Bei's hand and shook his head. "If it's too big, you won't have any strength." "Oh, let me blow." "Yes, I can eat it myself." "If you blow it and blow your saliva in, I can only play with it and throw it away." Xiao Bei understood this very well. He reduced the distance between his hands and made it as big as a glaze. At this time, the candy blower nodded. He took a bamboo slice and stirred it twice in the pot of thin sugar. Then, he reached into the bowl with starch and rubbed it. He used the bamboo slice to scoop out a piece of thin sugar and quickly rolled the thin sugar on his hands, making it stick to the starch. Then, he gently took out a small bamboo tube from the bamboo box next to him and inserted one end into the thin sugar. He signaled Xiao Bei to blow it in front of him. "Be gentle. You have to breathe evenly," the candy seller patiently said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded, puffed up his cheeks, and began to blow. The candy seller's hands moved. After Xiao Bei breathed in 3 times, a beautiful and cute little pig appeared in front of Xiao Bei. The candy seller's 2 fingers gently pinched the back of Xiao Bei's head, sealing the little pig's mouth. "Ah, I'm so tired. Uncle, what if the child doesn't know how to blow?" Xiao Bei asked when he saw the candy blower throw the bamboo tube he had just blown into another box and stick the little sugar pig with a bamboo stick. Ordinary children are fine. Children who are too young have adults by their side and let them blow. In the past, there weren't so many rules and we were the ones who blew. Later, medical centers all over the country said that directly blowing is not good for the child's health. Now, the children of Great Tang are precious. In the end, if the child still can't play, I can only draw it for him. I'll use sugar to draw what he wants and stick it on a bamboo stick. It can also be eaten. Look, the flat bamboo board on the side is used for drawing. We are willing to go through the trouble if we can avoid hurting the beautiful children of Great Tang. While speaking, the candy seller stretched out 2 fingers, meaning that the candy was worth 2 copper coins. Xiao Bei directly threw down 5 copper coins and said to the candy seller, "Uncle, I think you are very beautiful too." After saying this, Xiao Bei ran forward again, leaving behind the confused old man who shouted, "This is 5 copper coins, not 2 copper coins. You plan to be the child of wealth today, right?" Xiao Yuan asked when he saw that Xiao Bei liked to give more money to others. "It's a virgin. Comrade Xiao Yuan, please don't blindly change my gender. I'm not giving away money, but recognition. I'm receiving sweetness. Don't you think that great Tang is very beautiful when you see them?" Xiao Bei said to Xiao Yuan like a philosophical person. "I think you are very beautiful. You have always been like this." Xiao Yuan was very afraid that Xiao Bei would bully him, so he quickly flattered him, just like how a brother always praised his sister. The sister clearly knew that her brother sometimes did not mean what he said, but she was very happy every time. "Ah, now I don't have to rush to give away money. There is a place in front that specializes in collecting money. Let's go and take a look and see what's inside." Xiao Bei first gave Xiao Yuan a bright smile, then pointed to a house with a sign in front. It was a gambling house. Under Xiao Bei's gaze, 2 people had already entered. "Gambling is not good," Xiao Yuan advised. "Wrong, it's not good to gamble privately. Buying lottery tickets is not a problem. I don't know if the gambling house collects a lot of taxes. We can't let them take advantage of us. Sigh, this is human nature. We always want to reap without sowing. I'll also experience it today." Chapter 12:21. When Xiao Bei arrived at the entrance of the gambling house and was about to step in, 7 people squeezed in groups of 3 or 4. After Xiao Bei and the others entered, more than 10 people in different outfits followed them in. "I thought we were going to gamble. I didn't expect there to be a place to drink tea." When Xiao Bei entered the house, he found that there was no one shouting or gambling. Instead, there were many people drinking tea in a room that looked like a hole. They seemed to be in a good mood from the way they talked and laughed. Smelling the tea in the air, Xiao Bei finally found that his nose was not always sensitive. At least, he couldn't distinguish the type of tea that others were drinking. The curtain leading to the back was lifted from the inside, and a person with a red face walked out. He greeted the others with a smile, found a place to sit, and ordered someone to serve tea. Xiao Bei didn't understand and stood there thinking. Xiao Yuan saw it and whispered, "Those who win money and don't care about winning or losing come out to drink tea and eat snacks. Those who care about winning or losing and lose should leave from the back." "Why should we leave from the back? It's only proper to walk in front." Xiao Bei couldn't understand. "Who knows? Let's go. Don't you want to see what it looks like inside? Let's go in." Xiao Yuan found that more than 30 people had come in from outside in a short time. She guessed that the secret guards were in place. She pulled Xiao Bei and walked in with a person who was walking in the back. When they went in, they found that it was not a place to gamble, but an alley. After walking for about 30 steps, they finally heard the noise of shouting. The 9 little fellows and the 6 bodyguards followed the sound and entered. This time, it was bustling with noise and excitement. There were all kinds of people dressed up, and there were even a few who shamelessly bared their arms. They began to look around. The hall was not small, and it was connected to other halls. There were many gambling devices, such as mahjong, poker, pai gow, billiards, shaking balls, and so on. How shameless! The things that Big Brother made for entertainment have all been copied by them. Look, there's a chess and go game over there. Where did the dice go? Xiao Bei curled his lips. He felt that the people in the gambling house should first pay a patent fee. Let's go. I like the dice game in Big Brother's story the most. Xiao Bei got excited and walked to the right. When they entered, the smell of sweat and mud assaulted their nostrils, causing the 9 little fellows to hold their breath for a moment. After a while, they slowly breathed in and adapted to the smell. Only then did their senses feel better. This room was filled with dices. There were people from the gambling house who were the dealers, people who took turns to be the dealers, and there were also people who were 2 people, 3 people, and so on. There were no dealers, and they only competed on the size of the dice. The 9 of them were first brought to a table arranged by a dealer who was dressed in green and had both his sleeves rolled up. He looked very standard. With his sleeves rolled up, it was to let others know that he was not hiding any dice. The more you buy, the more you lose. The less you bet, the less you earn. Once you're done, leave. The dealer put the 3 dice into the colored cup and shook it for a while. Then, with a flip of his wrist, he turned the colored cup upside down on the table and shouted to the people around him. This table only had the size of the dice, and there was no specific number of points on it. Xiao Fang was very puzzled. The more you buy, the more you lose. Does that mean that if we buy, we will lose? No, it means that if we win, he will pay us more. If we bet less and win, we will earn less. In fact, what they are shouting is that they want us to lose more. It's a common saying. For example, in a pawn shop, if you bring a new piece of clothing, they will immediately shout, bitten by insects and rats, broken thread, faded color and missing edges. Although the specific purpose is different, there must be a rule. Xiao Hai explained to Xiao Fang, meaning that the gambling house wanted to be auspicious. Who wants to go first? Xiao Bei took out 5 copper coins from his bag. Each coin was 1 copper coin, so there were 5 in total. He asked the other 8 people. Seeing that the others shook their heads at almost the same time, Xiao Bei eagerly said, "If you guys don't want to go first, then I will." After the dealers shook another round, Xiao Bei immediately put 1 copper coin in the small place. The others also put in their coins. There were also people watching at the side, in case they did not put in their coins and said that they had let go. Before the gambling cup was picked up, Xiao Bei's ears were buzzing from the other people's shouts. The shouts of small and big almost passed through the tent. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, as if the louder they shouted, the more accurate they would be. When the gambling cup was picked up, the 3 dice below were revealed. 4, 4, 5, big. Xiao Bei watched as her 1 copper coin was taken away. He smacked his lips twice, his face filled with heartache. "If you can't take it, let's not play, okay?" Xiao Yuan softly persuaded, "Don't be unable to sleep at night because of losing a few copper coins. I didn't see you frown when you gave them more money just now. It's different. When I gave the money, I was willing to give it. Now, I don't want to lose. I want to win. Outside, I was happy when I gave the money away. Here, I only feel happy when I get the money back. Now, I'll give you a task. Think of a way to let me win." Xiao Bei was very stubborn about the 1 copper coin she lost. She wanted to win it back and then win more to comfort her hurt heart. Xiao Yuan shook his head vigorously. "I don't have a way. Why don't we find someone to ask? Look, there's a child beside you. Why don't they go to school and help others get money and introduce them? You count the days yourself. Today is the school rest day set by my brother. Every 3 days, there's a rest day. Otherwise, the child will lose interest in learning. Of course, most children are good. In order to stand out, they usually study very hard. If they haven't suffered the hardship of not being able to afford to study, they won't experience the blessing of studying." Xiao Bei spoke as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. She was used to speaking like this. As for whether she really understood, it was not important. Xiao Yuan cooperated. Yes, so it's useless to regret after losing it. It's better to cherish the person in front of you. Okay, I'll cherish it. Especially the opportunity to bully others. If I don't take advantage of the opportunity to bully others, what should I do when I can't bully them in the future? Bet. What are you betting this time? Xiao Yuan was very wise and no longer sought her status in the family. Last time, I lost. This time, I'll bet again. I don't believe it. Xiao Bei took another copper coin and pressed it on the small button. Put your bets away. 3, 4, 5, big. Eat small and lose big. With a clatter, Xiao Bei's copper coin was returned to the other party. Xiao Bei lowered her head and thought for a while. When she raised her head, she muttered, "That's too much of a bully. Brother, help me." Didn't brother say that all gambling houses don't welcome mathematicians? Even if that gambling house says that it's impossible to calculate the rules of the game, it's still the same. Xiao Bei was naturally talking about Xiao Hai. When she said brother, it was Zhang Xiaobao. Xiao Hai's eyes were fixed on the dealer. He did not pay attention to the big and small numbers on the table or the dice. When he heard his sister's question, he helplessly shook his head and said, "No, in theory, the chances of big and small are the same. Normally, we can win, unless our luck is very bad. This is because we only need to look at the numbers of the bets on the table. The side that bets the least amount of money each time has the highest chance of winning. However, there is a problem here. The dealer's rule is that if 3 of the same number of points are the same, they will win. 1 die is divided into 3 and 4 points, 2 dice are divided into 6 and 7 points, and 3 dice are divided into 9 and 10 points. Because the smallest number of 3 dice is 3, there are 2 fewer chances. It is impossible for a 2 and 1 to appear, unless it is the special shaking method in Brother's story. Therefore, in theory, the probability of betting big is higher than betting small. But the dealer also understands this principle. Therefore, when he is shaking the dice, if his skill is good, he will have to take into account his artificial factors. How do you want me to calculate? How would I know the dealer's psychological preference? I have been observing him all this time and found that his eyes are always so indifferent. No matter if it is a big loss or a big gain, I can't detect the slightest change in his expression. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes and said, "It is good to have a good brother. At least we know where the problem lies." So it is the dealer's problem. He is playing a psychological game with us. I guess that he is also calculating. He is calculating the thoughts of the people around the table who are participating in the gambling. He is calculating the profession and personality of each of them. According to this, I won't be able to get my 2 copper coins back today. Really, if I had known, I wouldn't have bet. The landlord doesn't have any extra food. Xiao Bei continued to worry about the 2 copper coins she lost. I'll do it. Zhang Chang's eyes narrowed. He then found a child who worked at the gambling house and bought a normal dice from him. Zhang Chang held the dice in his small hand and came to the table. He took out 4 copper coins and bet them on small. Place your bets. 4, 5, 6, big. Eat small and lose big. The dealer picked up the dice cup and shouted. He did not shout "eat all," which meant that even if the table was shaken with a 1, 2, 3, they would not lose. Zhang Chang did not care. When the dealer finished shaking the dice again, he took out the dice he bought and casually threw it on the table. It was a 4, so he took out 8 copper coins and bet on big. The dealer opened the cup. 1, 3, 2, small. Eat big and lose small. Zhang Chang's 8 copper coins were gone. He continued to wait for the dealer to shake. When the dice cup fell, he took out 16 copper coins and continued to shake the dice in his hand. It was a 2, small. He put 16 copper coins on small. The dealer opened the cup and Zhang Chang lost again. His luck was really bad. However, Zhang Chang did not give up and continued to do so. The amount of money he bet began to change. After a few times, he had bet 4,096 copper coins. There were notes and coins. This amount of money was not small. Many people's monthly wages could not reach this level. The dealer's forehead was sweating. He had already seen that the child who bet money was definitely not from an ordinary family. They did not care about money at all. Of course, his boss was not afraid of them, but he could not always shake out a leopard every time. If he really did that, once the child came home and told him, he would be dragged to a secluded place one night within 3 days. Then he would be buried in the ground or drowned in a river. If he did not shake out a leopard, he could only rely on his years of experience to guess the other party's character and choice when betting. But the problem was that the other party's choice was the size of the dice they threw. He could control the size of the dice he shook, but how could he know if the other party threw a big or small one? The dealer trembled and his eyes began to look elsewhere. He wanted to find the adult who came with the child. As long as he found the adult, it would be easy. He could continuously shake out small. Even if his luck was bad, he believed that he could still lose once. At most, he would lose 4 copper coins. For example, the next round was 8,192 copper coins. After losing, the child had already lost 8,188 copper coins. Overall, he would lose 4 copper coins. He would just treat it as playing with the child. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. Chapter 12:22. The dealer glanced around and found that there were adults following the child. He could confirm that there were 4 of them. The 4 of them were expressionless and their gazes did not linger in one place. The 4 of them split into several directions and looked back and forth. It was obvious that the 4 of them were bodyguards, and very responsible ones at that. When the child they were protecting lost 4 strings of money, they were still indifferent. This showed that they did not care about this little bit of money. The dealer felt bitter in his heart. The gambling house opened its doors like a mouth, swallowing guests from all directions. There were winding corridors inside, encircling 8 sources of income. As long as it was a gambler, the gambling house would eat it according to the rules. But no matter what, there was always an exception. Some people's money could be earned, but some people's money could not be earned. Why did the gambling house leave a back door? According to feng shui, one only ate and did not vomit. If one lost and wanted to leave, they had to leave through the back door and not the front door. At the same time, it was said that there was entry and exit, and the entry and exit was for survival. As a dealer, he had to know how to live and know how to judge people. He needed to compromise now, otherwise, no matter how many doors were left open, he would not be able to survive. The dealer secretly calculated. He had already picked up the dice and slowly put them into the dice cup one by one. This was different from before. Previously, he had just lightly tossed the dice cup and the 3 dice went in. Xiao Bei had been observing the dealer and found that something was wrong. He whispered to Xiao Hai, "Brother, the dealer seems to be panicking. Look at the corners of his mouth and eyes. The corners of his mouth are moving unnaturally and his eyes are looking up and down." Xiao Hai nodded. This is a case of the shop bullying the customer and the customer bullying the shop. Xiao Chang scared him. Xiao Chang did the right thing. He fully used his advantage. What advantage? Xiao Bei asked. The advantage of having money. Xiao Chang actually wants to help you win back the money you lost and win 2 more strings of money to make everyone happy, Xiao Hai explained. Xiao Bei was confused. How? How do you calculate it? Win back my money and then get 2 more strings of money. Now it's more than 4,000 strings of money. Xiao Chang first bet 4 strings of money, then he doubled it every time. If he won in the end, he would get 4 strings of money. If he won in the end, he would win in the end. In fact, a string of money is not that much. After 10 times, it would be 1,024 strings of money. After 10 times, it would only be 1,000,000 strings of money. When Little Hai started talking about simple mathematics, he didn't need to stop and slowly calculate it. He just opened his mouth and said it out loud. This was a talent that made people admire him. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes in confusion. In any case, she couldn't calculate without a pen. Listening to brother Xiao Hai wasn't wrong. Thinking of the money at home, Xiao Bei said, "Brother, you don't have time to think about making more money. You send people to bring back things from faraway places and send them to the Sinangxi temple for them to cultivate. Our family's money adds up to more than 300 million strings of coins, right? And this was the amount that was sent to the various disaster areas every year. Actually, I also felt that it was meaningless. 300 million strings of cash was equivalent to 300 billion copper coins. How was I supposed to spend it? There are only 2 places to spend money. One is the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works, and the other is the disaster area. But we can't expect the Great Tang to suffer a disaster, right? I still haven't figured out how to spend the money we earn every year. My plan is to discuss with Big Brother and Big Sister and come up with an idea. We'll get the Ministry of Works to develop targeted technologies that we can use in all the schools in Great Tang. Big Brother, do you think everyone will support this?" Xiao Bei was very worried that her proposal wouldn't be passed when the final vote was held. Xiao Hai nodded. "It shouldn't be a problem. We don't need a lot of money either. A good restaurant does have a meal that costs more than 100 strings of coins. But if we want to eat good food, why should we go to other people's restaurants? That's not being rich, that's being sick." "Ha! What's the banker doing?" The 2 of them chatted for a while before realizing that the banker's actions were very slow. First, he slowly loaded the dice, then shook it. After waiting for a long time, he finally put the dice cup on the table. Now, he covered his stomach and ran away. He didn't eat well for breakfast. Did he have a stomachache? Xiao Bei helped the banker think of an excuse. When she looked at the money on the table again, she understood and said with a sneaky smile, "I guess the money in the dice cup is big." Xiao Chang is betting big now, but there's another person who actually bets 60 strings of cash. He doesn't want to open it. No, look at what's on the 60 strings of cash. Xiao Bei's eyes were sharp and saw what was on the bill. It's copper coins. There's no hole in the middle. Is it a copper pad? There's also a picture on it. It's a person's side profile. It looks very familiar. Xiao Bei stretched her neck and looked twice. Of course it's familiar. When we play poker, we usually use the same thing. It's just a little thinner than the ones on the table, Xiao Bei said. Oh. I know. Gold. Our gold chips were specially made by Big Brother. One is comfortable to look at and feel. The other is that Chinese medicine doctors say that gold is medicine and that it calms the heart and mind when placed next to it. But Big Sister doesn't admit it. She says that it's better to put a bunch of magnets instead. It has a magnetic field effect. Xiao Bei finally found a chance to speak. Xiao Bei found that things had become complicated. When she came in, she only wanted to win a few copper coins to satisfy herself. Now, even gold appeared in front of her. Gold can't be circulated. Thinking about this, Xiao Bei waved at a person who was squatting next to a gambling game of throwing dice into a bowl with his chin in his hand. That person, Wei Wei, was stunned. Then, she stood up and came to Xiao Bei. Brother Susie, you know a lot. Look at that gold. What's going on? Xiao Bei asked the person. Susie was really stunned this time. He was stunned for a while and even secretly took out a small mirror to look at himself. He looked at Xiao Bei in shock. How could Xiao Bei still see through his disguise when he had already disguised himself like this? You're always holding your chin with one hand and touching your ears with the other. No matter if you're standing, sitting, or squatting, other people find it awkward, but you use it so smoothly. I've never seen a second person do this. Xiao Bei explained to Susie with understanding. Susie regretted that he didn't have a good memory. Someone had mentioned before that his habitual movements were too obvious. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to notice it. Seeing that Xiao Bei was waiting for him to answer, Susie carefully looked at the gold on the table. He rolled his eyes and softly said to Xiao Bei, "It should be money. It's like the copper coins and silver pieces we used before. But now, it's made of gold." Oh, gold used to be used before. The circulation circle was fixed. Ordinary people couldn't spend it. They could only sell it based on its weight or make jewelry. Brother Susie, how much do you think that piece of gold is worth? I feel that it's bigger than the gold we played with. How heavy is our gold? In truth, what Xiao Bei was most curious about was where the money came from. The great Tang couldn't possibly have gold circulating in the marketplace. Besides being used as decorative goods, the majority of the Great Tang's gold and silver had been stored in the vaults to ensure the value of the Great Tang's currency, which was the gold standard. 5 grams. Susie was very familiar with this. He looked at the gold on the note and said, looking at the size and thickness of his gold, it should be less than 10 grams. At this time, not only were Xiao Bei and the rest paying attention to the gold on the note, the other gamblers were also very curious. In the past, there were people who took out silver pieces to gamble. But today, it was strange. There was actually someone who put out gold. They couldn't blame the banker for leaving. They must have gone to report and see how the gambling house would deal with it. The gambler, Wei Wei, who took out 60 strings of coins and a piece of gold, raised his head and revealed a faint smile. With his hands behind his back, it made people feel that he was showing off. Obviously, Xiao Bei didn't allow others to show off in front of him. He looked at the gold and turned his head to Susie and said, even if it's 10 grams, one tael, one tael, one tael, one tael, one tael can be exchanged for 2 to 5 taels of silver. It depends on the purity. Let's say that it's 5 taels, 1/4 multiplied by 5 is 1/25 taels of silver. Every tael can be exchanged for 800 to 1,000 copper coins. I'll give him 1,000, but that's only 1,250 copper coins. It's not even as much as his 60 strings of coins. What a fool. The main thing is that such a large piece of gold is not common. I wonder what his family does for a living. 60 strings of coins. If it were an ordinary family, would they be willing to take out 2 to 3 years of their income to gamble? Susie began to size up the person who took out the money in gold. He wanted to judge the other party's occupation and family conditions through his clothes and expression. After looking at him for a while, Susie became more and more confused. This person was in his 20s, and his clothes added up to less than 30 copper coins. His hair was black and not shiny, and his exposed hands were slightly rough. His fingernails were not trimmed, and there was black mud in the middle. His shoulders were slightly protruding, and his neck was tilted forward. When he raised his head, it was very awkward. Such a person shouldn't have 60 strings of coins. It was impossible to say that he stole. Whether it was playing with knives or fishing, his hands were not suitable. They were too hard and were not well maintained. And from the color of his hair, he ate a lot of vegetables on a daily basis. Occasionally, he ate meat, but he didn't eat snacks, especially nuts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his hair to not shine. Looking at Xiao Bei, it was clear. His hair was bundled up and tied together to form a buckle. As long as he let go of his hand, the buckle would unbuckle. It was very elastic. While Su Si was trying his best to guess, the banker, who had just left holding his stomach, rushed back. He gave an apologetic smile to the people waiting for him and explained, "I have a bad stomach. Maybe it's because I drank too much herbal tea in the morning. My stomach is not good. Please forgive me." "Open it, open it." The people waiting for him shouted. They didn't care if his stomach was uncomfortable or not. The most important thing was to open the cup and see if it was big or small. "Open it, open it. Place your bets." 5, 5, 6, big. Eat small and lose big. The banker happily picked up the cup. Sure enough, it was big. Xiao Chang won. He won 4 strings of coins. To be precise, it was 2 strings of coins. There was also the 2 strings of coins that Xiao Bei lost. What should be lost had been lost. Only the person who took out the 60 strings of coins and the piece of gold was left. The banker quickly took out the 60 strings of coins and pulled out a rod like a magic trick. To be precise, it should be called a mace. It was not clear whether it was used to measure money or which pharmacy he got it from. Perhaps it would be known if he got close to it and smelled it. Normally, using a mace to measure money was a few strings of coins, a few fun, and a few centimeters. But now, the weights and measures were relatively chaotic. When it was used among the people, it was still according to money. Once it was involved, it was mainly based on grams. The banker measured the piece of gold and smiled at the person. He said, "It weighs 7.5 grams. According to the rules, you can't lose everything. There is a discount. How about I give you 600 copper coins?" According to Xiao Bei's calculation, 600 copper coins was indeed too little. However, if the gold was processed into beautiful jewelry, it might be a bit more expensive. There was no fixed price for it if it was directly sold. When the person heard that he was going to give him 600 copper coins, he revealed a very complicated and reserved smile. He then took out an item from his bosom and said, 600 copper coins is fine. I also have a bead. How much can it be worth? Chapter 12:23. The thing that this person took out was a pearl. It was white in color and was held in the palm of his hand. As the surrounding people swayed, the light on the pearl changed in intensity. The gamblers who had surrounded him subconsciously stepped back, afraid that they would not be able to afford to pay for it if they damaged it. Even the knowledgeable banker could not help but show a surprised expression. He narrowed his eyes and estimated that the pearl was about 2 centimeters in diameter. It was uncertain whether it was a 6-part pearl or a 7-part pearl. However, no matter which one it was, the value of this pearl would not be low. Ordinary people could not have it, otherwise it would be a crime. All kinds of eyes flashed in the eyes of the surrounding people, and all kinds of expressions changed on the faces of the people. In a trance, the light of the pearl seemed to illuminate the entire hall. With their silence, more and more people around them were affected, so they followed the gaze and were shocked together. The entire hall was quiet in a very short time. Isn't it just a 7-part pearl? Look at you fiddling with it. Don't you know that the sweat on your hands is harmful to the pearl? At least wash your hands first. Look at the pearl. It's yellow because of you. Is that mud or oxidation? It means that it's been there for a long time. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded. She could not bear to see someone rubbing a pearl with a dirty hand and putting it on a piece of silk. It looked good, didn't it? It was a pity that the pearl could be ground into powder and drunk with water to calm the nerves. How could it be eaten with so much sweat? When the person who took out the pearls heard Xiao Bei's words, she hurriedly rubbed her other hand against her body. When the pearls were turned upside down, her other hand rubbed against her body again. Then, she looked at her dirty fingernails and awkwardly bent them, trying not to attract too much attention. Here, put it on. Xiao Bei kindly took out a piece of silver-white satin folded 4 times from her bag and raised her arm to hand it over. Thank you, thank you. The person who brought the pearl put his hands under the satin and held the pearl up. This way, it could cover his dirty hands. As soon as the pearl was placed on the silver-white satin, it immediately showed a different luxurious appearance from before. It made people who saw it feel a trace of purity in their hearts. The banker narrowed his eyes. He was a person who knew what was what. The silvery white satin looked white, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was embroidery on it. The unique style of Hangzhou embroidery was unforgettable after seeing it once. Using silver thread to embroider on silver satin was something that ordinary people would not be able to do. This was an extremely low-key luxury. When the person holding the pearls moved slightly, the matching light on the satin rippled like the surface of a lake, causing the banker's eyes to widen. He took a deep breath, but it was stuck in his throat. He wanted to exhale, but he couldn't. The patterns on the satin were actually auspicious clouds and phoenixes. It was a legendary masterpiece used in the inner palace. A few hoarse sounds came from his throat as the banker trembled. This piece of satin was much more valuable than the pearls on it. In a state of near exhaustion, the Zhuang family's patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't offend anyone for a few thousand copper coins. Where did these children come from? They, 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 9. Why 9? Why were there 4 boys and 5 girls? Why was that? Do you have nothing better to do? Why didn't you play in the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant after breakfast? Why did you have to come to the gambling house? The banker complained in his heart. He didn't say anything, but his hands were moving. He opened his palms and slowly placed them on his thighs. He didn't move at all. He was really afraid that his actions would cause a misunderstanding at some point in time. He was afraid that he would have to bid farewell to this world of mortals without an explanation. The banker guessed and confirmed the identity of the children who had lost so many rounds, but he wouldn't tell anyone. He was nervous and happy at the same time. The others didn't know the identity of the children who liked to gamble, so they were all focused on the pearls. Xiao Bei was also looking. She was wondering if eating the sweaty pearls would cause her to be poisoned. They're bigger than our pearls, Xiao Yuan whispered to Xiao Bei. Are you saying that the pearls in front of us are bigger than the ones in our house? Xiao Bei measured with her hands. The pearls in her house were the size of a goose egg. She had once thrown them on the marble floor. They were quite elastic and sturdy. She heard from her brother that there was another one that was the size of a chicken egg at that time. They were afraid that the news would spread to the palace and cause Uncle Emperor to suddenly fall ill with a disease that could only be treated with big pearls, so they sent it to Uncle Emperor before he got the news and fell ill. Sure enough, Uncle Emperor recovered before he fell ill. Xiao Yuan obviously didn't mean that. She continued to whisper, I'm talking about the pearls that we raised. They're not as big as this one, not even the biggest one. You don't need to say that. They've only been raised for a few years. We still have to wait. Why do you think he brought the pearls here? It can't be for everyone to admire, right? Isn't he afraid that it will be snatched away? I don't even dare to take out the pearls in my bag to play with. Xiao Bei suddenly remembered what the other party wanted. They could take out pearls in the gambling house, but that was when they had no money. This person clearly won 60 strings of cash just now, but he actually took out the pearls. What did he want to do? The dealer also wanted to know clearly. He subconsciously glanced at Xiao Bei and the other 9 people. He coughed twice to draw everyone's gaze back. He smiled implicitly and said to the person who brought the pearls, "I don't know if this little brother is planning to sell the pearls or just let us see what they look like when they're 70% big." When the dealer asked, the others finally reacted. "Since you just won 60 strings of cash, why did you take out the pearls? Did you want to tell others that you have pearls?" Seeing that the other party didn't answer, the dealer still smiled and said, "If you want to sell them, I'll make the decision today. None of the jewelry stores in Ijo City will pay more than the gambling house. If it's the latter, then we have to thank this little brother. It's rare to see pearls today. Today, I'm so lucky to be so close to see them. I really don't want to waste my life. However, this little brother should quickly put away the pearls. There are too many eyes. You have to be careful. Am I right? Come on, don't be idle. Let's continue playing." After the dealer finished speaking, he really stood straight again. He picked up the dice and the color cup and was about to start. The person who brought the pearls looked around. Seeing that the others were no longer paying attention to him, he felt very bored. He smiled embarrassedly, shook his head, and began to put the pearls in his arms. "This big brother, wait a minute, can you return my handkerchief to me?" Xiao Bei was anxious. After looking at the pearls, why did he have to give a piece of Hangzhou embroidery that was more valuable than the pearls in front of him? "Do you know how much this silvery white silk is? It's mutated, not the ordinary kind. I'll buy it." The person who brought the pearls casually threw the 10 strings of cash to Xiao Bei. He didn't need Xiao Bei to give him change. He was in a good mood today, so he was generous for once. "Damn, there's actually someone who dares to throw money at us. Xiao Bei, get out of the way. Today, I'll show him. Come, take out your pearls. I'll buy them." Xiao Yuan stepped forward and said to him. Anyway, he wasn't worried that the other party would run away with the handkerchief. "Buy? Can you afford it? Pearls are priceless, do you know that?" The person holding the pearls shook his head. "I found out. You're just here to show off. You can continue to show off. Return the handkerchief to us. We're used to using that handkerchief, so we're not selling it." Xiao Yuan couldn't be bothered with the other party. It was fine as long as he got the handkerchief back. If he encountered such a situation in the future, he shouldn't interfere. It was annoying. The person with the pearls chuckled and said, "Why don't I let you see it again and let you enjoy it? I'll return the 10 strings of cash to you. It won't change." He really couldn't bear to return the handkerchief. When he touched the handkerchief, he felt a cool and comfortable feeling. He felt that the handkerchief was not bad, so he planned to keep it. "You're not buying, you're robbing. We know that it wasn't easy for you to get the pearls. We got a handkerchief. Let me ask, where did you get the pearls?" As Xiao Yuan spoke, he suddenly thought of a very important question. Looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't look like someone who could have pearls. Otherwise, how could he not recognize the silver silk embroidery? Compared to normal silver silk, it had a thicker feeling. Because the color didn't differ much at first glance, it was very difficult to choose, and the quantity was small. The other party couldn't recognize it, and couldn't even recognize the simplest embroidery. This meant that the other party lacked a foundation. Then, where did the pearls come from? "The pearls in my hand are..." Why should I tell you? In the past, people looked down on me and said that I was poor and had no ambition. Look, am I still poor now? Ambition. Poor people have short ambition. I, Lu Feng, want to let those who look down on me know that I, Lu Feng, am not poor. They are blind. Humph. I can marry a daughter from a better family. I have money. The self-proclaimed Lu Feng's mental state was not very good at this time in Xiao Yuan's opinion. It was probably because he had such a bad memory. When he wanted to form a family, he was restrained by financial matters, so he didn't form one. But who did you come to the gambling house to show off to? Could it be someone who opened a gambling house? That 7-centimeter pearl was still far from enough. If people look down on you because of money, now that you have a pearl, as long as you don't cause trouble, they still won't take a second look at you. Xiao Bei always felt that the money and pearls in Lu Feng's hands came from an improper source. He rolled his eyes and smiled, saying, "Big brother Lu Feng, I also have a pearl. Take a look and see if it's from the same place as yours." As she spoke, Xiao Bei rummaged through her bag. She didn't know where she had stuffed the pearl. After rummaging for a while, she pinched a pearl and took it out of her bag. "Look, it's a little bigger than your pearl." Xiao Bei shook the hand that pinched the pearl and said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes widened. He picked up his pearl and put it next to Xiao Bei's hand. Comparing the two, he found that his pearl was smaller than Xiao Bei's. The surrounding people very cooperatively exclaimed in surprise. Today was an eye-opener. "Impossible, how do you also have a pearl?" "You." "It's absolutely impossible. They said that other than me, there's no one else." Lu Feng's confidence that had just risen was destroyed by Xiao Bei's big pearl. Who? Who are they? If you tell me, maybe I can give you the pearl directly." Xiao Bei shook the hand that pinched the pearl and asked expectantly. Lu Feng was silent. He gritted his teeth and suggested, "They are immortals. They won't meet a mortal like you. Do you dare to bet with me? Whoever wins will get the other party's pearl." "Bet, I agree. I'll bet with you. Not only the pearl, but also all the money I have." Before Xiao Bei could answer, there was a voice of agreement behind her. Xiao Bei turned around in surprise. She giggled and said, "Brother, you must win and bankrupt him."